Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4SM Chapter 122. The world is evolving, but you are still standing still. ZZZ. Mars keeps going. Aokiji looked at Yuichi in front of him, holding his skates tightly to block Yuichi's Zanpakuto. Walk. This distance, Aokiji whispered to Yuichi. But after hearing Aokiji's words, Yuichi shook his head helplessly. Sorry, I can't go yet. Why? There are some things I can't tell you. So I want to go and defeat all three of you. To be honest with you three, I have long been looking forward to doing this. Hearing this, Aokiji froze in place. He didn't expect it to be because of this reason. But if it is Yuichi, it is not impossible. This guy always does things according to his own preferences. It is not impossible to not leave just because you want to fight against yourself and others. But this guy doesn't even look at what time it is. Great eruption. Suddenly Akainu's voice came from the right. Yuichi smiled and looked at Aokiji. I won't show mercy. So Aokiji, if you don't want to be seriously injured or die, take it seriously. When Aokiji was knocked back with a knife, and Aokiji, who was retreating, looked at Yuichi. This guy's eyes are serious. Do you really want to choose to defeat the three admirals head on at this time and then leave? The madman. Aokiji smiled helplessly, but it is precisely because of Yuichi's character that Pheasant thinks Yui is a very good friend. A knife sliced through Akainu's lava again, and Yuichi shot out like a rocket. The Zanpakuto in the hand is pointed straight at Akainu's neck. And the next second, Akainu, who was swinging his fist, punched Yuichi. This time Akainu's fist didn't burst out of lava, but instead used armament haki to attack. Yuichi's eyes flickered a few times, and then the blade swung Zanpakuto's side to block Akainu's fist. When there was a crisp sound of gold and iron symphony colliding. Yuichi takes a step back, Akainu took 3 steps back. The two stopped and the strong wind and waves spread. Twilight. The soldiers stared at Akainu with wide eyes. Forced to retreat. Advertisement, Marine Admiral forced Yuichi back. Why? The previous attack was obviously useless. How can we force Yuichi back now? The doubts of these people Akainu has already explained Shikai. Really? Akainu's voice sounded. All looked to Akainu. He looked down at his fists. For you, the attack of the fruit ability is not as powerful as the attack of haki. So, the ability attacks of the three of us, you can easily defeat them all, or block them unscathed. Hearing this, Kizaru also suddenly appeared not far from Yuichi. Looking at Yuichi in front of him, it seems that compared to the attack of the fruit ability, haki can deal a more effective blow to you, right? Kizaru's face became a little weird as he said that. Aokiji, holding the skates, also adjusted his state again and walked towards Yuichi. After several world wars, haki's power itself has been strengthened. On the contrary, the fruit ability does not seem to be enhanced. What Aokiji said is not right. Strictly speaking, the fruit ability has also been strengthened. However, unlike haki, which directly increases its power, the fruit ability has been enhanced in terms of development space. If you concentrate on developing the fruit ability, you will also find that the fruit ability has become stronger. However, in the successive world wars, the three admirals obviously did not try to develop the fruit ability. The power of haki exploded from the three of them at the same time. The power of the tailed beast chakra surged from Aokiji's body. Looking at the appearance of the three, it seems that they intend to use haki to fight against themselves. Yuichi smiled. Give up the fruit ability you are good at, and use your weaker haki to fight me instead. Although your fruit ability does not have much influence on me, is it really good to give up your advantages and choose your own disadvantages to fight? Admiral's face became a little ugly after speaking 3 times. Although haki is not weak, compared to Yuichi, even before the World War started, they were weaker. Let alone now. Now Yuichi's haki is stronger than them, plus Ryatsu and tailed beast chakra. Choosing to use haki and Yuichi to fight against each other is the right way, but it can't change anything. Try it to know, Akainu said unconvinced. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled coldly, then let's try it. Instant shot. Haki's undulating explosion was accompanied by a powerful impact from Yu's body. The three admirals, together with the marines present, all felt a strong sense of oppression at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Yuichi rushed to the three of them and slashed with a mixture of haki and Ryatsu's 2 forces. Violently repulsed the oncoming Aokiji. Then Kizaru and Akainu came from left and right. Advertisement. The haki attacks of the two were attacked by Yuichi, who also raised his fist without any suspense, and sent the two of them flying out with 1 against 2. As Admiral, your haki is too weak, and the fruit-focused ability makes your haki not strong at all. Said Yuichi continued to attack. One person easily suppressed 3 Marine Admirals. Yuichi is on a rampage like a god of war. Either Kizaru or Akainu, or Aokiji. Neither can stop Yuichi. The absolute power displayed by Yuichi stunned the surrounding Marine soldiers and generals. Can pure swordsmanship plus haki be able to suppress the 3 admirals? It turns out that the ability can be so strong without the fruit. How could this be? The 3 admirals of the Logia fruit ability user should have a strong destructive power, but they are helpless against the 10 haki power emperors who apply for the Grandmaster swordsmanship. Strong destructive power and strong combat effectiveness are 2 different things. Facing the three, the one who is slightly qualified to fight Yuichi is Aokiji. Because he has the blessing of the tailed beast chakra. Chakra plus Haki, Aokiji's power is very strong, but not Yuichi Ryatsu plus Haki. What's more, Yuichi has not used the power of chakra, the tail beast. Boom. The three of them were repelled again, and the ice blade in the hand of Aokiji, who was holding the ice blade, suddenly shattered at this moment. Even the protection of the tailed beast chakra is completely useless. Akainu and Kizaru, Lee's good, were even more embarrassed. They don't have the tailed beast chakra armor, completely unable to withstand Yuichi's attack. The three of them stood up and panted heavily, and suffered a lot of injuries on their bodies. But at this time Yuichi stopped suddenly. I said it all, your chi storage is too weak. The fruit ability is too weak. The world is evolving, but you are still standing still. Yuichi smiled. All three seemed to understand something. But at this time Yuichi had no time to care about what they thought. Senseless fighting, end it. Buzz, red chakra explodes. Suddenly everyone stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Aokiji was also stunned. Yuichi has chakra that is as thick as scarlet blood. It is completely different from the tailed beast chakra he released. Feel the strong chakra waves emanating from Yuichi. Is this the power of that tailed beast? Chapter 123 The Collapsed Headquarters Building. The chakra of the tailed beast surges out. Ryatsu, Haki Yuichi also released it without hiding it at all. Three different forces merged together. The momentum of the explosion was completely different. Ryatsu converged into a blue light that surrounded the outermost periphery. This is the first time Yuichi has compressed Ryatsu to such an extent, showing the light of Ryatsu. And then came the red-tailed beast chakra ray. The tail beast chakra, thick as blood, all gathered towards Zanpakuto. Finally, on the inside is the black Haki wave. The black armament Haki with golden light turned into black and golden lightning bolts, dancing crazily on Zanpakuto. In an instant, there were countless ripples all around. A series of ripples shook the surrounding airflow. The rapid spread swept away like water ripples. Call. Thick smoke was blown up by the howling wind. The three of Aokiji swallowed their saliva at the same time, feeling the new wave in the air. Their faces began to slowly turn pale. Yuichi squinted at the three of them, and followed the gap between the three to the naval headquarters building in the distance. This location is probably hundreds of meters away from the naval headquarters building. But Yuichi looked like he was going to take this position and attack the naval headquarters. And the three of Aokiji didn't seem to be in Yuichi's eyes at all. If only they knew Yuichi was going to shoot the 747 here on the naval headquarters, not on them. I'm afraid I will be very angry. There must be a limit to underestimating people. In front of them, the target was the naval headquarters building hundreds of meters behind them. This guy is ignoring them like that. Three forces merged towards the frantic compression on Zanpakuto. In the blink of an eye, they converged on the blade. But the power gathered on the blade slowly dissipated. Yuichi holds the trembling Zanpakuto. He raised his head and his eyes dilated slightly, locking onto the figures of the three in the naval headquarters building behind them. Be careful, don't die. After finishing speaking, I felt a very terrifying feeling suddenly appear. The three of Aokiji immediately burst out with all their strength. Escape. It's impossible to escape. Yuichi locked their breath completely, and it was impossible to escape. If you can't dodge, then only three people join forces to resist Yuichi's attack. Freeze, flash, lava. The three forces erupted at the same time. Frost is satisfied on the ground, flashes are bursting wildly in the middle, and lava is constantly erupting in the sky. The three Marine Admirals are also fully fired. Advertisement. Although it didn't use, CJDH, any special tricks, it was just the ability to release fruits. But when the three forces broke out, it was also an amazing scene. Blue, gold, red. Three different colors converged into a beam of light, galloping away towards the distance. Yuichi lowered his eyes. He looked at the three of them with some disdain. It's just that this level can't stop my attack. Clang. The blade cut across the sky. For an instant, the space in front of Yuichi seemed to be distorted. Invisible ripples spread out, rippling like the waves of a pond. The light was swallowed in an instant, and Yuichi's surroundings seemed to be cut off with a knife. There are two colors of black and white within 10 meters around. Everyone was shocked at this moment, because everyone seems to feel the feeling of time suspension. Immediately afterwards, in the weird black and white space beside Yuichi, a black light emerged. Breaking through the wind at an extreme speed, the sword light was like flames and thunder. Shua, wah wah. With a terrifying roar, they flocked to the three of them. The blade trembled slightly, making a crisp and loud knife sound, clang. Under Yuichi's knife light, the three admirals' joint attack was broken instantly. Air conditioning, laser beams, magma, these are supposed to be powerful forces. Under this knife, it seems insignificant. Before the three could react, the knife light had already appeared in front of them. At the same time they raised their hands to release Haki to try to block. But in the next second, the knife light instantly engulfed the three of them. At the moment of being engulfed by the light of the sword, Aokiji sees Yuichi from the light of the sword. Already slowly taking back Zanpakuto. Is that how confident you are? 16. Immediately withdraw the knife after a knife is released. He didn't even lift his head, as if he already knew the outcome. The gap is it's still too big, but what Aokiji doesn't know now is that the gap is only because Yuichi got the tail beast. Or for other reasons. Aokiji slowly lost consciousness under the terrifying knife light. And the Marines who witnessed the 3 admirals being drowned by the knife felt like they were petrified. Standing still and not moving, but then a more terrifying picture appeared. It continued to move toward the blade light that was sweeping in the distance, without slowing down at all, and even directly hit the naval headquarters building hundreds of meters away. The sonorous sound echoed over the entire Ma Lin fan. When buzzing, advertisement accompanied by a sound like the collision of swords. Cut through the naval headquarters building. A rift appeared in front of Yuichi and spread to the naval headquarters in the distance. Everyone took a deep breath. With a distance of hundreds of meters, it can even reach the naval headquarters building. This slash. The power is too terrifying. Boom boom. Suddenly the building started to roar. Everyone turned to look at the naval headquarters building. A slanted slash mark appeared on the half-waist of that building. The upper half of the building is collapsing towards Malinfando Square. All the soldiers covered their mouths, just watched helplessly as the building collapsed. Until the sound of the building completely collapsing resounded throughout Malinfando. It was only when thick smoke was raised that he slowly woke up. He turned his head to look in Yuichi's direction. And what they saw was Yuichi's back, watching Yuichi striding towards the distance. This man, he didn't care about the enemies behind him at all. The 3 admirals behind them each fell into the building, and there was no movement for a long time. And the collapsed marine building in the distance, the smoke and flames from the fire illuminate Yuichi's way. The marine soldiers surrounding Yuichi automatically dispersed. Facing Yuichi, no one dares to come within 10 meters of Yuichi. Surrounded by marine soldiers. Open black lens bracket mission completed. Close black lens bracket. Whether to enable the second character template. Yuichi sees the prompt of the system. Put a smile on your face. He turned to look at the marine soldiers behind him. He took off the marine cloak on his body, raised his hand and threw it to the nearest marine soldier. From now on, I'm no longer a marine, Yuichi smiled. Turning his head and jumping up directly, he volleyed towards the Tianhai Nan value. This moment, Sengoku, who had almost reached the holy place of Mariajoy, came to the deck. Look at the moon in the sky. He didn't know why he couldn't sleep tonight. And Garp followed behind. Why can't you sleep? Sengoku asked. Yeah, Garp replied, I always feel like something happened tonight. Sengoku froze for a moment and then sighed, I hope it's all my illusion. Chapter 124 Opening the second character template on the peaceful sea on a small reef. Yuichi sat on the reef looking at the dark sea around him. The reflected moon falls in the water. After leaving the naval headquarters, Yuichi galloped for 2 hours, stumbled upon this reef, and stopped here for a short rest. 2 hours ago, I was an alternate for Admiral at naval headquarters. With the approval of Mr. Sengoku, the next Marine Marshal who was being cultivated with emphasis. Who would have thought that now I'm a defected Marine? Unexpectedly, I chose to join Marine at the beginning, but was forced to leave in the end. Although Yuichi doesn't care about Marine, but after all, he has been in Marine for so long time. Click on your own system. Yuichi looked at the interface that popped up. It still shows open black lens bracket whether to start the second character template close black lens bracket. Looking at the system interface, Yuichi felt a little strange. It's not like I didn't fight Aokiji before, why didn't I trigger any mission at that time? However, after that strange fusion of worlds started, the system was able to trigger the task very easily. If your own template system has nothing to do with the fusion of worlds. Yuichi couldn't believe it even if he killed him. For 20 years, Yuichi hasn't been working hard all the time. He also tried various methods, wanting to try to see if he could trigger the mission, or make some other changes in the system. In order to break through the progress of the template character's awakening. But it's all useless. On the contrary, the integration of all worlds began, and the template system seemed to break through. The progress of awakening that has troubled him for many years broke through. For such a long time, Yu has been thinking about the reason for this. In the end, it really made Yuichi think of a possibility. Maybe it's because the power given to Yuichi by the template system does not belong to One Piece world. Before the fusion of worlds started, it couldn't steal too much power from other worlds to give to Yuichi. After the fusion of the myriad worlds began, it was as if the closed door had been opened. Even if it is just a crack, the template system can pass through this crack, steal the power of thousands of worlds, and make Yuichi stronger. This is Yuichi's conjecture, and the system will not answer the specific reason. But let it be so. Come and see now, the second character, Ma Kang Yuang Ma Kang Hao. How much change will it bring me? Open the second character template. Confirm that the host agrees to open the second character template. Open black lens bracket opening close black lens bracket open black lens bracket please wait. Close black lens bracket suddenly, a spontaneous energy in Yuichi's body flowed out from the heart. Speeding through Yuichi's body, blood vessels, muscles, cells, and bones all felt endless tearing pain at the same time. Advertisement even the soul seemed to be torn apart. Then forcibly blending in a new soul from it, boom. Suddenly, the power in Yuichi's body poured out crazily, completely uncontrollable. Ryatsu, Haki, Chakra, and sorcery that keeps coming. Witch power, the power of the Summoning King world. The power brought by the second character template, King Ma Kangyi. The original power poured out, and then the witch power took over Yuichi's body. Weird shamanic fluctuations, different from Ryatsu, Kai, Chakra. It seems that on the other side of the world like a mirror space has set off turbulent waves. All kinds of terrifying tsunamis erupted suddenly on the calm sea surface. The tsunami that can be swept away when it hits in the direction of Yuichi. He avoided Yuichi on his own initiative. Natural disasters, actively avoid Yuichi. After tens of seconds, Yuichi's eyes were red and he reached the limit. The increasingly severe pain in his body was almost unbearable for him. Open black lens bracket strength increased to the limit of host close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for successfully opening the second character template, character awakening progress, 10%. When the terrible pain receded like the tide, Yuichi gasped for breath. Look at the system interface, it turns out to be like this. The same as the first awakening of the Byakuya Kuchiki character template. How much ability can be awakened when the power of the character template is turned on for the first time? It all depends on how far I can persist. When awakening for the first time, Yu remembered that he only awakened 3% of Byakuya Kuchiki's power. And this time, he got 10% directly. If you can persevere, then you can unlock the character template ability. I am afraid that 100% of the power can be obtained directly. Open black lens bracket host. Yuichi close black lens bracket open black lens bracket the first template character. Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Current awakening progress. 58.7%. Open black lens bracket Shikai. Enabled close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Opened. Annihilating scene. Opened. Hang King. Not open. Final scene. Unopened. Ask for flowers. Open black lens bracket cut. Advanced close black lens bracket open black lens bracket fist. Medium close black lens bracket advertisement open black lens bracket go. Moderate close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ghost. Medium. Freely use all keto below number 50, close black lens bracket. Special skill. Empty cicada. Expandability. Void power. Look at the profile of the first person template. Yuichi watched the progress of the newly increased 0.7. I just cultivated a little bit, but I have grown so much, it seems that I will practice as much as possible when I have time in the future. Then next is the second character template. Second character template, King Ma Kangyi. Current awakening progress. 10%, open black lens bracket individual ability. Vision, enabled. Seal, opened. Other abilities have not been activated yet, please continue to increase the awakening progress to unlock more abilities. Compared with the first template, the value of the second character template is displayed too little. 0 but this is the same template ability as Byakuya Kuchiki before. Yuichi wasn't surprised either. But the two abilities of this second character template made Yuichi a little concerned. Spirit vision. You can know the inner ability of others without looking or asking. The effect of this ability can be described as quite pervert. In other words, the person standing in front of Yuichi can know everything about the other person without asking anything. Is this ability terrifying, plus the observation Haki exclusive to World of Pirates? If Yuichi can develop observation Haki's special ability to predict the future, then with the help of spirit vision, you may be able to see through anyone's past and future at a glance. This is enough to be called the power of God, and Asakura Leaf King gave Yuichi the second ability. Seals. One named Fabo, and one named Thunder Palm. 0 in other words, this ability allows Yuichi to summon the front and back ghosts to help fight. It is equivalent to 2 more summoned beasts. The fighting power of the former ghost and the rear ghost, I don't know how it will behave in this world. Is it strong or weak? And now, in addition to Yuichi feeling the new power of witchcraft, all the power in the body seemed to be strengthened. That's why Yuichi wasn't quite sure, will the awakened character template enhance other powers? Or because of the fusion of the power of King Ma Kangyi, what special changes have been brought about? Unknowingly, it seems that it is almost dawn. On the other side of the sea level, a bright light is rising, piercing the black sea surface, reflecting blue light. Chapter 125 Two Worlds in Turmoil Holy Place, Mariajoy. We have 2 very special guests today, Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. The former is very busy, and the latter always hates coming to this kind of Mariajoy. But today it was rare for 2 people to come here together. Even the ordinary guards in Mariajoy were surprised. 1 second before Sengoku entered the palace where the 5 elders were, Sengoku received a message from Naval Headquarters. The news did not come through normal channels. It was a Marine Rear Admiral guarding the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and a Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters brought him the words. Mr. Sengoku. Naval Headquarters last night, something big happened, the Naval Headquarters building was destroyed. When the other party said this, Sengoku was stunned for 10 seconds. This simple sentence stunned Sengoku. Marines, 2000, department building was destroyed? What are you kidding? Who can do such a thing? Who could have done something like this at Naval Headquarters, to the Naval Headquarters building? That's Naval Headquarters, The 3 admirals are all there, and many powerful vice admirals have also gathered. And Yuichi, in this case, unless a certain pirate group in 4 emperors suddenly killed naval headquarters from New World. And it is still under the condition of gathering all the combat power under his command. It is possible to break through Marine's defense and destroy the naval headquarters building. But is it possible for the 4 emperors to come back from the New World and go straight to naval headquarters? Absolutely impossible. For whatever reason, they don't have the time even if they wanted to. So Sengoku felt something was wrong at the first time, and even soon he thought of the reason for this incident. Sengoku's eyes suddenly opened, bursting out with an extremely strong killing intent. They, unexpectedly, did it? Rear Admiral nodded gloomily. At the same time, Mr. Yuichi has defected from Marine. As soon as the words fell, Garp's expression also changed. Are these bastards willing to give up everything just to snatch power? Advertisement. How important is Yuichi's fighting power to this world? Defeating enemies from another world 3 times in a row, such a person is forced to leave Marine at this time. Will they not care about the next world war? Caring is naturally caring, but those 5 didn't think they couldn't win without Yuichi. The reason for Admiral's defeat was not that he was weak, but that he didn't understand the enemy. Now they have a general understanding of the enemy's capabilities and fighting styles. It is not a problem at all to defeat those so-called ninjas. The fighting power of 7 warlords of the sea is enough. It's just the Moonlight. Moria is a little weaker. Now the 5 elders are discussing to capture Moria and use him to steady the power of Chakra, the tail beast. Just find another stronger person to take his place. Sengoku crossed the rear admiral in one step, and rushed straight to the palace where the 5 elders were. Walk through the long corridor and kick open the gates one after another. Garp stood at the door and sneered. He didn't plan to go with Sengoku, because although Sengoku was very angry, he still didn't give up. Without giving up negotiating with those guys, Sengoku went in and said nothing. In the worst case, even the position of Marshal Marine may be removed directly. Now, people from all over the world who just woke up from the banquet of victory in the World War. Even before recovering from the hangover, I saw today's newspaper. A piece of news that shocked everyone was published in the newspaper dropped by the newspaper delivery bird. Naval headquarters collapsed. Impossible. What happened to naval headquarters last night? The previous Marine gathered many powerful vice admirals, and even King Admiral was in naval headquarters. Mr. Yuichi is also at naval headquarters. Facing such a fighting force, what kind of strength can destroy the naval headquarters building overnight? Look at the latest urgently published photos in the newspaper. That photo is indeed naval headquarters, yes. There is also a corner with the Marine logo on the ruins. Although full of doubts, the news has now been heard all over the world. Many people wonder why this happens. Obviously naval headquarters has so many terrifying existences with combat power. Even someone destroyed the naval headquarters building. It's unbelievable, it's impossible for this to happen, is the server spreading rumors. Advertisement. However, many people saw that something was wrong. Whitebeard. Naval headquarters. The building was destroyed. It's really interesting, San Admiral and that kid named Yuichi. Even if the old man came in person, it wouldn't mean destroying the Marine building. Marco. So what happened to naval headquarters? HMPH, maybe something very interesting happened. Whitebeard said and looked towards the sky and suddenly laughed. Excluding the 4 emperors who are impossible to do, then there are only those who have the strength to destroy naval headquarters in a reasonable manner under such circumstances. There is probably only one person. Not some pirates but Marine's own people. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't stop laughing. Originally, he was a great threat to pirates. After such an accident happened overnight, the next thing will be fun. Wano-kuni. Kaido stared at the newspaper for a long time, and then his hands looked confused. Sit on the ground and laugh out loud. Broken arm, Marine. Charlotte on Cake Island. Lin also smiled very strangely like G-Duo. The members of the Charlotte family watched their mother laugh inexplicably. I don't know why, although there is indeed a conflict between them and Marine, but seeing the collapse of the naval headquarters building doesn't make it so much, so laugh so happily. On the pirate ship of the red-haired Shanks, who is heading somewhere, stands at the bow. Looking at the endless sea. The world government cannot accommodate such a man. Yinhai is his real destination. Beckman laughs behind him. Shanks trying to recruit him? No. A man like that probably won't succumb to others. Just wait and see, soon an unprecedented pirate will be born. But now Shanks cares about another thing besides emotion. There are still 5 days before the start of the next world war. As the person who contributed the most to the 3 world wars, something like that happened now. How can I explain it to the whole world? Yuichi's heroic fighting posture has long been seen by everyone. That is an indelible feat. If the world government doesn't give a reasonable explanation, its prestige in the world will be greatly reduced. A storm is brewing in One Piece world. Yuichi is on his way to the New World, now and across the Red Line, heading towards the New World. And at the moment Hokage world. In the Kingdom of Iron, a meeting that affects the future of the entire ninja world is also being held. The 5 Kages conference was officially held. Chapter 126. Master and Apprentice meet again. New World. On an unnamed island. A group of pirates are hiding on a mountain, looking at the people who are coming up from all directions below the mountain. What these people call themselves is Neo Marine. but in fact, it is just a group of Legion organizations that are not recognized by Marine at all. A hole. That old guy from Black Arm Zephyr has already quit Marine, why is he still making trouble with us? Captain, what shall we do now? The burly and tall pirate with a huge long knife in his hand turned his head to look at his subordinate. How to do? What else can I do except die now? As he said that, he immediately grabbed the subordinate who asked such a stupid question and threw him down the mountain. The Neo Marine at the foot of the mountain is constantly gathering, ready to head towards the mountain. Black Arm Zephyr, who was sitting on the pile of corpses at the foot of the mountain, glanced at Ain and Binz, two excellent students. I'll leave the rest to you, said Zephyr, unloaded his mechanical arm and waved his right arm. Controlling the mechanical arm to fight makes Quanfa feel a little unnecessary. My body has returned to the state of about 60 years old. He is now in his 70s, suddenly 29 years younger. It is not a little bit that increases Zephyr's combat effectiveness. Now I can fight without taking medicine. The pain in the body basically disappeared. A smile spread across Zephyr's face. Thanks to that boy Yuichi, he won several world wars in a row, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't have such a change. Speaking of it, it seems that the teacher himself should also thank his unprecedented student. Boom. Boom. There was a terrifying roar from the mountain. Zephyr waited for the fight to end, smoking a cigarette. 10 minutes passed quickly. Ain and Binz, who were covered with a lot of dust, came back behind Zephyr. Teacher. It has been solved. Zephyr nodded, dropped the cigarette in his hand, and took the mechanical arm. Clean up the battlefield and rest on this island tonight. Yes, Ain and Binz are going to go down to make arrangements. But at this moment, suddenly there was a splash of water in the sea. Advertisement: there was a crash on the shore, and something rushed out of the water and landed on the shore. Call. The three of Zephyr looked towards the shore, and the surrounding Neo soldiers were also a little confused. What? Jumped out of the sea onto the shore. When the water spray dissipated, a man on the shore was wringing out the water stains with his clothes. Slender and straight body, angular muscles, almost perfect proportions. A head of black hair, neither long nor short, was wet and pressed against his handsome and flawless face. The soldiers froze. Who is this person? He jumped up from the sea. Is it a victim in the nearby sea? The man wrung out the clothes and put them back on. Turn your head and look at Zephyr, who was in a daze. The corner of the other party's mouth rose slightly, revealing a warm smile. Teacher, long time no see. The soldiers stared blankly at him. This guy was aiming at their leader. Black Arm Zephyr calling a teacher? Is this person also the leader's disciple? However, someone suddenly became confused. Isn't he just a Marine Admiral candidate? Why not do it? Yuichi. Marine. How did it appear here? How did he get here? Jumped out of the sea. Jump up from the sea. The soldiers were surprised for a while, and then closed their mouths one by one. Zephyr also came back to his senses. You boy. How did you come here? How did you come here? Yuichi smiled and said lightly, oh, when I was on an island before, the weather was too bad, and it was too troublesome to run from the sky, so I dived here. Skydiving. Binz was a little confused, cold in New World. Snorkeling in this perilous sea. Ain looked at Yuichi. Wait, where did you say the last island was? I don't know where. That island is very strange, it keeps thundering. Thunder? Ain recalled. His lips turned white immediately. You said, could it be Thunder God Island? Yuichi shrugged. I don't know the name of that island. If it's really Thunder God Island, it's nearly a day's flight time from here. Have you been swimming in the sea? Yuichi smiled. My swimming skills are very good. To be more precise, it is diving. The speed of diving is faster than that on the surface of the sea. Advertisement: Binz. Soldiers. Everyone is collectively petrified. The man said he snorkeled from that far to get here. Is this a joke? It's not funny to make jokes like this. Zephyr suddenly opened his mouth and smiled without hesitation. See, the terrifying monsters in this world have never been able to use common sense to think about them. Only you, a monster boy, can swim on the sea. Come out. Yuichi walked towards Zephyr and bowed lightly. Sensei looks much better. Thanks to you, I have also gained a lot of benefits from defeating that world and allowing the world to evolve. My body is stronger and part of my strength has recovered. Said Zephyr glanced at Yuichi. Why are you here? Looking for me? Well, this time I'm here to find the teacher. Zephyr's face became gloomy, and there was even a fighting spirit in his eyes. Seeing Zephyr like this, Yuichi waved his hand. Don't worry, Sensei, I'm not here to fight you. Hearing this, Zephyr instantly regained his previous relaxed look. Then what are you here for? Yuichi stopped, and said slowly with a slight smile, I leave Marine. Boom. Still imagining who can swim to the soldiers here from such a long distance. Now he opened his mouth even more and looked at the man in front of him. He said 253 leaving Marine. How is it possible? This man is now an important combat force of Marine. Why did he leave Marine? Not to mention they don't even believe Zephyr. Why? Yuichi smiled. Tail beast. Hearing this, Zephyr was stunned for half a second, then quickly understood. So when the old man tried to persuade you to leave Marine, you don't listen and now you know the consequences. Zephyr smiled and hooked Yuichi's shoulder directly. Exactly, this old man has been short of monsters like you, Yuichi. If you come to this old man, This old man can give you the position of leader. You are my best student. You can definitely do better than me. These words made the surrounding soldiers, Bins and Ain nervous. Yuichi's strength, after 3 world wars, has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If such a monster-level existence joins Neo Marine, then they can even try to hunt down 4 Emperors-level pirates. Yuichi, however, did not immediately respond. I just turned my head to look at my former teacher, Zephyr. Now Yuichi can feel the pain in Black Arm Zephyr's heart through the new character template, the ability of Asakura Yi Wang's spiritual vision. Although Zephyr's arm was not chopped off by a Shichibukai because of Yuichi, his family still died. That's why he first left Marine. Yuichi watched a strange light flash in Zephyr's dark eyes. Teacher, I'm here to get your support. Chapter 127 Combine the 4 Emperors to form the strongest force. Support? Zephyr looked at Yuichi. This statement made him feel that there was something hidden in Yuichi's words. The ability of spiritual vision allows Yuichi to vaguely feel the doubts in Zephyr's heart. Now the feeling that the spirit vision gives Yuichi is far less powerful than King Asakura Leaf. Maybe it's because the awakening progress of my character is still too low. The ability of vision can only make Yuichi vaguely feel Zephyr's mood swings, such as happiness, sadness or doubt, surprise and other emotions. Now Zephyr is full of doubts and curiosity. Yuichi didn't continue playing charades anymore, but directly said something that shocked Ain, Bins and the surrounding soldiers. I want to join forces with the 4 Emperors to form the most powerful force on this sea. As soon as the words are exported, the soldiers all stared at Yuichi in front of them with wide eyes. They are probably all thinking, is this man talking crazy? Unite the 4 Emperors to form the most powerful force on the sea. Once the 4 Emperors are united, they can indeed be said to be the most terrifying force on the sea. But how could the 4 Emperors be united together? If they would have joined together, everyone in the 4 Emperors is not the kind of existence who is willing to be subordinate to others. It is simply a dream that 4 people like this want to unite them. Zephyr's complexion also quickly became extremely gloomy. A rage is burning in his heart. Yuichi, after you left Marine, have you no longer had the heart to uphold justice? If this is the case, you leave the old man immediately, before the old man gets angry. Zephyr's family members were killed by the pirates, but Yuichi asked him to support the joint pirates? No matter what the united pirates do, it's impossible. Zephyr's hatred of pirates is well known to Yuichi. Naturally, it is impossible for him not to think of this, so this time Yuichi has already had a reason to completely convince Zephyr. Zephyr, who suddenly became angry, brought Ain, Bins and the surrounding soldiers back to their senses. Only then did they remember that their leader, Black Arm Zephyr, had a deep hatred for the pirates, and how strongly he supported the alliance with the pirates. It is simply 1000% impossible. If Black Arm Zephyr succumbed so easily, he wouldn't be Black Arm. Yuichi looks at Zephyr. Isn't the teacher going to listen to my reasons? Hearing this, Zephyr laughed instead. He knew Yuichi, and he wouldn't act without being absolutely sure. Advertisement, so in other words Yuichi was sure of convincing him. This made Zephyr suddenly feel interesting. His hatred for pirates cannot be eliminated no matter what. How Yuichi was going to convince himself. HMPH, then let me tell the old man to listen, and see what kind of reason my most proud disciple has to convince the old man. Zephyr crossed his arms and seemed to think that no matter what Yuichi said, he would be indifferent. Yuichi opened his mouth. United pirates, there may be a chance to revive your family. One word. The speed of speech is neither fast nor slow, and the voice is neither light nor heavy and extremely flat. But such a short sentence. Zephyr suddenly stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. What did you say? United pirates, there may be a chance to revive the teacher's family. Zephyr rushed towards Yuichi in an instant, grabbed Yuichi's collar with both hands, and the corners of his face kept beating. You are telling the truth? Yuichi nodded. The teacher has noticed it too. That strange Myriad Realms fusion system, it seems to be omnipotent, teleporting us to another world. Even opened up a weird space. Let the 4 Emperors and others be unable to move freely. It can give us the power of another world. It can make everyone in the whole world younger and stronger. I think it should have the ability to revive the dead. When Yuichi finished speaking slowly, Zephyr loosened his hands slowly, his gloomy face gradually calmed down, and then an indescribable joy crept up his brows. Stretched eyebrows, a hopeful smile bloomed on his face. Hearing what Yuichi said, Zephyr already believed it in his heart. That light curtain, that Myriad Worlds fusion system, really seems to be omnipotent, or Shufu's living and dead people are just a piece of cake for that thing. But, Zephyr looked down at Yuichi again with cold eyes. Even if it can revive my family, why should I unite with some pirate? Having said that, Yuichi casually sat down cross-legged. And Zephyr hesitated for a second, then sat cross-legged in front of Yuichi. The two looked at each other. Yuichi explained slowly. Hasn't the teacher found out yet? Why was the Marine chosen for World War I? The faction chosen by the opponent in World War I is called Konoha Village. Is this just a coincidence? Advertisement, afterwards the opponent was defeated and the power to fight changed. The teacher didn't think about why he would change other powers. Speaking of which, Yuichi picked up a stick of wood and drew on the ground. World War I. I think it should be just for a simple test. Test the power of both worlds. World War II. It should be called a formal war. It is the first time that the worlds of the two sides have formally fought each other, and the world that wins will have the chance to evolve. World War III. Power plunder after world evolution. 3 world wars. The faction called Konoha fought twice. The third time was rotated to another faction. Now Zephyr has begun to think along the lines of Yuichi. He seemed to have thought of the guesswork that Yuichi was going to say later. According to Yuichi, the faction that represents one's own side will be replaced once it loses. Since there are replacements, the order of appearance should not be random. There should be some kind of restriction. And the First World War is a test of strength, so the most powerful forces from both sides should come out to test. The strongest force naturally represents the most powerful force in one's own world. And Yuichi wanted to join forces with 4 emperors to form the most powerful force in the One Piece world, because then Marine was defeated. The next rotation is the strongest force formed by the 4 emperors. Yuichi wanted to continue, but Zephyr raised his hand to signal Yuichi to stop. The old man already understands what you want to do. Zephyr had a smile on his face. This smile made Yuichi smile too. This, of Zhao, means the teacher agreed. Although Yuichi can try to unite with the 4 emperors by himself, but if Yuichi has no power and really runs to unite with the 4 emperors alone. Even if Yuichi has enough reasons to persuade them, he will only play a supporting role and will not have any right to speak. In this way, even if the forces united by the 4 emperors fight on behalf of One Piece world, Yin Yi has no way to fight. Not to mention the inability to obtain the rewards of the Myriad Worlds fusion system. Even the mission of the template system cannot be triggered, so Yuichi's joint efforts with the 4 emperors will be in vain. Zephyr stood up and threw the cloak off to Bins, looking down at Yuichi. Beat me. Hearing this, Yuichi froze for a moment. Why is it that you have to fight with yourself even though you have already agreed? Open black lens bracket task trigger spoon close black lens bracket open black lens bracket compete with black arm Zephyr in Haki and Taijutsu and defeat him close black lens bracket. Task reward. The awakening progress of the second character template is increased by 5% and the host's own hidden ability Conqueror's Haki is awakened. Chapter 128 The Dividing Line. On the sea increase the awakening degree of template characters by 5%? This is a very high reward, but it is a pity that the second character template Asakura Yuang, not the first character template Byakuya Kuchiki. It's not that King Asakura is inferior to Byakuya Kuchiki, it's the situation of Yuichi now. Enhancing the awakening progress of the first character template is definitely stronger than the power brought by the second character template. One has awakened to 58.7% and the other is only 10%. However, the task reward actually comes with the reward for awakening Conqueror's Haki. This confused Yuichi a bit, but it seems that there is not so much time for Yuichi to think about this problem. In front of you, Zephyr took off his shirt, revealing the muscles that have been honed over thousands of years, the muscles embedded in his body like iron body. It looked very scary. Come on, Yuichi, let me see if you have not lost your body skills and Haki in addition to swordsmanship over the years. Zephyr glanced back at the stunned soldiers. Get out of the way. Hearing this, the soldiers suddenly came to their senses, and hurriedly retreated to reveal a wider field for the two of them. Ain wanted to say something, but was repelled by Zephyr's eyes. She and Bins had no choice but to back away silently. Yuichi stood up slowly, looking at Zephyr who didn't intend to use the special mechanical arm. Is this going to be a simple 283 Haki contest with myself? Grabbing the Zanpakuto at his waist, Ain opened his mouth when he saw Yuichi intending to use his weapon. But next second, boom, Zanpakuto, which was spinning extremely fast in the air, was directly inserted obliquely on the ground with its knife and scabbard. Zephyr smiled. Yuichi also took off his shirt, and compared with Zephyr, Yuichi's muscles don't look so full of strength. But the lines are perfect. Ian stared at Yuichi's belly for a second, then turned his head to find Boz looking at her strangely. Although there is no teacher's guidance these years, I have never let go of taijutsu and Haki practice. Really, let me see what level you are now. After speaking, Zephyr looked at Yuichi not planning to make the first move, although he didn't say anything, he was still very satisfied in his heart. Does this disciple see him getting old and want him to make a move first? Although a little gratified, but also a little uncomfortable. Zephyr himself never considered himself old. Take a step with your legs. The power of the full explosion was transmitted to the ground under his feet, and the ground immediately cracked open. The dust and smoke suddenly rose, and Zephyr's figure flashed directly towards Yuichi. Leaving the air 10 centimeters away from the ground, it swept toward the right one like a gust of wind at extreme speed. The fists in his hands stretched back, and Haki instantly covered his hands. Black Arm. Zephyr, hence his nickname, the mighty Haki has his arms completely blackened. Advertisement that's why it's called Black Arm. Zephyr's use of Haki far exceeds Admiral's level. In addition, due to the evolution of the world, the physical condition has returned to the situation 10 years ago. His Haki powers become even more terrifying, a simple straight punch. An astonishing wave was set off in an instant and ripples spread in the air. Such a picture made the soldiers hold their breath. The teacher didn't hold back at all, Bins exclaimed. In was also very puzzled, is this going to kill him? Facing a terrifying punch from Zephyr, Yuichi stood still but didn't move much, even as the terrifying Haki waved fist was about to come. Still saying calmly, amazing. As expected of Mr. Zephyr, Haki is even stronger. Looking at Yuichi, who is not flustered at all, people around him start to worry about him. This guy's swordsmanship is pretty good, but he's fighting with his bare hands now. If they didn't use swords, the soldiers believed in their leader Zephyr, and they definitely had the strength to fight this man. Moment. The black iron fist was bombarded at Yuichi's face with extreme speed. Yuichi squinted his eyes and raised his right arm with 5 fingers spread, Haki instantly covered. Immediately afterwards, the 5 fingers suddenly grabbed it. Boom. Buzz buzz. 2 waves of Haki waves erupted suddenly, producing terrifying black lightning that spread rapidly towards the surroundings. The light generated by Haki's collision seemed to blacken the sky. The aftermath spread, and the ground under their feet sank suddenly, sinking to a depth of 1 meter, JCI. The cracked ground and the extremely fast airwaves swept wildly on both sides. After a few seconds, Haki fluctuations gradually dissipated. The light faded, and Yuichi grabbed Zephyr's fist with one hand. His body still stood straight on the spot, firmly nailed to the ground like a nail. Didn't take half a step back. Zephyr stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Hiss, the surrounding soldiers gasped. How is this possible? Standing where you were. Just caught Mr. Zephyr's fist. Teacher's full attack. This man. This monster. Just caught it so easily, with one hand. Bins. No wonder the teacher called it a monster. This power is indeed a real monster. Is it all right, teacher? Yuichi squinted his eyes and asked softly. Zephyr, who was in shock, suddenly froze. Then with a smile, he pulled his fist out of Yuichi's hand. Raise your fists. How is it possible? It's over so easily, come again. Advertisement boom. Bang bang bang. Fist shadows all over the sky kept falling towards Yuichi. This time Yuichi used his left hand and waved both hands at the same time, blocking all Zephyr's attacks. In a split second, the two fought against each other countless times. The roar in the ear has been resounding continuously. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr's figure retreated suddenly, and Haki's fluctuations became more violent. The figure suddenly disappeared. There was only a cloud of dust and smoke that suddenly rushed straight into the sky and rolled up into the sky. Next second. Boom boom boom. Zephyr, who stepped back 5 or 6 steps in succession, stabilized his figure for a moment. Look up. A huge fist is expanding bit by bit in his eyes. The black fist shadow in the eyes completely covered the whole eyes. But just as he was about to hit Zephyr, the fist stopped. A gust of wind raged past Zephyr at extreme speed. Zephyr's hair and trousers swayed in the wind, long. The storm died down. Fist placed in front of Zephyr, Haki faded away. Yuichi put his hands down and looked at Zephyr. Is this all right, teacher? Zephyr swallowed silently and slowly turned his head to look behind him. A very obvious dividing line appeared on the sea, and the high waves on both sides were rolling back towards the middle. Hush. The sound of running water sounded. The spray dissipated. The sea surface dividing line that has been stretching the horizon also disappeared. The power of that punch. Has it reached this point? He looked back at Yuichi in front of him. Zephyr sighed. I'm old. I really have to admit defeat. Yes. Old man. Lost. After the voice fell, the surrounding soldiers all slumped on the ground powerlessly. Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr was cleanly defeated in a pure Haki collision. Open black lens bracket mission completed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting the reward. Close black lens bracket. Awakening degree of the second character template increased by 5%. Open black lens bracket. Conqueror's Haki Awakening. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 129 Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Second character template. King Ma Kang Yi. Open black lens bracket. Current awakening progress 10%. 10.1%, 11.3%, 12.6%, feel the progress bar slowly rising. The same power inside Yuichi was also constantly surging up like crazy. Force. The power from the world of Summoning King. This power is somewhat similar to Ryatsu, but somewhat different. Ryatsu is the power that comes from the soul, and witchcraft is not completely soul power, but it can act on the soul. Increases soul power. If you let Yuichi say it, witchcraft is more like spiritual power. At the same time as the awakening degree of the Yuichi character template is increased. As the witch power continued to surge, Zephyr, Ain, Bins, and the surrounding soldiers all faintly felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. It was like a stone was suddenly pressed against my heart. The slightly weaker soldiers even started to sweat coldly on their foreheads. It feels like the legs are extremely heavy. Awakening progress of the second character template, 15.3%. Open black lens bracket. Open new ability. Close black lens bracket. Attribute transformation. Transform the state of the super spiritual body holding the spirit into any attribute among gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Open black lens bracket. Individual ability. Vision, enabled. Seal, enabled. Attribute change, enabled. Looking at the new abilities, Yin Yi was a little disappointed. This new ability doesn't seem to do much for Yuichi. He has no spirit. Although I live in witch power now, do you want to find your soul in pirate world? This is impossible, but it is not impossible to insist on the soul. Brook seems to be one. After the fruit of Wangshen is developed, he can go out of his body, but Yuichi can try to capture Brook as his own spirit. But, what's the use of Brook when holding a spirit? It seems that the combat effectiveness against Yuichi can't be enhanced much. It seems a bit tasteless, just when Yuichi felt that this new ability was completely useless. Open black lens bracket awakening Conqueror's Haki for host close black lens bracket boom. Suddenly, for an instant, an invisible wave erupted in Yuichi's body. The rapidly spreading Haki wave swept across all directions in an instant, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. Advertisement Zephyr wondering what the strange power in Yuichi is all about. Suddenly his eyes widened. Conqueror's Haki. At this time, awakened, Zephyr felt the Conqueror's Haki erupting from Yuichi's body, an extremely strong Haki wave. It made him feel incredible. Judging by Yuichi's appearance, this should be the first awakening of Conqueror's Haki. But the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, the power of this Haki is so terrifying. This kid is indeed a rare monster in 100 years. Zephyr also experienced the release of Conqueror's Haki by pirates at the Four Emperors level. Yuichi has only just awakened, like those pirates at the Four Emperors level. It seems to be able to match one or two. This is just awakening. Being able to reach this point means that Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki will become even more terrifying in the future. However, just when Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki awakens, the witch power in the body is running extremely fast. Put Haki, Ryatsu, and Tailed Beast Chakra in Yuichi. All fused and transformed to form Conqueror's Haki erupting wildly. At this moment, Yuichi, who felt the consumption of other powers in the body, and Conqueror's Haki continued to strengthen. He himself froze for a moment. Conqueror's Haki's power had already stopped. But suddenly it surged again, and the strong fluctuation of the outbreak was even more amazing than when the system made him awaken Haki. Before, it was just like a few waves breaking up on the surface of the sea, but now it was as terrifying as a huge wave shaking the sky. Poof! A soldier suddenly lost consciousness and fell down. Next, second, third, from near and far, one piece after another of soldiers slammed down under the impact of Yuichi's Haki. Zephyr looked around, hardly any soldiers could stay awake and all were down. Even Ain and Bins lost their brilliance in their eyes after a few seconds. Instantly fell to the ground. In the end, only Yuichi and Zephyr were left standing on the entire island. The ground under Yuichi's feet was fluctuated by the violent Haki, crushing out countless cracks, spreading like a spider's web at a high speed. When Yuichi came back to his senses, he controlled the magic power to stop functioning. The fluctuation of Conqueror's Haki slowly dissipated. At this moment, Zephyr couldn't keep his calm when he looked at Yuichi. Even if the man in front of him is the most outstanding disciple he has ever taught. But now Zephyr can't treat Yuichi with a normal heart. The first time I awakened Conqueror's Haki fluctuations of this size broke out. Advertisement look up at the sky churning and swirling under Yuichi's Conqueror's dew. The corners of Zephyr's mouth twitched. Such a Haki. Even if it is comparable to the Four Emperors today, it is not too far behind. Swallowing saliva gently, he looked down at Yuichi. When I was at Naval Headquarters before, Yuichi's talent, whether it was the weapon color or the knowledge color, was very good. At that time, I was wondering if this kid would have the qualifications of Conqueror's Haki. Zephyr laughed silently at the thought. It seemed that he was indeed right. Yuichi has the qualifications of Conqueror's Haki and is also extremely scary. But before staying in the Marine, Yuichi's Conqueror's Haki has been unable to awaken. This is also a normal thing. How can a person who obeys orders awaken the power of the king? This does not wake up as soon as Marine Yuichi leaves Conqueror's Haki. It seems that even if Yuichi doesn't leave Marine now, he will leave Marine sooner or later. King cannot be restricted. Zephyr feels very relieved now that as Yuichi's teacher, his disciple awakened Conqueror's Haki. Almost on par with Four Emperors, Zephyr, as a teacher, is very happy to have such a ferocious beast and a disciple with such monster aptitude. And at this moment Yuichi didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation. All he could do was feel the witch power in his body. Nowadays, this new ability of witchcraft makes Yuichi feel extremely unbelievable. Witch power can transform other powers into another power. Ryatsu, Haki, Chakra. Among the three forces, witch power can transform the other two forces into one force. This is different from Yuichi's previous fusion of multiple powers. The three forces have their own advantages and disadvantages, and different force zones are used in different situations. Although the three forces seem to have overlapping abilities in many aspects. But in terms of defense and melee attack, Haki is the strongest. In terms of gathering energy, Ryatsu is the fastest and easiest to control. In terms of the power of the materialized explosion of energy, it is the Tail Beast Chakra that is the most amazing. Now add the transformation ability of witch power. Yuichi can not only use the most advantageous power according to different situations. At the same time, the three forces transform into a certain kind of force, and the power that erupts can break through the original upper limit. Explode a power several times or even dozens of times beyond the original limit. Ma Kangye is worthy of being an undefeated existence as the protagonist of the villain. Chapter 130 Entering Whitebeard's territory. There are still 4 days until the start of the Fourth World War. Yuichi, who met Zephyr and successfully convinced Zephyr, gained Zephyr's support. After a short rest for a few days, Neo Marine, gathered with Zephyr's subordinates, officially set sail from the base camp. Go somewhere in the new world, inside the cabin. Yuichi was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, facing the sea outside the window. Performing knife zen. Suddenly Yuichi opened his eyes. Look at the system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Yuichi close black lens bracket open black lens bracket the first template character. Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Current awakening progress. 59.8%. After a few days of practice, I have successfully increased the progress by 1.1%. This growth rate is even faster than when the template was first opened. Now Yuichi doesn't understand, it's because of the opening of the fusion of worlds. It was also because I opened the second character template Ma Kang Yuang. It seems that, July 17th, will not take long, and the awakening progress will reach 60%. Look at the system prompts. A random reward will be given if the character template awakening progress reaches 60%. Random rewards. This made Yuichi look forward to it. Unknown things always make people can't help but have expectations. Getting off the bed and standing up, Yuichi now took off his previous suit. Put on a wide white cloak. I wore a white suit before because as a Marine general, I must show the majesty of the world government and Marine. So there is no way. To be honest, Yuichi doesn't like the restrictive feeling of suits. It's still more free. Get up, the door is open. Ain stood at the door and looked at Yuichi. The teacher told you to go out. It seems that you are almost at your destination. Yuichi nodded and walked towards the door. Before Ain came, Yuichi already sensed Ain's arrival and shared her intentions. It is also the second character template, after Ma Kang Yuang's awakening progress has been improved. Enhancement effect of spiritual vision power. The combination of this ability and the color of knowledge seems to give Yuichi a sign that he is about to awaken observation Haki's ability to predict the future. Although many times Yuichi is not actively using observation Haki. Advertisement, but there is always an inexplicable feeling, reminding Yuichi to use the knowledgeable Haki. At the same time, after releasing observation Haki, combined with Ma Kang Yuang's spiritual vision ability, the range of perception is extremely amazing. And focus on one person's words. The closer and weaker the opponent is, the more Yuichi can feel the opponent's emotions and thoughts. People like Ain can only feel a rough idea, but if it is an ordinary soldier. Yuichi was already able to perceive the thoughts in the opponent's mind, although not all of them. Although the character's awakening progress increases, the abilities that have been activated will naturally become stronger gradually. After 100% awakening, the ability is enhanced to the point where it is exactly the same as the template character. Come on deck. Yuichi hadn't come out of the cabin door yet, the soldiers on deck already felt a strong sense of oppression. Wait until Yuichi shows up. Some people suddenly came to their senses only to find that their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. Yuichi glanced at the sweaty soldier. You have a strong sense of danger. If you practice well, your achievements may reach the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level. Yuichi casually said something and continued walking forward. Zephyr was waiting for him at the bow. Come to the bow. Zephyr looked back at Yuichi. You kid is really a monster. Conqueror's Haki has only been awakened for a few days? The feeling of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled. I should have controlled it very well. I didn't leak Haki. The teacher's perception ability is amazing. It's not because I have good perception and awakened the Conqueror's Haki. This is an unavoidable phenomenon. As a king, it's normal to feel oppressive. Saying that, Zephyr looked into the distance. Stop talking about this, we've already arrived. Yuichi also turned his head to look in that direction. On the endless sea. Yuichi and others are on this side of the sea level, and a huge ship is parked on the sea from a distance. And this huge ship is Yuichi's target. With Yuichi and other ships approaching, Neo Marine's fleet size is not small. There are 5 or 6 large ships and a dozen small ships. It is fully loaded with soldiers, and the number of personnel is about 5,000. It is too difficult for such a fleet to remain unnoticed on the sea. And someone on the giant ship in the distance had already seen the fleet that suddenly appeared. At the same time, near this huge ship, there are small ships watching secretly from far away. If you look carefully, you will find these small boats, although no flags are hoisted on the boats. It looks like an ordinary small merchant ship or fishing boat or something. But in fact, the above personnel are Marine soldiers. They are closely monitoring the giant ship in the distance. Advertisement. Although it is impossible to monitor the movement of the ship anytime and anywhere, it is enough to determine the approximate position. Marine, who was on board, was monitoring the giant ship as usual. The sudden appearance of the Neo Marine fleet caught Marine's attention. These are Neo Marine, the legion organized by the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. What are they going to do? So many people have gathered to come to Whitebeard's place. Is this an attempt to do something to Whitebeard? Crazy? Several Marine soldiers in charge of monitoring were stunned. Although Black Arm Zephyr was very strong as the original Marine Admiral, his current strength is far from what it used to be. To look to challenge Whitebeard is looking for death. The Marine soldier held up the binoculars to check the situation on the ship. Really, on the first big ship, Heijifa was seen at the bow. It really is the Black Arm Zephyr. but then he noticed a figure beside Zephyr that made the marine soldiers unbelievable. Yuichi, who was not wearing the marine justice cloak, appeared in the eyes of several marine soldiers. Is this Mr. Yuichi? How did Mr. Yuichi end up with the black arm Zephyr? And why is Yuichi-san dressed like this? The matter of Yuichi leaving Marine was blocked by the world government. Although the newspaper has dug up some things, there is no definite evidence that Yuichi has indeed left Marine. So this news has never been reported, and now Yuichi appears. Take Zephyr's ship to Whitebeard's land. In the eyes of these marine soldiers, Yuichi is still a candidate for Admiral of Headquarters 4.8. Such a person can also be said to be the highest combat power of Marine. And Marine's highest combat power is now heading for Whitebeard's ship, the Moby DK. What is this for? Want to slay Whitebeard, but they haven't received any information about this situation at all. Moby DK aboard. Marco held up the binoculars and looked in the direction of the Neo Marine ship. Dad, someone's coming. It's the Black Arm Zephyr, and there's a special guy on board. That kid you've been wanting to meet, Marine Admiral candidate Yuichi. No, it should be said to be the pirate Yuichi now, and he's here too. Hearing this, Whitebeard opened his eyes suddenly. Pirates. Yuichi. Gu la la la. It seems that I have really left Marine, so it means that it is not Marine who wants to attack the old man, but a rising star who wants to take the old man's head. Let them close. Marco, Chapter 131 The World's Strongest Man. Although Marco was a little worried about the other party's intentions. But since my father said so, and now my father's physical condition is much better. Previous medical equipment has been removed. Now the old man has recovered to the physical condition of 10 years ago. There is no need to be afraid even if you face the monster that exploded with amazing combat power in the World War. But after all, he is a person with Admiral's strength. Although it is not the real Admiral, the opponent's strength is no different than Admiral. And there's also a Black Arm Zephyr. Their father's status is restored, so the same Black Arm Zephyr, a sea soldier of the same era as Whitebeard. His physical condition should have recovered a lot. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates needs to be serious. They all took up the posture of facing the battle. When the Neo Marine fleet approached to a distance of 100 meters, the other ships dropped anchor and stopped. Only the boat that Zephyr and Yuichi were on moved on. After getting close to the Moby DK, Yuichi is going to board the Moby Diksha to meet the strongest man in the world. Zephyr, do you want me to accompany you? No, I am enough alone? Hearing this, Zephyr was still a little worried. Are you sure you can really convince Whitebeard? Yuichi paused for a second before saying, I'm not sure. 29. Forehead. Zephyr didn't expect Yuichi to give such an answer. It's hard to get out of here if you can't convince Whitebeard. A tough battle is inevitable. Yuichi smiled, but I will try my best. After all, that person is a living legend. It is impossible to persuade him easily. After saying that, Yuichi jumped directly aboard the Moby DK. From the wooden ladder set up between the two ships, they walked towards the deck of the Moby DK bit by bit. Follow Yuichi to take the first step. Boom, invisible fluctuations spread. Conqueror's Haki wave burst, not intensely, but a second step as Yuichi took his second step. Immediately, Haki increased by another magnitude. Third step. Haki skyrocketed again. Despair, despair, despair. Yuichi maintains a certain rhythm of pace, and the Haki waves emanating from his body are getting stronger and stronger. Seeing Yuichi's actions, Zephyr broke into a cold sweat. Advertisement. This kid actually releases his Haki so brazenly. On board, Marco felt the growing Haki, frowning at the crew on deck. If it's just this level, I can still bear it. Just as he was thinking so, after a while, Marco regretted it. Cold sweat broke out on his face. The increasingly intense Haki was almost as close to their father's Conqueror's Haki. Who is this whose Conqueror's Haki is so scary? Boom. With the crew down, Marco patted his forehead sharply. Oops. Bang. Bang. Some of the crew froze. What's wrong with them? Brick Jazzy. Don't worry, they just passed out. They'll be fine in a while. Did you faint? Why? Joe snorted coldly. Apart from the four of the four emperors in the New World, who else has this kind of Haki? Just as he was speaking, the sound of heavy footsteps sounded. Yuichi, wearing a white cloak, stepped onto the deck of the Moby DK. The crazy catharsis of Haki split the board of the ship in an instant. Yuichi strode toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked up at Yuichi. Marine boy has such a strong Conqueror's Haki. The Marine and world government can't keep people like this. Marco and the others looked serious. It turned out that this Marine really had such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki. This kind of strong Conqueror's Haki is not inferior to Daddy. At this age, there is Haki who is comparable to Daddy. It is indeed a monster. When Yuichi was 10 meters away from Whitebeard, he stopped suddenly, and the last violent wave broke out. Moment. The elite crew members who could still barely support also fell to the ground one after another. Yuichi stopped and Haki also dissipated. Most of the crew on the ship passed out on the ground. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi coldly. Marine. No, it should be a pirate now. Yuichi smiled. You can say that. That's a pirate, so what are you doing here as a pirate? Do you want to take the old man's head? You have a big appetite, kid. You just became a pirate and you're on the throne of the four emperors. Advertisement. It appears that Whitebeard was completely mistaken. I'm not looking at the throne of the 4 emperors, and I'm not here to take your head. Hearing the words, Whitebeard smiled. A person who unscrupulously released Hokage said that there is no hostility. Do you think the old man will believe it? Yuichi's face is still calm. I just want to let the strongest man in the world see my strength. The purpose is not to be underestimated. Gu la la la. Interesting guy, your Hokage surprised me. It's rare to see a Conqueror's Hokage awakened as a Marine. Conqueror's Hokage didn't awaken in Marine, but after first left Marine. This sentence made Whitebeard, who was smiling, stop suddenly. What did you say? Whitebeard wasn't quite sure if he had heard it wrong. This kid said his Conquerors awakened after leaving Marine? How many days has he been away from Marine? Awakened Conqueror's Hokage is nothing, but that level of Conqueror's Hokage can completely compete with him. Did he say he just woke up? Although Conquerors can be cultivated and strengthened, it doesn't mean that you can directly awaken the top Hokage right away. Where Yuichi walked just now, the plank of the ship was directly cracked by the air. This kind of Conquerors that can cause substantial damage is not at all like the power that a person who has just awakened Conqueror's Hokage can grasp. When did you say your Hokage awakened? Yuichi smiled. After leaving Marine, that is, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Awakened Conquerors reached this level? White Who 310 stared at Yuichi, but there was no sense of lying from Yuichi's demeanor. This kid. Is it really Conquerors who just awakened? Impossible, just awakened Conquerors can't control Conquerors to such an extent. A monster? Forget it, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Whitebeard, I'm leaving Marine, and I think you can guess the exact reason. Yuichi paused at this point. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi. Yuichi's expression became extremely serious and serious. I came to see you to unite with you, joint? Whitebeard didn't expect Yuichi to say that. Unite yourself? What to do? Deal with Marine? Whitebeard laughed and wanted to tell Yuichi that Whitebeard didn't need Yuichi's help, nor anyone's help, to deal with Marine. As long as Marine dares to provoke Whitebeard, he will never make it easy for Marine. Whitebeard fears no one in this sea. You go back, boy. This old man is not interested in uniting with anyone, no matter what enemy. I, Whitebeard, can deal with it myself. It was also expected by Yuichi that Whitebeard would have such an answer. 4 emperors. No one is not proud. Yuichi lowered his head and smiled lightly, and shook his head. Really? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Edward. Newgate does have the power to deal with all enemies, but you alone can against the whole world? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Against a whole world? Boy, what do you mean? Chapter 132. The belittled Yuichi Marco jumped off the next higher platform. Looking at Yuichi in front of him. His eyes were gloomy. Hey, Yuichi, what do you mean? Why does Dad have to face a whole world of enemies? Besides, even if the whole world unites to deal with Papa, our Whitebeard pirates will not be afraid. Yuichi. I mean another world, not this one, another world? The crew on board froze for a moment. The team captains soon understood. Yuichi was talking about the other world that was at war with their world. But why did the Whitebeard pirates face that world? The captains paid no heed to Yuichi's words. Whitebeard, Marine represented our world in the battle against Otherworld. Although the whole world has benefited, Marine has gained the most. Once you win a world war, not only your own world will evolve. Those who participate in the battle at the same time will also receive unique rewards. Said Yuichi looked at the people on the boat. The tailed beast chakra in the body of raising hand surges out. The chakra, as thick as blood, emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The appearance of chakra immediately made everyone stare at the ball of energy in Yuichi's hand with wide eyes. Even Whitebeard leaned forward slightly to get a better look. Participating in a world war, although the whole world will benefit if you win, but the forces participating in the war will gain the most. 4 emperors, Marine, and world government, 3 forces maintain the balance of the sea, and now this balance is already tilting. Yuichi looked up at Whitebeard. I believe Whitebeard should have felt it long ago. The balance is broken, so sooner or later, the era of great pirates will end. Speaking of this, Whitebeard laughed. Even so, I don't need to unite with you, a brat. The old man has also seen some problems in the 3 world wars. The fighting party in the world war is not fixed. Sooner or later, it will be my turn for the Whitebeard pirates to fight those ninjas. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates can also gain great power. Whitebeard waved his hand and signaled Yuichi to leave without saying any more. And Yuichi sneered. Did you find out too? But you didn't tell the whole story. Whitebeard was impatient. Yuichi pretended not to see it and continued talking to himself. Advertisement. There are 4 emperors, each of which is very powerful. Whitebeard, how do you ensure that your Whitebeard pirate group will be selected with a 1/4 probability? Know that sometimes one step slower will never catch up with the other 4 emperors. Whitebeard. Oh, so you have a way to make the Whitebeard pirates under the old man's command guarantee that they will be selected by that weird thing to fight in the other world? Certainly. Originally thought that Yuichi would be speechless for this question, but unexpectedly Yuichi answered immediately. Even the tone is so sure. The smile on his face faded away, and Whitebeard's expression became serious. Looking at Xiangyu, boy, if you play tricks on this old man, the consequences are not something you can bear. Yuichi glanced at him. I don't have the time to juggle 4 emperors. Then tell me, how did you let the Whitebeard pirates under the old man's command be selected to fight in the otherworld? Then Yuichi told Whitebeard what he had said to convince Zephyr. In the World War, choose both sides to fight. It's not random, but there are certain rules. If Yuichi hadn't known about it, both Marine and Konoha village could be said to be the most powerful forces in both worlds. I'm afraid I can't guess the rules for selecting combatants in the World War. And Yuichi's words made Whitebeard's expression dignified, and his eyes flickered continuously. Seems to be thinking about the possibility that Yuichi said. 3 seconds after Yuichi finished speaking, Whitebeard thought about it carefully, and it is indeed very possible that, as Yuichi said, the rules for selecting the fighting party are the ones he analyzed. Coupled with what Yuichi said, Shichibukai was not originally on the list of personnel selected by Sengoku. But when the world government handed over Shichibukai to the command of Marine, it officially delegated power to Marine. Everyone in Shichibukai can be selected by Sengoku. From this point of view, all changes in the world's forces, and that weird light curtain, can also be read. This is also like what Yuichi said, if the two forces combine to become the new strongest force in One Piece world, then the light curtain is also approved. But, Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Yuichi. Boy, I want to thank you for telling me this information. In return, are you interested in joining the pirate group under Lao Jing's command? The olive branch was thrown out suddenly, but Yuichi's face suddenly darkened. This old thing obviously recognized what he said, but he still had no intention of joining forces with him. Because of Whitebeard, he can use this method to make the Whitebeard pirates the most powerful force, thus gaining the right to fight in the next world war. Whitebeard's solicitation was just a casual question. Even if Yuichi really agreed, Whitebeard would not dare to reuse Yuichi. A person who just escaped from the Marine, what if he is an undercover agent of the Marine? Advertisement, Whitebeard, do you want to compete for the right to participate in the World War according to the method I said? Hearing this, Whitebeard leaned back slightly and didn't answer Yuichi, just smiled faintly. This demeanor obviously thinks so. Yuichi sighed. Sure enough, the joint 4 emperors plan would not be so easy to succeed. The reason why Whitebeard rejected Yuichi is also very simple. Much the same reason as before Zephyr proposed a fight before backing him. Zephyr is not sure that Yuichi has enough strength to implement the plan of uniting the 4 emperors, so he has to fight Yuichi himself to verify Yuichi's strength. Whitebeard, on the other hand, does not think that joining forces with Yuichi can increase his power, and the only people who are qualified to join forces with him are the other 4 emperors. So Yuichi's request was rejected. Now, there is only one way for Yuichi to get Whitebeard to agree to join him. Show enough strength to get Whitebeard's approval. 4 emperors, they are all extremely arrogant guys. As the Emperor of the Sea, even Admiral is not looked down upon by them. In the eyes of Whitebeard, Yuichi is only an admiral-level existence. Whitebeard, I don't know, you can't do it yet, you're not so old that you can't even lift a knife. Heard the words, get Zhao, Whitebeard's gaze instantly became extremely cold, and the aura of the crew and captains on the ship also changed suddenly. Boy, are you looking for death when you say such things on the old man's boat? Yuichi stared at Whitebeard hard. The strongest man in the world, I have long wanted to see how strong he is. To challenge you. Boom. The captains and the crew were all stunned for a second. This guy is so arrogant, the man in front of him is the strongest man in the world, a living legend. The people who are qualified to fight this man in this sea can be counted on one hand. How dare he challenge Whitebeard? Marco stood up directly. If you want to challenge Dad, you are not qualified enough, I will deal with you. Marco. Whitebeard stopped him, and then stood up slowly. The moment his huge body completely stood up, a majestic aura like a mountain suddenly exploded and crushed towards Yuichi crazily. Chapter 133, Fighting against the strongest man in the world. The tall Whitebeard looked down at Yuichi. The pressure in that gaze was very strong. Interesting. Gu la la la. Is this kid trying to prove his strength to the old man? Unwavering eyes, no change of breath. It seems that he really wants to fight the old man. Facing Yuichi with such an arrogant attitude. On the contrary, Whitebeard appreciated it very much, and even dispelled the idea of whether Yuichi might be Marine's undercover agent. Now he also wants to see, this Marine genius. What is the real fighting power of the kid who was forced out of the Marine? Seeing Yuichi fight in the light curtain, even watching Yuichi fight live. It's not a personal experience either. Very good, no one has dared to challenge this old man for many years. Father, let me deal with this kind of guy. Whitebeard looked at Marco slightly angrily. What? When did the old man become someone who only hides behind his son and accepts protection? If I don't even dare to accept a challenge from a brat, I can completely give up the position of the 4 emperors. Saying that, Whitebeard looked back at Yuichi. I accept your challenge. If you can hold out under my hands for an hour, I will consider 747 your proposal just now. Hold on for an hour? Whitebeard was underestimating himself. Although Yuichi didn't have full confidence in defeating Whitebeard, but when he really had to fight for his life and death. There is a full 60% certainty that he will kill Whitebeard, but he may also be seriously injured. Open black lens bracket task trigger close black lens bracket, multiple template characters trigger tasks, please host to choose one of them to execute. Open black lens bracket the first template character, Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket, awakening progress, 59.8%. Second template character. King Ma Kang Yi, Awakening Progress, 15.3%. After the number of template characters increases, will more tasks be triggered? However, it seems that although there will be more trigger tasks, it seems that only one of the tasks can be selected for execution each time. Select the first template character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Open black lens bracket selected character, Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket open black lens bracket task announcement close black lens bracket. Stay unbeaten for an hour under Whitebeard, or directly defeat Whitebeard to obtain Whitebeard's approval. Task reward. Template expansion ability Void Power opens Masked Form. Masked Form. With this ability, with Yuichi's current strength, he really won't be afraid of the 4 Emperors. Advertisement not to mention completely suppressing every 4 Emperors, at least they have, CJCB, the same power as 4 Emperors. In this way, the success rate of the joint 4 Emperors will be greatly increased. After all, no matter what world you are in, strength is an important factor in determining the right to speak. Start the boat and find a place for the old man to display it to his heart's content. It just so happened that the old man also took a look at the current state of his body, how much he has recovered. Marco looks at Whitebeard with great interest. Father, why don't you leave it to me to deal with this kid? Your health has just improved, and you haven't had a comprehensive checkup yet, so rashly fighting will have an impact on your health. What else is there to check? The old man's body, the old man himself knows, there must be no problem now. Father. The people on the boat, ignoring Yuichi now, all started to gather around Whitebeard. Whether these people are ordinary crew members or the captains of the squadron, they are worried about Whitebeard's health from the bottom of their hearts. The extended family that Whitebeard has created is indeed a warm one. Somewhere on the 3-hour voyage from the Moby DK, there is a huge and deserted island. The captains who couldn't dissuade Whitebeard are all very anxious and worried staying on the shore now. 2 people who were already standing in the open space in the distance. Yuichi and Whitebeard. They're staring at each other. The Neo Marine fleet on the side was also watching Yuichi and Whitebeard from the shore. Zephyr's expression was rather dignified. Although Yuichi's strength is very strong, he can face the current Whitebeard. Whitebeard regained some of his health. This is the strongest in the world. Zephyr is not sure how he will fare against Whitebeard Yuichi. Even if he was so worried, Ain, Binz and the soldiers of Neo Marine were even more worried. Challenge Whitebeard. This is Whitebeard, it's impossible to beat it. Just stick to it for an hour, it shouldn't be a problem. 1 hour? Who do you think Whitebeard is? He is a great pirate who is competing with Roger, the only living legend in the sea, and he can persist for an hour at the hands of such a monster. That's also not something that can be done casually. Although these people feel that it is impossible to win. But there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart, hoping that a miracle will happen. Whitebeard is very strong, but he is also facing a marine genius, and his combat power is definitely an admiral-level monster. Yuichi and Whitebeard standing in a clearing hundreds of meters away. The distance is less than 10 meters. From a distance, Whitebeard's tall body looks like a hill. And Yuichi looks like a kid. Although Yuichi is already 2 meters tall, he is nothing compared to Whitebeard. Advertisement, boy. Let's do it. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki, a weapon similar to Guangong's broadsword. Coupled with Whitebeard's aura, the sense of oppression is very terrifying. There is no wavering in Yuichi's heart right now. Just hold on for an hour. Even if it is not serious, there is no problem at all. This is Yuichi's self-confidence. But, Yuichi is not such a relentless person. What he thinks about is how to defeat the monster in front of him within an hour. If you want to do this, you have to work hard, 1 step forward. Yuichi's knees were slightly full, gathering his strength. At the same time, the left hand holds the sheath of Zanpakuto at the waist. The right hand was slowly placed on the handle of the knife and hung in the air. The breath became extremely weak, to the point where people could hardly feel it. With Yuichi posing like this, Whitebeard instantly felt a sense of crisis that he hadn't seen for a long time. What a boy! You can actually pose a threat to this old man, the potential is astonishing. While Whitebeard was sighing in his heart, sudden. An incomparably thick aura fluctuated and spread from Yuichi's feet. Suddenly, a strong storm swept across, causing the surrounding ground to crack open. At the same time at this moment, less than a second. The witch power in Yuichi was running at full speed. All the power converges into Ryotsu, which explodes at Yuichi's feet. Shunpo. For a moment, Yuichi's figure began to twist and then disappeared like fireworks. Next second, Yuichi, who was completely out of sight but already appeared in front of Whitebeard. The Zanpakuto at the waist was pulled out in an instant. A slash to Whitebeard's neck. The witch power transforms other powers in the body. In a sudden instant all Ryotsu transforms into Haki. Overlaid on Yuichi's Zanpakuto. The moment Zanpakuto was unsheathed, a black thunder erupted from the blade. The extremely strong Haki fluctuation directly responded to the black thunder. Directly spread rapidly towards the surroundings. Beep bang. Buzz buzz. A series of astonishing ripples suddenly swept out. The dusty island shook violently in an instant. Chapter 134 Intense Haki Collision. The terrifying shock came suddenly. Marco and the others, who hadn't paid much attention to it, frantically searched their eyes. Staring at the distance. The knife cut to Whitebeard, the blade sliced through the void as if the light had distorted it. The surrounding ground was violently rippling under the violent shockwaves like the surface of water. It is unimaginable that such a situation will occur now on a solid ground. The calm look on the faces of the members of the Whitebeard pirates completely disappeared. Instead, there were horrified eyes, looking at Yuichi in shock. The hockey wave burst from Yuichi's Zanpakuto, strong, a little too much. The erupting black thunder shot straight into the sky like real lightning. And Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki in his hand, and also instantly released his superb hockey skills. Most of Yuichi's slashing power was removed, but even so Whitebeard took a sharp step back, stomping his right leg heavily into the ground. Boom! The sparks that erupted from the collision of the blades continued to burst out. The hockey of the two collided, and Yuichi's hockey had a golden light. And Whitebeard's hockey glowed faintly white. The volatility of the two hockey stalks is almost the same. For a while, the two were in a stalemate. As hockey collided, the surrounding ground continued to collapse, and huge rocks were impacted by hockey waves. Slowly soar into the sky. The roaring sound kept thinking, and the blue veins on the faces of both sides kept popping up. Marco, who was still sitting on the ground with a calm face before, has stood up now and his mouth is wide open, as if it is enough to stuff an egg. Until the airwaves generated by the hockey collision between the two became stronger and stronger. Marco was almost blown away before he suddenly reacted. This guy's hockey is on par with Daddy. How is this possible? It wasn't just Marco who felt such a thing was impossible. Even the other team captains felt that Yuichi's pure hockey power could not reach Papa's level. This is a legend in the sea, a legendary pirate. His hockey has spent most of his life in this sea area and has been honed little by little after defeating countless enemies. Just a Marine Admiral candidate, no matter how talented he is. It's just that they are strong in skills, and their talents are at most better than the same group of people. Hockey's strength cannot be developed overnight. In particular, the further back the power of hockey is, the more effort it takes to hone it. At Yuichi's current age, he has hockey at the same level as their father. This is simply impossible. Is this a genius? Hockey's power can also transcend time and reach incredible levels. Foil Besta's hands are trembling slightly now. Advertisement. When, suddenly the two suddenly separated. The violent wind pressure erupted at the moment of separation, and the astonishing airflow made people curl up and try to stabilize their body as much as possible. Not to be blown away by the violent wind. However, after the storm swept through, everyone hadn't had time to look up. Boom! Suddenly, there was an even more terrifying collision sound. Yuichi holds Zanpakuto in both hands, and all the energy in his body is transformed into hockey under the action of witchcraft. Why Yuichi chose to play hockey in Whitebeard? Because Yuichi wants to use this method to make Whitebeard agree with himself. But, what Yuichi didn't expect was that after all the power in his body was transformed into hockey's power. With such violent hockey power covering the blade, there is no need to worry about this kind of invincibility. It feels so good to just slash like crazy. No wonder Zaraki Kenpachi in Shinigami doesn't care about moves at all, nor does he care about Zanpakuto's liberation. Strength is everything. Now Yuichi has also experienced this feeling of fighting with absolute power and defeating 10 with one force. Boom. 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 The figures of the two kept moving, and the blades were cut one after another. Whitebeard's combat effectiveness after he has no injuries on his body is even more terrifying than when he was in the original Summit War. It has been fully enhanced several times. Whitebeard was able to injure a Kainu during the Summit War, and he was able to do that with his already battered body. Now Whitebeard is pain-free. The physical condition regressed to 10 years ago. Today's Whitebeard, hockey is at his fingertips. The speed of the knife is not weaker than Yuichi. The same movement speed is not too slow Yuichi. The two of them were constantly moving in this wide open space like two terrifying tornadoes. Constantly raging and frantically destroying everything around. The black thunder continued to shine. Collision, collision, collision again. The roar rushed to the sky and echoed in the sky. It was like a thunderbolt continuously exploding in the sky. Hush! Above the sky became dark at dusk. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky. His eyes shrank suddenly. Advertisement asked for flowers. Sky, heaven, it's cracked. A series of terrified eyes stared at the extremely gloomy sky. A crack splitting from the middle is like an endless abyss, swallowing the clouds on both sides. Zephyr. Yuichi. This kid fought against the old man before, hasn't he played his best yet? Ian. What a strong hockey, he can even compete with Whitebeard, he is a legendary pirate. Bins. Even Sensei doesn't have such a powerful hockey. Zephyr, who was still surprised when he heard the words, looked at Bins with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. The old man is old after all, and he can't compare with you young people. Besides, it's nothing to be surpassed by one's own disciples. When will you two surpass this old man, then talk like this? Boom. Suddenly, an astonishingly powerful slashing wave swept across the air towards the distant mountain. Next second, swish, instantly penetrated that mountain peak. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the hill began to slope slowly. Afterwards, everyone could clearly see the crack emerging from the halfway up the mountain, spreading toward the top of the mountain at an angle of 45 degrees. Tilting and cutting off most of the mountain in an instant. Countless people stared wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. One knife. Cut off a mountain? Whose attack is this? Looking in the direction of both Whitebeard and Yuichi. The direction Whitebeard's blade is facing at this moment is theirs. And you. Dao Zanshu kept his posture in place, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. But looking at the direction Yuichi's blade was pointing at, it was the mountain. That guy did it. Even the mountains can be cut off at will. This guy's strength is simply comparable to that of the old man. Idiot, that's because Dad didn't use the fruit ability, and he has been using Hokage since just now. But the other party is the same. After saying this, people seem to suddenly realize that neither of the two people in front of them has used their abilities yet. A smile broke across Whitebeard's stern face. Gu la 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 la. I haven't met such a strong opponent for a long time. Boy, you are very strong. But why don't you use your abilities all the time? Yuichi. Didn't you also not use your fruit ability? Hearing this, Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, googling, well, let's use our abilities together, and let the old man see your full strength. Chapter 135 Senbon Sakura vs Shock Fruit, do your best. Yuichi squinted at Whitebeard in front of him. The opponent's body seemed to be waking up from a deep sleep. This is presumably because Whitebeard's body has returned to the state it was in 10 years ago, and the pain has disappeared. But the sudden change made it impossible for Whitebeard himself to fully adapt to his suddenly relaxed body. I don't even know how hard my fist should be. So now Whitebeard is adapting to a decade throwback, relaxed body. Continue to fight, his strength will become stronger and stronger. Until Whitebeard discovered the limits of his current body. So the protracted battle is not good for Yuichi, then let's decide the outcome with one move. Hearing Yuichi's words suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with pity. He has already recognized Yuichi from the bottom of his heart, but he still wants to use Yuichi to help him try to see the extent of his real power now. This kind of thing can only be discovered by fighting. 000. Playing against his own sons, Whitebeard would worry about accidentally hurting them. But there is no problem with Yuichi's words, and the gas calendar area that was just shown in the future. Even if you accidentally get hit by yourself once or twice, there will be no problem at all. At most, it is only a serious injury, and it will not die. But Yuichi suddenly said that one move will determine the outcome, which made Whitebeard feel a little pity. I just wanted to have fun, but since Yuichi has the confidence to say such a thing, it is naturally impossible for him, Whitebeard, to disagree. Could it be that he, the majestic Whitebeard, is still afraid of a junior? It is good. Whitebeard readily agreed. Yuichi holds Zanpakuto in both hands. The strongest move for Yuichi right now is Bankai's Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Jianjing makes Chimoto incarnate as Zanpakuto, forming a special space. Envelop yourself and your enemies within this space. No one can escape, and because Jianjing turned Senbon into Zanpakuto, it was equivalent to abandoning his own defense. Senbon does not need to consume Ryotsu to make it float. In this case a large number of Ryotsu will gather to Yuichi himself. The Yuichi Ryotsu surge under Bankai, in this case all the Ryotsu concentrated on itself. It is not necessary to spend a lot of Ryotsu to control 1,000 books. Yuichi's slash will get even more terrifying, and now. The witch power can also transform Haki and Chakra into Ryotsu. How strong the power of Zhongjing will be, Yuichi himself does not know. Then let's try it out, Yuichi finished in his mind. Raise your hand and raise your Zanpakuto. Advertisement. Point the knife to the ground. When this action appeared, everyone's expressions suddenly change. Could it be? That guy is going to use his ability. Yuichi's voice who was talking suddenly sounded. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. An incredible scene appeared. The blade fell from Yuichi's hand, and the moment it pierced the ground seemed to turn into a cold dead lake. Swallow Yuichi's Zanpakuto whole, immediately afterwards. Boom. Yuichi's terrifying Ryotsu crazy outburst. It feels like the power of Conqueror's Haki mixed with the frantic Haki waves. Whitebeard stared at Yuichi, he always felt that Yuichi's power was very strange. Doesn't seem to be Haki. Swish swish swish, rows of huge blades rose from Yuichi's back, one by one. Immediately after the wind blew, thousands of blade fragments emerged. The entire island is suddenly covered with sakura flowers. Such a beautiful scene stunned everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing such a picture from the light curtain is completely different from seeing such a picture in person. Zephyr's eyes flickered. What kind of ability is this? Yuichi is getting more and more incomprehensible. Ain, it's so beautiful, Bins nodded. It's hard to imagine that these beautiful sakura flowers will turn into terrifying weapons of death. HMPH. I always feel that this ability is slightly desolate, IN said slowly. And the indifference shown on Yuichi's face at this moment is indeed extraordinarily terrifying. Make countless petals on the edge of the knife. Boy, your ability is really eye-opening. This ability is not like what can be done with swordsmanship, and it is even less like Devil Fruit's ability. As Whitebeard said, he was about to ask Yuichi what kind of ability this was. Suddenly, a pink light burst out from Yuichi's body. The dazzling light turned into spirit snakes, swirling in the air and sweeping away. Gathering towards the top of the two heads, in the blink of an eye, a wonderful space appeared. And the blade fragments gathered into handfuls of Zanpakuto, arranged neatly and orderly in the air. Circle and circle continued to overlap. Killer, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Yuichi raised his head slowly. This is my strongest move right now. Turn all the blade fragments into knives again, concentrate all the power on yourself, and give up all defenses in exchange for. Raising his hand behind him, a knife flew towards Yuichi. Appears on Yuichi's hand. The moment Yuichi grabbed Zanpakuto, Ryotsu burst out of madness, suddenly emerged into space. A blinding pink light engulfed Whitebeard almost instantly. Advertisement Whitebeard felt heavier and heavier under Yuichi's Ryotsu. Yuichi looked at Whitebeard. In exchange for an unparalleled attack. Whitebeard, are you ready? At the moment, outside this strange space. Everyone seemed to see a vague black translucent glass covering the two of them. There are also things that look like long knives exuding pink light floating around. What is this? This thing has Papa and that guy in it all of a sudden. At this time Yuichi's voice came. Listen to Yuichi explaining the scene. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Marco and the others all stopped. This ability is not for catching Dad, so don't worry about it for now. Although you can't see the outside in the Jing space, you can see what's going on outside. It's just that I can't intervene in the battle between the two now. Whitebeard glanced around. The breath of Marco and others can still be felt, but they cannot be seen. Extraordinary ability. Saying that, Whitebeard looked at Yuichi. But boy, you gave up all your defenses in exchange for attack power. Do you want to bet everything on this one blow? Look at Yuichi's determined gaze. Whitebeard also waved Kong Yunki in his hand. Shock Fruit's ability activates. A translucent ball appeared on the blade. It is constantly compressing and compressing. Yuichi sees all the Ryotsu inside here rushing towards the blade. Although Yuichi has not yet awakened. The final scene of Byakuya Kuchiki. The White Emperor sword can pour all the power into the blade, and then release it in one breath. Such 4.3 tricks do not require special awakening. A pink light envelops the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand. The breath became stronger and stronger. All the energy in the body is transformed into Ryotsu under the transformation of Witch power. At this moment, Yuichi's Ryotsu is at its strongest. Confront Whitebeard. Yuichi's concentration was high, almost at the moment when Whitebeard finished gathering strength. All the power in him has been poured into Zanpakuto. Lightly waving Zanpakuto in his hand, Yuichi made a very ordinary cut. At the same time, the power of shock fruit gathered by Kong Yunki in Whitebeard's hand also exploded. The air cracks. Even for a moment, this different space created by Yuichi was shaken by the power of shock fruit as if it was about to be broken. Gorgeous and dazzling pink light sweeps away. The invisible power of shock is raging. The two forces collided in an instant. Chapter 136 mission completed and the banquet begins. Terrible turmoil erupts. Yuichi's Jing Kong cracks. And it's not just the space Yuichi creates that's cracking at the same time. And the entire island is directly divided into two. Due to the spread of the shock force on the sea surface, a huge wave was set off. The marine watching from a distance was engulfed by the waves. Dust and smoke billowed where the two forces collided. Although the spreading fluctuations gradually dissipated, it still made people unable to gain a firm foothold. Is this the power that erupts from the four emperors level pirate battle? It was the first time for Ain and Bins to see such a terrifying scene. It was terrifying. Looking at the sky, the clouds have long since broken. A seemingly endless crack in the abyss is exposed, which is constantly devouring the clouds and mist. And the huge waves on the sea surface are also churning, and they are about to roll back. Completely submerge the island. But in the next second, a shockwave exploded and broke the waves on both sides instantly. The smoke also dissipated. Father, 29 Marco wanted to rush up, but after the smoke dispersed, Whitebeard half kneeled on the ground, holding Kong Yunki in one hand, his face pale. There is a chasm in front of it, and seawater is pouring in. Look up, across the chasm, Yuichi also has a striking gash on his shoulder. The bleeding didn't stop. The white cloak on his body was also torn apart, and a large area was stained red with blood. Whitebeard still seemed to have the upper hand between the two. Shock Fruit's destructive power is indeed terrifying, because it exceeded Yuichi's expectations. Seeing this result, it seems that Yuichi is slightly inferior. But Zephyr and others smiled instead. Even all the Neo Marines were beaming with uncontrollable joy in their eyes. Joke. The opponent is four emperors. The existence who holds the title of the strongest man in the world can fight to such an extent in front of such a man. Yuichi. It can be said that it has a fighting power comparable to the four emperors. It's just that compared to the old Whitebeard, Whitebeard's body seems to have recovered a lot. Advertisement. While not quite back to his prime, Whitebeard remains Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard did not suffer any obvious injuries to be able to fight like this, he obviously exhausted his strength. If the blow just now was not because of the strange space enveloped, the terrifying destructive power did not spread too much, otherwise the island would have disappeared long ago. And Yuichi is only injured, not down yet. It's pretty good to be able to do this. But Yuichi himself didn't look very good. Unexpectedly, with the help of Witch power, all the power in the body will be transformed into Ryotsu. When the tailed beast's chakra, Haki, and all are transformed into Ryotsu. Yuichi's Ryotsu should have surpassed the power Kurosaki Ichigo had when he first fought Byakuya Kuchiki. But even that couldn't beat Whitebeard. This is not what Yuichi wants. Although the task can still be completed, the right to speak will not be too heavy. If you can't grasp the heavyweight right to speak, then even if Yuichi joins the four emperors, you can't fully control the situation. This is not what Yuichi wants. Lowering his head, Yuichi gritted his teeth lightly. It seems that more things have to be exposed. Whitebeard was sweating profusely on his face, and before he could fully adapt to his youthful body, he unleashed a blow with all his might. The hit made Whitebeard feel hearty, but at the same time it felt like something was missing. But if he waited for rest, he would be able to fully adapt to the restoration of his young body, and what Whitebeard couldn't believe was that. My shock fruit power seems to be stronger, the world evolves. All powers will be strengthened. However, although powers like devil fruit have also been strengthened, whether they can be used or not needs to be developed by the ability users themselves. The same is true for the ninja world. The power of chakra will become stronger when the world evolves, but the power of ninjutsu needs to be strengthened by the ninjas themselves. Hey, la 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 la. The kid didn't expect you to be able to catch the old man's full blow. Very nice. Said Whitebeard looked at Yuichi, you should be like the old man, you have no strength, this battle is worse than. Just as Whitebeard said this, boom, boom, Yuichi's body burst out with witch power. It is true that the tailed beast's chakra, haki, and Ryatsu Yuichi are basically exhausted. Physical strength is seriously overdrawn, but there is still a power that has not been consumed too much, and that is witch power. Now the witch power erupts from Yuichi's body. It is completely useless to have magic power without possessing spirits. But Yuichi also has front ghosts and back ghosts. Advertisement bang bang. The former ghost and the latter ghost appeared in front of Yuichi as if walking out of the void. Yuichi looked up at Whitebeard. It's true that my stamina is almost exhausted, but that doesn't mean I can't continue fighting. Watching the front and back ghosts suddenly appear. This not only stunned Whitebeard, everyone stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the former ghost and the latter ghost. What is this ability? Whitebeard's eyes flickered a few times, watching the front and back ghosts suddenly appear. The combat power of these two things should not be too strong, but no matter whether it is strong or not, Whitebeard has no strength to resist now. Even if the combat effectiveness of these two things is not very good, there is nothing Whitebeard can do. Looking at the ghosts before and after, they are ready to do it. Whitebeard sighed helplessly, okay, the old man lost. Yuichi smiled. However, boy, you have to tell the old man what is going on with these two things. Yuichi had already prepared an answer to this question. Of course the truth will not be told. The abilities and powers from the world of the Summoning King will not be told to them. Then the only explanation that can be given is. In the first game of the World War, when those ninjas appeared 417, I felt a strange energy in my body. Maybe that power is chakra. My trick is formed by fusing the power of the two worlds. I don't know exactly what happened. The previous blade turned into fragments and these two things appeared because of the fusion of power. This explanation caught Whitebeard by surprise, merging the power of two worlds. No wonder. Yuichi's knife turns into flower petals. This ability is not swordsmanship or devil fruit. Although it is not clear what the fusion of the two worlds will look like. But Yuichi's terrifying haki and powerful swordsmanship in itself shows that this kid's talent is extremely amazing. It is not impossible to integrate the power of Otherworld. I see. Whitebeard stood up slowly. Even if you win this time, I don't have the strength to continue fighting. As he said that, Whitebeard looked back at Marco and the others who rushed up. My little ones, prepare a banquet for me. The old man is in a good mood now, so we will hold a banquet on this island. Turning to look at Yuichi, hold a joint banquet with the Yuichi kid. Is this Whitebeard agreeing to his proposal? Sure enough, in the end, we have to rely on strength to speak. To join forces without Whitebeard's approval would be a dream. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. Template expansion ability void power opens masked form. Chapter 137. The sea shakes before the battle. There are still 2 days left before the start of the Fourth World War. But at this moment in the entire pirate world, all the people are suppressing their worries as much as possible. After all, World War is about the existence and destruction of the world. Although they won 3 times in a row, but those ninjas in the opponent's world are not so easy to deal with. But all the people in One Piece world, although a little worried, are still not too anxious. Because Marine has 3 admirals plus Yuichi, a monster-level existence in World War. With such monsters around, Marine will definitely be able to win continuously. Let the people of this world become physically stronger and have greater strength. Now under the guidance of newspapers, people all over the world call Yuichi the strongest admiral in Marine. Although Yuichi is not admiral, but his strength is fully enough to be admiral. But early this morning, people who follow newspapers. But they saw a piece of news that they didn't expect at all. Marine's strongest admiral Yuichi appeared in New World. After the battle broke out with Whitebeard, the two actually held a banquet on an unnamed island. The first reaction of people seeing this news is, you are joking, fake news. Yuichi is a Marine general, it's okay if he and Whitebeard broke out, and they still have a banquet together. Marine held a banquet with the pirates, and he was a pirate at the 4 Emperors level, so it was embarrassing to release such news. It's impossible to think about it with your A, but then look down. On the night of the end of the World War, the naval headquarters Horse Lin fan broke out, and the naval headquarters building collapsed. Suspected battle broke out inside Marine. Looking at such text, coupled with the construction pictures of the Marine building being repaired that were secretly photographed from a long distance, it made people dumbfounded for a moment. On the day the World War ended, naval headquarters gathered quite a few Marines. Those Marine Vice Admirals on the Megatron side, plus Marine 3 Admiral and Yuichi. If anyone attacked naval headquarters at this time, it would be death. With the presence of all 3 admirals, even if the 4 emperors arrived, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Major events such as the collapse of the naval headquarters building were reported only after construction and restoration. Even ordinary people feel something is wrong. Marine and world government are deliberately hiding something. Advertisement otherwise, how could such a big event be reported so late? And the following newspaper article explained why this happened. After a few days, the newspaper's intelligence network thoroughly investigated. Even if the world government wants to hide it, there is no way to hide everything. The world government wants to take the tailed beast that Yuichi got. He ordered Marine and Admiral to arrest him, and the 3 admirals joined forces to besiege Yuichi, but the naval headquarters building was still unable to be trapped and destroyed by Yuichi. The hero of the World War, Marine General Yuichi, escaped from Ma Lin Fanduo. Marine Marshal Buddha's Sengoku, together with Marine hero Garp, went to the Holy Land Mariajoy to negotiate with the 5 elders but failed. The current incumbent is being held in the Holy Land. These things are reported. For a while, the whole pirate world was boiling. And then Yuichi went to New World to challenge 4 Emperors Whitebeard, although he didn't know why. But the news that came out is that the battle between Yuichi and Whitebeard failed to defeat Whitebeard. But it's only slightly inferior. A Marine general with a fighting strength comparable to that of the 4 Emperors was forced to leave the Marine. For a while, even ordinary people couldn't figure it out. Why did the world government and Marine do this? Are you crazy? Although that tailed beast is very strong, it has not yet been defeated by Yuichi. Are tailed beasts really that important? For this thing, he even did not hesitate to force an important combat force away. Now, the 4 emperors of the New World. Everyone got the new paper and the message from Whitebeard at the same time. Kaido. Sure enough, it's exactly as I thought, dispatching 3 admirals to deal with that kid. The world government is really courageous, it's a pity. Let the other party escape. Said Kaido looked at the letter sent by one of Whitebeard's crew. Looking at the words on the letter, Kaido sneered, United? Humph. In the past, Kaido would not take a second look at the 4 emperors joint exchange. But now Whitebeard himself said that Yuichi's strength is not weaker than him. And clearly told Kaido that he has decided to unite with Yuichi, so in other words, the Whitebeard pirates have 2 4 emperors level combat power. Even he, Kaido, had to think carefully. There are many balances in this world. Between 4 emperors, Shichibukai and Marine is the balance. Advertisement, but there is also a balance between 4 emperors. And now that the balance among the 4 emperors has been broken, it is not something that can be ignored casually. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin, Aunt also got the news. A boy who can be recognized by that old guy, can he reach this stage at this age? Unite. It is a good way to fight for the right to fight in the World War. You can think about it, 4 emperors redhead Shanks. After receiving Whitebeard's message, he looked at Beckman next to him. Do you think you want to go? Beckman frowned. This matter has to be carefully considered, but the sea has changed now, and the threat from another world is closely related to everyone. As he spoke, Beckman looked at Shanks. No matter who represents our world, if one loses continuously, our world will become weaker, and eventually become the nutrient of another world. Give your destiny to others, Shanks, are you willing to accept it? Hearing this, Shanks froze for a moment. Of course not, I don't want my destiny to be controlled by others. Speaking of which, Shanks already knows Beckman's opinion. Combined. It seems that we can agree, but how to combine them remains to be studied. Holy Land Mariajoy. Yuichi's incident was exposed, and civilians around the world reacted violently, and they questioned the world government. Some places even blatantly asked the world government to give a reasonable explanation. Hi Lee. But none of this is what the 5 elders are concerned about. The 5 elders are now concerned with what the hell is going on with Yuichi and Whitebeard in New World. There is also Black Arm Zephyr and his Neo Marine who are involved in it, this man who hates pirates. Even if he wants to help his most proud disciple, he may be willing to act with the pirates. And this pirate is Whitebeard. This is even more impossible. 5 elders couldn't understand this matter, so they could only continue to send people to investigate. And now there is more than one problem that is giving them headaches, and Marine Marshal Sengoku. At this juncture, he is still tough, he has no intention of compromising Sun. Seeing that the 4th World War is about to begin. If Sengoku doesn't compromise at this time, then their 5 elders will have to do one crazier thing. Since Sengoku is unwilling to compromise, let him rest, it's time to change the position of Marshal. Chapter 138 Obtaining Random Rewards. There are less than 24 hours before the start of the 4th World War. Somewhere in the New World, 3 huge pirate ships stay here. All 3 ships belong to the Whitebeard pirates. Almost all of them have the same shape as Moby DK. And these 3 ships are Whitebeard's stronghold. Whitebeard owns the largest territory in New World, but he did not place his base camp on an island. Unlike Big Mom and Kaido, both have their own core headquarters. Pirates. Ben is the freest person on the sea. How can be bound? This is what Whitebeard advocates. Now besides the people from Whitebeard, there are thousands of people from Neo Marine. Also all on board. The pirates on the ship are still having a grand banquet. Although Zephyr agreed to support Yuichi to join the pirates. But he didn't want to have any intersection with the pirates. Ace and Bins took Neo Marine soldiers from the Whitebeard pirates to a banquet. He was alone on his boat watching Yuichi, who was practicing on the sea. Since his fight with Whitebeard, Yuichi started to practice early the next morning after a short one-night banquet. This energy made Zephyr feel a lot, and after so many years, Yuichi is still working hard as always. But he couldn't understand what Yuichi practiced. From time to time, a powerful wave erupted from Yuichi's body. But this fluctuation is not Hokage, maybe it is the 240 new power produced by the fusion of two world powers, he said. This power is Ryotsu. Yuichi was rewarded by the system. The mask state of void power is activated, now it is constantly adapting to this force. On the endless sea, Yuichi waved the Zanpakuto in his hand. A chopping wave capable of tearing apart the sea and setting off huge waves tens of meters high cut through the sea in an instant. Straight to the horizon. The sound of the sea surface being cut was heard. Behind them, the pirates on the Whitebeard ship raised their wine glasses high. So strong, this time the power is stronger than before. As expected of our ally, Mr. Pirate Yuichi, so cool. Cheers to our Mr. Yuichi. The mask on Yuichi's face slowly dissipated on the sea. Ignore the cheers of these fools. Yuichi counted the time. The time for the mask state to be turned on has been increased by 1 second. Although the system reward is that Yuichi can open the mask state and use the virtual power in the body. But the time is extremely short, the beginning can only be opened in less than a second and it will end. Advertisement. And now, a few days passed, and Yuichi had managed to stretch the time to over a minute. This time is still too short, however, when the mask is turned on, Yuichi's power has increased several times. This allows Yuichi to be stronger than the 4 emperors when Yuichi is in the masked state. But the time is only a short 1 minute. A minute is enough to beat the 4 emperors, but not enough to kill them. Yuichi is slightly weaker than the 4 emperors if the mask is not turned on. But the current strength is enough, at least he and the 4 emperors alliance can give Yuichi the same right to speak. But Yuichi felt that it was time for a battle to prove his strength. In addition to its own hard power that needs to be displayed, soft power cannot be too weak. The so-called soft power is the power behind Yuichi. Now there is Neo Marine standing for Yuichi, but this is not enough. Compared with 4 emperors, their power is not comparable to that of Neo Marine. Fortunately, although Yuichi has been in Marine all these years, Yuichi also has many friends in the past 20 years. After Yuichi convinced Whitebeard, he sent someone to send him a message. If those two join in, then Yuichi will be able to form a force that is not much weaker than the 4 emperors at all. Whitebeard has 3 team captains who are comparable to admiral level. There are 3 plagues under Kaido. Auntie has 3 desert generals under her command. Hongfa also has 3 powerful cadres under him, and if Yuichi has those 2 people joining, then he will also have 3 subordinates who are around admiral in strength. Now there is one, and that is the Black Arm Zephyr. At that time, except that the manpower at the middle and bottom levels is not too strong, the combat power of Yuichi at the top level will no longer be weaker than that of the 4 emperors. Enough to fight for an equal right to speak. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations host, close black lens bracket. Awakening progress of the first character template reached 60%. Get a random reward. Open black lens bracket. Whether to open close black lens bracket, practice the masked state. Did you, CJBH, unknowingly break through to 60% of the progress? Yuichi didn't even notice, however, cultivating the masked state is also exercising Ryotsu's control. Originally, it was only 0.2 away from breaking through to 60%. It is normal to complete the breakthrough within these 2 days. Turn it on. Yuichi also wants to see, what is the random reward? Immediately before Yuichi appeared was a huge disc. The disc is divided into 16 equally divided grids. And it started spinning extremely fast. Yuichi only had time to see several of the reward options. 500 years of pure Ryotsu, top chop. Zanpakuto ability strengthening. These rewards, each one looks so tempting. Advertisement. Now the speed of the turntable is so fast that Yuichi can't see what the rewards written on it are. You can only let the turntable stop by itself, however, the extremely fast rotating turntable does not stop slowly. Instead, it stops suddenly. Look at the reward marked on the small box pointed by the arrow. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting a random reward. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Top keto. Close black lens bracket. Top keto. Not too bad. The power of keto is also very useful. Originally, Yuichi's keto level was only mid-level, but now it has been upgraded to the top level. In other words, the same keto power released by Ryotsu Yuichi will become stronger now. The 4 of Hado. Bai Lei. Bang bang. The thunder that suddenly burst out from between Yuichi swept across the sea in an instant. The sound of thunder echoed constantly on the sea. Looking at the thunder that disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The corners of Yuichi's mouth turned up slightly. Is this the top keto? So strong. Whitebeard's boat. That's awesome. Lightning exploded from Mr. Yuichi's hand. To our Yuichi-san for being able to unleash thunder, cheers. Are you idiots? What's the point of drinking this kind of thing? Looking at his silly sons, looking for reasons to toast, Whitebeard also smiled and took a few sips of wine. Expandability. Void power, mask status has been activated. Current awakening progress. 60%, open black lens bracket Shikai, enabled close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, opened, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket kill the scene, opened, close black lens bracket. End scene, unopened. The awakening progress will be automatically opened when the awakening progress reaches 70%. Singing scene, not opened. The awakening progress will be automatically opened when it reaches 65%. Open black lens bracket cut. Advanced close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ghost. Top, freely use all keto below number 55, close black lens bracket. The power of the otherworld. This kid is trying to master the power of another world. Open black lens bracket fist. Medium close black lens bracket. Special skill. Empty cicada. Open black lens bracket the first template character. Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket. But he slowly looked at Yuichi on the sea. Click to open your own character panel. At the moment Yuichi has nothing to do with Whitebeard and the others. Open black lens bracket go. Moderate close black lens bracket open black lens bracket host. Yuichi close black lens bracket chapter 139 past, present, future, time intertwine. Watch for new prompts that appear. 65% and 70% can open the new scene of Senbon Sakura. Practice. This 10% progress, I am afraid it will take about a year to go up. If you want to improve your strength, the fastest way is to do missions. But it's a pity that Yuichi is no longer a navy in the next world war. The best trigger quest. The chance is gone. Now I am also counting on whether the joint four emperors can trigger any tasks. Yuichi put away the Zanpakuto and headed towards Whitebeard's boat. Chakra flows under the feet on the sea surface, allowing Yuichi to move freely on the sea surface. Back on Whitebeard's ship, the pirates quickly gathered. One by one was almost completely drunk, and some people had been soaking in wine barrels for a few days and never got up. Woke up and drank and fell asleep again. Yuichi also really admired these people, cheered for various reasons at a banquet, and even delayed the banquet by himself. Go through these drunk guys and Yuichi comes to Whitebeard. How is it? Did anyone else write back? Hearing this, Whitebeard shook his head, no. Seeing Whitebeard's natural look, Yuichi froze for a moment. Since there is no news, this guy is still thinking about having a banquet. Seeing Yuichi's face change, Whitebeard curled his lips. You don't understand the fun of pirates too much. Come. Have a drink with the old man and experience the banquet. You must be serious in your practice but also know how to combine work and rest. Yuichi holds the wine glass that Whitebeard forced. The drink dangling in the cup, bang. Whitebeard clinked his glass vigorously with him. Cheers, to our four emperors alliance. Gurgling. The corner of Yuichi's mouth twitched slightly. Maybe this is the characteristic of One Piece world. There will be no troubles at the banquet no matter what time of day it is. Reluctantly, he drank the wine glass which was half the size of Yuichi's body. Boom. Putting down the cask glass, Yuichi looked at Whitebeard. Without news from them, the four emperors alliance would not exist. Your Whitebeard name doesn't seem to work either. Hearing this, Whitebeard looked at you indifferently. Inferior aggressive method. The boy is playing such tricks in front of the old man. Yuichi. Whitebeard. Haha. You must have been seen through by the old man. You are still too tender, boy. Yuichi. Speaking of business, what can you do if they don't come? Whitebeard. Who said they won't come? The old man just said that there was no reply, but he didn't say they wouldn't come. Advertisement saying that Whitebeard looked into the distance. I'm Whitebeard. They won't ignore my old man's invitation casually. Besides, it would be nice if those guys were so polite. That means, although there is no reply, will the other four emperors arrive as promised? That's what it means. Whitebeard seemed confident in his invitation. Thinking about it carefully, the four emperors probably wouldn't be willing to watch Marine gain the power of the otherworld, but they can only watch from the sidelines. But it's been 2 days, what's the situation if there's no movement? There are less than 24 hours until the start of the Fourth World War. Boy, your conqueror's hockey talent is very strong, although your strange energy is very strong, don't waste your hockey talent. Why not? I will teach you how to use conqueror's hockey. Hearing this, Yuichi was a little surprised. He looked at Whitebeard. Would you like to teach me conqueror's hockey winding? Oh, boy, you actually know conqueror's hockey is entangled? Didn't you just awaken conqueror's hockey? Could it be that after awakening conqueror's hockey, you can know conqueror's hockey is entangled? Then you don't know devil fruit's ability if you haven't eaten devil fruit? Whitebeard, who was blocked by Yuichi's words, was a little upset. Boy, the old man won't teach you with this attitude. Whatever. Seeing Yuichi's nonchalant expression, Whitebeard became anxious. Yuichi's conqueror's hockey talent is really good, except right now Yuichi is like a rough diamond to Whitebeard. It's a pity to just let it go, and he doesn't have any outstanding disciples in Whitebeard, and the Yuichi in front of him may not be his son. So if you change the way, the relationship between the two will become unbreakable. Whitebeard then had a reliable ally in the Four Emperors Alliance. This is not a pure love of talent, but also Whitebeard's small calculations. Originally, he wanted Yuichi to beg him, and then he reluctantly agreed. In this way, he achieved his goal and satisfied his inner desire to see Yuichi begging for help. However, Yuichi didn't expect that he didn't care. With the system in hand, so what if you don't learn Conqueror's Haki? For Yuichi, it was just icing on the cake. It's okay if Whitebeard doesn't teach, he can still master it by himself. Looking at Yuichi now, there is no meaning of nostalgia at all. *TT. Whitebeard became a little strange instead. Boy, really don't plan to learn? It's not that I don't learn, but that I can master it myself. Hearing this, Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. Is this guy so confident in his talent? Advertisement, but if you think about it, it does. This kid's talent is indeed terrifying. It doesn't seem impossible to master it yourself. On the contrary, it is still very possible. Thinking of it this way, Whitebeard felt that if he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be a disaster for the kid to realize it by himself later. At that time, it will be difficult to ask Yuichi to owe him some favors. Forget it. If your kid has an appetite for this old man, I'll just reluctantly guide you personally. Yuichi scrutinized Whitebeard carefully with sideways eyes. This guy is eager to teach himself Haki, but it won't be that simple. Tell me, what am I going to give? Yuichi asked. Whitebeard squinted at Yuichi. Sure enough, the kid was no fool. I just want a favor from your ex-husband, or how about being my disciple? Okay, I owe you a favor. Yuichi directly rejected the relationship of Whitebeard's disciple. In Whitebeard's opinion, this should be the first choice, but Yuichi didn't choose it. Smart boy. At the same time, he is also a very ambitious boy. After that, the time banquet continued until the beginning of the World War. Noon of the second day. The Fourth World War has officially begun. The huge light curtain in the sky appeared again. Looking at the light, Yuichi felt a pity in his heart. This time Marine will still represent Pirate World in the Hokage world. It is impossible for him to participate in the battle, so he lost the opportunity to trigger the mission. The Fourth World War is about to begin. Open black lens bracket. This world war is a battle for privilege. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The winner will get the privilege of crossing time. Close black lens bracket. Time staggered. The world with this privilege can freely choose all candidates who meet the conditions for participating in the battle in the past, present, and future of your own world when choosing candidates for battle. Seeing this, Yuichi's eyes flickered extremely fast. It was exactly as he had thought. If the Hokage world gets this privilege, it will be a disaster. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama. Counting the long history of the ninja world, there are too many powerful ninjas. The world of Hokage is boiling at the moment. 1. Chapter 140. The large team battle begins. The privilege of crisscrossing time, and the person who can think of how terrifying it is not just you. 1. People in the world of Hokage after watching this time crossing effect. In an instant, everyone in the whole world, including Hokage who was in the Iron Country. There was indescribable ecstasy in everyone's eyes. Past, present, future, all qualified candidates can be selected to participate in the World War. 4th Raikage. I suddenly stood up. Doesn't this mean that even dead ninjas, we can choose them to participate in the World War? Mizukage Terumi Mei couldn't hide her excitement. It seems to be like this. Dead people can also participate in world wars. Then my Konoha's modern Hokages. Sarutobi's heart was the most excited. If he gets this privilege, then Konoha will almost soar into the sky. Konoha has Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, and Senju, who has developed many ninjutsu, Mayday. Even the late 4th Hokage's golden glitter Namikaze Minato, Kii Bai Ya, and more. And now, outside the meeting place of the 5 Kages, Tsunade had a strong light in his eyes. Can I see Nawaki again? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. If you really want to see your brother, I can grant your wish too. Tsunade. Hearing this, Tsunade turned his head and looked at Orochimaru with some doubts. What can you do? Jiraiya seems to have vaguely guessed something. Orochimaru, have you been researching? But even if you can do something, it is only temporary, and this thing with the power of gods may have a way to resurrect the dead. At the moment in the country of rain, in the base of Shao organization. Nagato looked at the curtain of light in the sky. Time staggered. Able to bring people from the past to the present to join the world war. So, can the dead be brought back to life? Yes. Compared with the mysterious power displayed by this thing, there must be some way to resurrect the dead. Nagato's gaze also became hot. Conan beside him felt Nagato's change, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Nagato. You don't think so? While Conan was talking, Tiandao Pain suddenly appeared and stood in front of Nagato. Looking at Tiandao Pain in front of him, Yahiko may be resurrected. Nagato is a little excited now. If his oath friend can really be resurrected, then it doesn't matter how much he pays. Conan lowered his head and had tears of joy in his eyes. Although she doesn't think it is possible to revive Yahiko, if it is possible, she would like to take a look at Yahiko. Advertisement even for a brief moment, watching him appear in the World War is enough. In the depths of the Akatsuki organization base, Obito's mood is also fluctuating violently now. Ju beside him felt Obito's emotional change, not good. Looking at Obito's strange light curtain, he actually has such an ability to bring people from the past to the present, And it is obviously not a big problem to be able to sit through this kind of thing and resurrect the dead. And speaking of resurrecting the dead, so, Obito can't be calm anymore. This guy also has someone more important than his own life in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, Obito smiled. World War is really interesting, absolutely. What do you think? Never been asked this question. Black Zetsu looked at Obito calmly. After a while, Ju said slowly, do you want to participate in the World War? Obito didn't answer but just looked at him calmly. Ju smiled. The power of that thing is really weird. Maybe the Shao organization can become stronger with the help of its power. Ah. Obito sneered, and turned to look at the huge light curtain in the sky. Open black lens bracket the Fourth World War close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Hokage World close black lens bracket open black lens bracket faction. 5 Shadows Alliance close black lens bracket. When the text on the light curtain is displayed here, the people of Pirate World were stunned for a moment. If I remember correctly before, it should be a hidden village. Why did it suddenly become the 5 Kages Alliance, and this 5 Kages Alliance should not be the alliance formed by the 5 ninja villages of the 5 major ninja countries that I have known before? How could it be like this? Obviously only one faction can fight, but after such an alliance, wouldn't it become the opponent's 5 factions fighting at the same time? Such a cunning group of guys can actually think of such a way. At this moment Whitebeard on the Moby DK took a look at Yuichi. Sure enough. Exactly as this kid said, people from the other world have also united, and they united so quickly. A consensus was reached in 7 days. It seems that the 4 Emperors Alliance will be reached as soon as possible. It turns out that Yuichi's approach works. The 4 Emperors in New World at this time. Redhead Shanks. Pack up little ones and let's go. Crew of red hair pirates, boss where are we going? Advertisement Shanks had a twinkle in his eye, go see Whitebeard. Cake Island, Ant. The method that old guy said is really useful, damn it. This guy is the first to discover this kind of thing. Kaido of the Beasts. It seems that there is no way to refuse that invitation. At this moment, the 4 emperors have already started to act. Taking advantage of the opening of the World War, the attention of all parts of the world is on the World War. They were dispatched at this time, gathering towards Whitebeard's territory, and Marine had no time to scruple. After all, Marine, the force representing One Piece World, is now busy dealing with enemies from another world. Open black lens bracket One Piece World close black lens bracket open black lens bracket faction. Marine close black lens bracket, the Fourth World War is a battle for privileges. The fighting method is group fighting. Representative forces from both worlds each send 5 people with S-level combat power, 10 people with A-level combat power, and 20 people with B-level combat power. Open black lens bracket large group battle with a total of 35 people close black lens bracket, the battlefield is being randomly confirmed. A series of pictures flashed on the light curtain. Various battlefields such as snow mountains, grasslands, wetlands, volcanoes, gobi, deserts, archipelagos, etc. Finally, after a few seconds of flashing, the identified venue appearing in the light curtain is battle scene locked. Open black lens bracket ancient forest close black lens bracket open black lens bracket both parties please confirm the candidate. The Fourth World War will officially start in 10 minutes close black lens bracket. Conditions for victory. Until the last person on one side completely loses the combat ability, it will be declared a failure, and the other side will win. A group of 35 people fights, and the battlefield is in the forest. A 5.2 battle of this size, coupled with such terrain. A cold light flashed in Yuichi's eyes. Marine. I'm afraid there will be no way to win this time no matter what I do. Such conditions and venues are too favorable for ninjas. Especially for Marines who don't know how ninjas fight, it's too difficult to win in a battle of this scale. It's not that Marine is invincible without Yuichi. It's a gap in intelligence. After 3 battles in the Hokage world, the fighting style of the pirate world has been roughly figured out. Perhaps Devil Fruit can bring about some changes, but compared to the ninjas, Marine has not yet figured out the means of the ninjas. Whitebeard glanced at Yuichi. Are you so optimistic about the other party's world? If Marine loses, the whole world will be affected. Yuichi smiled. It's not that I'm optimistic about the opponent's world, but that I understand how ninjas fight. Such rules and fighting methods are very beneficial to ninjas. Chapter 141 The lineup of both sides is determined. Is it that sure? You're still angry about what happened in Marine? Saying that, Whitebeard moved closer to Yuichi. Can you tell this old man? What is it that made you such an excellent boy? You were forced to leave the Marine and destroyed the naval headquarters building. This question made Yuichi's face turn a little uncomfortable. Yuichi gave Whitebeard a cold look. Can't you guess? Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled. He guessed something. Even if Yuichi didn't say it, it's probably close to 10. The tailed beast and the kid in front of him is probably the reason why he left Marine. This is what Whitebeard thought of when he first saw Yuichi. But I still want to hear from Yuichi himself, but Yuichi doesn't want to talk about it, and Whitebeard only thinks that Yuichi has a grudge against Marine. Then don't touch Yuichi's bad luck. 10 minutes passed quickly. The Fourth World War begins, but before the start of the World War, a strange figure appeared in the picture. From the world of pirates, in a certain room, a white-haired old man sat with a serious expression on the small light screen that popped up in front of him. This person is probably quite unfamiliar to ordinary people. 29. Few people could even guess why this person suddenly appeared in the picture. But the picture on the other side is the 5 shadows in the ninja world. The 5 Kages sitting around the round table are discussing who should be sent to fight. Each of them has a small light screen in front of them. However, it seems that the 5 people cannot directly choose who to send to the battle after someone chooses the candidate. It needs to be confirmed by other people. In other words, the candidate will not be confirmed until all 5 people agree. Seeing this, Yuichi found it very interesting. This system that integrates all worlds can actually make such changes to adapt to this new force, the 5 Shadows Alliance. Then when the alliance between him and the 4 emperors decides who will play, it will probably be like this. If this is the case, great, at least for the time being, there is no need to compete for the dominant position of the alliance. Alliance with the 4 emperors is already difficult. I still want to be the leader of this alliance, not to mention that other 4 emperors will not agree, even Whitebeard is unlikely to agree. The best solution is to share the right to speak equally. Of course, Yuichi is confident of leading the 4 emperors alliance in the future. But it's too early. The world of Hokage is being negotiated by Gokage. However, the person responsible for selecting the candidates for the battle in One Piece world is this gray-haired old man. However, he seemed to be in good spirits, and there was an inexplicable majesty exuding between his brows. Advertisement this person. Naturally, Yuichi would not be ignorant. Whitebeard looked at the person who appeared in the screen. Kong, Sengoku is gone. It seems that because of your matter, Marine also has a major change. Even this old monster was called out. Kong, empty. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies under the command of the world government is richer than Marine-era Sengoku. Apart from I am, the king of 5 elders and celestial dragons, Kong's status is the highest. However, as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, he now replaces the position of Marshal Marine and chooses the candidate for the battle. It can be seen that the current Marine is directly led by Kong. Sengoku has lost the position of Marshal of the Marine. Although the world government has not been announced yet, but this picture appears, and the people in the newspaper office will analyze it soon. These people are not idiots who can't even guess this. Marshal Sengoku is dismissed, naval headquarters is destroyed, and Yuichi defected from the Marine. A series of things will soon be exposed. After being exposed, whether the world government and Marine can silence the public will depend on the outcome of this world war. The 4th world station officially begins. Candidates from both parties are being sent into the arena. Brush. As soon as the picture on the light curtain changed, a dense ancient jungle immediately came into view. And in this forest, the trees are extremely huge. Even small bushes are 3 or 4 meters high. Fighting in such a place requires a lot of observation and perception. The candidates sent by the ninja world. Among them, the 5 people with S-level combat power who deserve attention are not Hokage. 2. Konoha, Hitaki Kakashi Konoha Tsunade. Mist Shinobi Yu Gao. 6 Tails Jinchuriki, Rock Shinobi Old Purple, 4 Tails Jinchuriki. Cloud Shinobi Killer B, 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Not to mention other people, just these 5 people. Let Yuichi understand the plan of the 5 Kages alliance. Hitaki Kakashi is strong, especially in this terrain. He has a more diverse fighting style. After all, Hitaki Kakashi, a copy ninja who has copied thousands of ninjutsu, is 50-50 against any enemy. However, Kakashi is not the main force, but assumes the role of supporting or holding back an enemy in a certain place. Tsunade, the person in charge of medical treatment. Advertisement the other 3 are all Jinchuriki, possessing extremely pervert destructive power. The main force of the battle. Yuichi was very surprised to see such a ratio of personnel. Group battle ninja is very good at it. Afterwards, there were 10 A-level combat personnel, which made Yuichi feel that One Piece world was hopeless to win. Konoha, the Ino Shikacho trio Luju, Dingzuo, and Hai. These 3 are also Jonin of Konoha, and their individual combat ability is not very strong. But, even if the 3 of them cooperate with S-level combat personnel, they can't beat them. At the same time, Hai senses the position of the enemy, and can transmit the situation of the entire battlefield to all ninjas at any time. Mist Shinobi Green. Although Mist Shinobi has only one person, Ching's white eyes can also control the enemy's tracks very well. If Hai is responsible for long-distance sensing, then Ching is observing with the naked eye while fighting ahead. Rock Shinobi, Black Earth, Lois, Terracotta. The father and daughter, together with Kitu and Grandmaster Earth-style ninjutsu, can easily divide the battlefield and further increase their control over the battlefield. Cloud Shinobi, Darui, Samui, Asai 393. Cloud Shinobi Jonin is an extremely powerful trio. The coordination is not weak either. In such a terrain, small-scale battles in groups of 3 and they meet the enemy, and they can quickly solve it. Of the remaining 20 B-level combat personnel, Yuichi doesn't know every one of them. The B-level combat forces are all a group of Marine Rear Admirals, but they seem to be generals with a heart for the world government. Are the 5 elders overwhelmed by their previous victories? Only one of them is Vice Admiral, the headquarters that Yuichi is more familiar with. It should be said that the people selected according to the will of the 5 elders confused Yuichi very much. The same is true for Vice Admirals with A-level combat effectiveness. It feels as if sending some random people out can win. And on the other side of Pirate World, Looking at this lineup, Yuichi felt ridiculous. But the people he chooses, sending these people to fight, completely ignore the world of Hokage. However, according to the ratio of personnel, it seems that the main consideration is to cooperate with the battle, rather than the ninja who simply fights with the Grandmaster. Although Kong is the commander-in-chief of the three armies, he seems to be also the marshal of the Marine now. This person was obviously not Marine, and he covered his face as if he didn't want others to see him. S-level combat power, Akainu and Kizaru actually do not have Aokiji this time. There are also two other admiral candidates, Shafu and Momo, plus the last mysterious Marine soldier code named X. If you underestimate the ninja, you will die miserably. The selection of 5 Kages in the Hokage world is very good. Do not. Chapter 142. The Regressed Marine Open Black Lens Bracket. The Fourth World War Close Black Lens Bracket. The battle for privileges officially begins. Participants from both sides have confirmed that they will be transmitted to the battlefield soon. Open Black Lens Bracket Countdown. Close Black Lens Bracket, plus, Open Black Lens Bracket 9. Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket 8. Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket 7. Close Black Lens Bracket. As the countdown began, everyone in the two worlds became inexplicably nervous. Even for the 5 Kages of the Hokage world, the candidates for this battle were determined after their careful discussion. But even so, it is still inevitable to worry about it. The countdown is over. White light fell from the sky. The picture on the light curtain also changed accordingly. But this time it's not like before. The huge screen is divided into squares of the same size. After all, there are too many people participating in this battle. If everyone is displayed separately, then the light curtain is obviously not enough. So there is only one picture in the light curtain. That chosen special battle arena, Ancient Forest. In the eyes of everyone in the two worlds, the huge trees block out the sun, and the sun shines through the gaps in the leaves the size of a human face. With a white light descending from the sky, first up was a vice admiral from naval headquarters. But there was no one else around him. Whitebeard, random teleportation? If you send it randomly, you will be quite lucky for the postgraduate entrance examination. In case it happens to fall into the camp of enemy personnel. That would be bad. The light curtain seems to respond to Whitebeard's question, and the screen immediately switches to a plain view. Watch the flashing red and blue dots on the map. Respectively symbolize the people of the Hokage world and the people of the pirate world. People on both sides did not appear to be randomly teleported to the local camp. Although it is random teleportation, both sides have a fixed size area to teleport randomly. Then the picture continued for a moment, switched to the Hokage world side. As soon as Yamanaka landed on the ground, he immediately performed ninjutsu. It seems that because of his ninjutsu, the screen switched to him. He looked at Hai, who stayed where he was performing a certain ninjutsu. People in One Piece world have no idea what happened. Advertisement, but the people of the Hokage world smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fighting in such a place has an absolute advantage for us, backquote. Mizukage Terumi Mei. In the case of random teleportation, our people can quickly determine each other's positions, and even sense the enemy's position. Fourth Raikage I. As we expected, sending the Konoha Yamanaka clan of ninjas really had a miraculous effect. The three said that the picture changed again, and they came to the pirate world. Appearing on screen is a naval headquarters vice admiral. This guy Yuichi knows. Among the vice admirals, they were only at the bottom. According to common sense, such vice admirals would have been sent out long ago, and they would not be able to stay in naval headquarters at all. But Marine also pays attention to relationships. This guy obviously belongs to the latter. Even Sengoku can only turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. As long as it is not too much, he will not interfere too much. And sending such a person now is only because he wholeheartedly supports the world government. It's not easy to look good in this world war, and this guy also did something that everyone didn't expect. Hello. Mr. Kizaru. Mr. Akainu. Where are you guys? This guy actually shouted in the forest at the top of his voice. At this moment, even ordinary people stared wide-eyed and expressed their disbelief that such a stupid guy really existed. Is he an idiot at this time? He called Admiral loudly. Even if Admiral heard his voice, did he think Admiral would respond to him? Once you respond, it is equivalent to exposing your position. Is it Moro Vice Admiral? I'm Gothel, I'm here. Someone actually responded. At this time, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Kong, is watching the situation of the World War through a camera phone bug in an office. His extremely gloomy face was covered with cold killing intent. How did this idiot become a Marine Vice Admiral? Just when he couldn't help complaining, the screen switches to the other side. On the trunk of the giant tree, a figure moved forward rapidly. In such a dense jungle, it is quite difficult to move so fast. It is not clear who this person is in the picture. But in the next second, he jumped down suddenly, like a shell that suddenly fell down. Swish. In midair, he took out kunai from the ninja tool bag on his waist. A flash of cold light, blood spattered out. Boom. There was a crisp collision sound. The Vice Admiral who was shouting earlier was stabbed in the chest by the kunai that suddenly appeared. The whole person flew upside down and was instantly nailed to the tree. This guy yelled angrily, "Damn! Who dares to sneak attack?" Bang bang bang. Advertisement. The sound of several hidden weapons hitting the trees in succession sounded. A row of shurikens hit his vitals precisely. Throat, heart, hands and legs are all full of shuriken. When the shadow disappeared, this guy was killed instantly. The figure nailed to the tree had lost its breath. A white light in the body rose from the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye, but the body remained on the tree. As soon as the battle started, one of them was instantly killed. Such things make it difficult for people in Pirate World to accept. As this Marine's Vice Admiral, how do you feel that your strength is so great? The previous Marine Rear Admiral, Mr. Smoker, did not just behave like this. A Rear Admiral even killed the quartet in Sanagakure, but a dignified Marine Vice Admiral was killed instantly. The screen changed. Come to the front of the shadow. This time the shadow's face was revealed. Kakashi stopped on the branch, hiding his breath. At the same time with a smile on the corner of the mouth. He was the one who did it earlier. Seeing Kakashi, Fui felt nothing. Hitaki Kakashi Konoha's copy ninja, it is not surprising that he can instantly kill the guy just now. The kind of idiot who won't even release Haki after being attacked. This guy seems to be very good at sneak attacks. I remember he also appeared in the First World War. A person from Pirate World said. I also remember that he seems to be able to defeat 10 Marine Vice Admirals in an instant with an S-level combat power in the opponent's world. Acceptable. If Yuichi heard this guy's words, I'm afraid he would laugh out loud. Even Admiral couldn't instantly kill a Vice Admiral, and even if he could kill him instantly, he would need to use powerful moves. It is not normal for Kakashi to throw a few hidden weapons at will and solve the opponent. But if it is normal to say that the first Vice Admiral was defeated in an instant, then the second one can't be justified. When the Marine pirates were carefully looking for their companions. A level combat strength Naraluju is just not far from a Marine Vice Admiral. Even though he hadn't reunited with other ninjas yet, under Haii's reminder, he decided to deal with the enemy alone. When the shadow imitation technique appears, it subdues the opponent instantly, and with the cooperation of the trap, it easily kills the opponent. Lu Ju was very confused. Is it my illusion? I always feel that this time the opponent seems to be weaker by more than one level. He was muttering to himself, but at this moment the light curtain was broadcasting live. People in both worlds can hear his words. The people in the Hokage world are fine, but the people in the pirate world are silent. Marine is still the same Marine, but the people sent this time really make people incomprehensible. Marine Admiral's alternate Yuichi is gone, and those powerful Vice Admirals are gone. They all sent out some people who had never heard of it, and thought it was Marine's secret weapon, who knew it turned out to be such a thing. What is Marine doing? What is the world government doing? Is this intended to deliberately lose the world war? Chapter 143. This is the true power of a ninja. While the people of One Piece world were cursing Marine's performance, the screen changed to a top view. The Marine personnel are marked with blue light spots, and these blue light spots are scattered throughout the forest. Now the distance between each other is not fast approaching. Instead, everyone wandered around in the forest almost without a clue. On the other side, the dots of light representing the world of Hokage seem to have organized into formations and are moving forward in an orderly manner. The contrast is unbelievable. How long has it been? How are these people connected to each other? In such a short period of time, everyone was organized and started to act. Watch the ninjas in action in groups of 3. In the picture, these people are jumping on the branches extremely quickly. Compared with the people in Pirate World, most people are wandering around on the ground. The choice of the way the two sides move makes people feel a little bad. People in One Piece world run on the ground, but ninjas jump on the branches. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine. These people choose to jump from branch to branch, like monkeys. But even though he said so, Whitebeard is also very clear about such different ways of moving. Once the people on both sides meet, the other side will seize the opportunity. People on the ground may not be able to notice the enemy above. But the enemy in the sky can easily see the people on the ground. This is the so-called Air 373 advantage. Yuichi, this is just the beginning. Hearing this, Whitebeard felt a little strange. He had an inexplicable feeling, as if Yuichi knew these ninjas very well. Although he also knew that his feeling should be impossible. But there is a strong premonition telling Whitebeard that the man in front of him does know a lot about ninjas. Learn about their powers, how they fight, and maybe even everything about that world. Boom. Suddenly at this time there was an astonishing explosion sound from the light curtain. When a Marine passed through an area, he entered a trap set up by the ninjas in advance. He wasn't seriously injured when the detonator detonated. The guy wasn't too bad and used Haki to protect himself in the first place. But then a ninja appeared and launched a lingering attack on him. Relying on Haki and Iron Body in Marine 6 styles and Finger Pistol, this guy countered and knocked the opponent back. It can be seen that everyone here thinks the Marine is going to show off. In close combat, ninjas are generally weaker than those in One Piece world in terms of physical skills. Haki power is stronger than chakra in terms of directly increasing attack power or defense power. Advertisement. This may, CJFD, be the reason why ninjas cannot compare with Marines in physical skills. However, the moment the ninja retreated, this Marine wants to give chase, take a step. In the next second, 2 black shadows flashed behind him. Immediately afterwards, a splash of blood spattered. In an instant, everyone in Pirate World felt a chill in their necks. It was as if their necks had been cut by each other. Poof! Another Marine fell to the ground. White light floated out of his body. The cooperation of the three ninjas solved a Marine in just a few seconds. At the same time, the screen rotates again. A party of 5 Marines is attacked by a squad of ninjas. From the light curtain, it is clear that they can see that they are only 3 people. How dare they take the initiative to attack Marine's 5-member team? A ninja made a sneak attack, but left a wound on one of them. Marine's response was not slow either. Immediately counterattacked, but the first guy who rushed out was directly led to the trap. Under the bombardment of 3 detonating talismans, this guy lost his combat power in an instant, and fell to the ground unable to stand up. The other 4 surrounded and prepared to kill the ninja. But the opponent suddenly cast body flicker technique to escape from the siege of 4 people. Immediately afterwards, the 4 of them just locked each other's position. The other 2 suddenly appeared, and the trees behind them suddenly turned into 2 ninjas. In an instant, kunai pierced the hearts of both of them from the back. The blood flower burst. The 2 were killed again, and the remaining 2 Marines were stunned for an instant. Just raised his hand and swung a punch, the sound of flames bursting came from above. Fire style. A flame fell straight from the sky. While the 2 were shocked, the ninja who attacked them has already dodged. Boom! Under the explosion, the 2 Marines were blown out, but they still had fighting power. But when they gained a firm foothold, what greeted them was the sudden attack of the previous 2 ninjas. This series of attacks did not give them much time to think. Instantly killed directly, 2 streams of blood emerged. Advertisement Marine, who was the first to lose combat effectiveness, looked at the 3 of them in horror. Turn around and want to escape. A shuriken took him away. 5 people were killed again. This battle also stunned the people of One Piece world. That series of soul-stirring attacks did not have any gaps at all. Every step seems to have been anticipated by these ninjas in advance. Appear, sneak attack, lure, trap, sneak attack again, coordinate attack. This operation makes people somewhat understand what a real ninja is. Although their physical skills cannot be compared with Marine, these people know more than physical skills. Taijutsu is only part of ninja fighting, not all. That weird ninjutsu can turn into a flame attack and turn people into other things. Now on Whitebeard's boat, the team captains all looked heavy. In their words, facing such an unexpected attack. If it was a ninja of the same level, I am afraid that he would only be killed. So strong, foil, Beasta said, restraining the previous contempt. Whitebeard looked at Yuichi with a smile. It seems that because of you, we underestimated these ninjas a little too much. This battle really makes people see how terrifying these ninjas are. Hearing this, Yuichi was expressionless and just said softly, what I see now is just an insignificant part. Hearing this, Whitebeard was puzzled. What else do you know? Yuichi smiled mysteriously. I'll let you guys know after we unite. Whitebeard frowned, whether the kid was playing tricks or really knew something. Now he's even more curious about Yuichi, and that's what Yuichi wanted. Show your own differences and increase your voice in the alliance. Sneaky guys. Come out. Although ninjas are good at lurking, hiding and sneak attacking, they are not as good as the Admiral level. But it's not that easy. Admiral's observation haki, although they can't easily capture their position, but it is still very easy to feel the danger and the presence of people around them. And the first Admiral to appear on the screen is none other than the very irritable Akainu. After roaring, seeing no one appeared, lava erupted from Akainu's body. Since you don't want to come out, I'll see how long you can hide. These unsightly trees, the old man destroyed them all, let's see how you hide. Meteor Volcano. Boom boom boom. Chapter 144 Extreme Justice, attack regardless of friend or foe. Hot and fiery lava churned. See way, the surrounding temperature is constantly rising. A burst of flames rushed to the sky, instantly piercing through the magma in the clouds, illuminating the entire sky. The fire is bright. Under the shining light, the forest was reflected red. The outbreak of Admiral Akainu instantly ignited the emotions of the people in Pirate World, and everyone started to spit out the breath they had held in their breath before. Akainu Admiral can't bear it anymore. I'm finally going to do it. Burn these bastards. Burn all this forest, and see how they attack. At this moment, a barrage flashed across. Kaido. Marine Admiral Akainu wants to kill even his own people? As expected of an incomparably righteous Marine General? Kaido's barrage stunned everyone in One Piece world. Yes. This trick has a wide range of influence, isn't it that even Marine's own people will be affected? It is true that some ninjas can be killed by doing this, but the way of killing them together with their own companions cannot be easily accepted no matter how you look at it. And Akainu Admiral chose to do so without hesitation. He couldn't have thought of this. Chirp. One after another lava fell in the sky, and the terrifying roar sounded one after another. The area covered by Meteor Volcano covers almost half of the forest. Once the lava falls, a large number of ninjas will be killed, and of course a large number of Marines will also be killed. Akainu Admiral, I don't even care about my companions. This kind of behavior. Someone is beginning to waver. However, some people think it's okay to do so. It doesn't matter if you do this, anyway, they won't really die, they will just be eliminated in advance. Furthermore, when killing our own people, the enemy will also be killed. That's my companion, how can I just kill him? Even if I don't really die, I shouldn't do anything. This is a world war, Just winning is enough. Just win? In order to win, you can do whatever you can, even Marine's people must be killed together. Is this Marine Admiral Akainu? The pirates now scoffed at Akainu's behavior and casually killed their companions. Such a person is no different from their pirates, even worse than their pirates. And such a person is still a dignified Marine Admiral. Whitebeard sneered. As expected of Marine Admiral, he was decisive in killing, instead of being timid because he was worried about accidentally hurting his companions. He would kill everyone who got in the way. Glancing at Yuichi beside him, the justice of that Akainu kid really impresses me. Advertisement Yuichi on the side didn't seem to hear it at all. Seeing that Yuichi didn't talk to him, Whitebeard smiled embarrassingly and stopped talking. According to his idea, Yuichi should have a feud with Marine 3 Admiral. After all, the naval headquarters building was destroyed. 3 admirals could not have fought Yuichi. Since he was kicked out of naval headquarters after making a move, Yuichi should be full of hatred for these 3 people. But now Yuichi didn't show any expression change. As if what Akainu did had nothing to do with him. Regardless of whether Yuichi hated Admiral or not, Whitebeard was very surprised by his performance at the moment. Not holding grudges means Yuichi has a big heart, but holding grudges but not acting means Yuichi can endure. The former is even more majestic than the latter. As expected of a boy with red-haired Hokage, let me impress you, Yuichi boy. On screen. The sky full of meteors has fallen. Boom. The flames exploded and the fire soared to the sky, instantly burned a corner of the forest. Followed by the second and third, the falling pop exploded in the forest. The picture came to the forest. The ones fleeing wildly under the flames are not ninjas, but Marines. Some guys who had no time to dodge were hit by the lava one after another, seeing the flames covering their bodies in an instant, burning each Marine into coke in an instant. No bones remained. Such a picture makes one's hair stand on end. Akainu Admiral, what the hell are you doing? Why use such a large-scale attack? An incomparably thrilling Marine general who escaped the attack looked at the surrounding fire. Although he escaped a blow, what awaited him was to be devoured by flames. In the end, it was just a dead end. Akainu's meteor volcano didn't seem to kill a few ninjas, but Marine got a lot of damage. And what he killed were just a few ninjas hiding around him. The people of Pirate World are very dull right now. Not sure what to say about this Marine Admiral Akainu. In order to deal with the enemy, in order to win, ignore the lives of the companions. If you can use this to win, there is nothing wrong with it. But, right now the effect doesn't seem to be ideal at all. This made many people doubt Akainu, such a cruel guy. Is he really Marine Admiral? Ask for flowers, Naval Headquarters Ma Lin Fanduo, Aokiji who did not participate in the World War. His face is gloomy like 1,000 years of ice at the moment. Advertisement the cold air released involuntarily was very strong. It makes people feel that Aokiji will completely go berserk in the next second. He looked at the Marines who died tragically at the hands of Akainu in the picture. Although he wasn't really dead, but making such a choice, this guy is completely against the justice of Marine. But Akainu's justice is such extreme justice. Do not allow any doubts, and use any means to maintain justice. Just like now, it has evolved into an unscrupulous attack in order to win. Hey. Although extremely angry, in the end all anger can only be turned into a sigh. Aokiji looked at the sea. Yuichi, what are you doing now? Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the light curtain. Everyone suddenly raised their heads. Looking at the weird light curtain again, the picture displayed in the light curtain has changed. Not the burning forest, but somewhere on the other side of the forest that was not affected. A relatively open space. Amazing chakra fluctuations are erupting. The violent chakra storm swept away, rattling the surrounding trees. The wind kept whistling. From far to near, the picture gradually makes people see clearly what is the power that drives these storms. This is an extremely amazing force Uzumaki, red. Red. The huge dark red spherical energy body is constantly expanding, constantly expanding. 3 red bodies, as if bathed in blood, appeared in everyone's eyes. The swelling red energy body is not just 1, but 3. This scene seems familiar. Soon everyone recalled a certain day. The picture that was once displayed in the light curtain. An attack unleashed by a monster with terrifying powers from the world of Hokage. Tailed Beast Bomb. This time there is not just 1 tailed beast bomb, but 3. Just the power erupted by a tailed beast bomb already makes people feel extremely original. And now, those are 3 tailed beast bombs. Suddenly 3 violent air rings burst open. 3 tailed beast bombs are fired by Jinchuriki at the same time. A violent roar followed. 4. Chapter 145 The tailed beast bomb broke out. The outcome is decided. Watch the tailed beast bomb launch instantly. Easily crush the huge trees along the way in an instant. The terrifying roar and dazzling light exploded. The strong energy fluctuations spread, causing violent turmoil in the forest. The civilians in both worlds watched the bright light that suddenly appeared in the light curtain. He stared wide-eyed and didn't dare to blink for a moment. For fear of missing the wonderful picture. Walking through the forest towards the marine direction where there are more crowds, 3-tailed beast bombs bombed towards their own targets. The enemy's attack target is accurate. See this situation. Now even if it seems impossible, the truth is in front of us. The other party seems to have completely grasped the position of the marine personnel. The 3 attacks were all launched towards the place where the most people gathered. Why? They are still far away, how can they know the location of the Marine personnel? When people were amazed, the 3-shot-tailed beast bomb had exploded. 737. Boom buzz. 3 huge flames rushed into the sky. The shock waves formed by the explosion collided with each other, and then changed into endless turbulent currents and spread out. The entire forest began to shake crazily, and countless tree debris and fallen leaves were torn into pieces in the wind. 3 smoke-like mushroom clouds rose slowly, the roar was deafening. The movement of the tailed beast bomb explosion in the light curtain was amazing again. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard was amazed at the power of the tailed beast bomb, but curious at the same time. Those ninjas. Even though no one has seen them, they seem to know the location of Marine well. Such ability is really terrifying. Hearing this, Yuichi said, is it scary? It's impossible for everyone to have this kind of ability. The effect is probably similar to the power of observation haki. But the opponent is obviously a ninja who specializes in Grandmaster perception. When Yuichi said this, Whitebeard also felt that it should be the case. The guy in the previous light curtain who started to close his eyes as soon as he appeared on the battlefield. It seems that he is sensing the position of everyone on the entire battlefield. But they seem to not only perceive the location of everyone, but what ability do they use to send messages to each other? Marco folded his hands, his face was extremely heavy, and he was thinking seriously. It's also very simple, it just means that the other party has the ability to communicate with their companions. This ability may be similar to a phone bug. Yuichi smiled and shook his head, it's a pity that we don't have people with this ability, but if you can bring a phone bug, this ability is nothing special. Listen to Yuichi speak his mind. Whitebeard thinks it is very weird, and the ability that he and others feel is very scary, it seems to be nothing special when Yuichi says so. Ability to communicate with companions anytime, anywhere regardless of distance, similar to the communication ability of a phone bug. At the same time, it can also sense the enemy's position in a wide range. Advertisement 2 kinds of abilities created this team battle, and the Marine side suffered a crushing defeat. But, Whitebeard squinted at Yuichi, if it were you playing instead, what would you do? Yuichi froze for a moment when he asked this suddenly. It's easy, I will stand up and command the battle? Forehead. What kind of solution is this? Marco thought Yuichi would come up with something good, it turned out to be just like that. You can't command it either, do you also have the ability to communicate with your companions at a distance? I don't have that ability, Yuichi replied flatly. Hearing this, Marco smiled, then how do you want to command the battle? Call, shout. If you shout loudly, you will expose your position? This time, Yuichi smiled, didn't the enemy already know where we are? Marco's expression changed, and he froze for a moment. Indeed, the other party has strange perception abilities, and Marine's location has long been discovered. Since this is the case, it seems that there is nothing wrong with directing the Marine in the simplest and most direct way. Then why don't they do that? Marco looked at Akainu, Kizaru, T-Dolphin, Momosagi and a mysterious person from CPO with gloomy faces in the light curtain. HMPH, because they're stupid, the answer left Marco speechless. It seems to be so, none of these guys stood up and directed the battle. Regardless of whether the location is well hidden, these people seem to be willing to come out to command. Akainu doesn't think the generals below Vice Admiral have any role at all. He doesn't even like Vice Admiral, so directing is even more impossible. And Kizaru was too lazy to direct. The T-Dolphin wants to find the enemy wholeheartedly, Momosagi dare not reveal his position easily. Not to mention the CPO guy, absolutely no plans to show up. The roar gradually dissipated, and under the bombardment of 3-tailed beast bombs. Most of this forest was really destroyed. At this time, the flame spread along with the shockwave and spread to the outermost edge of the forest. Advertisement, but the next second the shockwave hit an invisible wall. The wall disintegrated instantly with the shockwave. Seeing this scene made Yuichi even more serious. The seemingly endless battlefield actually has a boundary. At this moment, not only Yuichi noticed, but also the world's top fighters on both sides noticed this. And this picture flashed by, followed by a top view of the battlefield. The red dots represent the combatants of the Hokage world. There are still many. On the other side, there are less than 10 Marine personnel representing the blue dots. Under the bombing of 3-tailed beast bombs, even if it is not in the center, it is under the circumstances of being affected by the explosion. It will become extremely difficult to survive. Apart from the 4 admirals and the CPO, there are only a few vice admirals left. Moreover, these vice admirals were wounded one by one. The ninjas gathered and moved in the direction of the admirals. The screen flickered continuously. Tsunade, Jinchuriki of each village, Kakashi, Ino Shikacho Trio, Ao of Miss Shinobi. The ninjas of each village. Now there is an absolute advantage in numbers, and the fighting power of the Hokage world is almost not lost. In this situation, Yuichi sneered, it seems that the privilege of crossing time was obtained by the other world. Suddenly Yuichi got up and seemed to be going to leave. Is it because first saw Marine lose? Are you not even interested in taking a look at the enemy's abilities? With such a lineup against Kizaru, Akainu, Chabu, Momosagi, Yuichi doesn't know what to lose. Do not, satisfied for revenge? Whitebeard froze for a moment, stop watching? Not to mention there are other elite ninjas, he was happy for other reasons. Hearing this, Yuichi turned his head and squinted at the light curtain in the sky. Although Whitebeard on the side did not object to Yuichi's statement, he was very concerned about Yuichi's tone. How does it feel like Yuichi is happy to be 1.5? Yuichi had a smile on his face when he said this. Kakashi, Tsunade, plus 3 Jinchuriki, one of which is Killer Bee. Yuichi kid should not be such a man. No, I already know the outcome of the battle. I'm not interested in wasting time. Whitebeard's eyes lit up as Yuichi turned away. The world war has failed, and the pirate world is about to be weakened. Under such circumstances, why does this kid seem a little happy? Chapter 146 Defeat in the Fourth World War. Although we didn't get along for a long time. But Whitebeard doesn't think Yuichi is the kind of guy who gets carried away. Even if there is a bit of arrogance in his bones, he will still be 100% serious when dealing with the enemy. Opportunities like the present to learn about the enemy's capabilities were given up. This kind of behavior is completely out of Yuichi's character in Whitebeard's eyes. Unless this kid knows the abilities of these ninjas very well. But there are so many ninjas, even if a few of them have appeared before. But the other ninjas have not appeared before, they are all new faces. Even those ninjas with A-level combat power are worthy of attention in Whitebeard's view. These A-level ninjas are the Ino Shikacho trio. They have never appeared in the previous World War. Isn't Yuichi curious about their abilities? Whitebeard watched Yuichi return to the cabin. When Yuichi's back disappeared, Whitebeard slowly retracted his gaze. Thinking about something thoughtfully. In the light curtain at this time, the 4 admirals have already met the enemy. 29 and what I encountered was not one, but a group of ninjas. However, Akainu and others obviously did not take these so-called ninjas seriously. After all, they are only A-level combat power, or B-level combat power. In Admiral's eyes, it's not worth paying attention to at all, even Momosagi doesn't care too much. But then when the ninja attacked, everyone was stunned. These united ninjas use compound ninjutsu to attack Admiral, although they are not S-level combat power. But under the leadership of the Jonins, the power of compound ninjutsu should not be underestimated. Under the successive attacks of ninjutsu, as Admiral, they seem to be somewhat unable to parry. It was temporarily suppressed, especially the Ino Shikacho trio against Admiral. Akamichi Dingza opens expansion jutsu, cooperates with Shiju's shadow imitation technique, plus Yamanaka Haii's perception. Every move of Akainu was locked with ease. Even the strongest Marine Admiral Akainu could not stand against the combination of the 3. Then Kakashi, who rushed to the battlefield, cooperated with the 3 to fight against Akainu. Kakashi has copied thousands of ninjutsu, although not every ninjutsu is Grandmaster. Can deal with Akainu, Kakashi uses Earth Style to deal with it, and uses Earth Style to seize the opportunity to control Akainu as soon as he comes out, and then Water Style breaks out. Under the cooperation of Water Style and Lightning Style, a wave of extremely dazzling attacks was launched. Akainu was paralyzed by Lightning Style chakra, Kakashi cast Reikiri, Akainu got rid of Lightning Style's paralyzing effect at the critical moment. Advertisement Kankan dodged, such a thrilling scene appeared. Countless civilians in Pirate World took a breath of cold air. With the cooperation of these ninjas, even Admiral seemed unable to fight back. There was really no way to fight back. Kakashi uses the Lightning Style clone to lure Akainu to attack. The Lightning Style clone made Akainu hit again, and the moment the clone turned into lightning and hit Akainu. Ding Zuo's power attack, the butterfly wings gathered by the huge chakra that appeared behind, made Ding Zuo's attack full of strong chakra. With one punch, Akainu was instantly seriously injured. Then Kakashi drained the last chakra and Reikiri pierced Akainu's chest. Under the joint siege of the ninjas, Akainu was defeated. And it only took a few minutes, at the same time. In Kizaru's position, he encountered 8 Tails Killer Bee and the 2 fought fiercely. Perfect with Jinchuriki Killer Bee and 8 Tails, if not for Kizaru's speed. Already defeated. Faced with the continuous attack of Chakra's hand, Kizaru had no choice but to dodge. A laser beam hitting Killer Bee can't even break Chakra's coat. Tien Kongyunjian was also easily blocked by Killer Bee with a ninja. The battle between the two was very stalemate, and neither could solve the other quickly. Although Kizaru can still hold on, but T-Dolphins and Momosagi were not so lucky. Facing the crazy attack of 2 Jinchuriki who ran away, Haki is no match for the terrifying Tail Beast Chakra. In a few minutes, the two suffered a lot of injuries. Defeat seems to be only a matter of time. In the last CPO, although he is an S-level fighter, he met Tsunade who had indeed activated the 100 healings mark and used Baihao technique. Punch. Just a punch. Since Haki's strength cannot match Tsunade's, he was instantly killed by one punch. When the ground roared under Tsunade's fist, the guy turned into a lump of flesh in an instant. FT. Although I can't see what he looks like, but looking at his movements, it is clear that he did not expect Tsunade's fist power to be so terrifying. Haki didn't explode at full strength either. It seems that he thinks it's no big deal if he gets hit even if he loses to Tsunade's power. And the result was that he was killed directly, and he didn't even have the chance to display his true strength. The people of One Piece World suffered a crushing defeat. Advertisement see here. Whitebeard looked back in the direction of the cabin. It was really hit by this kid, a unilaterally crushed battle. No wonder Yuichi doesn't even look at it. Watching such a battle is really frustrating. Even Whitebeard wants to rush in instead of these so-called Marine Admiral fights. He took it upon himself. As the admirals were defeated one by one, only Kizaru remained. The ninjas who gathered around didn't do anything but watched from a distance. Kizaru also gradually felt something was wrong. I was a little anxious in my heart, and in this anxious situation, it became even worse. Captured by Killer Bee and killed in one blow, the battle is over. In the Fourth World War, the winner is the Hokage world. When the outcome was announced, the people in One Piece world felt extremely angry now. If the strength is really not as good as the opponent loses, it's fine. DJ. But these Marines who played were not the strongest lineup the Marine could send out at all. No wonder Yuichi is missing. No wonder the elite naval headquarters are missing. Has the power of the tail beast caused internal strife among the people in the opposite world? It seems that no matter what world it is in, a powerful force will always attract prying eyes. The 5 Kages smiled lightly. If that's the case, it doesn't seem like a good thing for one tail to be acquired by the opponent's world. Those civilians who still had doubts in their hearts suddenly realized. If they lost in this situation, they couldn't help but feel angry. This is what the world government did. In order to get the one tail that Lord Yuichi snatched back, they defected from Marine with a powerful combat force. A Marine Admiral candidate with incredible potential, forced to defect from the Marine. If it's Master Yuichi and the elite Vice Admirals from Naval Headquarters, even if it's a defeat, it's impossible to lose so quickly. Looking at the barrage that floated by one after another. Even 243's countless soldiers in Marine also gritted their teeth. It turned out to be such a thing. Compared to the Flying Squirrels, Vice Admiral and the others, it's a world of difference. At this moment, the 5 shadows in the Hokage world also saw this barrage. Why didn't they send Flying Squirrels, Vice Admiral, to fight? These so-called Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral are simply a bunch of trash. At this time, a barrage flashed in the light curtain. No wonder the person who appeared in the picture earlier was not Marshal Sengoku. The elite Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters must also be upset because of this incident. That's why they didn't fight. It turned out that something like this happened to Marine. Chapter 147. As the storm rises, the 4 emperors gather. Is this how the world government treats an amazing Marine general? No wonder the building at Naval Headquarters is collapsing. When the highest combat power of the Marines was gathered in the headquarters, I said, except for the 4 emperors dispatching, how could anyone destroy the Naval Headquarters under their noses? So the civil war broke out in Marine? The world government blocked the news. I have never heard of this matter. People all over the world are talking about it. I did not expect such a thing to happen between Yuichi, world government, and Marine. So, isn't Yuichi now a pirate? After someone reacted, some pirates in the crowd suddenly became excited. Pirates? Yuichi, who has a combat power comparable to Marine Admiral, has become a pirate? Will he form a pirate group by himself? Or is he going to join some pirate group? Being targeted by the world government, there is no way for one person's strength to fight against it. At this moment, all the major pirate groups on the sea want to recruit Yuichi. Even some weaker pirates want to join Yuichi. A strong man who has surpassed Marine Admiral serves as the captain. Then they can go to New World to make a living, instead of being stuck in the first half of the Grand Line, being chased up and down by Marine all day long. While people are talking, the Fourth World War is completely over. Open black lens bracket. The Fourth World War close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Winner. Hokage World close black lens bracket. Congratulations to Hokage World for obtaining the time staggered use privilege of the next 3 world wars. Open black lens bracket. Hokage World increased by 1%, One Piece World weakened by 1%. At this moment, the 2 worlds present completely different changes. All creatures in the Hokage world are bathed in white light. Feel the increase in strength, and the other side is in the world of pirates. It was as if some kind of power emerged from somewhere, making everything weak. Among them, the most profound feelings are people like Whitebeard. They can clearly perceive the loss of vitality in their bodies, and their bodies become weak and their spirits become tired. How good it felt when the world evolved before is how bad it feels now. This feeling is really uncomfortable, Whitebeard sighed. Not only all the pirates in his entire white group, their faces are not very good looking. Although I was a little happy watching Marine being beaten up and down, but now I am not happy at all. They now seem more hopeful that Marine will not be defeated than that Marine will be defeated. In this case, advertisement their strength can also be enhanced. And Yuichi, who was in the cabin at this time, deliberately returned to the cabin early. Just want to see, when the world war is lost, will one's own strength become weaker? And the result is, Yuichi's Haki power is indeed weakened. He can clearly perceive this change. It is simply that the destructive power of Haki has become weaker, not that Yuichi's Haki has become less. It's as if someone directly modified Haki to reduce the destructive power of each unit output by a single digit. However, Ryatsu, witch power, but it has no effect at all. To be precise, it has an impact, but the system raised Yuichi's weakened value again. Detection of an unknown power weakening system, open black lens bracket clearing. Open black lens bracket clear complete close black lens bracket open black lens bracket the system returns to normal close black lens bracket see system prompts. Yuichi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although Haki's power is weakened, the power given to Yuichi by the system will definitely not be affected. So it seems that in the future, we should focus on strengths other than Haki as much as possible. In case one day the world war is lost, Yuichi's strength will not be weakened too much. Experienced a feeling of being weakened, now what Yuichi doesn't know is. People all over the world of One Piece started yelling at Marine and world government. They have completely forgotten that One Piece World won 3 times because of Marine's efforts. But after losing just 1 time, people can't bear the feeling. The obtained strength is weakened. Even ordinary people can't accept it, let alone people with stronger power. Now their hunger for victory is overwhelming. Commander-in-Chief Kong. Watching the disappearing light curtain in the sky. The next world war will still start in 7 days. Shaking his head helplessly, sure enough, no way. According to the meaning of 5 elders, the people arranged by the world government in the Marine were sent. In order to make these people stronger, get rewarded after winning. But in the end, he lost this crucial world war. Although Kong objected at first, he could not disobey the will of the 5 elders. 5 elders thought that with a Kainu and Marine Admiral with Kizaru, T-Fish, and Momosagi, it was enough to win. Advertisement, but the ninjas slapped them in the face severely. As it turns out, ninjas seem to be easy to deal with. Especially now that they feel that they understand the abilities of ninjas, people all over the world look down on ninjas. But this battle made people feel like they knew these ninjas again. It turns out that this is the real fighting power of ninjas. Those unexpected attack methods, the tacit cooperation with each other, and the extremely weird collocation of ninjutsu abilities. Marine's attack method in front of such an enemy appears to be single and there is nothing he can do about it. Shadow clone, transformation technique, body flicker technique, traps, hidden weapons. These things were really displayed by the ninjas this time. If you don't have overwhelming power, in a battle of the same level, the ninja is extremely difficult to deal with. It can even be said that they are generally stronger than Marine generals of the same level. Kong sighed. Hey. The failure of this world war, coupled with Marine Marshal Sengoku's stubborn refusal to give in, even the Marine hero Garp rarely stood up to support Sengoku. The story of Marine's debacle will soon be known. Coupled with the loss of the world war, it will be an extremely heavy blow to the world government. There will even be some turmoil within Marine. He has to find a way to deal with these things. Just when Kong was getting annoyed, suddenly the phone on the desk rang. 4 Emperors. Assemble. This is 4 Emperors, the sea area where the Whitebeard pirates Moby DK is staying. What? Where are they going? What's wrong? Say. During the World War, the 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom, organized a large fleet at the same time and set sail in the same direction. 3-4 emperors sailing in the same direction. The destination of the 3-4 emperors, if nothing else, it will be, team. Hey, what's the matter? The World War has just ended, did something happen in Marine? There was a second of silence on the other end of the phone. Kong said in a low tone. Kong suddenly stood up, his eyes widened in shock. Master Commander-in-Chief, Wang Zhao, big matter, it's not good. Kong heard that the other party's tone was wrong and realized that something serious had happened again. The Marine soldier on the other end of the phone looked at the intersection of the analyzed routes in his hand. 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors. Report from the team monitoring the 4 Emperors. Chapter 148 The Real, New World Island coming. Each of the 4 Emperors who rule the sea is the most terrifying big pirate of this era. Standing at the apex among countless pirates is the 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors, 7 warlords of the sea, Marine. These are 3 forces that check and balance each other. And the premise of all this is that the 4 Emperors will not have any possibility of cooperation with each other. Otherwise, let alone 4 Emperors gathered, even if only 2 Sea Emperors gathered together. It is very likely to cause turmoil in the world, and now. These 4 Emperors of the sea are ready to gather in the waters of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Such astonishing news, even the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong, was shocked by it. Why? Kong couldn't understand why the 4 emperors made such a move all of a sudden. Kong couldn't be more clear about the grievances between those 4. Even Kaido and Big Mom cannot easily form an alliance. Say goodbye to Whitebeard and Shanks. The former is proud of everything, and is the man closest to the throne of One Piece among the current pirates. Not even redhead Shanks can match Whitebeard's stature. Let's talk about the red-haired Shanks, who got off Roger's ship. He will definitely not easily join forces with others. Among the 4 emperors, it is impossible for him to unite with the Whitebeard 103, let alone Kaido and Big Mom. What the hell? What happened? Kong's eyes looked into the distance, as if he saw Whitebeard at this moment across thousands of miles. My lord, there is news from the surveillance force ahead. It seems that Mr. Yuichi, who escaped from naval headquarters, boarded Whitebeard's ship. 16. What did he go to Whitebeard for? Kong doesn't think Yuichi will choose to join Whitebeard's pirates. First of all, it is not that Kong has never met Yuichi, and he has seen it several times. Kong sees in Yuichi's eyes a will that will not be inferior to anyone. Such people are also less likely to accept other people's asylum because they want to avoid Marine or something. Yuichi boarded Whitebeard's boat, definitely for another purpose. Now, He seems to have achieved this goal, otherwise 4 emperors would not have changed suddenly. Advertisement: every 4 emperors should also know that Marine is watching them all the time. They are the only ones who can make waves in this sea. Although the monitoring could not figure out exactly what they did, the general trend was still very clear. So in other words, the 4 emperors still chose to act despite the risk of being discovered by Marine. Which means they're completely unafraid of Marine's reaction to it. But this time there is really no need to worry, the 4 emperors gather. No matter what Marine wants to do, he is powerless. He can only pray that conflicts will break out when the 4 emperors meet, which will lead to the 4 emperors' war. Quick! Send this news to 5 elders at the same time, and send more people to continue to closely monitor every move of 4 emperors. Now Kong has only to make these arrangements. As for anything else, still waiting for the 5 elders to make a decision. 4 emperors meet. Kong looked into the distance. New world will not be peaceful. New world. When the whole pirate world is still talking about the world that just lost. Discussing the feeling of being less powerful, sudden. In a certain sea area of New World, several pirate ships gather here and stop here temporarily around an unnamed small island. The pirates on the island are discussing how ugly Marine lost in the World War. What Marine? What Admiral? It's simply too weak, and it can be solved by the enemies 3 times, 5 divisions, and 2. Doesn't Marine only have strength when they arrest us? Yeah. The Marine lineup this time is really incomprehensible. The famous Vice Admiral is not sent. All of them are unfamiliar faces. I really don't understand what the world government is thinking. What is Marine doing? Another pirate sneered and said in a very sarcastic tone. The world government forced the Yuichi away. Now even Marine's elite Vice Admiral has been hidden. This is probably because too many Marine generals will gain power and leave the world government. Take control. While talking, CJFJ, a sharp cold wind suddenly blows from the sea. All the pirates shrank their heads involuntarily. He looked in the direction the wind was blowing. A pirate who wore less clothes hugged his shoulders and rubbed up and down. Why does it seem so cold all of a sudden? The weather in New World is still as capricious as ever. The moment the voice fell, there was a sound of breaking waves on the sea. It was as if the majestic sound of a trumpet sounded. An inexplicable sense of oppression spread from my heart. Advertisement: the pirates looked at the sea. A gigantic red ship sailed past them in the wind and waves. The pirates stared at the giant ship in front of them with wide eyes. The people on the boat glanced at them sideways, and continued to look ahead without paying too much attention. The boat passed quickly, leaving a long white spray on the sea. These pirates stood up one after another, and their eyes seemed a little dull. Read it right just now. That ship seems to be the ship of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Hearing this, the companion on the side nodded. You read that right. The person at the bow is indeed the red-haired Shanks. You can't be wrong. Redhead. Another pirate felt a little unbelievable. His territory shouldn't be here. Why does Redhead appear near Whitebeard's territory? Is there a war between the 4 emperors? The pirates looked a little flustered. New World, Marine is nothing. There is no need to worry at all. However, the 4 emperors who rule the New World, their every move will be related to what the whole New World will become. The whereabouts of the red hair of the 4 emperors was exposed, and soon another shocking news came. An even more terrifying piece of information came out of the intelligence network among the New World pirates. Not long after Hongfa's whereabouts were exposed, he was on various islands in New World. Wherever there are pirates stationed, there was a series of exclamations. It's not just redheads showing up. 4 emperors Kaido, 4 emperors Bigmom are moving towards Whitebeard's territory. What's going on here? Are the 4 emperors planning to attack Whitebeard's territory? Are you finally going to attack the strongest man in the world? Speaking of which, a pirate in the crowd suddenly laughed. Challenge the world's strongest? 4 emperors together? Impossible? This guy pulls out a chart of the New World. Whitebeard was last heard of here. He pointed to a blank space on the chart. There aren't any islands here. Meanwhile, this is the location in the heart of Whitebeard land. Which of the 4 emperors looks like a fool to attack Whitebeard in this position? This is. As the guy said, the excitement flickering in his eyes became more and more intense, and the expression on his face became more and more excited. This is an unprecedented meeting of 4 emperors. 4 emperors may well form an alliance, and the purpose, perhaps a world war. Chapter 149: Preparations for the White Group, Yuichi's amazing talent. New World, somewhere in the sea area of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. A total of 4 super-large ships of the Whitebeard pirates stayed here. Relying on 4 ships, a temporary huge platform was built. It seems that a Shanghai town has been established here. The pirates of the White Group are busy, making this temporary sea town more perfect. Why they built such a place? The answer is obvious. Naturally, to welcome the coming guests. Kaido, Hongfa, and Bigmom are not light. Whitebeard also wanted to make an alliance, for himself, even more for his sons. Destiny is better in your own hands. Like the Marine defeat this time, their power was also weakened, which made Whitebeard more determined to build the 4 emperors alliance. As the emperor who reigns over the sea, he entrusts his own destiny to the hands of others. This is not Whitebeard's style. Whitebeard sat on the throne watching the kids go about their business, smiling while sipping a glass of wine. Father. The redheads are already on their way. Suddenly Marco appears behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded. I see, but Dad, the bad thing is that their whereabouts have been leaked, and the whole new world is in chaos, and countless pirates are gathering towards our territory. Although the 4 emperors have the final say on New World, other pirates cannot be ignored casually. Which one of the pirates who can survive in New World is easy to mess with? These pirates gather, and Marco fears that they will be bad for the White Group. But Whitebeard didn't care at all. This is something that can't be helped. The 4 emperors gathered. Do you think that such a thing is not enough to cause chaos in New World? Hearing this, Marco was stunned for a moment, and what his father said was indeed reasonable. The New World will not be peaceful with every move of the 4 emperors, let alone the unprecedented gathering of 4 emperors. It is impossible for such a thing to be held quietly. It is absolutely impossible not to be discovered. Whitebeard smiled. Don't worry, Marco, I'm still staying here. No matter what happens in New World, will the Whitebeard pirates be afraid? Seeing his father's confident eyes, at this moment Marco seemed to see the Whitebeard who fought Roger back then. By the way, Dad, do you want to call that guy Ace back? Hearing this, Whitebeard thought for a while. Don't do it for now. Call Ace back at this time. In case something unexpected happens, it will be bad. Advertisement after all, the enemies we face this time are Kaido, Big Mom, and Red Hair. Even though Whitebeard's body has recovered a lot now, but facing those 3 guys at the same time, Whitebeard doesn't have much confidence. 4 emperors gathered, any accident can happen. Marco looks at Whitebeard strangely. Usually it is not difficult to see that Dad cares about Ace very much, why this time it seems that he doesn't want Ace to come. While he was thinking, beep, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded. Black thunder spread wildly on the deck of the Moby DK. At the same time, there were exclamations from the members of the White Group. Even the team captains under Whitebeard looked at the figure in front of them in shock at this moment. Wearing a white robe, holding a zanpakuto in one hand. The cold eyes are extremely sharp, people dare not look at him. And the hockey fluctuations that pervade Zanpakuto are completely different from ordinary armament hockey. There was an extremely terrifying sense of oppression coming out 3 times. Is this the entanglement of Conqueror's hockey that Dad said? Did just try a few times to master it? 10 minutes before, Yuichi asked Whitebeard to demonstrate Conqueror's hockey winding. Whitebeard wanted to find a more secluded place to demonstrate to Yuichi and learn this technique is not that simple. But Yuichi stubbornly asked him to demonstrate now. Whitebeard reluctantly complied. Then Yuichi, in full view, began trying to free the Conqueror's hockey and attempting to wrap it around the weapon. But he failed several times in a row, as if he couldn't even find the direction. However, I didn't expect to succeed in a blink of an eye. The crew of the Baitwan looked at each other in blank dismay. Conqueror's hockey twines, according to their daddy. This skill does not mean that someone who has Conqueror's hockey can master it. It needs to practice, it needs to fight, and it needs to reach a certain level and have a deep enough understanding of Conqueror's hockey to start trying. And Yuichi, advertisement I have no experience at all, and Conqueror's hockey has just awakened. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All he needs to do right now is use Conqueror's hockey proficiently. Rather than want to learn what Conqueror's hockey winding. But just such a kid who just awakened Conqueror's, unexpectedly. After watching a detailed demonstration, it took less than 10 minutes to master it. Whitebeard is also looking at Yuichi in shock now. How could he learn it so easily? Whitebeard knows all too well how difficult it is to master this skill. Maybe this is genius. Marco looked at Whitebeard. Dad, can this guy really not use Conqueror's hockey before? I learned it in less than 10 minutes, which is too scary. Whitebeard nodded. I'm afraid so. From the way he started using hockey, he looked like a total novice. After getting Whitebeard's confirmation, Marco, that kid is a monster. You are normal people, there is no need to compare with a monster. The huge waves that were set off in an instant formed a straight line on the sea. The entire White Group was a little restless. Different from armament's color, Conqueror's is invisible. The burst attack not only enhances the attack power, but also seems to have an invisible force wrapped around armament hockey, expanding the attack range by more than several times. Good thing Marine let go of such a monster-level guy. After Yuichi disappeared, Marco sighed. Compared to this guy, I'm like a completely untalented guy. Yuichi felt the difference in the attack after Conqueror's hockey was entwined. A high wave suddenly rose on the sea, until sword slashed out, hockey's fluctuations broke out. After saying that, Yuichi turned and went back into the cabin. Although it was comforting words, Marco didn't feel much better when he heard these words. Everyone was silent for tens of seconds. The knife light piercing the sky has not yet touched the sea surface, but an invisible force has already pierced the sea surface. Everyone in the White Group left with a confused look on their faces, watching Yuichi leave. Silence. Otherwise, there might really be no living space for pirates in the future world. Nice technique. Putting the knife back and turning around, Yuichi looked at Whitebeard. Thank you, I will remember what we agreed on before. Chapter 155 Elders' Worries, Seatown completed. Holy Place. Mariajoy. When the World War was lost. The highest power in the world government, the 5 elders were already very depressed. The fighting power of ninjas teamed up far exceeds that of fighting alone. That ninjutsu, once performed by multiple people at the same time, its power is indeed amazing. Chakra energy that can be transformed into 5 different attributes, there are too many variables. 5 elders is summing up the reasons for the defeat of this world war. Originally they thought that relying on Marine Admiral would be enough to defeat their opponents. The gap between low-level combat power and top-level combat power is completely heaven and earth. What large groups are fighting, the number of people should have lost any meaning in front of the top powerhouses. But this time the ninjas slapped 5 of them in the face. The evaluation of the combat power level given by the light curtain does not seem to be a simple division of combat power. The bald 5 elders in the room spoke slowly. 3. At this point, the squinting 5 elders, with their curly hair, nodded in agreement. Indeed. We were all misled by that thing. The difference between S-level combat power and A-level combat power seems to lie in the division of status or power, not just by looking at it. Calendar. The 2 of them think so because in this world war, the strength shown by the A-level combat power in the other world is not inferior to the S-level combat power personnel. In the previous evaluation of combat effectiveness, no one would have thought that this did not represent strength. Even Yuichi believes that the division of combat power ranks represents strength, but it does not only represent combat power. In view of the difference between the 2 worlds, status and prestige are also considered. So now the 5 elders understand that power ratings aren't everything. But now it is too late to understand. The victory of the 4th World War was won by the opponent. In the next 3 world wars, the other party will be able to obtain the privilege of interlacing time. Let the strong in the past and future be sent out to fight. Hey, 5 elders sighed, but now there is more than one problem facing them. There is another one. We lost the world war, and the whole world began to complain about the actions we made in Marine, and even many countries came out against the world government. But at this time, Whitebeard and the others seem to have plans to join forces. Advertisement talking about this topic is even more serious than talking about world wars. Because if the world war is lost, there will be no immediate problems in the world. But the actions of the 4 emperors can set off turmoil in the whole world. The world is good or bad, 5 elders will not care too much, but the status of the world government cannot be shaken. 4 emperors unite. Those guys are not the type to form alliances with others. What the hell are they planning? For the 4 emperors and the 5 elders, I don't quite understand what this is for. But in doing so, they undoubtedly broke the balance. Marine and world government must respond, otherwise. Conscript. The suddenly benevolent, gray-haired 5 elders looked like they were the oldest. But it is such a person, but the words spoken at this moment are full of killing intent. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped a lot, and a chill visible to the naked eye emerged and spread in the room. No matter what the purpose of the 4 emperors is, the current military strength is completely insufficient to deal with the 4 emperors. Conscription is inevitable. That kid named Yuichi seems to have escaped to Whitebeard's hands. Is this trying to make Whitebeard protect him? Speaking of another 5 elders, he laughed, seeking protection. Huh, even Whitebeard can't keep him. The thing on him must be controlled by the world government. The tailed beast on Yuichi is still remembered by the 5 elders. The meeting of the 4 emperors who ruled the sea. How could this kind of thing happen without Marine? It is said that other people are looking at the 5 elders. You plan to do it when the 4 emperors gather? Provoke those 4 people. This is not a good plan. The remaining 4 or 5 elders have different views on this proposal. He looked at the person who said this with a strange expression. Hope he gives an explanation why he does it. It's probably impossible to disturb the gathering of the 4 emperors, but that kid can't let it go. The power in him cannot fall into the hands of the 4 emperors. Power from another world, tailed beast chakra. They have already done research on this power on Tyrant Bear, and this power is indeed astonishing. And Shichibukai only got a small part of the power, and the combat power was completely doubled. Yuichi, who got a whole tailed beast, his power makes 5 elders Hua and master. Thinking that this kind of power might be obtained by the 4 emperors, they also had to be cautious. Indeed, Daijia will do whatever it takes to capture that brat. His power cannot fall into the hands of the 4 emperors. Advertisement 5 people agree. At the same time, Sengoku and Garp were temporarily confined in the Holy Land and were not allowed to leave. Sipping tea in a garden somewhere, Garp looked leisurely, while Sengoku looked sad. Seeing the old man so sad, Garp said helplessly, "No matter how much you worry, it's useless, you can't do anything now." Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head. "No, I'm not trying to do something, I'm thinking of Yuichi looking for Whitebeard, and then the 4 emperors are about to unite together. If there is no connection between these, I absolutely don't believe it." After saying this, Garp's face also became serious. "You mean, the gathering of the 4 emperors was caused by Yuichi?" "There is an 80% chance that this is the case. That brat is not someone who would seek refuge under someone else's command." Sengoku stood up and looked down at the sea from the red line. "Yuichi. What the hell are you trying to do, New World?" Whitebeard's territory. The temporary sea town built on the back of 4 huge ships has already taken shape in 2 days. With the efforts of the many crew members of the pirates under the White Group. This sea town looks pretty good, but no one is approaching at sea. It doesn't mean that no one is approaching in the sky. This feeling. A familiar old guy came. A huge platform has been built. Open your eyes suddenly. Now, Whitebeard felt something too. Hearing this, Whitebeard stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. Your people. He even touched the place where the 4 emperors gathered. Who dares to approach easily? The unprecedented gathering of 4 emperors is about to begin. There are already quite a few pirate groups wandering around the town. Of course they will keep a safe distance from 2.1 and will not approach easily. After all, there is a sea fossil, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Yuichi smiled. That's right, after all, it's just me alone. I'm afraid I can't win any right to speak in front of the 4 emperors. I also need to have my own power. And this will be the place where the 4 sea emperors meet. On the Moby DK, Yuichi finished his sword training, put away his Zanpakuto and looked up at the sky. As he spoke, Whitebeard's eyes burst into murderous intent. Suddenly Yuichi looked back at him. Take it easy, this is my man. And the New World pirates who came here after hearing the news don't know where they got the news from. Chapter 151 Thunder and Lightning Sudden Landing, Flying Pirates. Power. Looking at Yuichi with a faint smile in front of him. Whitebeard didn't think Yuichi was bluffing, but he said that power, wanting to have a say in the league, which Whitebeard can understand. At the same time, I also agree with Yuichi's idea. If you are alone, then even if he has a good influence, don't even think about gaining too much voice in the alliance. Even Whitebeard originally wanted to use this to get Yuichi to join the Whitebeard. At least temporarily attached to the White group. But this kid Yuichi can actually see this, not just a powerful brat. More a smart guy. However, it didn't bother Whitebeard that this guy was going to form his own faction, but he didn't believe Yuichi would be able to bring that man under him. Sky. That familiar breath, it's all too familiar to Whitebeard. They were all crew members on a ship once, back in the days of the rocks. A huge ship in the sky is slowly approaching, and accompanied by several huge islands floating slowly. Although the height of these islands is not low, but Baituan's vigilance was quite high, and soon someone noticed the small black spots that suddenly appeared in the sky. Douche. A larger and larger black spot is approaching at an extremely fast speed. After a few seconds, the black dot reveals its real appearance. It is a ship. A ship that floats in the air. Seeing this scene, the members of the Baituan who were responsible for observing the surrounding situation were stunned. What is that? A ship floated in the sky. A ship is coming from the sky. Cheer up everyone. Although a little surprised, as the crew of the 4 emperors, what the wind and waves have not seen. He didn't have too much time to be in a daze, and immediately notified the companions below who didn't notice the situation. Whitebeard didn't look up, but stared at Yuichi. Boy, how did you subdue that guy? Hearing this, Yuichi also lowered his head slowly. It seems that Whitebeard has already felt it. Presumably, with Whitebeard's knowledge, it is not possible that he can't feel the breath of the other party at this distance, so Yuichi didn't pay too much attention to this issue. Advertisement instead, he said directly, strictly speaking, it's not a conquest, but a transaction of interest. This explanation made Whitebeard somewhat more receptive. If it is an exchange of interests, then it is not too surprising that the other party will agree. What did you use to make a deal with that guy? As soon as this question was asked, Whitebeard curled his lips. How could I ask such a stupid question? For that guy, there are only 2 things that can attract him. The first thing is to dominate the ocean, the second thing is power. Both of those things seemed like Yuichi could help that guy out, so it's no surprise that he would agree to collaborate or something. Thinking of Whitebeard, he laughed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that guy and I would have the chance to fight in the same camp again. The crew of the White Regiment stared nervously at the sky, and Whitebeard's laughter made them all a little curious. Why did Dad suddenly burst out laughing? What happened? Suddenly, a person jumped out of the falling boat in the sky. The opponent fell to the deck of the Moby DK extremely quickly. Base. The sound of the blade piercing the deck floor was heard. All the people in the White group put on a fighting posture, and they didn't see each other's appearance clearly. Whitebeard raised his hand. Don't be nervous, kids, this is my old friend. Said the other party slowly stood up. The first time I saw this person, sharp swords were tied to the broken legs. That's what pierced the deck of the Moby DK. The opponent slowly raised his head. With long blonde hair, a cigar in his mouth, and a strong wave of haki emanating from his brows. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard. Long time no see. Whitebeard smiled. Shiki, you guys didn't expect to run out one day. Don't you stay in your heaven? Shiki? Everyone in Baituan blinked their eyes. The name seemed familiar. It seems to have heard it somewhere. Diamond Chaos was stunned for a moment. Shiki, Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion of the Flying Pirates. It turned out to be him. The young pirates were a little confused. Is this guy famous? Hearing that some crew members who joined the White Regiment in their early years turned their heads to look at the young brat. This guy used to be. But the people on the same ship as Daddy are all members of the Rock's Pirates. And he is the only guy in history who was imprisoned and impelled down and was able to escape. When the young pirates around heard this, they looked at Shiki in shock. Advertisement just when they were thinking about why such pirates suddenly appeared. Whitebeard smiled. The old man is curious why you teamed up with that kid. That kid used to be Marine. How did you meet? Hearing this, Shiki looked back at Yuichi. I've known this kid for a long time. At that time, he was not the Marine of the headquarters. He was chased by this kid to my sky island. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, I finally collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, I wanted to recruit him, but he didn't agree. I don't know each other. The boy is not a Marine now. Are you interested in joining my pirate group? Yuichi shook his head. I've rejected it a long time ago, don't you give up. Saying that, Yuichi looked a little impatient. Shiki also had no choice but to smile helplessly. The 3 days and 3 nights of the war at the beginning were actually just because Yuichi wanted to see pressure and break through the awakening progress of the template. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end, so Yuichi left. But I got to know the Golden Lion. It's fine if you don't join, I'll make you change your mind. Saying that, Shiki laughed. Whitebeard on the side looked up at the stopped ship in the sky. Asterisk 727 Yuichi boy, although I am surprised that you can get the support of this guy, but the weight of Shiki is not enough now. This made Shiki's eyes darken, and he looked at Whitebeard with a murderous look. Although what Whitebeard said is true, I know that. GNU. He didn't look flustered at all. Whitebeard guessed that this kid should have a second hand. Do you have any other reinforcements? Yuichi smiled mysteriously. It's almost time, he should be coming soon. Shiki, Flying Pirates, and Zephyr's Neo Marine, the strength of the two organizations is not weak. In addition, although Shiki is originally weak, not as good as the 4 Emperors level, but barely considered an Admiral level of combat effectiveness. With the addition of Zephyr, Yuichi has 2 Admiral level combat power behind him. This is about the same as 4 Emperors, but still a little bit worse. Cracking, sizzling. Suddenly a thunderbolt fell from the sky. The moment the lightning appeared, the expressions of Shiki and Whitebeard changed at the same time. But in the next second, the thunder and lightning fell in the direction of Yuichi. Boom. The moment the roar sounded, the lightning instantly smashed through the deck of the Moby DK, leaving a huge hole in the deck. After the lightning flashed, Yuichi, who was standing on the edge of the hole, straightened his clothes and looked at somewhere in the sky with cold eyes. Just talking. People are here. Chapter 152 Golden Ship, Enel of God. Watching the thunder that exploded from the gap, Whitebeard glanced slightly overhead. Thunder. A person with abilities. The corners of Shiki's mouth raised slightly, a person who can use lightning, a person with Logia ability. That's right. The Logia Thunder Fruit ability user is another guy the first teamed up with. Hearing this, everyone in the Baituan was a little surprised. Among Logia's abilities, many people have thought about the ability of lightning. Although it is not invincible in New World Logia. But among the 3 fruit abilities, Logia's advantages are still undeniable. Immune to general physical attacks, not everyone in New World can use Haki. Dealing with Logia's ability users is still very tricky. In Logia, the ability of lightning is quite terrifying in its destructive power. Perhaps comparable to Akainu's magma ability, crack. Suddenly a thunderbolt descended. On the fence of the Moby DK, a barefoot guy suddenly appeared. He also carried a beating thunder snake on his body, holding a golden trident in both hands, and hung it on his shoulders, hooking the gun body with both hands. The long earlobe is shaped like a Buddha. There's a strange ring behind it with 4 small drums. Ha ha ha, beautiful dodge, your heart is as calm as water. Enel, the god, appears. Even Whitebeard was a little surprised to see this guy. Yuichi was actually able to find someone with this powerful Logia fruit ability. But, although the fruit ability of Xinglei made him very concerned, the opponent's own strength didn't seem to be very good. It seems that he is another guy who relies too much on fruit abilities. This is also a common problem of those with fruit abilities. Even Whitebeard needs to admit that even he himself has some problems with relying on fruit abilities. But a person with the ability of Thunderfruit, even if Haki is not so strong, is comparable to Admiral. Even if it's a little bit worse, it's not too bad. That's it. Air Pirate Golden Lion Shiki, former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Plus the Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. Yuichi's subordinate has also become a member with 3 members who can rival Admiral's level of combat power. 3 top fighters, this is already considered the configuration of 4 Emperors. Advertisement in the middle level combat effectiveness seems to be somewhat lacking. But there are quite a few fighters at the bottom, and there are quite a few people under the command of the flying pirate group Golden Lion. Plus the soldiers of the Neo Marine organization. Yuichi this guy. It was only a few days since they left the Marine, and it was obvious that they could pull up a force comparable to the 4 Emperors in a few days. Although there are still some gaps, if Yuichi targets one piece. He only needs to recruit some strong guys to step into the New World, and he will soon be able to compete with other 4 Emperors. Perhaps the 5th Emperor of New World will be born soon. Thinking of this, Whitebeard looked at the calm Yuichi. Now he is a little confused. Didn't Yuichi really want to leave Marine on purpose? With so many people, isn't it prepared in advance? How could it be such a coincidence? This is not a coincidence. In order to break through the awakening of the character template, Yuichi found many powerful people to fight. 2 people, Enel and Shiki. It's just a guy who gets along better with Yuichi. Enel, your Haki is still as weak as ever, suddenly Yuichi said, raised his hand and punched Enel in the face. The sudden move made everyone in Baituan stunned. Whether the 2 are enemies or friends, zzz. In an instant, Enel turned into lightning and moved to the opposite guardrail almost instantly. Dodge Yuichi's punch. This speed surprised even Whitebeard. Shiki also stared at Enel with wide eyes. What a speed! Thunder, lightning speed. This is completely faster than Marine Admiral Kizaru's glitter fruit. Of course, if you really want to talk about speed, it is naturally faster to flash the fruit. But Enel's teleportation does not need to be charged, and it can be activated at any time when you want. And Kizaru needs a little time to determine the target and location before he can move. Although the speed is slightly weaker, the practicability is far higher than Kizaru. You're still so irritable, you want to start a fight with a friend you haven't contacted as soon as you meet? Hearing this, Yuichi glanced at the hole in the deck. You guys still have the nerve to talk about me? Enel shrugged. Sorry. Jumping off the railing, Enel hit the rest of the boat. These people seem to be very strong. Advertisement. The people he was looking at were Diamond Jazzy, Foil Vesta, Phoenix Marco and other team captains on the Whitebeard ship. Yuichi walks towards Whitebeard. Of course, this is no ordinary place. This man in front of you, nicknamed Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. One of the 4 emperors who rule the sea. You have been on Sky Island and don't know what the 4 emperors are like. But it doesn't matter, there is time for you to understand slowly. Enel of the 4 emperors doesn't care at all. He just looked at Yuichi. You said let me come this time, there's a way for us to go to another world, is it true? Hearing this, Yuichi nodded. It's true. Enel's dignified face calmed down. It's fine if you don't lie to me. As long as you can let me go to another world, I can temporarily obey your orders. As he spoke, Enel snapped his fingers. Swipe swipe. In the sky, a huge ship, the Ark Proverbs, slowly appeared. The hull is all made of gold, and countless propellers are rotating rapidly, providing the Proverbs with the power to float in the air. The appearance of this thing made everyone dumbfounded. The golden boat? What kind of technology is this? That thing can actually fly. The ship of the flying pirates can fly because of the ability of the golden lion, but the ability of this kind of ship to fly does not depend on the ability. On Enel's motto, there are priests under his command, and there are also a large number of priests from Sky Island guarding them. Yuichi looked at the motto. Didn't think you'd already made it. How is it? Not bad. Enel smiled and seemed a little smug. He and Yuichi are more like friends, that's why he's showing this expression now. Whitebeard looked at Enel's ship. Although the strength of the people on board was not very good, the technology used by this ship was amazing. How on earth did this guy build such a boat? When everyone looked at the proverb and couldn't speak. To be Li Hao. Zephyr suddenly jumped on the Moby DK fruit. Yuichi, what's that? Zephyr rushed directly to Yuichi's side. Looking at Zephyr, who looked a little excited, Yuichi forgot that Zephyr was also very interested in technology. Neo Marine has a war machine modeled after a pacifist. Yuichi. Teacher, if you are interested, you can go up and have a look for yourself. Said Yuichi glanced at Enel. Enel nodded. The proverbs had already been made, and he didn't care if others understood the structure of the proverbs or something. No matter the fire. Although the proverbs is currently suspended at a height of several tens of meters, Zephyr jumped up and rushed up directly on the moonwalk. Shiki smiled. It seems that the flying pirates are not just God. As he spoke, he looked at you. It seems that all the people you were looking for are here, so our temporary captain, isn't he going to give our alliance a name? Name? Yuichi froze for a moment. He hadn't thought about this kind of thing at all. Chapter 153 The Floating Pirates, Meeting with the 4 Emperors. Names and such are not Yuichi's forte. The most annoying thing is the name. Troublesome. Yuichi glanced at Shiki. Expectancy was written all over his face. I don't understand what to look forward to in this kind of thing, just call it by a name. If you really want a name, it's Flying Skyship Tuan. Saying that, Yuichi shrugged nonchalantly. When Shiki heard this, his complexion was a bit uncomfortable. No way. How can the name of the Flying Pirates become a new name? Shiki is serious about naming things. Yuichi is resolutely not allowed to settle down with this perfunctory attitude. Yuichi frowned, seemingly unable to think of a good name at all. Whitebeard watched from the side. Why don't we just call it the Floating Pirates? Shiki has the ability of Lion Fruit, and another Thunderboy's ship can fly in the sky. You yourself have the ability to float in the air. What about the name? Hearing this, Shiki was the first to object. No, how can you, an outsider, decide the name of our big fleet? Whitebeard, shut up. That's it. Yuichi nodded directly. Shiki choked up suddenly. It's not a bad name either, it's just that Yuichi didn't come up with it himself. But U-917 agreed, and Enel at the side also had no objections. As for Zephyr of Neo Marine, he is currently studying the Ark Proverbs. Whatever the name is, he doesn't care at all. Floating Pirates. The name is not bad, but it's just a name. After confirming the name, Shiki and his pirates all started cheering. Even the priests under Enel's command were a little excited. Even the soldiers of the Neo Marine organization had smiles on their faces. Is the charm of a name really that great? At this moment, not far from the sea area where the Moby DK is parked, a red pirate ship is advancing rapidly. The temperament hanging on the ship is indeed 4 emperors. The Red Hair Pirates logo. Bo. The red hair looked at the raised black dots on the sea in the distance. Even in this position, it can be vaguely seen that there are 4 huge ships relying on the sea. Advertisement had turned out to be a sea town. In just a few days, a sea town was directly built. Such a powerful mobilization ability, as expected of the most powerful 4 emperors. Shanks smiled and lowered his binoculars. CJFB, the red-haired crew members behind are also full of energy, and then they, the red hair pirates, will be in contact with another 4 Emperors pirate group. In the past, such contact only occurred when the two sides were fighting. But now the two parties are preparing to form an alliance. Finally arrived one step ahead of the others, Shanks smiled. Usopp and Lackey Lu looked at each other. Is there any difference between first come and last come? Usopp asked. Oh. Beckman came up from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Of course it's different. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. This is a gathering of the 4 Emperors. If you arrive first, you will have the opportunity to communicate with Whitebeard. If you can reach a tacit agreement with Whitebeard first, then we can occupy more when Kaido and Bigmom arrive. Initiative. It turned out to be the case, and both of them nodded in a half-understanding manner. But at this point Beckman sighed. He glanced back at Shanks. However, I didn't expect us to come here so fast. It seems that we are still slow. Hearing this, Shanks froze for a moment and looked back at Beckman. What's wrong? Beckman relighted a cigarette and turned to look to the right. Kaido and Bigmom's ships have appeared. He pouted angrily to the right. Everyone looked in that direction, and sure enough, 2 small black spots appeared on the sea surface at some point. They were also rushing towards Whitebeard's position at a fast pace. It seems that the speed is not slower than them at all, and even much faster. Shanks was a little surprised. I didn't expect these 2 people to be so active this time. The gathering of the 4 Emperors this time is not just to hold their own destiny in their own hands. At the same time, one of Kaido and Bigmom is for stronger power, and the other is for restoring youth. As long as the enemy of another world is defeated, the world's evolutionary power will increase, and at the same time, the physical condition of the person will return to his youthful appearance. Each has a different purpose. The red hair's eyes are also different. For him, exploring another world is more important than strength and a young body. At this time on Kaido's boat, Kaido looked at the sea town in the distance. Whitebeard is so fast. As he spoke, he glanced at the Bigmom pirates not far away on both sides, and the ships of the red hair pirates who could not see clearly on the opposite side. Although he couldn't see clearly, Kaido was very clear that the red-haired ship was definitely on the opposite side. Because at this time, people who dared to approach here directly, besides the 4 Emperors, who else has such guts? Even Marine dare not approach easily. Advertisement. That man is still the strongest in the world. The appearance of Kaido and others will naturally not be ignored by the white group. The people who were busy building the last parts of the sea town suddenly heard the shouts from the watchtower above. Everyone, 4 Emperors, Redhead Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, all of them have appeared. They are approaching here quickly. Quick. Notify Dad. Despair. The moment the sound fell, Whitebeard slowly walked up on the huge platform of the small sea town, hugging Kong Yunch. Don't tell me, I already know, Gu la la la. It's been a long time since I saw so many old friends. There was a faint smile on Whitebeard's face, although he didn't express too much joy, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The first ships of the 4 Emperors to arrive stopped. Looking at the 3 figures slowly walking onto the platform. Turning his head and looking in another direction, a huge and bloated body twisted and walked down from the boat. Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are former companions, although now they have parted ways because of their different goals. But this time, the scene of being able to fight side by side again is something Whitebeard never imagined. Kaido boy. Now, is more of a beast. Linlin, you are old too. Whitebeard looked up abruptly at the man coming off the boat. Then another hockey wave broke out. The 4 Emperors have assembled. While Whitebeard was reminiscing about the old days. Their purpose is one, at least temporarily. Let the people in Batewan become much more nervous than when they saw Kaido and Big Mom. Although he didn't release hockey to greet Whitebeard, but that powerful momentum has full majesty of the king. And it was the red-haired Shanks who finally arrived. A hockey wave erupted like a beast, inexplicably nervous. Chapter 154 Pirate Alliance, who is the 5th person? Along with Bigmom, Kaido, and Hongfa one after another boarded the huge platform of the sea town. The expressions of the pirates in Batewan also became more dignified. It's not just their aunt, Kaido and others members of the pirate group basically have the same feeling. Everyone kept as absolutely silent as possible. In this sea, 4 sea emperors appeared in one place at the same time for an unprecedented time. No one could have imagined such a picture before, and now every pirate feels extremely depressed at the same time. But there is an uncontrollable excitement in my heart that is coming out quickly. Time passed by every minute and every second. The 3 who boarded the platform looked at Whitebeard at the same time. Feeling Whitebeard's powerful breath, and the powerful, unmatched hockey wave around him at the same time. Although the other party did not release hockey on purpose. But even the involuntary hockey feels breathless. This is the strongest man in the world, and the most powerful pirate in the ocean today. Whitebeard. Edward. Newgate. Holding Kong Yunki's Whitebeard in his hand, he put the big knife aside with a smile on his face. The seat that had been prepared long ago Whitebeard sat down directly. Look at the 3 people in front of you, come on, sit down. It's not good to keep you standing still. None of the 3 spoke first, and looked at the prepared position beside Whitebeard. Kaido was the first to step forward and sit to Whitebeard's right. Big Mom sits next to Kaido, separated from Whitebeard by Kaido. On the other side is Red Hair, but there are two positions on the other side. Hongen glanced at Whitebeard suspiciously. 4 emperors gathered, but 5 seats appeared. This was not arranged casually. It seems that apart from the 4 emperors, a 5th person appeared today. But it's not hard to guess who the 5th person is. That guy should be the former Admiral of Headquarters candidate who just escaped from the Marine, that Yuichi with terrifying sword skills and strange abilities. The red-haired man had many questions in his mind, but at this time he would not ask anything first. He spoke first, but he was a little weaker in momentum. After sitting down, no one spoke, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Whitebeard didn't speak, just silently looked at Kaido and Bigmom, 2 old acquaintances. I haven't seen you for many years, and this time I saw a big change again. Kaido has become stronger than before, and his aura is even more astonishing, compared with the little devil he used to be. Advertisement: there have been earth-shaking changes. But Bigmom's influence didn't make Whitebeard care much. What made Yuichi feel a little bit that Linlin was as old as him? No matter how strong it is, it can't resist the erosion of time. After all, it will become a pile of loess. But that was before, and now maybe there's a way to restore the appearance of youth. Everyone kept quiet, and the 4 pirates around the platform were all looking at it. But no one said anything but made people even more worried. Is there no wine? Is this how you treat your guests? Kaido spoke. The irascible Kaido was indeed the first guy who couldn't sit still. Whitebeard smiled and raised his hand to beckon, and soon someone came up with a huge wine jar. Arrange them one by one in front of the 4 people. Immediately afterward disappears on the platform. Facing 4 emperors at the same time, the terrifying imposing oppression is no joke. Ordinary people really have no way to stay awake in front of these 4 at the same time. Kaido was not polite at all, and directly picked up the wine jar that 3 people could lift with one hand, and gulped it down. Gurgling, in one gulp, he drank the wine jug enough to hold 3 people. Boom. Kaido put down the huge wine jug and squinted at Whitebeard. Okay, just tell me, Whitebeard, what do you plan to do? Hearing that Whitebeard was about to drink, he also stopped for a moment. You should have some guesses about this question. The red-haired man looked at the wine that reflected his own shadow in front of him. I analyzed it a bit, but it doesn't seem to have any direct connection with your invitation to us. Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled. World War, you also want to participate. Not to mention that other old men think that you probably don't like to entrust your own destiny to Marine's control. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 of them changed at the same time. If they are such people who are willing to let others control their own destiny, it is impossible to ascend to the position of 4 emperors. Seeing their dignified expressions, Whitebeard smiled, very satisfied. This is the effect he wants. The 4 of us form an alliance. It will be the biggest pirate alliance. In other words, the force formed by our 4 emperors in this world will surpass the world government and the Marine. Become the most powerful force in the entire world. Advertisement: the 3 of them did not speak but listened quietly, and the people around them were also listening to Whitebeard quietly. Seeking Flowers 0. The reason why Marine was chosen for that world war is because Marine is the strongest force in our world. The strongest power represents this world to fight against another world. This is the rule of world war. Speaking of this, many people have already understood. What is the purpose of forming the 4 Emperors Alliance? Become the most powerful force and take back the power to represent One Piece world from Marine. Kaido, Ant, Red Hair. The expressions of the 3 of them didn't change much, as if they had already guessed something before they came. How did you come to this judgment? The Ant asked. Whitebeard turned his head to look at her. The last world war. Linlin, didn't you notice the 5 Shadows Alliance in the opposing world? Kaido frowned. Only relying on this, do you dare to draw conclusions? Even if it's not, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to be your captain. Kaido. It's true that it doesn't matter if it doesn't. The alliance just doesn't make them Whitebeard's men. To form the pirate alliance, the 5 of us will not interfere with each other, and the only rule is that when the world war starts, the choice of who to fight is up to the 5 of us to decide together. In other words, when the world war is not started, the 4 emperors are still the 4 emperors. The pirate alliance is just an empty name, but even the combined forces of the empty name 4 emperors are definitely the strongest force in the entire pirate world. After realizing this, Linlin thought for a while, and realized that this plan is totally possible. The redhead didn't see a problem either. However, Kaido suddenly asked a word. You just said 5 people? There are only 4 of us here. Who's the other guy? Can it also be compared with the 4 emperors? Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled and looked ahead, when a footstep sounded from the stairs in the middle of the platform. Whether the other party is qualified or not, you can judge for yourself. Rihuzi glanced at Duo lightly. Kaido of the Beasts. The strongest creatures in the sea, land and air, not everyone can be regarded by him. Even the former Shiki probably won't be looked down upon by Kaido now, let alone other people. With the sound of footsteps approaching little by little, Yuichi's figure rose little by little from the stairs. Yuichi stepped onto the platform wearing a large white cloak and looked at the man who was facing him. Beasts. Kaido. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air. 2. Chapter 155 Task Trigger. Reward Fire Spirit if Whitebeard is like an old king. Although Hokage is still there, it reveals a decadent smell. Because Whitebeard is old now. Even though his aura is still strong and his strength is still terrifying, he is not as oppressive as the Kaido in front of him. This sense of oppression is not imposing. It is the fear that the body instinctively produces when a sheep meets a wolf. This is completely out of control. Whitebeard was old, and even with some recovery, the pain had all dissipated. But the body has not yet returned to its peak period. However, Kaido is different. The sublimation of the world makes Kaido not only change his body from aging back to a young state. Moreover, Kaido, which was supposed to go downhill during this period, seems to have returned to the rising stage now. He was a beast in the prime of his life. Facing such a strong gaze from Kaido, even Yuichi, 763, felt the pressure of terror. But, there was pressure but not enough to make Yuichi overwhelmed by mere momentum. Whitebeard sat there without moving, as if he was going to be a spectator. What happens next is entirely up to Yuichi himself. Whether he can join this alliance and occupy a place depends on Yuichi's own ability. A brat. And he just escaped from the Marine, this kind of person. Whitebeard, aren't you afraid that he is a spy of the Marine? Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled without any explanation. Because it needs no explanation at all. Spy? So what if they are Marine spies? If the four emperors teamed up with Marine, if they don't want to seek death, then it's best not to come and see trouble with the four emperors. Otherwise, the cooperation of the four emperors can not only easily destroy the Marine, even the world government may not be able to block the attack of the four emperors. Kaido was just looking for an excuse to keep Yuichi out of the league. Secondly, as far as Kaido's temper is concerned, an ally who is not qualified for strength will not be recognized by him. Go back to Marine. If you don't want to die. Kaido propped his head on one hand and looked at Yuichi coldly. The expression on his face was not too fierce. But the eyes exude a terrible cold light. Under such gazes, most people's legs have already trembled, and the whole person can no longer stand still. But Yuichi completely ignored his threat. On the contrary, the pirates around felt a little scared. Kaido of the beasts. The strongest creatures in the sea, land and air. It is said to be the strongest duel. Yuichi said with a faint smile, looking at him with no waves on his face. I don't want to talk about unnecessary nonsense. A battle seems inevitable. Advertisement. Let's fight. If you lose, you want to kill me, you can do whatever you want. I won, and the Four Emperors Alliance will become the Five Emperors Alliance. Yuichi's challenge. The surrounding pirates were stunned. This is Kaido of the Beasts, he dared to challenge? Four Emperors is not comparable to Marine Admiral, at least Admiral can't defeat four Emperors in a one-on-one situation. Hey, Kaido laughed suddenly, when everyone was extremely nervous. He listened to Yuichi's words and suddenly laughed. The laugh made Shanks frown. Is this what Kaido is planning? I don't want this kid to join the alliance, I want to recruit this kid to my subordinates. If he really wanted to kill Yuichi or expel Yuichi, Kaido would have done it long ago. Giving Yuichi the opportunity to speak clearly has other purposes, and even if Yuichi didn't take the initiative to say so, Kaido should have put forward similar conditions. People who want to convince Yuichi to the extent that they want to be part of their own crew. Fighting is of course unavoidable, for the power of that one tail. Thinking of this, Shanks shook his head. The power of that tailed beast is probably impossible for Kaido to obtain. Winning or losing is impossible. The ant at the side now looks rather gloomy, and she is also calling for Yuichi's attention. Big Mom likes Yuichi's strength and potential. The bloodline born from the union with such a man with outstanding talent is what the ant wants. But Yuichi is too young, although it is impossible to become his own husband. Give birth to an excellent bloodline for the Bigmom pirates. But with Kaido taking the lead, Auntie is naturally not in a good mood now. But it is not without chance that if Yuichi can hold 100 moves in Kaido's hands, then she will save Yuichi. Recruiting Yuichi to the Bigmom pirates is also a good choice. Shanks glanced at Whitebeard, who didn't intend to say anything at all, so calm meant that Whitebeard was very optimistic about Yuichi. If it is not optimistic, then it is impossible to add Yuichi to this alliance. Whitebeard would take the initiative to recruit outstanding young boys, but Kaido would never be able to. Boom. Boom. The huge platform began to shake. Kaido stood up slowly. The sense of oppression formed by his tall body was extremely strong. Looking down at Yuichi in front of him. Okay, I accept your challenge. Advertisement. If you lose, become a member of my beast's pirates. Anyway, you are also an admiral candidate, so it should be useful. Kaido smiled and the hostility on his face was much less. He seemed to have decided that he would win this battle. The look of a winning ticket, and Yuichi nodded to show that there is no problem. Number 2 character template task trigger. Mortals dare to dream of becoming the master of God. Open black lens bracket task requirement. Defeat 4 Emperors Kaido in a one-on-one duel close black lens bracket. Task reward. Fire Spirit, one of the 5 great spirits. A mission appears. The reward made Yuichi's blood boil instantly. Spirit. The reward is actually the Fire Spirit. Looking up at the arrogant Kaido in front of him, it seems that Kaido made King Ma Kanye very upset. The triggering task reward will actually be Fire Spirit. It seems that Kaido must be taken away no matter what this time. Fire Spirit must be obtained. It goes without saying how important a person with a spirit is to a summoning person. A person floated up slowly behind Yuichi. The sudden appearance of the golden lion stunned Big Mom and Kaido. It's not like adding it, the two asked in unison. Even Kaido wondered why. But, Shiki crossed his arms and said calmly, I am now a pirate under the command of the floating pirates. As he spoke, he pointed to Yuichi, this is our captain. And Kaido whispered, Golden Lion. 1.2. Now Kaido is a little surprised, although Shiki's strength is not very good, especially after fighting Roger. This person has never been willing to be subordinated to others easily, but, was recruited by this kid? But Shiki didn't want to reveal more, this is not a place for fighting. If you two fight here, I'm afraid this place will be destroyed soon. Let's fight somewhere. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the sky, and there was a huge floating sky island floating at a height of 1,000 meters. How will you be here? Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki? Big Mom called out his name directly. But fighting is naturally impossible here. Chapter 156 Air Showdown, Kaido vs Yuichi. Sky Island. On the Sky Island of the Golden Lion. The island also doesn't know how the Golden Lion got into the sky. Although it relies on Lion Fruit's ability, if not Golden Lion can develop it to a certain extent. Absolutely not. Although this man may not be as powerful as Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard and others who came out of the same boat. But it's not bad either. Those who can join the Rocks Pirates don't have any skills. After the bet between Kaido and Yuichi was established, it is impossible for the two to fight in a sea town. This place is not enough for two people to destroy it. On Sky Island, two people can play to their heart's content. During the landing on Golden Lion Sky Island, Zephyr and Enel appeared. It made Kaido, Ant and Red Hair stunned for a moment. They are very clear about what kind of existence Zephyr is, and with the addition of a Golden Lion Shiki, it seems that Yuichi's forces can be regarded as the scale that a big pirate should have. And the appearance of this Enel made the three of them feel even more that the opposing faction 29 was already at the same level as the four emperors. A guy with the ability of Thunderfruit is also Yuichi's subordinate. He just left Marine, how did he gather such a force? Or it was premeditated. All three had the same idea as Whitebeard. Not to mention that the four emperors had such an idea. Marine and the world government, who had obtained some information, were wondering if Yuichi wanted to escape from Marine long ago. Otherwise, how could such a terrifying force be assembled in a blink of an eye? When he came to the Sky Island of Golden Lion, he used Lion Fruit's ability to float everyone's pirate ship to the Mid-Air King. So that the pirates under the four emperors can watch the battle at close range. There are many large and small pirate ships floating around a Sky Island, and the ships are full of pirates. Four Emperors Kaido versus former Marine Admiral alternate. And this Admiral candidate actually possesses far more power than Admiral. In other words, a battle between four Emperors and Marine Admiral, not many opportunities to watch such a battle. Both Yuichi and Kaido jumped onto Sky Island, and the two hadn't started fighting yet. The surrounding atmosphere is already very warm. The heated scene made Yuichi feel as if he was being watched as a monkey. But Kaido seems to be enjoying it. The terrain of this Sky Island is relatively open, with only a slightly raised hill on which a basic watchtower is built. The size of the island is not too big, but it is spacious enough for two people to fight freely. After stepping on Sky Island, Yuichi looked at the floating islands around. This place is like a fairyland on Earth. Advertisement. Although it is a bit cold at the height, the scenery here is very charming. While Yuichi enjoys the scenery, boom! The huge black mace hit the ground directly, creating a huge pothole in an instant. Kaido crossed his arms into fists. Boy, what are you looking around for? If you want to fight me, draw your sword quickly. Kaido is full of aura, so that other pirates can clearly feel Kaido's powerful momentum. As expected of the man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Today's Kaido of the Beasts is probably not much worse than Whitebeard in terms of combat effectiveness alone. The strongest creature and the strongest man. These two four emperors are monster-level existences. Shiki was also a little nervous. Kaido seems to have grown up a lot in these years. I'm sorry that he was recruited by the Rocks because of his amazing talent. After so many years, the guy who only had some potential at the beginning has completely released his potential. Zephyr on the side glanced at Shiki with disgust. He still couldn't let go of his anger towards the pirates. But for Yuichi, Zephyr is full of trust. HMPH, it's just four emperors, it doesn't matter how much you grow up. Hearing this, Shiki felt a little strange. Why does this guy seem to have a big opinion of him? Looking for trouble? Former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. The eyes of the two collided with sparks. The Master and the Master have not yet started fighting, but the two seem to be the first to break out into a battle. But suddenly Yuichi's voice came from, I will use it when it's time to use it. As soon as these words came out, Kaido's face became extremely gloomy. Are you saying that I, four emperors Kaido of the Beasts, am not worthy of your sword? Yuichi didn't answer, but his still calm eyes seemed to say it all. And looking at Yuichi's appearance, the anger in Kaido's heart burned even more intensely. A bereaved dog driven out by Marine. Dare to underestimate me, Kaido. Humph. With a cold snort, the wave of Conqueror's haki erupting from Kaido's body spread instantly. The entire island was enveloped almost instantly. The moment the berserk Conqueror's haki erupted, even the people on the pirate ships floating around felt a strong sense of oppression. Advertisement. The feeling of drowning and suffocation suddenly appeared. Some people who are not strong even feel unable to stand firm. He staggered and nearly fell. After recovering, feel the Conqueror's Haki unleashed from the four emperors. The pirates were a little scared. What a scary Conqueror's Haki, as expected of the four emperors Kaido. Haki's suppression is so strong. Just when the pirates were amazed by Kaido's Haki, an invisible wave suddenly spread from Yuichi's feet. Buzz. The Conqueror's Haki, which surged out suddenly like a storm, erupted wildly from Yuichi's body. For a moment Kaido froze. He seemed to be in disbelief. You actually have Conqueror's Haki. This surprised Kaido. Whitebeard, who was watching at the moment, smiled, and looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was also a little surprised beside him. What? Don't you think this kid has Conqueror's Haki? Hearing this, Linlin was silent for a while. What should I say? This question should have been thought of long ago. How could Yuichi not have Conqueror's Haki? If he doesn't have such qualifications, it is impossible for Whitebeard to take a high look. But it surprised everyone from the very beginning. Whitebeard is this on purpose? Humph. But so what if you have Conqueror's Haki? Even with the qualifications and potential, what really depends on is the actual combat effectiveness. At this point, Big Mom doesn't think Yuichi is Kaido's opponent, and at most he can fight Kaido a few times. Kaido's strength cannot be blocked by a small Marine Admiral. Very good. It seems that I underestimated you before. Kaido sneered. Suddenly he raised his hand and grabbed the mace stuck in the ground in front of him. However, owning Conqueror's Haki is not such a big deal. Come on, let me see what makes you so arrogant. With the mace on his shoulder, Kaido is ready to strike. But Yuichi has no intention of drawing his sword. This made Kaido's slightly extinguished anger rekindle. Chapter 157. Playing with Kaido, Enraged Four Emperors. Kaido's voice was like thunder when that terrifying roar broke out. His huge body rushed towards Yuichi. It was as if a mountain was crushed at a high speed in an instant. Not to mention the terrifying aura, even the figure crushed like a mountain makes people feel scalp numb. The pirate ship floating in midair in the direction behind Yuichi. Those Yuichi who stood on the deck saw the oncoming impact, and all of them turned pale instantly. The heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Kaido, wielding a mace, smashes it to Yuichi. The moment a huge black shadow enveloped Yuichi's figure. Boom buzz. The entire island began to shake crazily. The ground under the mace was torn apart, and countless cracks instantly covered a range of tens of meters around. The ground was divided into pieces of gravel, which splashed all around. Master Kaido is so fast. As expected of Master Kaido, although he has a huge body, his speed is not slow at all. That what Marine must have been smashed into a pulp in an instant. The beast's pirates were laughing. Is this the strength of the four emperors? Suddenly Yuichi's voice came from behind Kaido. Yuichi, who was standing at the back, stood there quietly, and moved behind Kaido at some point. Kaido, who slowly raised the mace, was a little surprised by Yuichi's speed. But when Yuichi spoke, Kaido suddenly became a little angry. Boy, you are crazy. As he spoke, he turned his head and glared at Yuichi. That terrifying gaze made the pirates feel very dangerous. But it didn't matter to Yuichi. Kaido walked towards Yuichi with a mace in his hand. You don't think the speed just now was fast enough? You seem to be very confident in your speed. Hee. Then let me see how long your proud speed can last under my attack. Don't worry, I didn't use my full strength just now. I just used 6 points of my strength. Hearing this, Yuichi also smiled faintly. Use all your strength. Let me see how far the power of the four emperors has reached. As you wish. After uttering 4 words one by one, the Haki fluctuations on Kaido's body instantly became more violent. Haki alone has created an amazing storm. The storm spread suddenly, and in a split second Kaido swung his mace again. Advertisement armament Haki winding. The moment he saw Kaido swinging the bat, the mace appeared in front of Yuichi the next second. The speed this time surprised Whitebeard a little. This kid Kaido also became stronger under the influence of the sublimation of the world. Boom! Under one blow, the vibration of the air was instantly compressed, and then exploded to produce a powerful air explosion. It exploded above the sky like thunder. The pirates in the sea town below heard the roar from the sky. This terrifying sound seemed to be the end of the world. Has it started yet? Yuichi, who betrayed the Marine, the battle against the four emperors Kaido of the beasts. This movement is a little too intense. Damn it, I really want to see this battle with my own eyes. The pirates below sighed, while the pirates in the sky were qualified to watch the battle. They all stared forward dumbfounded. The air current fluctuated under that stick, instantly traversed most of the sky. Leave a long trail in the air. The ground along the way was only slightly affected, and it was easily cracked open. This sky island, which was used as a battlefield for the two, seemed to be crumbling as if it was about to collapse at any time when the battle between the two had just begun. And to everyone's surprise, Yuichi dodged, still easily avoiding Kaido's full-speed attack. Standing 10 meters to Kaido's right, Yuichi raised his hands from under his wide white cloak. They clapped their hands lightly. He looked at Kaido with a calm face. As expected of the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, he can deliver such a terrifying blow just by relying on strength. Hearing Yuichi's praise, Kaido couldn't be happy at all. He exploded at full speed just now, but still couldn't hit Yuichi. The speed of this stinky boy is really terrifying. This situation surprised Kaido. It's no big deal that Yuichi is fast though, it's just a little tough for Kaido. It's still not too much of a threat. Boom, attacking again. Kaido swung his mace and slammed hard at Yuichi's seat. The ground continued to shake wildly. Yuichi dodged again, but Kaido didn't stop, swinging the mace and smashing wildly. Advertisement: with that incomparable strength and the blessing of the peak armament Hokage, every attack can set off a terrifying momentum like a tsunami. Yuichi kept dodging, and Kaido seemed to have overwhelmed Yuichi. The sudden fierce battle made the pirates stare at the two with their eyes wide open, as if afraid of missing any second of the picture. Such a battle is indeed very rare in this sea. In their hearts, although Yuichi is not as good as Kaido, he is definitely at the admiral level. Admiral versus 4 emperors, such a battle is naturally rare. I'm afraid it won't be easy in the future. Under Kaido's continuous attacks, the open space is already full of potholes. The earth is devastated, and Kaido was also a little speechless. Yuichi relied on faster speed to avoid his attacks continuously. He deliberately exposed a few flaws to lure Yuichi to take the initiative to attack, so that he would have a chance to kill Yuichi with one move. But Yuichi never made a move, just dodged blindly. It gave Kaido a headache, and after a long time like this, Kaido couldn't even take down a kid, which was too embarrassing. And what Yuichi wants is to embarrass Kaido. Not only to defeat Kaido, but also to follow Kaido to gain power. Because in this way in the subsequent leagues, he will be able to gain more voice. Boy, don't you just hide. Kaido has no choice. Yuichi can't catch it if he is slippery, and the attack can't hit the target. No matter how strong he is, it's useless. When everyone heard Kaido's words, there were some differences. Even the Kaido of the 4, Qian Wang's emperors can't do anything with this speed? Yuichi's Shunpo is not as fast as it used to be now. Yuichi's Ryotsu is enhanced with the addition of shamanic transformations, chakra and haki. Shunpo's speed is amazing. But now, although he knows that Kaido is irritating himself, but Yuichi also intends to have his way. Yuichi, who stopped, seemed to have no intention of hiding anymore. Turning to look at Kaido, then don't play, it's fun to dodge like this, since you want to feel my power, then do as you wish. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes instantly burst into bloodshot eyes. Boy. Thing, how dare you be so arrogant, just as I am Kaido of the beasts. Is there nothing I can do about you? Originally wanted to defeat Yuichi without hurting him, but now Kaido has changed his mind. It seems that I have to impress you so that you will know what kind of existence the 4 emperors are. ZZZ. Purple lightning suddenly burst out from the mace. Chapter 158: Collision in Space, Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. The purple thunder flashed crazily on the mace. The terrifying haki wave erupted, and Kaido's armament haki caused a terrifying movement. Everyone else is still shaking with the terror of the 4 emperors' haki's power. Whitebeard, Auntie, and Shanks froze for a moment. Others couldn't see it, but they could clearly feel it. Kaido is preparing to shoot, and the haki fluctuations that erupted are not just armament haki. And haki from Conquerors. Shanks' Conqueror's haki is entangled. Are you planning to trick Yuichi? Although Yuichi also has Conqueror's haki, Shanks doesn't think Yuichi will use Conqueror's haki. Can't use the power of Conquerors, so even haki who has Conquerors can't be regarded as a real powerhouse. A skill that only the truly strong can master. Winding of Conqueror's haki. The ant showed joy. Is Kaido planning to use that move? Even with that move and the Conqueror's haki entanglement, this kid will definitely be defeated. At that time, I will come forward to protect him. Thinking of this, the ant's mood is even more joyful. By then Yuichi will be a member of her Bigmom pirates. The excellent bloodline will definitely be absorbed by her Charlotte family. Boom. The strong fluctuations spread, and the fluctuations under Kaido's feet set off terrifying ripples. The ground continuously cracked 890 degrees. A series of eye-catching cracks spread towards the surroundings. The sound of thunder and lightning continued to erupt. Kaido held a huge mace in his hand, and his eyes fixed on Yuichi's figure. Watching Kaido's side roaring continuously, but Yuichi did nothing. The beast's pirates were a little worried. Is this guy not going to fight Kaido-sama head-on? He's going to hide again. It would be such a disappointment if he did. The shy guy, he only knows how to dodge like a monkey, jumping up and down like a monkey, and if he has the guts to take the attack of Master Kaido. These guys seem to think that Yuichi is not going to fight Kaido head-on. Even Kaido is a little worried. Although his next move was very powerful, but with Yuichi's speed, he was determined to dodge it. It's not impossible to dodge, and even because of the great power of this move, Kaido will reveal many flaws after the attack is performed. It is normal for the body to experience short-term stiffness. After all, the body will burst out with a lot of strength in an instant, and the body will naturally enter a short-term state of fatigue. It is also very normal, but if at Yuichi's speed, after dodging his attack, he will attack directly. Although Kaido didn't think Yuichi could hurt himself, he was hit by this guy first. Even without an injury, it was unacceptable for Kaido. He is a majestic 4 emperors, how could he be beaten by a boy who defected from the Marine? Absolutely not. Advertisement? Didn't you say that you want to fight me head-on? Is this a plan to give up? Kaido intends to anger Yuichi with words first. However, Yuichi didn't reply as he wished, just smiled coldly. You talk too much nonsense. Raising his hand, Yuichi hooked his hand at Kaido. Hurry up. Kaido was irritated by being urged by Yuichi. Want to court death? Then I will fulfill you. Suddenly the air vibrated suddenly, after a strong fluctuation. The airflow exploded suddenly like a sea wave. It swept wildly towards the surroundings in an instant. The mace in Kaido's hand also swung suddenly, and swept towards Yuichi crazily. Thunder 8 trigrams. A mighty blow from the four emperors. Kaido, Thunder 8 trigrams burst into a staggering thunderstorm. The purple lightning spread instantly. The sky seemed to suddenly turn black, and only the dazzling purple light could be seen shining in all directions. It was a long time after the explosion of light that the roaring sound suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Seeing Kaido launch the attack, Shanks felt a little bit emotional. Sure enough, he deserves to be hailed as a monster-like man, with overbearing strength, and Haki is equally violent. The ant nodded. The power of this move is still as terrifying as ever. Both of the attackers admired it, but they were also a little apprehensive. The power of this blow is not small. It's okay if Yuichi dodges, and it doesn't matter how strong the attack is. CJEF, if it can't hit the enemy. But he said before that this time he will not hide and fight Kaido head-on. It's not easy to catch Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. With Yuichi's strength, it seemed difficult for both of them to catch the blow. Whitebeard, on the other hand, just laughed and said nothing. The strength is indeed the strongest. Kaido and these boys have also become a lot stronger. And also added the power of Conqueror's Haki. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they couldn't stop it no matter what. It's a pity to meet Yuichi. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the Haki fluctuations that swept over with a devastating momentum spread wildly. The lightning approached at an extreme speed and was about to engulf Yuichi at the moment. The long and narrow 5 fingers suddenly lifted up, and instantly grasped the handle of the knife at his waist. Seeing Yuichi's actions at this moment, everyone froze for a moment. But immediately felt a pity. At this time, he remembered to draw his weapon to meet Kaido's attack. It's too late. What can be done in the blink of an eye? Advertisement especially against Kaido, 4 emperors. This guy dares to be so arrogant in the face of 4 emperors, waiting to be smashed into meat. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yuichi is too arrogant, and his next end will be miserable. But for Yuichi himself, it's not out of hubris. Instead, I want to try the limit of the speed of witch power conversion power. Under the oppression of life and death, more power can be aroused. Even if you have a system, you can become stronger by yourself. Why not do it? At this moment, all the power in Yuichi's body was mobilized. Witch power, spirit power, chakra, haki, the 4 forces erupted at the same time. And this time Wooly is responsible for the conversion, and the converted target is Haki. Armament Haki. In an instant, the spiritual power and chakra in Yuichi were quickly transformed into armament Haki. Zanpakuto unsheathed, the silver blade was instantly dyed black. The black is bright, and the strong armament Haki wave spreads. Suddenly a strong whirlwind swept out, but just armament Haki wasn't enough. Yuichi's eyes glowed golden. Conqueror's Haki is also instantly entwined on Zanpakuto. In an instant, the strong armament Haki wave and the Conqueror's Haki wave erupted at the same time. Next second. And the pirates who were still smiling a second ago are all stunned now. Moment. A black energy ball appeared. They couldn't believe the picture that appeared in front of them. The blade and mace suddenly stopped in midair. All the pirates were stunned. 2 strong Haki waves collide. The 2 fight. The blade tore open the void and instantly slashed towards Kaido's huge mace. Collision in the distance. What kind of calendar area is this? They didn't touch, but Haki was already fiercely entwined, pounding crazily. The moment the 2 forces surged. At this moment, the expressions of Big Mom and Shanks suddenly changed. The weapons didn't even touch each other. There was a terrifying roar. Chapter 159 Reversal of Battle Situation, Rapid Conversion of Power. The terrifying fluctuation spread and swept across, spreading to the entire Sky Island in an instant. The ground was like debris, and a thick layer was cut off in an instant by this terrifying wave. Shake more than ever on Sky Island. The Haki fluctuations of the 2 still haven't weakened. On the contrary, it intensified. The airwaves became more violent, and even the ships floating in midair seemed to be blown away. If Shiki hadn't activated the fruit ability to control it immediately, he would have been blown away by a strong wind, 100 meters away. As for the 2 people on the island, the violent fluctuations caused the light to seem to be distorted. More and more terrifying roars continued to erupt. People can't help but want to cover their ears. After lasting for more than 10 seconds, the fluctuation finally gradually weakened. When the raging wind dissipated, the picture that came into view made countless pirates open their mouths wide. He stared dumbfounded at the island in front of him. That is not too small Sky Island. The ground is completely different from before. All the large and small potholes were swept away. The whole island has been peeled alive like an onion. It even looks a little slippery on the flat ground. Where Yuichi and Kaido were, a huge pothole appeared under their feet. The 2 stood at opposite ends of the pothole, staring at each other. Their gazes collided in the air, as if bursting out sparks. A strong aura lingered on the 2 of them, colliding with each other faintly in the air. Set off a wave of turmoil. Kaido, and all the beasts pirates under Kaido's command. Among the crowd, Kaido didn't pay much attention to the 3 disasters under Kaido's command. A little Marine Admiral level guy, it is simply impossible to be their boss's opponent. But now, Jack the Drow, Plague Quinn, Flame Ember, they're flat. The expression was extremely exaggerated, and there was a strong shock in the eyes, staring at Yuichi firmly. Jack. That's Quinn, Conqueror's Haki Twines. Jin. How could this guy master such a skill? They fought head-on with their master Kaido, but they were not at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, it became an evenly matched situation with Kaido. This? How can that be? Advertisement. Although Shanks and Ant were surprised, they immediately began to think about more questions after the surprise. Is this why Whitebeard allowed this guy to be the 5th side of the league? Even if the current Yuichi is really inferior to the 4 emperors in terms of strength, it will be a matter of time before he catches up. Haki with Conquerors and Armament Haki trained to this point. Also master the winding of Conquerors Haki. Such people will sooner or later become like them. So, Yuichi qualifies as a 5th party force. However, the two were wrong, although Whitebeard knew that Yuichi had learned Conquerors Haki. But I don't think that Yuichi, who has just learned this skill, can compete with Kaido on equal terms. Now he was surprised too. Only he and the members of the white group under his command knew that the man in front of him had learned this skill. How much time has it taken so far? In such a short period of time, he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaido. Whitebeard's cheek twitches. Marine. You let go of a most horrible monster. Now he is a little thankful for Marine and world government, because they peeped at the tailed beast on this kid and forced him out of Marine. Otherwise, this guy will definitely be a nightmare for pirates in the future. At this moment Kaido looked at Yuichi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Did not expect. You actually mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki, which surprised me. Kaido's eyes looked a little gloomy. Yuichi did give him a big surprise this time. But, looking at Yuichi's still calm appearance, it seemed that he thought that if he mastered the technique of Conqueror's Haki, he would be able to defeat Kaido. Fine, now I'm going to get serious, Kaido sneered. The veins on the arms suddenly bulged, covered by armament Haki. A stick fell directly on the head in Yuichi's direction. The ground shook suddenly. Then he raised the mace, and there was nothing at all except for an extra pothole below. Yuichi's figure has long since disappeared. At this time, behind Kaido, Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand is releasing black light. The moment the blade flashed, a chopping wave with a strong Haki wave erupted instantly. Shua, the slashing wave struck from behind. Kaido quickly turned around and swung the mace to resist. Boom boom boom. The fight continued, and this time it wasn't Kaido pinning Yuichi. The situation on the scene has evolved into another appearance. Yuichi's weird speed completely overwhelmed Kaido, constantly changing positions and bursting out amazing attacks at the same time. Advertisement wrought a more surprising picture appeared. 4 emperors. The emperor who reigns over the sea. One of the supreme rulers of the New World. Captain of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts. The man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air was actually suppressed. Overwhelmed by a marine, it took Kaido a lot of effort to block every slash. And Yuichi's speed of disappearing from nowhere left Kaido with nothing to do. Want to fight back? Without any gaps, he couldn't catch up with Yuichi's speed. But Yuichi didn't get close, and always kept a certain distance. Let Kaido want to chase but has no choice but to passively defend. This kind of battle is really shocking. Master Kaido was suppressed? The people of the Beasts Pirates couldn't believe it. Their boss actually fell into a disadvantage. The crew members of Red Hair Pirates were also very confused. Why did the situation suddenly reverse in a blink of an eye? Is this guy who defected from Marine really so strong? The members of the BIGMOM Pirates also lamented. This is 4 emperors Kaido. He was able to suppress Kaido of the Beasts. What kind of monster is this Marine traitor? Among the 4 emperors pirates, only the white group can accept Yuichi's amazing performance. After all, their father admired this guy very much. It shows that his talent and potential are already very strong, but it is amazing that he can not only fight against 4 emperors Kaido, but also be able to suppress him. Just when everyone was shouting in disbelief at the sudden change of form. The smile on Yuichi's face grew stronger. The way to use witch power to convert other powers is getting more and more proficient. Chakra, Haki conversion Ryatsu, Shunpo launches. Ryatsu, Haki convert Haki. The chopping wave erupted instantly. The conversion of various powers is under the condition that Yuichi is becoming more and more proficient in using witchcraft. Time is getting shorter and shorter, and Yuichi's figure flickered faster and faster, and the attack like a storm fell on Kaido's head crazily. Boom boom boom. Kaido kept waving the mace, resisting Yuichi's attacks again and again. Still getting very impatient now. Damn it, kid. Do you dare to fight me head to head again? Bass, the sword flashed. In the wind, the moving direction of Yuichi's figure suddenly changed. Zanpakuto, half unsheathed, looks up, as you wish, the door. Chapter 160 Instant eruption, overwhelming momentum. The taunting words that were already prepared to be spoken, were suddenly agreed by Yuichi. Let Kaido not know what to say. This kid actually has the guts to confront him again. Very good, very courageous. Kaido is hoping for such a kid who is not afraid of death. In terms of age, although Yuichi is not too young, but for the four emperors level, he is completely a kid. And at Yuichi's age, having mastered such a powerful force, he does have the capital to be proud of. But this arrogance will kill him after all. Kaido sneered, boy, you are very good, you dare to agree, very good in return. I want to remind you, I haven't used my full strength for the previous blow. And this time I will do my best, don't you die. Hearing this, there was no change on Yuichi's face. Now Yuichi is only paying attention to the changes in the power in his body on 713. The operation of witchcraft became more and more free and smooth. Now the speed of power conversion is getting faster and faster. And Kaido in front of him was the best test stone. Seeing that Yuichi didn't plan to say anything, he was ready to do it. Kaido's brows also frowned, and his expression gradually became dignified. His eyes fixed on Yuichi's figure firmly. The haki on his body surged rapidly. Converging towards the mace in their hands, strong haki fluctuations spread and erupted. Kaido does his best, and Ultimate's armament haki explodes. A stick was swung at Yuichi, and the mace tore through the void with a terrifying sound of breaking wind. In an instant, the wind and clouds were shattered, and a strong wind raged in the direction of Yuichi. The moment the air pressure dropped suddenly, followed by an explosion of violent power. The air roared and spread like sea waves, sweeping towards the surroundings continuously. At this moment, Yuichi's figure disappeared at the same time. See this scene. Kaido frowned slightly. This stinky brat dares to lie to me? But just when he was about to go into a rage, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The black shadow appeared as if condensed from the void. Immediately after turning into Yuichi's figure, Kaido's expression changed again when Yuichi suddenly appeared. This guy. He actually accelerated and rushed towards the attack range of his mace. Clang. Advertisement. A loud gold iron collision sounded. Zanpakuto pulled out instantly and slashed at the mace in Kaido's hand. The strong haki fluctuations that suddenly erupted from the blade came as instantaneously as a volcanic eruption. The explosive power directly collapsed Kaido's offensive. Then a bright knife light pointed directly at Kaido's throat. There was a melodious sound of the knife, and the tip of the knife stopped 1 centimeter in front of Kaido's neck. The blade trembled faintly and kept shaking. Boom. The surrounding turbulent airflow suddenly stopped. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. The Yuichi who pointed the sword at the throat of 4 emperors Kaido. He had just defeated Kaido's attack in just a split second. In a head-on collision, Master Kaido loses. The pirates of the Beast's pirates couldn't believe the scene before them. Even the 3 disasters seem a little excited now, and they are so angry that they want to jump out. But Kaido suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Do not move. Just wait for me. Kaido looked at Yuichi coldly and spoke slowly. Mikazu didn't understand why Master Kaido let them stay here. That kid. He pointed his sword at Lord Kaido's throat, just a little forward, although they didn't believe that he could kill Lord Kaido. But it was enough to leave a scar on Lord Kaido's body. Now everyone is trying to keep quiet. Even if they open their mouths, they dare not make a sound. Kaido slowly lowered his hands and looked at Yuichi in front of him. Erupt all the haki in the body in an instant and use it to attack. The speed at which your haki is released, boy, is astonishing. In that blow just now, it wasn't that Yuichi's haki was stronger than him, but that Yuichi's burst of power was too strong in an instant. As a result, Haki, who was obviously at the same level, found a one-sided situation. This is like the difference between the sudden burst of a dam and the slow pumping of the water in the dam with a water pipe. One has the potential to overwhelm mountains and seas, while the other has the same amount of water, but its power is very different. However, not everyone can release all the haki in the body in an instant. Not even Kaido can do it, at least not at all right now. This is not only a technical problem, but also involves many problems. Advertisement and Yuichi has used his perfect talent to overcome his lack of experience. If Yuichi hadn't stopped the attack just now, I'm afraid Kaido would be seriously injured now at least. Although Kaido didn't use his fruit ability, Yuichi didn't use his weird petal ability. The two sides in this duel don't have to fight to the death, so naturally they can't use stronger power. Kaido thought that with his current strength, it would be enough to easily defeat Yuichi. But suddenly he found that if he didn't use the fruit ability, he would not be Yuichi's opponent at all. This result made it difficult for Kaido to accept. Yuichi shook the Zanpakuto lightly in his hand. Do you want to continue? Hearing this, Kaido's face became ugly. This kid, crazy. If I am a majestic 4 emperors, if I really use my full strength and display the fruit ability, an attack of this level will not be enough to hurt myself at all. And he still looked so rampant, it was almost impossible to suppress the anger in my heart. Kaido moved his mouth to say continue, and at this time Whitebeard said, Kaido, sometimes I have to admit that the strength of the newcomer is really worthy of admiration. Yuichi slowly scabbard Zanpakuto. Being able to push you to this point without using your fruit ability, the old man thinks he has proved his strength. Notify Yuichi that the mission is complete. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining Fire Spirit, one of the 5 great spirits. Close black lens bracket. The system interface also flashes. Whitebeard was beating him, and he couldn't really beat Yuichi if this continued. Who said that 4 emperors? Kaido is a big guy who only knows how to drink. How can he become 4 emperors only by relying on his muscles? Kaido suddenly smiled. The way Kaido looks now is completely different from his rude appearance. It's just a discussion, so it's not going to be serious. Both of you can restrain yourself, so that things don't get worse. Now that the result has already appeared, there is no need to continue fighting. He hesitated for a moment. Very good, I recognize your strength. You can push me to this point without me using the fruit ability. You are qualified to form an alliance with us and occupy 10 seats. Kaido himself admitted that he had lost, and the system's task was judged to be completed. Hearing this, Kaido was stunned. The most important thing is 0.7, if he continues, he will not be sure to beat Yuichi. It's better to accept it when you see it, and the prestige of the 4 emperors will also be affected. Chapter 161 King of the Sea, the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Because the host obtained the exclusive possession spirit of the character template Ma Kang Yuang. Open black lens bracket Spirit of Fire close black lens bracket, enable the special ability of the character template. Open black lens bracket Super Spirit Body close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Soulfire close black lens bracket, current second character template Ma Kang Yuang's awakening progress. 15.6%, 10.3%. Open black lens bracket Individual ability. Vision, enabled, Seal, enabled. Attribute change, enabled, open black lens bracket Possessing Spirit, Fire Spirit close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Super Spirit Body close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Soul Flame close black lens bracket with the Fire Spirit. You can open the Super Spirit Body state, and the Witch power will no longer be used only to convert other energies. Sudden. A burning flame appeared in front of Yuichi. The flames revealed a pair of eyes, staring at Yuzo with piercing eyes. The moment Yuichi looked at it, Yuichi immediately felt a wonderful connection with the Fire Spirit. You can pass your thoughts to Hulling anytime and anywhere. While Yuichi was enjoying this feeling, suddenly Yuichi came to his senses. Look around. Nothing has changed for all, and none of them seem to be able to see recovery at all. This is somewhat the same as the Summoning King world. Ordinary people cannot see the existence of spirits. And even Whitebeard and others, although it seems a little strange, still can't see the Fire Spirit 29. Seeing this, Yuichi felt relieved. It would be best if no one could see Hulling. Taking Huo Ling into the body, Mie Ling went directly into Yuichi's body. Sleeping in Yuichi's body, when you want to use it anytime and anywhere, it will appear with a thought. But when it comes to using the power of the Fire Spirit, just like Yi Wang, directly let the Fire Spirit materialize into a giant Super Spirit Body. It's hard to do that with Yuichi's current strength. The Witch power consumed in that way is not a small amount. At the same time, after the Fire Spirit is materialized, its original will probably be seen by people. After materialization, the speed will slow down. If encountering an opponent with extremely fast speed, Huo Ling has no strength at all. Even if he cannot touch the enemy, it will not help. If it is a Super Spirit Body, it seems that the Fire Spirit is still chosen to be attached to a certain weapon. While enhancing the attack power, it can also make the power of the Fire Spirit burst out and be superimposed on top of other powers. Advertisement. Now the only weapon Yuichi has is Zanpakuto. If attach the Fire Spirit to Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura, then the flying Sakura flowers will burn with flames and the power. Maybe there will be an unexpected increase. Thinking of this, Yuichi has the urge to experiment immediately. But Whitebeard's voice interrupted his thoughts. Now I suppose there is no objection to this man joining us. Whitebeard smiled, and after a fight Yuichi proved his strength, and Kaido himself admitted that Yuichi's strength is very strong. Chakra, the tail beast who wants to covet Yuichi, seems to be in no hurry now. However, in the crowd, Jin, the 3 disasters under Kaido's command, stepped out. HMPH. If you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors, you can't do it on your own. Although his strength is very good, he is slightly inferior to Lord Kaido, and he is indeed qualified to be compared with the 4 emperors, but the 4 emperors can never be formed by just one person. Jin stared at you. A guy who defected from Marine, although his strength is good, but it's a pity that you don't have anyone under your command yet. If there is no crew, there is no way to rely on personal strength. Who said Yuichi doesn't have anyone under his command? Suddenly Shiki's voice interrupted Jin's words. He floated in midair and looked at Jin. The smile in his eyes was self-evident. Flying Pirate's Golden Lion Shiki, he is telling everyone that he has now joined under Yuichi. Jin froze for a moment. He naturally knew who the Golden Lion was. In the past, their master Kaido had to bow his head when he saw this guy. Although the power of the Golden Lion is no longer to be feared. But it is also a proper admiral-level combat power. A pirate who dares to break in alone is not weak. My boy of the Beast's pirates, you speak too soon. Who said Yuichi has no influence under his command? Neo Marine Zephyr also folded his arms and said indifferently. Golden Lion Shiki plus former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Although they are 2 old men who are about to be eliminated by the sea, their strength is undeniably at the admiral level. Jin felt strange before. How could these guys who made troubles in New World appear here? Only now did he realize that they were the forces under Yuichi's command. Ha ha ha. You seem to be very strong. Do you want to continue fighting? ZZZ. Enel suddenly turned into lightning and appeared on the fence of the floating ship, staring at Jin with his bare feet. Seeing the moment when the thunder and lightning erupted, Jin frowned slightly. Although he is a little unclear about who Enel is. But the opponent turned into lightning and suddenly teleported. He didn't know how strong the opponent was, but Enel's ability was seen by everyone. Advertisement, Logia ability user, Raiden. This Logia ability is not weaker than Marine 3 Admiral's Logia ability at all. Raiden is a very strong Logia. Enel looked at these guys who were discussing their abilities. The fruit I ate is called Thunder Fruit. It's not Thunder and Lightning, although the ability is Thunder and Lightning is good, but Thunder is still $30 F. Everyone was speechless. Why did this guy explain this? One name is just wrong. Do I need to explain it? Behind Yuichi? The existence of 3 Admiral levels of combat power. Shiki, Zephyr, and Enel are now crushing Jin fiercely with their gazes bursting out with a strong sense of oppression. Quinn and Jack at the side hurriedly took a step forward, stood side by side with Jin, and also released their aura to resist them. On the calm Sky Island for a while, the atmosphere became tense again. Float on 3 airships behind the island, air pirates. Neo Marine. A group of priests. They all acted like they were ready to fight. This surprised Shanks. 657 in just a few days, from Yuichi's escape from Marine to the sudden appearance of such a force behind him. These words clearly echoed in the surroundings at this moment, and floated into everyone's ears. With so many islands, Yuichi's territory seems to be quite large. How did this kid do it? This guy really became the Emperor of the Sea in a few days. It only took him a few days. Did this guy plan to leave Marine a long time ago? If there is no real premeditation, it is impossible to summon such a force in just a few days. And among them, Black Arm Zephyr and Golden Lion Shiki are not the ones who can be subdued so easily. Big Mom was also a little surprised, looking at the group of people behind Yuichi. The 5th Sea Emperor appears, just missing a floor. 5 Emperors. Suddenly Whitebeard laughed out loud. That's right. The 5th Emperor who ruled the sea appeared. Then our alliance is called the 5 Emperors Alliance. Gu la 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 la. Others wondered, what 5 Emperors? No, there seems to be no shortage of territory. Yuichi, looking around at the islands floating in midair, compared with the power of the 4 Emperors, it is still a lot worse, but as I said before, Yuichi's own strength and the power under his command are only slightly worse than the real 4 Emperors. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the pirate crowd. Qualified to be compared. 5 SM Chapter 162 The Alliance of 5 Emperors, the huge wave of the New World. Along with Whitebeard's laugh, everyone on the pirate ship floating in the air smiled. Excitement is surging in their faces and hearts. 5 Emperors. Today not only witnessed the birth of the 5th Sea Emperor, but also witnessed the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance. This will be a force more terrifying than the world government and the Marine. A force formed by the joint efforts of 5 great pirates who ascended to the throne. In the face of this force, no matter what the world government is, they're completely fearless. There simply isn't enough to watch, and those pirates who have joined this alliance will really not be afraid of Marine at all in the future. Because provoking them is equivalent to provoking 5 Sea Emperors at the same time. With the joint efforts of these 5 people, no force in the sea can compete with it. 5 Emperors. 5 Emperors. The pirates began to raise their arms and shout the name of the 5 Emperors. Even the people of the Beast's pirates are getting excited right now. Everyone was infected by this warm atmosphere. Even the people in Neo Marine began to seem to adapt to their Marine in name, but in fact they were defined as pirates. One by one, they hugged each other shoulder to shoulder with the pirates, cheering crazily. The appearance of the 5th Sea Emperor will definitely shake the entire New World. No. It's not just New World that rocks. All over the Grand Line, everyone on this sea will be intimidated. Especially the 5th Sea Emperor, the genius Marine who was just kicked out by Marine. When such news spreads out, it will definitely make people dumbfounded. A person who was forced out of Marine due to some dirty things, turned magnificently in just a few days and became the 5th Emperor of the Sea who ruled New World. This will not only shake the sea, but also make the world government and Marine lose face. People they despise become the biggest threat in a blink of an eye. If they knew this earlier, why wouldn't they think of a way to retain such a talent? Just want to let the other party go. This will forever be the subject of world government and Marine being ridiculed for being blind. On Sky Island, although this is the party of the 5 Emperors. But the eyeliner of world government also got mixed in. There was a rough-looking guy in the crowd, who looked like a pirate, with his head lowered. Everyone around him was cheering, only his gloomy expression was extremely ugly. Silently swallowed his saliva. There was cold sweat on his forehead. Advertisement, 5 Emperors, this time, too bad. And Marine is going to confront Min when the 4 Emperors gather. The people who were dispatched had no chance of getting their hands dirty at all. Because this is completely different from what they thought at first, that Yuichi should be ignored at the 4 Emperors gathering. The focus of the 4 Emperors' attention is naturally on the 4 Emperors, so Yuichi, who is under Whitebeard's command, will not receive too much attention. That's the perfect time for them to grab Yuichi. But the actual situation was completely different from what they thought, and Yuichi was also the focus of this party. Wanting to do it under the watchful eyes of the 4 Emperors is simply courting death. And more importantly, the people sent by 5 elders couldn't even go to Sky Island, they could only watch everything in the sky and the sea town below. When the Five Emperors Alliance was established and the Fifth Sea Emperor appeared, the people sent by the Five Elders were dumbfounded. Yuichi, he turned out to be the Fifth Sea Emperor. A few days ago, he was a marine trader, but now he has directly become the leader of the floating pirates. There are 3 forces under his command: the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, Neo Marine Black Arm Zephyr, God's Pirates, Thor Enel. From a trader to a big pirate with tens of thousands of forces. And also got the recognition of 4 emperors, became the 5th emperor of King's Landing New World. Such news is too shocking. It is impossible to implement the original plan, and more importantly, pass this news back, so that Marine and world government can keep up. So when the Five Emperors Alliance was established, a small boat quickly left the sea town, and with the departure of this boat, a storm is raging in New World, and the whole New World pirates are paying close attention to the 4 emperors gathering. It is impossible to hide any trouble from them, within half an hour after the Five Emperors Alliance was formally established. The news has already spread in the New World, and the reporters who came after hearing the news also got wind of it. On Sky Island, Whitebeard and others were discussing specific matters related to the Five Emperors Alliance, and at the same time discussing plans to deal with the World War. The sea, just a few hours. From the New World to the great shipping lanes, to the 4 seas and even the whole world. Advertisement: the news of the establishment of the Five Emperors Alliance has spread among well-informed people or forces. Newspapers are rushing to report the incident, this moment. Naval Headquarters, Acting Marine Marshal, Kong has arrived from the Holy Land Mariajoy. While Kong was processing the unprocessed files that Marine had piled up these days, the Marine intelligence personnel who broke in from outside the door spoke quickly. Now he can't care less about knocking or being polite. Report to Marshal Kong, urgent information from New World. 4 emperors meet in the sea area of the Whitebeard pirates, and Yuichi, who defected from the Marine, is also among them, and he and Kaido broke out in a fierce battle. It ended in a tie. Kong couldn't sit still after hearing this. What are you kidding? Can you have a 50-50 with Kaido? The guy with this terrifying fighting power was the general of their Marine just a few days ago. Now he has become a pirate in the blink of an eye. Became an enemy. A genius, a 4 emperors level fighter who originally belonged to Marine, was kicked out just like that. This made Kong even start to ignite a trace of dissatisfaction and resentment towards the orders given by the 5 elders before. Master Marshal, that Yuichi. After he tied with Kaido, he was recognized by the 4 emperors and became the 5th Sea Emperor of King's Landing New World. Boom. For a split second Kong felt like a horrible bomb had exploded in his head. The good 5th Sea Emperor. Kong spoke in pauses, his expression slightly dull. Under Yuichi, there is a pirate group called the Floating Pirates, and there are 3 big pirate groups under its jurisdiction. Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, Neo Marine, Black Arm Zephyr, God Pirates Thor Enel. Now the number of pirates under the command of the Floating Pirates has exceeded 20,000, and most of them are from the Flying Pirates and Neo Marine. Kong raised his hand to signal the other party to stop. He had heard too much news about the explosion during this time, and it was hard for him to digest it. The 4 emperors gathered, but in the end they made the alliance of 5 emperors, Dragon. Wait. Whether it is the appearance of the 5th Sea Emperor or the change of Yuichi, it is not the point. The point is, what do they want to do with the 5 emperors alliance? How could the 4 emperors be united? What is their purpose? Suddenly Kong thought of one thing: for World War? Chapter 163. The news spread all over the world, the next World War. There is one last day until the next World War begins. Now such a thing happened. The Marine and world government simply don't have time to deal with these issues. Because of the defeat in the last World War, the 5 elders delegated power to Kong this time, making him have to be fully prepared. To face the next World War, Marine must win. Kong has indeed devoted himself to preparing for this matter these days. The elite among the Marines has been selected by him, although he did not gather all of them to naval headquarters. But after knowing that those people are stronger, he knows in his mind that the next World War will start, and he should send those talents to ensure nothing goes wrong. There are a lot of Marines, so we need to know not only the powerful Marines, but also those Marine soldiers with special abilities. Last time, among the ninjas sent by the Hokage world, some had special abilities. As a result, they were passive at the beginning of the battle. This time, the same situation as last time is absolutely not allowed to happen. But this time 5 elders issued a death order, so they cannot interfere with the selection of candidates, but the winning party must be Pirate World. Kong sighed. Hey, the alliance of 5 emperors appeared at this time. Are the pirates trying to replace the world government or Marine, and represent 833 in our world? Kong didn't find it strange that the other party would have such an idea. After all, once the World War is won, not only the sublimation of the whole world. Those who participate in the battle will also receive special rewards. Probably this is what attracted the attention of the 4 emperors. And it is related to the survival of the whole world, but no one wants to control their own destiny in the hands of others. Even Kong resents the idea of the 5 emperors taking Marine's place in the world. Maybe everyone feels the same way, even ordinary people. If they have a way, I am afraid they will not be willing to hand over their destiny to others. Kong glanced at Marine, who was delivering the information, raised his hand and waved. "I see, you go down." The Marine soldier nodded. He didn't have the time to worry about it now, it was the 5 elders who should be worrying about it. Holy place. Mariajoy. 5 elders got the news a few minutes faster than Kong. After they learned about the 5 Emperors Alliance, all 5 of them felt incredible. A kid who just defected from the Marine actually became the 5th Sea Emperor, Sejeb. Advertisement. HMPH. Ridiculous. 5 elders, who was on the sofa with his hands open on the edge of the back of the sofa and his hands on the sofa, said with a look of disdain. In his opinion, titles like 4 emperors and 5 emperors are simply too ridiculous. A mere pirate with only a few thousand people dares to call himself the Emperor of the Sea? The previous 4 emperors were alright, but they were all members of the former Dread Pirates, the Lux Pirates. Shanks was also on Roger's boat. They all have a lot to offer. And Yuichi, a Marine Admiral candidate, although the strength is good, but it is only Admiral-level combat power. Let such a person become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. This is the 4 emperors deliberately taking the opportunity to embarrass the world government and Marine. The bald 5 elders sips tea calmly. However, he just defected from Marine, and he became the Emperor of the Sea in a blink of an eye. This guy named Yuichi, maybe he's ready to leave Marine already. Otherwise, he would be able to create a force just after he left Marine. If it wasn't premeditated, the old man would never believe it. Everyone else has the same idea. But in a blink of an eye, Yuichi has been in the Marine for 20 years. Hasn't the 20 years made this kid completely loyal to the Marine? What kind of person can endure 20 years and then rise up? It is too terrifying for such a person to surrender. Thinking of this, the faces of the other 4 or 5 elders became gloomy. For them, the probability of this incident being accidental is too small. Yuichi must have been prepared long ago, or what's more, he may be an undercover agent sent by a certain force to Marine. The suspect is Whitebeard. If so, what is Whitebeard up to? How much secret information did he know from Marine's hands? It's also worth thinking about. The room was silent for a long time, and then the oldest 5 elders coughed and said in a hoarse voice, "No matter what, the world has been in chaos since that day. It doesn't matter if it's a little messy. Whether it's the 5 emperors or the 4 emperors, the pirates want to challenge us this time. The alliance was formed to defy the world government. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Unfortunately, the world war is about to start, and I don't have time to deal with them for the time being." At this moment, curly-haired 5 elders took a look at everyone. Advertisement. He opened his mouth and said slowly, "There is another problem worth noting, that is, the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance will make the pirates crazy." He was right. 7 hours after the appearance of the new Emperor of the Sea. There are less than 20 hours before the start of the next World War. Thanks to the overtime efforts of many newspaper offices, the newspaper delivery bird has already flown all over the world. Start from the red line, the dividing line between New World and the first half of the Grand Line. The news is spreading around the world at an extremely fast speed. In the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight illuminates the sea, breaking through the endless darkness, the dawn of dawn blooms. What followed was an overwhelming number of newspaper delivery birds, bringing the news of the alliance of 5 emperors and the new Emperor of the Sea to the whole world. People who were waiting for the start of the next World War were completely shocked by the sudden news. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, all the pirates in the 4 seas rioted in an instant. The 5th Sea Emperor appears in New World, floating pirates formation, Captain former Marine Admiral Yuichi. That monster with amazing strength and terrifying talent in the World War actually became the 5th Emperor of the Sea? 5 Emperors Alliance. What is this going to do? Do you want to challenge Marine? Challenge world government? The pirates are boiling, but at this time someone discovered another problem. No matter what the alliance of 5 emperors wants to do, 5 emperors of the sea unite. This is a force capable of destroying Marine and even the world government. The truly turbulent era of pirates has come completely. If we join the 5 emperors alliance and become pirates under our command, even Marine will not dare to touch us. Just kidding. If Marine provokes the alliance of 5 emperors, isn't that equivalent to facing 5 emperors of the sea at the same time? 4 emperors Marine is too much, let alone 5. The current Marine does not yet have the ability to fight 1 to 5. The pirates seem to see a very solid backing, all over the world, including Grand Line, whether it is New World or the first half. All pirates, start to act immediately. Their goal is 1. Join the 5 Emperors Alliance and become a pirate group under the command of a certain emperor. In this way, Marine didn't dare to provoke them easily, and it was equivalent to getting an absolutely safe asylum. Chapter 164. The purpose of the 5 emperors. The world war is about to start. Pirates all over the world are having fun. This may be a sign that the prosperous age of pirates is about to begin. At the same time, for many ordinary people, the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance is not only shocking by the new Emperor of the Sea. It is also incredible that 5 Sea Emperors can form an alliance. If it comes to everyone who is known as the Emperor of the Sea, they are all dominating one side. They should be quite at odds with each other, but in the blink of an eye they were able to fight against each other and form an unprecedented pirate alliance. 4 Emperors, Marine, world government, it's a balance. Now that the 4 emperors have become the 5 emperors, this balance has been broken, and what is even more frightening is that the 5 emperors have actually formed an alliance. This is undoubtedly a blockbuster news when this news spreads throughout the world. Everyone felt that the sky has collapsed. These pirate emperors, how could they be united all of a sudden? What exactly are they trying to do? Could it be to destroy the world government? Or want to challenge Marine? Ordinary people feel that there are too many things to worry about right now. The world war is about to begin. The last time their world was defeated, the power of the whole world was weakened. Seeing this world war, everyone is looking forward to Marine's recovery of face. Let this world be strengthened again, but the pirates are restless at this juncture. What kind of alliance of 5 emperors is created? How should Marine deal with it, and what will the world government do about it? These are all unknowns. The 5th World War begins. Left. Less than 7 hours. The news of the 5 Emperors Alliance has spread throughout the world. Everyone is discussing the purpose of the 5 Emperors Alliance. And right now in the New World, on the Sky Island of the Golden Lion. As a place where the 5 Sea Emperors temporarily held talks, it was perfect. Even more suitable than Whitebeard's purpose-built sea town. Advertisement: there will be no Marine or world government eyeliner here. There is absolutely no way for them to listen to the content of the 5 people's conversation. Somewhere on Sky Island the size of a football field, 5 Sea Emperors sat around a huge round table. There are 5 cups of coffee placed on the simple wooden stand, and Whitebeard sits in the main seat, occupying the absolute core. Next is Kaido on the left, Big Mom on the right, and Shanks next to Kaido. And the Yuichi cup is arranged next to Big Mom. 5 people gathered together to form a semicircle. This kind of seat allocation can also show Yuichi's current status in the 5 Emperors League. In terms of strength, although Yuichi was recognized by the other 4, neither party in the battle with Kaido did their best. So there is no definite conclusion yet. In terms of the power under his command, Yuichi is the weakest existence among the 5. There is no doubt about this. But because of Yuichi's age, being able to make it this far at this age is like another red-haired Shanks-like pirate. Therefore, the 4 of them quite recognized Yuichi. And the current talks will show the second reason why Yuichi can join the 5 Emperors Alliance. Whitebeard raised his hand and motioned to Yuichi. Now tell them your analysis of World War. Listening to Whitebeard's casual tone, he used the tone of talking to someone close to him. Auntie, Kaido, and even Shanks have this subtle change in complexion. During the meeting of the 5 Emperors, every word was not casually spoken. Whitebeard wanted to express how good his relationship with Yuichi was, and maybe he wanted to let Kaido and Aunt talk about Yuichi's thoughts. The 2 of them just changed their expressions, and then returned to normal again. The people they are targeting will not give up so easily. 5 Emperors. 5 people happen to be an odd number, so it is not difficult to guess that when the Alliance makes a major decision in the future, the rule of using the majority to defeat the minority will be adopted. So allies are important. Whether it's to get something out of Yuichi, or to snag an ally, Yuichi has become somewhat sought after. Under the eyes of the 4 people, Yuichi stood up slowly. He coughed lightly, adjusting his voice. After that, no matter what the few people were thinking, they slowly opened their mouths to speak. About world wars. After 4 world wars, I probably found some patterns. Advertisement. First things first. The world war represents the forces that fight in the world. It is not fixed but rotated. The first one to be picked is the strongest force in the world. In the ninja world, the strongest force is Konoha village, but in our world the strongest force is Marine. The rule of rotation is that when the selected faction is defeated twice, the representative faction participating in the battle will be replaced. Yuichi spoke at a moderate pace, while Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks were also thinking. *1. Thinking about it according to Yuichi's words, it seems that it is indeed what he said. Shanks raised his eyebrows. So if Marine loses again, then next time they will rotate other forces to replace our world. Is this why we formed the 5 Emperors Alliance? That's right, Yuichi nodded. But Kaido is a little confused now. How can you be sure that you will definitely choose our newly formed alliance? Regarding this question, Yuichi has no way to give an accurate answer, because he knows the ninja world and the strength ranking among the 5 shadow villages. But they don't know, and Yuichi won't tell them about the ninja world. So only an ambiguous answer can be given. The second representative force in the ninja world, if my guess is correct, is the second most powerful force besides Konoha village. 0. The subsequent 5 Shadows Alliance also concentrated the power of all the villages because they also saw this rule. Let the 5 villages become one force at the same time, so that apart from the original forces, the 5 Shadows Alliance will become the biggest force. After hearing such an explanation, although Kaido still remained skeptical, he also believed half or half of it, because what Yuichi said was not unreasonable. According to this rule, the second person to fight on behalf of one's own world must be the second most powerful force. And the 5 Emperors Alliance is not only the second strongest, it can be said to be even stronger than Marine. It should be the most powerful force in the pirate world. So if Marine is rotated, the next one can be sure to be their 5 Emperors Alliance playing Ninja World. Big Mom also thought about it for a moment, although she didn't think Yuichi really knew the rules completely, but such an analysis seemed pretty good. Now let Big Mom focus. In addition to Yuichi's outstanding talent, there is also a shrewd mind. It would be great to have someone like that join her Charlotte family. A way must be found to absorb Yuichi's blood into the Charlotte family. Whitebeard looked at everyone, So you now understand that the significance of establishing the Five Emperors Alliance is for the next World War. As long as Marine loses this time, then we will fight in that world next time. Before that, I would like to explain that when the time comes, we will send out whoever will fight, and the five of us will discuss the stars together. A show of hands votes. If each chooses the person they support, then randomly choose. Chapter 165 1-on-1 Duel, The Rules of World War. What Whitebeard said about the rules was nothing to Yuichi. This is also what he thought at first. The Five Emperors Alliance has just been established. Although in terms of strength, reputation, and influence, Whitebeard is undoubtedly the strongest. But Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks are not easy to deal with. Regardless of whether they have any thoughts in their hearts, those who can become four emperors are willing to suffer easily. Therefore, it is necessary to formulate an absolutely fair and just rule. There are only loopholes in the rules, and there are. Whitebeard and Yuichi have basically reached an agreement. Therefore, in the subsequent votes, at worst, a situation of 2 votes against 3 votes can be formed. And Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. First of all, Kaido of the Beasts and Linlin may join forces temporarily. But Shanks didn't deal with them very well. In other words, Shanks was about to face a choice. Choose your side, or the side of Kaido and Linlin. 497. Under normal circumstances, Whitebeard felt that Shanks would definitely choose himself. This brat under Roger has some connections with himself. Therefore, in the future, things that need to be decided by 5 people's votes will evolve into a situation of 3 votes to 2 votes due to the probability. My side gets 3 votes, while Kaido and Big Mom can only have 2 votes. This will form an overwhelming advantage. Everything is still under control. And Kaido and Big Mom don't know yet that there is some tacit understanding between Yuichi and Whitebeard. But the first thing the two of them did after knowing it was to win over Yuichi. Thus forming countermeasures. This is naturally the best thing for Yuichi. So Yuichi didn't open his mouth to object. The form of the Five Emperors Alliance is basically like this. Then there are some irrelevant notes. For example, the Five Emperors Alliance is only an alliance in name, and they are still in charge of each other. There are also many trivial matters that are almost clear to each other, but let's talk about it first to avoid being used to make trouble. Although it can't be called trouble, and it can't cause any disturbance at all, it is very disturbing after all. When the 5 people were discussing, time passed bit by bit. There is still one last hour before the start of the Fifth World War. And at this time, although the 5 emperors have already discussed the specific details clearly. Advertisement, but the World War is about to begin, and Whitebeard and others don't plan to leave. Watch this World War right here. They also hope that Marine will still be defeated this time. Although the world will be weakened in this way, the chance to return to them has come. At the same time, people all over the world are quietly looking forward to the start of the World War. There was some excitement in my heart, but it was also accompanied by worry. It is related to the survival of the 2 worlds. Even if the world is lost once, it will not be destroyed, but the feeling of weakening power makes everyone dislike it. They don't want to experience this feeling a second time. First, hope Marine won't lose to those ninjas again this time. A lot of things have happened in Marine recently. I really don't understand what the world government and Marine are doing. If Mr. Yuichi, who is obviously strong, won't lose so badly, but these people actually forced such a powerful person gone. Speaking of this, many people from all over the world gathered to discuss this matter. They all beat their chests angrily, looking helpless towards the world government and Marine. But although it is a bit regretful, the person who left Marine has now become the 5th Emperor of the Sea in a blink of an eye. He became the most hated pirate in the eyes of ordinary people. Some people seem to see through the struggle between Marine and world government. But another part of the people has already begun to hate Yuichi. A person who is willing to degenerate into a pirate should not be much better. Naval headquarters, in the Marshal's office sits Commander-in-Chief Kong, listening to the phone bug. On the other end seems to be the 5 elders of Mariajoy, who are telling Kong to win the World War this time. And Kong is also full of confidence. He didn't understand the situation last time, but this time he has gained the absolute right to speak and can dispatch truly powerful Marine generals. A world war would be no problem either. The 5 elders, who had made a mistake once, had clearly figured out the problem, so Kong was delighted this time around. After hanging out the bug, a smile finally appeared on Kong's face. As long as we continue to win world wars, not only will the world not be destroyed, but Marine will also become stronger. At that time, there will be no alliance of 5 emperors, no pirates, and even this era of great pirates will be completely ended. Thinking that there will be no troubles at sea coming, Kong looks very excited. He still has justice in his heart. World government has done a lot of stupid things, but as long as it can be corrected, Kong can still be saved. However, Kong at the moment ignored a problem. If one day there are no pirates, no threat from the sea. So what's the point of Marine's existence? Guard the world. Ridiculous. No matter how sharp the sword is, if it is useless, the best end is to be left in the warehouse to eat ashes. Advertisement even directly thrown away by the owner. Or smelt into something else useful. Kong didn't seem to have thought of the truth of a dead dog. Just when he was imagining that the sea in the future will be peaceful and peaceful soon. The 5th World War has begun. The light curtain in the sky that everyone is extremely familiar with appeared on time again. There was a sound like the TV turning on. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky at the same time. Open black lens bracket. The Fifth World War begins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The Fifth World War. Close black lens bracket. The battle method is one-on-one duel. Representative forces of the two worlds each send 5 people with S-level combat power. A total of 10 people, one-on-one battles between 2 pairs, a total of 5 decisive battles. The side with the most victories in the end wins the World War. Regardless of the final result, the combatants who win the battle will receive a special reward. Open black lens bracket. Hokage world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Faction 5 Shadows Alliance. Close black lens bracket. Whitebeard and others, who are now located on Sky Island, saw the word 5 Shadows Alliance. Suddenly they looked down at each other. It seems that the people in the other world have also done the same 5.0 things as them. And he was one step ahead. Those ninjas on the opposite side were not very strong, but Yiping was very smart. They also discovered the rules of World War. Open black lens bracket. One Piece world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Faction 5 Emperors Alliance. Close black lens bracket. While Whitebeard and others were sighing, when the 5 Emperors Alliance was selected, Whitebeard and others were stunned. What's the situation? Doesn't it mean that Marine will be defeated once before it will be their turn? Why are they selected by the Light Curtain to participate in the World War now? Even Yuichi felt incredible. At this moment, the people who are more puzzled are the world government, the 5 elders, and the Marine. Especially the Marines, who are all ready to save face after recovering from the previous failure. They are even more confused. Why did G suddenly represent the forces that fought in this world, into the 5 Emperors Alliance? Chapter 166. The list of participants in the battle, 5 Shadows and 5 Emperors. For this World War, Marine has made a lot of preparations. In particular, Kong has put a lot of thought into investigating the strength and weakness of Marine personnel. Even this World War has been analyzed many times. In the end, Kong is confident that no matter what form this World War will take, he will be sure to win this World War. Unless the opponent sends out more powerful personnel to fight. Otherwise Kong didn't think he would lose. Now it is not a question of whether he will lose or not. The question is how this World War will become a world where the newly established 5 Emperors Alliance fights against each other. What the hell does this happen? Why did it suddenly change the power of the representative? This problem is not only plaguing Kong now, but also plaguing 5 elders. The 5 Emperors Alliance, Whitebeard and others who were selected on Sky Island also turned their heads to look at Yuichi. Why is that? Boy Yuichi, didn't you say that you have to lose 2 battles before you can change the side of the battle? Why did the Light Curtain choose us now? Now Yuichi is also in a daze. There is indeed nothing wrong with his analysis 29. But why did it suddenly change to the 5 Emperors Alliance playing in the Hokage world? Yuichi thinks carefully about the several world wars he has experienced before. Tossing and turning, I kept recalling the outcome of the World War in my mind. First World War, location, Naval Headquarters, Victory Marine. World War II, location, in mysterious space, Victory Marine. The Third World Battle, the location, Sanagakure in the mysterious space, the victor should be the people of the two worlds, so it is considered to be the winner. In the ancient forest created by the Fourth World War, location, and mysterious space, the 5 Shadows Alliance will win. Looking at the 4 World Wars, Konoha lost World Wars I and II first, resulting in them being replaced by Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. Then his analysis is correct, only after losing 2 World Wars will he be replaced by other forces. But why was Marine replaced after only 1 loss? Why was it suddenly replaced by the newly established 5 Emperors Alliance? Is it because of your own system? Impossible. Yuichi doesn't believe that such a factor caused his judgment to go wrong. Just when Yu was at a loss, suddenly Yuichi seemed to understand. It's not that he made a mistake in his judgment, but that he missed one thing. That is, in the First World War, that battle was more like a simple test of the two worlds. So, the failed Hokage world was not punished at the time. If you look at it according to this line of thinking, then the First World War should not be included in the number of defeats because it was a test in nature. Advertisement therefore, the rules for the Light Curtain to select new forces to replace the defeated forces to continue fighting should be. As long as it is defeated once, it will be rotated to the next force, representing its own world to fight against the enemy's world. This is the real rule of the Light Curtain for selecting the fighting party. Figured this out, Yuichi was ready to answer Whitebeard's question. But at this time, the countdown on the Light Curtain had already begun. Open black lens bracket. Please choose the candidate for the battle. Close black lens bracket. Countdown 30 seconds. Open black lens bracket. Start now. Close black lens bracket. 0:30, 0:29. The Light Curtain began to count down, and at the same time the picture on the Light Curtain was divided into 2 parts. One half was the picture of the 5 shadows in the world of Hokage, and the other half was the picture of the 5 emperors on Sky Island. The pictures of himself and others appear on the Light Curtain, and now Yuichi has no chance to tell Whitebeard, Kaido and others the rules that the Light Curtain really replaces the fighting side. Otherwise, the whole world will know about it. At that time, these people will also form forces in case they want to wait for the defeat of the 5 Emperors Alliance, and then represent the pirate world in the Hokage world. Although they are unlikely to form forces beyond the 5 Emperors Alliance, it is best not to have this happen. Whitebeard and others don't look very good now, because there is no preparation at all. The Five Emperors Alliance has just been established, and under such circumstances, let them choose candidates for the battle, which still needs to be decided by a vote of 5 people. Who should I choose? How should I choose? They have only 30 seconds to think. By the way, there should only be Shiwumiao left, and at this very moment. People from all over the world looked at the 5 emperors sitting together in the light curtain. Some people may not believe the rumors and news, but now you can see it with your own eyes. Although it is seen through the light curtain, the picture of the light curtain is never fake. No matter where you are, the light curtain can clearly display your picture at this moment. This is the 5 emperors. That Yuichi is really with the 4 emperors. Now I have really become the 5th emperor of the sea. People couldn't help exclaiming, looking at the 5 people in the picture. For this sea, the 5 people in front of them are all capable of calling the wind and the rain. They are well-deserved overlords in New World. Even if it is Marine, they have nothing to do. And now, these people are united together, and even Marine may not dare to collide with them head-on. There are 10 seconds left in the countdown, with less and less time on the light curtain. At this time, the 5 people on the light curtain, the 5 emperors of the sea, seem to have not started the discussion yet. Hey, what are they doing? Time is running out. Don't they plan to choose who will fight? Advertisement, it's time to go on like this, and no one has been selected to participate in the war, so don't just lose the world war so inexplicably. Although I was surprised, it doesn't matter whether it is a pirate or a marine at this time. As long as they can win the world war, anyone can play. 003, 002, and the last second. It's not that the 5 are not thinking, but they are considering who to send up. The time is almost up. Yuichi stood up suddenly. 5 people. Exactly, let the 5 of us play. In the last 807 seconds, Yuichi said this sentence, and Whitebeard and others were stunned for a moment. But the responses were all quick, and they raised their hands at the same time. All 5 votes passed Yuichi's proposal, and the time just cleared. The light curtain also recognized the decision of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Open black lens bracket One Piece World close black lens bracket Open black lens bracket Faction 5 Emperors Alliance close black lens bracket. List of combatants. 5 Emperors Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. 5 Emperors 100 Beasts, Kaido. 5 Emperors Charlotte Lin. 5 Emperors Red Hair Shanks. 5 Emperors former Marine U. When the names of the 5 people appeared on the light curtain, the people who were worried a second ago were stunned. They looked at the list on the light curtain. The names that appeared one after another made everyone gasp. 5 Emperors. Personally, take action. These people can be regarded as the top powerhouses in our world. The Emperor of the Sea will personally fight. This world war, we will never lose. Don't get too excited, just look at the list on the opposite side. Open black lens bracket Hokage World close black lens bracket Open black lens bracket Faction 5 Shadows Alliance close black lens bracket. List of combatants. Konoha 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama San Shinobi 5th Kage Sandstorm Gaara. Rock Shinobi 3rd Tsuchikage, Peak Period, 2-day Scale Onogi. Mist Shinobi 5th Mizukage Terumi May Cloud Shinobi 4th Raikage, Eye Close Black Lens Bracket. 5 Shadows Occupy 5 Emperors, Chapter 167 5 on 5 Game 1, Kaido of the Beasts vs Raikage. People in Pirate World are already very clear, film. What does this name mean in the other party's world? The most powerful ninja among ninjas will be given the title of Shadow. And the other side's world also has many countries and many ninja villages just like Pirate World. Every ninja village has its own shadow. However, the 5 strongest among them, Hokage, Movie, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kage, are collectively called the 5 Kages. Pirate World is fully aware of these things. In the Third World War, the power displayed by those shadows in the opposing world is impressive. What Tsuchikage has the ability to fly and also has weird abilities. The strong light that burst out from the hand is very powerful. That ability seems to be called Dust Escape. It is an extremely special ability in the opponent's world. Although the previous Hokage didn't seem like a big deal, the power of Tsuchikage is amazing. Especially after losing a world war. People in One Piece world didn't dare to underestimate each other anymore. If you underestimate these ninjas, you will suffer big losses. A ninja who can bear the title of Shadow, no matter how weak, where can he be so weak? Fortunately, the people who replaced their world this time were the Sea Emperors who dominated the new world. The 5 Emperors are confident against the 5 Shadows. This time it's not Admiral from Marine who made the move, but the Pirate Emperor who is more terrifying than Admiral. Ninjas in the opposite world, just wait to be suppressed. Fortunately, the alliance formed by the 5 Sea Emperors was selected. Otherwise, if Marine continues to fight, I'm afraid there will be no hope of winning this battle. In a 5-on-5 battle, if Marine is facing such a situation. In the eyes of many people, Marine only has 3 admirals available, and the others are slightly less powerful, and they are simply not enough to deal with such a battle. However, the Pirate Alliance is different. The 5 Sea Emperors, plus the pirates under their command who offer terrifying bounties. Not to mention Yuichi, the new Emperor of the Sea. Among the other 4 Emperors, all of them have 3 big pirates with a reward of over 1 billion. Under Whitebeard's command, the first team is Phoenix Marco, the second team is Fire Fist Ace, and the third team is Diamond Josie. Under Kaido's command, there are 3 big boards: Fire, Jin, Plague, Quinn, Drought, Jack. Under Andy's command, there are 3 stars of desserts: Katakuri, Minister of Flour, Cracker, Minister of Biscuits, and Smoothie, Minister of Juice. Redhead, Beckman, Yasop, Lackey Road, Advertisement. Who among the 4 emperors is not strong enough to match Admiral's combat power? The powerful combat power available to the 5 emperors alliance is much, much more than Marine. And this is not counting the many other powerful pirates. Even if Yuichi is not counted, it's just that the 4 emperors unite, and their men deal with this kind of battle that only needs to send 5 strong men to deal with it. It's not easy at all. Coupled with such a strong guy like Yuichi, the people of One Piece world seem to see the hope of winning this world war. Although it is a pirate, it is related to everyone's life. Even those who resent the pirates can only have a gloomy face, secretly praying in their hearts that the 5 sea emperors can win. Compared to the excitement of the people in One Piece world, people in the Hokage world seem a little depressed. See, Emperor, is that the 5 people, the commoners of the Hokage world, all remember what Yuichi said earlier when he was in the duel ring. Compared with Marine's Admiral, the strongest existence in their world is these guys known as the 4 emperors. Although I don't understand how 4 emperors became 5 emperors. But Yuichi said at the time that these sea emperors are more terrifying than Marine Admiral. Each one is quite a scary character. Although there is no information about these people, but this time they are about to make a move, which makes people feel inexplicably depressed. The expressions of Sarutobi and others who are in the meeting at the moment also become uncomfortable. Alliance of the 5 emperors. It seems that these people also understand the selection rules of that strange light curtain. Their worlds are already beginning to unite against our world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is pale, and the opponent's world is powerful. Once they unite, it will be difficult for their world. However, Rakage on the side looked extremely unhappy. He slapped the table hard. The voice full of majesty said, "Huh, then try it, they will unite and we will also unite. But before that, we have to see how capable these so-called sea emperors are." 4th Rakage doesn't seem to think how strong the opponent will be. It just so happened that he also chose to play in this world war, the reason why he didn't use the time-staggered privilege they won. The main reason is that Rakage wants to get that special reward. If you use the time-staggered privilege, even if you win, you will miss the reward. Although the overall power of the entire world will increase. But he cared more about that special reward, the thunder fruit that Darui got after his victory. Advertisement back at Cloud Shinobi Village, Rakage had Darui demonstrate his new powers. And this power directly made Darui extremely terrifying. Powerful lightning style ninjutsu is at your fingertips. At the same time, the power of the black lightning style inherited from 3rd Rakage has also been enhanced a lot. At the same time, the chakra consumed by lightning style ninjutsu has been greatly reduced. This is equivalent to increasing the amount of chakra in disguise. Darui's strength has soared, and he can almost be compared with his contemporary Rakage. Even better than his Rakage in some aspects. As the 4th Rakage, he doesn't want to miss out on this special reward. At the same time, his desire for power is also very strong. It's better to be careful. 4th Rakage, these people can become emperors of the sea, so their natural strength is extraordinary. The previous Marines were not considered weak, but even so, there is nothing they can do about these so-called emperors. From this point, it can be seen that none of these people are easy to mess with. 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi said slowly. His analysis is not, to Zhao Hao, unreasonable. But now Rakage was all about that special reward. He didn't care what Onoki said at all, and he also decided to fight in the first battle. Humph. What about these so-called emperors? Let this old man come and verify for himself. A beam of light fell from the sky and instantly enveloped Rakage's body. Immediately afterwards Rakage's figure disappeared. Then, a new field appeared on the light curtain. On the endless Gobi, the sky is full of wind and sand, and the dust and smoke are billowing. The personnel of both parties in the first battle have been confirmed. Open black lens bracket Hokage world. 4th Rakage. I close black lens bracket open black lens bracket One Piece world. 100 beasts. Kaido close black lens bracket. Kaido, who was teleported by the beam of light on Sky Island and disappeared, appeared on the screen on the light curtain. At the same time, directly above them, a huge oval-shaped floating stand appeared. There are many spectators above, and people randomly selected from the 2 worlds are staring down. Chapter 168 The Blue Lightning in the Ninja World. Kaido is this? Open black lens bracket Kaido of the Beasts vs 4th Rakage. I close black lens bracket open black lens bracket The battle officially begins close black lens bracket. The text on the light curtain shows that the battle has begun. In the picture, Kaido, who just appeared in the Gobi Desert, leisurely took off the flagon from his waist. He gulped down the wine. It looked like he didn't take this battle to heart at all. Looking at the opponent 4th Rakage's gaze is full of contempt. This made the arrogant 4th Rakage very unhappy. What kind of bullshit is the Emperor of the Sea? They're just a group of pirates, and the little pirates dare to despise themselves so much. 4th Rakage swore secretly in his heart, he must let this guy know how strong he is later. Kaido didn't underestimate Rakage, to be precise, he completely ignored him. Because the other party can't give him any sense of danger. As the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, Kaido trusts his intuition. No danger can be felt from the opponent, which means that this person has no way to cause any harm to himself. What Raikage is not Raikage, Kaido didn't see it at all. It's just a group of guys looking for death. Have you drunk enough? Let's start. I don't want to waste time. I want to end this battle. 160 Hearing that Kaido was drinking, he smiled disdainfully, HMPH. This guy seems very arrogant. The battle is about to end as soon as you open your mouth. Does the opponent feel that you can easily defeat yourself? Very good. Kaido really wants to see what kind of abilities this guy has, and what powerful methods these so-called shadows have. Boom. Throwing the jug casually, the jug shot out straight and hit the ground far away. Accompanied by a violent roar, the wine gourd smashed most of its body into the soil. Kaido's move made many people stunned. People in the Hokage world, looking at the wine gourd in the picture that can make such a big noise just by throwing it casually. He swallowed involuntarily, this tall monster, with well-developed muscles and a terrifying face. It makes people feel uncomfortable at first glance. What kind of species are the people in the other world? Can normal people have such a body shape? What a powerful force, this guy's well-developed muscles, compared to the extremely terrifying Power Star. I don't know if 4th Raikage can beat it. Someone questioned 4th Raikage. Advertisement. Someone immediately said not to worry. Master 4th Raikage, but a legendary ninja known as Blue Lightning. He can even compete with Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Master Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode can not only make the speed extremely fast, but also enhance the Power Star and defense. What you should worry about is the people on the other side of the world. A lot of time has passed since the last ninja war. The story of the 4th Raikage has been forgotten by some. But now being mentioned again, it makes people feel a lot more at ease. But at this moment, in the flashing barrage on the light curtain, people in both worlds are cheering for people in their own world. They even started to mock each other. They seem to be more excited than Kaido and 4th Raikage. One Piece World. Master Kaido of the Beasts, but the Emperor of the Sea, we will not lose to you this time. Hokage World. It's just a pirate, and I want to be compared with Master Raikage. This victory must be ours. One Piece World. Master Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Winning Master Kaido? Absolutely impossible. In Wukage's eyes, such a barrage made people start to worry. 4th Raikage. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Being able to be given such a title shows that the person sent by the opposite side is definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Hiruzen was a little worried. You can tell from this person's appearance that his calendar and defense are absolutely top-notch. Terumi Mei nodded. People in the other world don't know what's going on. Why can someone's body size be so huge? Onoki didn't pay attention to Kaido's body shape, he just thought about Kaido's title. It seems that the opponent seems to have the same fighting style as 4th Raikage. Should defeat the enemy with powerful strength or speed, and have extremely pervert defense against the CJCB enemy's attack. Hearing his analysis, Luo Sha frowned. Have you met an enemy with a similar fighting style? Then this is quite a lot for opening 4th Raikage. Everyone's mood is also a little dignified. After so many battles, they also summed up the characteristics of the power of One Piece World. The attack power is powerful, the defense power is amazing, and even the power completely surpasses the ninjas in their world. But what the people in the other world lack is variability. Ninjutsu is changeable, while people in the opponent's world have single abilities and relatively fixed fighting methods, so they cannot cope with too many different fighting methods. And ninja is much better in this regard. Therefore, people who face the opponent's world cannot easily collide head-on with the opponent. The best way is to find the flaw. Then use the flaw to defeat it again, but 4th Raikage's fighting style is a little uncomfortable. This time, I happen to meet an enemy with a similar fighting style. This is a very difficult problem. Advertisement don't know what the 4th Raikage will do either. Ah, Kaido let out a soft breath. As if he was full from drinking, he lowered his head and stared at 4th Raikage. Raikage, isn't it? Since you can't wait to court death, let's start. Kaido raised his hand to signal the opponent to attack. Seeing Kaido make such a provocative gesture, 4th Raikage's gaze sank. ZZZ. The chakra erupting from his body instantly put him into lightning-style chakra mode. Zhou Sheng is haunted by powerful thunder. In an instant, 4th Raikage's momentum changed. At this time, Kaido just shrank his eyes slightly, and the current 4th Raikage made him barely feel a little pressure. But it was just a little pressure, and there was still no sense of danger. HMPH. Is it just this level? When Kaido was feeling speechless, 4th Raikage suddenly said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. My speed is very fast. If you are not careful, you will lose in an instant." However, the next second, the fear in his eyes suddenly turned into anger. The face of 4th Raikage, whose body was vacated, jumped away instantly. 4th Raikage, in the form of lightning, approaches Kaido very quickly. At this moment Kaido's expression froze. Standing on the spot and slowly twisting his neck unharmed, Kaido stared at him coldly with lowered eyes. "This is what you said? Fast? High speed?" Boom. Amidst the exclamations of countless people in the two worlds, Kaido was kicked fiercely in the neck. Is this the blue lightning of the ninja world, as expected of Master Raikage? When the sound of thunder and lightning erupted, ho. However, the next second, could it be that the other party is also perverting like you? If that's the case, then it's worth paying attention to. Kaido squinted his eyes and thought of Yuichi who fought against him not long ago. The speed really gave him a headache. Fourth Raikage charged Kaido in a bolt of blue lightning. It's so fast. The preemptive strike hits, and it thrills the people of the Hokage world. Chapter 169 Thunder 8 Trigrams, the strongest armor in the ninja world. Stepping back, Fourth Raikage looked at Kaido who showed no signs of injury. How is this possible? My attack couldn't hurt him. The surprise of Fourth Raikage is also the surprise of everyone in the Hokage world. Facing Raikage's attack, the opponent didn't dodge or dodge, and after resisting a blow, he looked completely fine. That's Fourth Raikage. It's not some weak ninja, it's a shadow of a village. And also Raikage of the Martial Cloud Shinobi village. Lightning-style chakra mode in one hand, while extremely fast, both attack and defense are very strong. While this ninjutsu was developed by Third Raikage, it was Fourth Raikage who honed lightning-style chakra mode to its limits. His strength is not lost to his father Third Raikage. But even such a ninja can't even hurt the enemy with one blow. How is this possible? Hey, your speed just now, is it full speed? Suddenly Kaido asked, hearing this question. The dignified Fourth Raikage suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked up at Kaido viciously. There was a strong anger on that cloudy and uncertain face. The other party actually asked himself such a question, it was simply too arrogant. A deep and angry voice came out of Fourth Raikage's throat. Don't worry, I only used 7% of my strength just now. Next, ZZZ, the thunder and lightning burst became more intense. And the momentum of the movie is even more violent. That's my true full speed. With Fourth Raikage's hair blown up like a hedgehog, lightning-style chakra mode is on fire. He is at his best right now. Feeling the changes in the fluctuations of Raikage chakra, although Kaido will not use this power, the perception of hearing and color is not wrong. The other party seemed to be really serious, so since this is the case, he has to be more serious. Armament Haki covered. Boom. Kaido, holding a mace in his hand, pulled out the mace that was obliquely inserted in his waist. Haki covered it with an instantly invisible airflow soul that began to spin around the mace. The airflow that draws the surroundings converges towards the mace. Those who watched the battle, people from both worlds, could feel the surging power fluctuations on Kaido. Under this force, it was as if two boulders were pressing on the chest, and some people couldn't breathe normally. Compared with the aura exuded by Fourth Raikage, Kaido suppressed it steadily. Advertisement now. Looking at Kaido, looking at his expression, the gaze bursting out of those eyes, it seems like a real beast. A very terrifying beast. In a trance, many people remembered the words from the other world before. Sea, land and air. The strongest creatures, sure enough, it is a terrifying monster. This kind of momentum is as terrifying as a star beast. The hearts of people in the ninja world began to speed up. The two auras collided and rubbed fiercely in the air. It was as if some kind of spark had erupted faintly. Fourth Raikage also felt the strong sense of oppression from Kaido. I can't wait any longer, I will act first. Moment. The arc jumped violently around him, and then he suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Kaido. The sound of thunder and lightning burst. The sound of breaking wind at extremely high speed followed closely, and the flash of lightning flashed for a moment. The Fourth Raikage had already appeared behind Kaido, and everyone was stunned by that fast speed. Raikage's movements are completely invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Raikage punched directly at the back of Kaido's head, which is an extremely fragile part of the human body. If he was hit, even Kaido might not be safe and sound. And his speed is extremely fast. Kaido has not moved yet, as if unable to react. As the fist got closer, a smile gradually appeared on Raikage's face. Go to hell. B***************. D. Thunder and lightning surrounded his fist, rubbing against the air and emitting extremely dazzling thundersnakes. The thunder light flowing from the body under the punch is like a giant python swallowing the sky, and it moves towards Kaido's body quickly. And at this moment, Kaido's head flicked slightly. Movie eyes widened as the punch slid right down Kaido's cheek. Avoided? Dodged at the nick of time? Can this guy keep up with his speed? How can that be? How could his huge body keep up with his own speed? I am in the state of full firepower in lightning-style chakra mode. Few people in the entire ninja world can keep up with his speed. Why is this guy? When Raikage was dazed, he passed Kaido shoulder to shoulder. But at the moment of passing by, Kaido sneered and spoke in a very low voice. You know what? Your speed is nothing at all. I just fought a guy with really pervert speed, and your speed is too slow compared to him. Ask for flowers. Advertisement ZZZ. Suddenly, the roar of thunder and lightning rang in Raikage's ears. It's just that this roar is somewhat different from the real roar of thunder and lightning. At the same time, the moment the thunder sounded, an extremely ear-piercing sound also erupted. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Boom. Kaido's mace gathers extremely terrifying Haki waves. In an instant, it slammed into Fourth Raikage who passed him by. Hit him firmly with a spiked mace. Boom. One blow set off an astonishing ripple. Ripples erupted one after another in the air. The Fourth Raikage was smashed into the ground suddenly, and a huge pothole appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the purple thunder on the mace. Zero Kaido lifted the mace on his shoulders and looked coldly at Fourth Raikage lying in the pit. Is this what you call speed? At this moment, people in both worlds kept absolute silence. He stared dumbfounded at the picture on the light curtain. Ahem. It seems that he underestimated these so-called pirates. To become the overlord of the sea, the power of that blow should not be underestimated. Cut. Isn't it dead yet? Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Fourth Raikage stood up from the pit, his body already wounded in many places. Emperor of the Sea. That's their movie master. How could he be so easily? After being hit like this with one blow, Fourth Raikage's complexion was very bad, and at the same time, the expression in his eyes was extremely dignified. That man who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, he actually gave the Fourth Raikage to. All the chakra broke out, and the lightning-style chakra mode was overloaded, and the thunder on his body instantly burst out with extremely dazzling light. Lightning straight. Inch. Falling down with Wang Wang Tianwei. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Then do it again. Standing at Fourth Raikage at this moment, he didn't care about his injuries. Kaido held the mace high, the haki on his body was poured into the mace crazily as if he didn't want money, and a purple thunder burst out suddenly. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. It feels so unreal now, how is this possible? The injury was serious. That man. Chapter 170 The Power of the Five Emperors, Analysis and Decision. Pure lightning-style chakra slams Kaido of the beast's mighty armament haki. The terrifying movement that erupted at the moment when the two forces collided caused the entire battlefield to vibrate crazily. The gusts of wind whizzed out one after another. Everyone can't believe it with their mouths open. In the next second, the corner of Kaido's mouth rose slightly, daring to collide head-on with him, and the opponent gave up his advantage in speed. It is simply stupid to choose this kind of head-on collision method to fight. But it's also good. Kaido can just take advantage of this opportunity to decide the outcome in one fell swoop. The Conqueror's haki erupted instantly, and the mace wrapped around it swept towards Fourth Raikage along with armament haki. The two forces that could barely maintain the balance originally. The proper balance was quickly broken. Bloodshot eyes appeared in Fourth Raikage's eyes, and he felt the fluctuation of terrifying power from his hands. The instant, 660, was not just a physical shock of unimaginable force. At the same time, there is also a very terrifying mental shock. Fourth Raikage wondered where the power against his mind was coming from. His consciousness began to gradually blur, and the moment he lost consciousness. Kaido's mace landed him on the head with perfect precision. With one blow, Fourth Raikage's body flew out like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it flew 100 meters away. It fell heavily on the ground, making a huge hole in the ground. Dust and smoke billowed, and the figure of Fourth Raikage disappeared in front of everyone. Kaido stood still, holding a mace in one hand. Feeling the faint breathing of Fourth Raikage in the distance, he sneered, "Stupid guy." Only the image of Kaido is left in the frame. At this moment, people in both worlds have different moods. People in the Hokage world looked at Kaido in front of them, their eyes were full of fear. This huge guy not only has a pervert level of defense, but also has terrifying strength. It's simply not as strong as a normal human being. Compared with the preoccupied people in the Hokage world, the people in the One Piece world are very excited. Advertisement: this battle was so hardy that anyone could easily see that Kaido of the Beasts was even stronger. The opponent's ninjas are simply not enough to see. In front of such a monster, all ninjas would be sent to death. All raised their arms and shouted Kaido's name. On Sky Island, Whitebeard, Yuichi and others were not too surprised. Because the enemy chose the most stupid way to fight Kaido. Facing the invincible Kaido, he dared to confront him head-on. Just when I am you. Whitebeard and others took a look at Yuichi's position, able to face monsters like Kaido head-on one-on-one without losing the wind. Yuichi's strength is what truly feels incredible. At the same time, the 5 Kages of the Hokage world also look solemn. Raikage looks hopeless. Sarutobi hears inside, and at the same time secretly let out a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Because now he is not the only one who lost to the enemy world, and he also needs to add a 4th Raikage. So, this is not to say that his 3rd Hokage has no strength, but that the enemy in the opposite world is too strong. Look, 4th Raikage lost to them like me. From this point of view, the power of these so-called emperors of the sea is not trivial. Just from this person named Kaido of the Beasts, we can roughly see the level of strength of these emperors of the sea. Both seem to far surpass the previous Marine Admiral. As Terumi Mei said, she suddenly heard what Yuichi said in a certain world war before. Compared to them admirals, the strongest people in the opponent's world are these sea emperors. At that time, they thought that the opponent was just bluffing. Now it seems that what the other party said is true. Having gone through so many world wars, they have analyzed the strength of the Marine Admirals of Marine. At most, it is equivalent to the shadow of a certain type of escapism of the Grand Master. It is very powerful, but it is not impossible to defeat it. As long as you can restrain the opponent's strength, the chance of winning is not small. But in the face of Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, such a perverted power, strong defense and attack power, an incomparably pure battle monster. In front of people, the amount of their ninjas is really hard to defeat them. It's a pity that there is no information about this person before, otherwise we will be able to analyze and find the weakness of the other party to counter it. Advertisement: Onoki sighed, it would be great if the old man appeared in the first battle. Everyone also sighed secretly, it was indeed as Onoki said. Onogi's dust escape power is 2 scales, and he is not afraid of this monster with amazing defense. Coupled with the ability to fly, if Onogi plays against Kaido, the scene will become another situation. It can only be said that they made a mistake in the selection of candidates, which led to the failure of this battle. As for 4th Raikage's loss to Kaido, it was because they happened to be restrained by the opponent. 4th Kage Luo Sha was silent for a while and suddenly said, "Facing an enemy of this level, the order of battle is very important, but we don't know who the opponent will send next. There's no way to make a plan, everything can depend on luck." Luo Sha, who almost died because of the battle before, was healed instantly by the beam of light that descended after that world war, and even those who died in Sanagakure during the battle were all resurrected. So Sanagakure didn't lose a single ninja. Luck? Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to resign himself to fate. This world war is also very important for the ninja world. If the ninja world who has obtained privileges cannot defeat the opponent in this way, then it will be really embarrassing. Because they didn't know the enemy's intelligence before, they didn't send out such a terrifying combat force as 1st Hokage. But just conservatively chose to send 2nd Hokage. If you lose, then you will be ashamed and ashamed. Next, let's play Sanagakure. Saying that Luo Sha raised his head, compared to other ninjas, Gaara can entangle with each other no matter what kind of enemy he faces. Whether you can win or not depends on whether you can find the enemy's weakness. Even if you can't win, you can get more information about the enemy's world. Among the remaining people, Gaara's 4.1 strength is slightly weaker than other shadows, so it is most suitable for Sanagakure to take the shot. Terumi Mei originally wanted to make a move in the next round, but Luo Sha told her that she could only continue to wait for the time being. And Sarutobi and Onoki also agree with him. Sand Shinobi's 5th Kage Gaara, the power he has is really good. That sand is very versatile, also great for spying on intelligence. The remaining players include Onogi, Terumi Mei, and Konoha's 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama at their peak. The strength of the 3 is also very good. After watching 2 battles, as long as they understand how to deal with these Sea Emperors, it is not difficult to win. In the picture, Kaido is preparing to give 4th Raikage the final blow. On One Piece World Sky Island, Whitebeard also stood up slowly, looking at Kaido sending Kamui away. "I want to stretch my muscles." Chapter 171 Whitebeard enters the scene, the second battle begins. Whitebeard about to make a move? Everyone looked at the standing figure in the picture. People in One Piece world are very excited, you must know that in the previous 4 emperors. Whitebeard. This name represents the legend of the sea and represents an era. He was a legend comparable to Roger in that era, although his final achievements were not as good as Roger's. But when it comes to strength, Whitebeard is on par with Roger. Even insisting that there is a gap is a very small gap. Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, is about to make a move. How can one not be excited about such a thing? Even those who hate pirates in Pirate World are excited. On the other hand, people in the Hokage world are also somewhat happy. This guy looks very old, and he still has to shoot at his age. Even if he was very strong when he was young, there is nothing to be afraid of at this age. This is the view of many ordinary people. However, many ninjas feel a little bad. Does getting older necessarily make you weaker? Not necessarily. Konoha's 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Rock Shinobi's 3rd Tsuchikage and Onogi are 2 days old, but few people in the whole ninja world dare to pat their chests and say that they can win against them. On the contrary, it is because of their age, 29, that they have extremely rich combat experience and even become stronger. Boom! Suddenly, people were watching Whitebeard. The screen changed, and what appeared in the screen was Kaido's final punch to 4th Raikage. Covered with exaggerated Haki's fist, it precisely hits 4th Raikage's forehead. Punch. Kill it straight away. Open black lens bracket. The first battle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Winner. One Piece World. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current score. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Pirate. Hokage. Close black lens bracket. 1-0. Winning the first game made everyone in Pirate World very excited. The depression caused by the previous failure seems to have been swept away in everyone's heart. There is no way that Kaido's battle this time will be devastating. There will not be too many ups and downs at all. It is completely pressing the opponent from beginning to end. It's also because 4th Raikage underestimated the pirates, and it's not without reason that he underestimated the Emperor at sea. Furthermore, his fighting style is just restrained by Kaido. It is normal to be defeated by Kaido in melee, but unable to gain enough advantage in speed. Advertisement. Kaido still wants to continue the attack, although 4th Raikage is out of breath, and his anger has not been fully vented. But at this time, the light from the sky enveloped him, and Kaido was enveloped in the beam of light. Disappearing from the screen in an instant, the body of the same 4th Raikage was also shrouded in light. Both of them disappeared on this inexplicable Gobi battlefield. The disappearance of the 2 of them means that the next battle will begin. A countdown is displayed on the light curtain. The second battle is about to begin. Open black lens bracket. Please confirm who will be present. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Countdown 10 seconds. Close black lens bracket. Plus. Open black lens bracket. 9. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 8. Close black lens bracket. Yuichi et al. And Sarutobi et al. All selected candidates for the second game at the same time. Then the countdown ends. The text on the light curtain changes again. Open black lens bracket second battle close black lens bracket open black lens bracket One Piece. Whitebeard Edward Newgate close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hokage World. 5th Cage Sandstorm Gaara close black lens bracket swish. On the light curtain that everyone in the world on both sides could see, the venue suddenly changed again. It seems that the random battle location for each battle will be different. But this time, the location of the battle changed from the Gobi to a huge rocky jungle. With 2 rays of light falling from the sky, it fell on 2 opposite stone pillars. The figure of Gaara and Whitebeard appear at the same time. And as soon as he came out, Whitebeard's icy eyes turned to Gaara. In the next second, Whitebeard's expression became a little unhappy. Little devil. Let a young kid fight this old man. Are you giving the old man the victory? Whitebeard seemed to forget for a moment that the opponent had no idea who they were going to send, so his matchup with Gaara was purely accidental. It wasn't at all that the other party deliberately arranged for a brat to fight him. But Whitebeard is not happy right now anyway. 5th Cage Gaara, dispatched using the time-crossing privilege, is currently at his peak. When he was in Sanagakure before, the performance of 5th Cage Gaara made the ninjas of Sanagakure very satisfied. Although he still lost to his opponent in the end, Gaara's strength is beyond doubt. It's just that I met Yuichi, a guy who is extremely fast, and the sand can't catch him at all. And still can't let go of hands and feet to fight, so Gaara can't play to his heart's content. Advertisement, but this time is different. The battle venue is not in Sanagakure. Gaara can use her strength to her heart's content. Facing Whitebeard's words, Gaara just glanced at him lightly and then fell into the huge gourd on his back. The sand floated out instantly and surrounded Gaara's body. It looked like he was ready to fight. The cold kid makes Whitebeard feel very boring, but this calmness is very admirable. Young people should be more impulsive, but this kid is very calm, facing his own contempt. He can't see any fluctuations in his eyes. Holding a weapon like a knife in one hand, calm Yunki. Whitebeard smiled lightly. Don't you like to talk too much? Then let's stop talking nonsense, old man. Let you attack first. Come on, boy from Otherworld. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly. He only has one feeling now. The old man in front of him is unfathomable. It is absolute that it has strong power itself, and at the same time its mind is very flexible and the city is deep. What to say to let yourself do it first is nothing more than wanting to see your own ability. Gaara secretly felt the sand flying out. Here is a rocky forest, although the terrain is not very favorable for him 150, but fortunately, the sand can still grind the rocks to increase the amount of sand. But time, naturally, it will take a little longer than the time required to turn ordinary soil into sand. So now Gaara's number one problem is stalling. Thinking of this, Gaara squatted slightly, and a large ball of sand suddenly appeared under her feet, forming a platform made of sand. Flowed towards the sky with Gaara. Seeing this, Whitebeard also put a new label on Gaara in his mind. Very cautious boy. Before starting the attack, think of ways to ensure your own safety. Occupying air superiority, this is really difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the sound of sand came from both sides. Whitebeard curled his lips and took a slight step back. Swipe, in an instant, 2 strands of sand wound around him, one from the left and the other from the right. And he took a step back just to avoid it. He could avoid the attack of the sand, and in the next second the sand turned around in the air, wrapping around Whitebeard's wrist and shoulder in an instant. Is it possible to control the sand freely in the air like controlling the hands and feet? Whitebeard said inwardly. At the same time, he let out a cold snort, and the shock force in his body erupted slightly. The high-frequency vibration instantly disperses the sand. Break free from the shackles of sand with ease. The two tentatively confronted each other, and each of them frowned. Chapter 172 The Power That Shatters Even the Air stunned the ninja world. Field. Gaara wondered how Whitebeard had managed to free himself from the sand. Whitebeard, on the other hand, marveled at the power contained in the sand. It's not just as simple as sand, it is impossible for ordinary sand to entangle him tightly. There is a special force in those sands, which should be the force zone called chakra in the other world. Inject power into the sand to control the sand to attack. Whitebeard sighed in his heart. Luckily he found out early. Otherwise, if you just treat these sands as ordinary sand, you will definitely suffer. Sand-bound coffin. Swipe. Although the sand had just been shaken away, Gaara immediately continued to attack after a short loss of consciousness in the next second. The scattered sand around it wound up again. The legs towards Whitebeard are like nimble snakes, quickly grazing straight. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Whitebeard couldn't have been caught twice for the same attack. Along with the outbreak of Whitebeard's cold snort, the invisible hockey wave spread suddenly. The sand that has not had time to touch Whitebeard is all scattered. The attack was interrupted, but Gaara didn't care, and the amount of sand surging behind him became more and more. At the same time, Whitebeard also noticed the change. It's only a small increase, but Whitebeard's powers of observation aren't waning with his age. On the contrary, because of his age, Whitebeard's observation of the enemy became more and more keen. A slight change will attract his attention, and he will not neglect any small place because of this. And now Gaara is at such an altitude that he doesn't seem to have considered the problem of being attacked at all. Perhaps in Gaara's eyes, at Whitebeard's age, if he moves slowly and wants to attack him suddenly from the air, it is impossible to hit him. not to mention suddenly accelerating and moving close to your position to launch an attack. As if floating in the air, he was already invincible. This problem was also discovered by Whitebeard, stinky boy. In the air, do you think that the old man can't do anything about you? Such a reckless attack on the old man does not even consider the issue of defense. Then let the old man teach you a lesson. Don't underestimate the old man, brat. The sand swept like a tidal wave, enveloping Whitebeard. The sand obscured Gaara's vision, and at this moment Whitebeard was about to be caught by him. Advertisement: Gaara is mobilizing chakra in the body to prepare for a sandstorm funeral. But at this time other people can see the picture of Whitebeard. The raised Kong Yunki was tightly held by Whitebeard with both hands, and eye-catching blue veins erupted from his shoulders. There was a big smile on Whitebeard's face. The Shen Yun burst out of the eyes as extraordinarily energetic. It seems to be full of energy, not at all what an old man should look like. Everyone knows what move Whitebeard is supposed to unleash. But no one knows what his tricks look like. People in the world of pirates are very curious, let alone people in the world of Hokage. There are countless people in the two worlds staring at Whitebeard with wide-eyed eyes. But it wasn't Whitebeard himself that attracted everyone's attention in the next second, but Kong Yunki in his hand. Suddenly, a strange wave emanated from the blade. Transparent fluctuations erupted, forming a white air mass of light. Converging on the blade, it was formed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Sarutobi and others in the Hokage world had a bad premonition in their hearts. What will he do? Is this attack powerful? However, it is useless to attack Gaara even if it is very powerful. Gaara should be able to dodge it. They thought so, but then Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki. Cut it out. The blade didn't even touch the sand, instead it was the air mass brewing on the blade, or it could be said to be a light mass. Suddenly rushed forward. The speed is not very fast, but it breaks Gaara's sand waves in an instant. The exploding sand wave was broken by the light ball. Gaara frowned. He didn't even intend to dodge the moment he saw the attack coming. Because this blow was completely skewed, it was impossible to hurt him. Just when Gaara was about to control the sand and continue to attack the motionless Whitebeard, the air mass suddenly seemed to hit something. Boom. It looks like it hit an invisible wall of air, then eye-catching cracks appeared in the air. Gaara was stunned by the rapidly spreading air cracks like a spiderweb. This is... what power? That thing shattered the air. What kind of force can shatter the air? Advertisement. Even ninjutsu is not such a weird ninjutsu. Clack clack. The cracks are still spreading. It may seem like a long time, but it's actually less than half a second. The air rips. When everyone is shocked, a strong air shock wave erupted from the other side of the air crack. It raged in the direction of Gaara in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, a strong air shock wave instantly hit Gaara. Puff. Gaara, completely defenseless, spat out a mouthful of blood. A scene that made everyone unexpected appeared. In the air, the sand platform under Gaara's feet exploded instantly, and even the sand armor on Gaara's body also exploded. The blood spurted from the mouth exploded in the air, and scarlet blood flowers bloomed. Gaara himself was plummeting into the distance at breakneck speed. Boom. Suddenly shaking, Whitebeard took a step, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. Pirates and Marine, World Government. This side of One Piece, Nanuojao, World. And now the emergence of the Five Emperors Alliance has made Marine even more precarious. Both Sengoku and Garp in the Holy Land of Mariajoy sighed silently when they saw this scene. Under such a huge body, it can still explode at such a speed. The strength of the pirates increases. The balance of these three parties was finally broken. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded lightly. Yes, my body is almost in good shape, let alone Whitebeard. Although I can't talk about returning to the peak, Whitebeard's strength has become terrifying again after his body has no hidden injuries, and people in the world of Hokage are not only amazed by Whitebeard's speed, but also the power that can split the air. Who would have thought? Now Whitebeard, who is physically strong, with that kid who uses sand, it is impossible to defeat him at all. The outcome is set. This old man is the real monster. In the direction where Gaara landed, he rushed straight. Almost as soon as Gaara landed, he grabbed Gaara's neck with one hand. Sengoku, Whitebeard, it seems that the state seems to have recovered a lot. The hidden diseases of the body seem to be cured. Sighing helplessly, Sengoku withdrew his gaze. The enemy underestimated Whitebeard too much, and if he caught a flaw, he would be seriously injured in an instant. And now Sengoku is worried about not only the World War, but also the pattern of One Piece world. This speed made everyone shout inconceivable. Chapter 173 Sandstorm Burial, Gaara who wants to die together. Kiki. Gaara, with blood gushing from his mouth, opened his eyes to see Whitebeard who grabbed her. Looking at Fang Ping quietly, he grabbed his neck with one hand, making it impossible for him to breathe. Boy, your ability is still too weak. Remember, being able to fly doesn't mean you're invincible. I never thought that the old man would directly attack you in the air. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Gaara did admit that he was too careless. He never thought that the opponent could directly attack himself in the air. Floating in the air, he thought that he would not be easily attacked, so he didn't pay much attention to defense at all. And the other party just caught a wave of his own flaws, and he was able to seriously injure him in an instant. Gaara did not expect such a situation at all. If this battle is lost again, then the Hokage world will lose 2 games in a row. No, absolutely can't just stop here. Gaara's eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his gaze suddenly became extremely cold. Whitebeard, who had the chance to win, also felt the sudden change in Gaara. It's about this time. Do you still want to work hard? This old man won't give 393 you this chance. Boom. The big hand that pinched Gaara's neck instantly, and the terrifying wave of shock fruit erupted in an instant. At the same time, this scene was also displayed on the light curtain. Seeing the strange fluctuations that appeared again, people in the Hokage world were stunned. Recalling the scene I saw just now, the power of the eruption before was enough to seriously injure Gaara in an instant. At this distance, if this power erupts, it is definitely enough to easily kill Gaara in an instant. The power erupted by that strange wave can easily crack even the air. Not to mention Gaara's flesh and blood, in the face of such power, it will definitely be easily torn apart. Seeing the moment when this terrifying light erupted, everyone's hearts shrank suddenly. Is this the end? The second battle? This is just the beginning, and it is about to be defeated so soon. The people in the other world, are they really that strong? At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind Whitebeard, enveloping the two of them in the blink of an eye. Advertisement Whitebeard hadn't detonated the fluctuation of shock fruit yet, just felt something strange behind him, raised his head to look at the sky. JCB. That spread out, the huge sand wave that covered the sky swept across the sky, accompanied by an extremely loud roar. Seeing this scene made Whitebeard himself a little confused. What is this kid up to? The rolling sand would bury himself in the sand together. Want to die together? I won't just admit defeat so easily. Boom. The sand surged up, engulfing both of them completely in an instant. And at this moment Whitebeard still didn't let go of Gaara. But the chakra flowing in Gaara's body erupted, and Whitebeard who caught Gaara could vaguely feel a majestic force, and it erupted instantly. Sandstorm burial. The moment Gaara's whisper came, the surrounding sand began to squeeze and shrink crazily. The terrible pressure coming from all directions is incredible even for Whitebeard. In the midst of Uzumaki in the sand, it is impossible to push hard at all. You can't even control your body. But the terrifying pressure came from all directions, and Whitebeard had to activate armament haki to cover his whole body. Strengthen the defense and use it to resist the terrifying oppressive force. Otherwise, he couldn't resist the terrifying pressure. At the same time, the power of vibration gathered in Whitebeard's right hand exploded. A low-frequency roar sounded, and Gaara, who was held by him, was directly attacked by the force of terrifying shock. The internal organs, all the bones of the body suffered unimaginable damage at this moment. All the bones in the whole body were broken and shattered quickly, and the internal organs were also torn apart. Gaara's breath, and with it, the frantically squeezed sand also lost its strength at this moment and dispersed. Without the external pressure, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief. Struggling to get out of the sand, after jumping out, Whitebeard took a few breaths. Looking at an arm exposed in the sand, the arm is already full of blood, not just the damage caused by the fruit. There is also the deformation of the bones caused by the crazy squeezing of the sand. Seeing this arm, Whitebeard felt a little emotional. What a crazy kid. Actually wants to die with this old man. Advertisement. That sand turns out to be able to exert a squeezing force. Think back to the situation in the sand just now, if you were really trapped accidentally, although Whitebeard believes that he can also escape. But it is definitely not easy. Looking at the sand around, fortunately, the amount of sand is not too much. If I met this kid in the desert, I'm afraid the fighting situation would not be as simple as before. Ninja. Although in terms of pure combat power, these ninjas seem to have poor defense and weak attack power in Whitebeard's eyes. But their ability should not be underestimated. Right now, he still doesn't have any hidden diseases in his body. It would have been difficult for him to escape from being trapped in the sand before. You can be regarded as a lesson for the old man, boy. Ninjas. Really can't underestimate you. Whitebeard now looks the same as before, and his body is not completely unharmed. It seems to others that he may win easily, but in fact, he consumes a lot of haki to resist the squeeze of the sand. Open black lens bracket. End of the second battle. Close black lens bracket. People in the whole world couldn't believe it and lost again. Even if they go all out and win the third battle directly, then this world war will not only be won, but also the shadow of the disastrous defeat in the last world war can be washed away. The performance of the previous world wars also convinced everyone. Because the person who will fight this time is the Sea Emperor who rules the sea. Two beams of light descended from the sky, and the bodies of Whitebeard and Gaara disappeared at the same time. The next third battle. If you lose again, then this world war will be over. Everyone is optimistic, but the Hokage world on the other side is not the same. And it was defeated so thoroughly, it's unbelievable. Not even Yuichi, the latest to ascend the 5th Sea Emperor. The people of Pirate World are full of confidence. Both Kaido and Whitebeard easily defeated their opponents, so whether it is the Big Mom or the red-haired Shanks, they will definitely not be too strong. Open black lens bracket. One Piece. World of Hokage. Close black lens bracket, 2-0. He easily won 2 out of 5 battles, which made the people in One Piece world very excited. The next round. Let Tobirama-sama take action, we can't lose anymore. And there are 3 more battles to come. As long as they win one more, this world war will be the victory of One Piece world. No matter who is sent, the chance of winning the 3rd battle is not low at all. The result appeared. Chapter 174 Crucial Battle, Yuichi vs Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came out. 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi, who was also a little restless, silently swallowed back what he just wanted to say. Originally he wanted to play. Already lost 2 games, the next game must not be lost. Onoki didn't want to lose the game by letting other shadows appear. Even if you want to lose, you have to lose from him. But Sarutobi's proposal made Onoki have nothing to say, and sent 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. This is the most powerful existence among the remaining shadows. Although Onoki doesn't think he is inferior to 2nd Hokage, but there is no way Senju Tobirama's reputation is much greater. Terumi Mei didn't speak either, and silently glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fengyin Luosha on the other side also nodded. Sending Master 2nd Hokage is indeed the best choice, we can no longer lose. At this time, there is no need to hide the whole cards. If we hide them, we will not even be able to carry out subsequent battles. Raikage lost the battle and is now very depressed and angry at the same time. The guys in the opposite world are too arrogant, you have to suppress their arrogance severely. Let 2nd Hokage show these guys, ninjas are not weak. After being crushed by the enemy for 2 consecutive games, they really need a hearty victory, otherwise it will affect morale too much. Then the next battle is decided. Let me, Konoha's 2nd Hokage, take the fight. If Nidaime does it, there shouldn't be any problem in winning. And the next thing is the point, after Nidaime's victory, how do we win the next 2 battles? Sarutobi has full confidence in Tobirama, and the battle has not even started, and he has already decided that he will win. And at this time, in Pirate World, the issue of candidates for the 3rd battle did not make the 5 emperors too entangled. Shanks wants to play. Although he has watched a lot of ninja battles, he feels that he still needs to experience the power from the Otherworld himself, so that he can better judge the threat the Otherworld brings to them. But when Shanks wanted to make his own shot, Yuichi stood up before him. The next game is very important. For them, if they lose again, then we will be the winner in this world war. So we will definitely send the strongest candidate to fight. When Yuichi said this, the eyes of both Big Mom and Shanks brightened. The opponent will send the strongest person to fight, and both of them have a strong interest. But then Yuichi opened his mouth and snatched the opportunity away. Leave the next battle to me. Advertisement. After saying this, Auntie and Shanks both seemed to disagree. But Yuichi then said, when it comes to understanding ninjas, I don't think anyone knows better than me. No matter what the enemy's ability is, I am 100% sure to defeat him. These words seemed to be full of hockey. Even Big Mom and Shanks didn't dare to promise to beat each other easily. Yuichi is so crazy. And, 100%. Although the opponent will send the strongest of the remaining 3 to fight in the next match, if Yuichi promises to win 100%. It's not that you have to compete with the opponent for the place to play this time. Give it to Yuichi too. But, after squinting her eyes and moaning for a while, Big Mom looked at Yuichi. I can give up the 3rd chance to play, but you guarantee 100% victory. If you can't win, you will have to pay Dega. Hearing this, Kaido also opened his eyes suddenly. He already guessed what condition Big Mom wanted to propose. If you lose, how about you marry the Charlotte family? Sure enough. Kaido scolded Aunt secretly. This old woman is so wicked, and she still wants to get the idea of the right one. Seeing the aunt who is known as the Sea Bus make such a request, Yuichi narrowed his eyes. Yes. Seeing Yuichi agreeing, the aunt clapped her hands. Very good, don't worry, boy. It doesn't matter even if you lose, and I will let my most beautiful daughter marry you when the time comes, ha 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 ha. Yuichi smiled and said nothing. Lose? It is impossible to lose. The template of Byakuya Kuchiki plus the template of Asakura Yuang, who now holds the fire spirit, plus the 2 powers of Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura. The person sent by Hokage World, if nothing else, should be 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Against Konoha's Senju Tobirama, no matter whether it is Big Mom or Shanks, they may not be able to defeat him. And if it is really lucky to win, will the next battle continue? If not, then Yuichi will have no chance to fight. But there is one special reward missing. This is not acceptable. So in the 3rd battle, Yuichi had to play by himself. Ask for flowers. Please confirm the candidates for the 3rd battle. On the interface that popped up in front of the 5 people, Whitebeard and the others glanced at Yuichi and chose the name from the one on the right one after another. 5 people voted unanimously, and Yuichi played. Advertisement. The players in both worlds have been determined. In the next second, a beam of light fell, covering Yuichi's body. Disappeared in the pirate world in an instant. At the same time, the names of 2 people were displayed on the huge light curtain in the sky. One is Yuichi, and the other one is Senju Tobirama. Open black lens bracket pirate. Yuichi close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Hokage. Senju Tobirama close black lens bracket. The candidates for the 3rd battle are confirmed. But Pirate World has some different opinions. Such a crucial battle, send Yuichi. Although he is also very strong, but compared to other 4 emperors, he is still a bit worse. 0. Someone raised a question, but soon someone gave an explanation. Fortunately, the person who played him this time is 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen excited. There was only one time in the previous World War, and this guy didn't participate, but this time, their world won. This is great. Fighting at sea. This is a very favorable venue for Tobirama-sama, my lord. This is the so-called upper sea than the middle sea, and the lower sea from the sea. The field of battle has changed again. There is still a good chance of winning. There are Bigmom and the red-haired Shanks behind, and any one of the 2-4 emperors can easily win a victory. This is a monster that can face Sanin at the same time and still be able to defeat it. It is very difficult to deal with. Don't think about it. In the third battle, the opponent's world can no longer lose, so we will definitely send the strongest person to lead the battle, and we will send the weakest Yuichi. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. Want. As for the Hokage world, seeing Yuichi's name appeared, everyone felt equally dignified. The victory in this world war is none other than ours, so don't worry at all. Hearing this, people seemed to be suddenly enlightened. The battlefield became an endless sea. Numerous streams of water emerged from under the rock forest, submerging large swaths of rock. In an instant, this rocky forest was turned into a group of reefs on the sea. See here, while everyone was staring at the light curtain. Chapter 175 Ninja Master, the battle at sea begins. Senju Tobirama, Konoha's second Hokage, the younger brother of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Known as the master of the ninja world, he has developed countless powerful ninjutsu, many of which are listed as forbidden technique. As we all know, apart from his extraordinary talent, this ninja master is best at water style in ninjutsu. On such a field full of water, it is naturally an extremely favorable fighting field for Senju Tobirama. 2 beams of light descended from the sky on the light curtain. Looking at the figure gradually emerging from the light curtain, the moment when I saw the man in armor standing on the rocks in the sea began. The eyes of everyone in the ninja world began to become hot. Master Second Hokage. When I saw the names on the list before, I thought it was my eyes. It's actually possible to let the dead Nidame enter the battle. Is this the function of the time-staggered privilege we won before? 380. Said that some people raised doubts here. If it's possible to get dead ninjas to fight, then why not send Shodai? If it's the god of ninjas, those 4 emperors from the other world. Absolutely not an opponent. This question is also not understood by many people. But even ordinary people are not all idiots, and some people immediately figured out the problem. Are you all idiots? Is there anyone who uses the whole cards as soon as they come up? Although Hashirama-sama who once pacified the troubled times is very powerful, if the enemy has someone who can restrain Hashirama-sama's power, wouldn't it be a disaster? A powerful person like Senju Hashirama is naturally left behind. What if in the subsequent world war, some attractive rewards are given, or a privilege is rewarded again? That's the right time to send Master Hashirama on the scene. Now send Hashirama on the field, just in case. In case the opponent really has some ability to restrain Hashirama-sama's wood style, then when the time comes to compete for the more important victory in the world war, they will fall into a passive situation. Besides, Second Hokage is not weak either, it is enough to deal with such a scene. Some people disagree with this explanation, but it has also successfully convinced some districts. In fact, part of the reason is that those who participate in the world war will receive a special reward after victory. It is precisely because of the existence of this reward mechanism that 5 Kages have a different idea. If you use all the privileges of interlaced time and send out powerful ancestors, you will certainly be able to win the final victory. But lost that special reward. Even if the reward is obtained, it may be rewarded to the deceased generations. It is of no benefit to the 5 Kages who are alive now. Advertisement. So if it is possible not to send the ancestors to fight, naturally try not to use this so-called privilege. In the final analysis, it is the fault of greed. In the light curtain, second Hokage Senju Tobirama appeared, and Yuichi on the other side followed. The figures of the two appeared in the light curtain, each occupying half of the screen. Tobirama's silver hair is striking. People in One Piece world looked at Tobirama's attire, as well as the confidence exuding from his brows and his sharp eyes like an eagle of prey. This person, it feels completely different from the previous ninjas. Even if you don't feel the aura of second generation in the auditorium, you can see through the light screen that this man is very strong. Around this boundless sea, there is an invisible wall, and beyond the wall is the auditorium. This time, the 5 shadows and 5 emperors were not drawn and they couldn't watch the battle with their own eyes, but it was another group of people who were drawn. Dawn, almost half of the Akatsuki organization appeared in the auditorium. As for One Piece world, more than half of the future supernovas were selected. They stared at the sea battlefield on the other side of the invisible wall. There were voices of discussion from the auditorium of the two worlds. For example, the people in One Piece world are listening to each other. In the auditorium, those people are talking. Nidame, the #1 fast ninja in the ninja world, and a member of the Senju clan, has a huge amount of chakra. This victory must belong to us. I didn't expect the late Nidame to reappear, and we were able to witness Nidame's battle with our own eyes. It's simply unbelievable. Hearing this, Luo, who was closing his eyes in the auditorium, slowly opened them. The late, can the dead also fight? Doesn't that mean that Roger, the king of the pirates, may also have a chance to appear on the world battlefield? Can the man in his heart reappear? Although it is only the battlefield of the world war, if he can see the man in his heart again. It doesn't matter if it's just on the battlefield of the world war. Luo narrowed his eyes. Alliance of the 5 emperors. I have to work together in the era of pirates. Thinking in his heart, he locked his eyes on the field, the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, Yuichi, who was about to start the battle. Now Yuichi is no longer wearing Marine's cape, nor is he wearing a white suit. There was only a loose white robe. Wrap your whole body completely in it. Advertisement looking at Yuichi dressed up like this. Many people in the pirate world are not used to it, among which the marine soldiers are even more disrespectful. Before, this man is a member of their marine, but now, he became a pirate, and became the Emperor of the Sea in a blink of an eye. The overlord of pirates. Such earth-shaking changes made it difficult for marine soldiers to accept, and it must be known that many marine soldiers regard Yuichi as an idol. My enemy, is that you? Report your name, people from Otherworld. Suddenly Tobarama spoke indifferently, and the aura of a superior released in his words made ordinary people feel a lot of pressure. But this kind of momentum has no effect on Yuichi. Yuichi also looked at the other person blankly. Shouldn't you say your own name before asking someone else's name? Tobarama smiled. Senju Tobarama, Konoha second generation. A short self-introduction. Seeing this, Yuichi also opened his mouth and answered more simply. Pirate, Yuichi. Seeing Yuichi's appearance, Tobarama has also realized that it is impossible to make Yuichi relax his vigilance from the dialogue, or try to get any useful information. Ripples set off in the air, and a series of water splashes suddenly set off on the sea surface, converging into a straight line. Calm. 4.3 The other party is also a person who is not moved by foreign objects. Flying Thunder God. In the next second, the blade pierced through the void, and the melodious sound of the knife sounded suddenly. Yuichi snorted coldly. An afterimage appeared in front of Tobarama. From Yuichi's position, it flew straight in the direction of Tobarama in an instant. Swish. The light of the knife flickered and pointed directly at the center of his brow. Suddenly stopped. This moment, immediately afterwards Zanpakuto penetrated the afterimage left by Tobarama. Tobarama's brows trembled slightly. What a speed. The sound of water splashes tumbling sounded. Holding a sword in one hand, Yuichi, who was standing in Tobarama's position, with a robe flying around his body, smiled. Instant. Move. Then stop talking nonsense. Let's do it, pirate boy from Otherworld. In this battle, he had to be full of energy. Chapter 176 Shock from Flying Thunder God Technique. Yuichi drowned by raging waves. Teleport. This sentence Yuichi said on purpose to the people in his own world. What ability Tobarama used was naturally clear to Yuichi. Flying Thunder God Technique. Extremely powerful space-type ninjutsu. This technique is exactly the technique developed by the second generation project in front of you. Although the fourth generation project uses the Flying Thunder God technique better, but as a creator, the second generation is not much worse than Minato. After Yuichi said teleportation, Whitebeard and the others, who were still staring at the slightly different light curtain, immediately became extremely serious. Teleportation? Isn't it just relying on speed? No wonder even the old man didn't see his movement trajectory just now. Saying that Whitebeard was a little worried. Can Yuichi handle this kind of opponent? That's as simple as being fast, it's the ability to space. The speed advantage of Yuichi, who has incredible speed, is now completely gone. Kaido, Auntie, and Shanks were also a little worried, but also very surprised. I didn't expect such a pervert ability to exist in the other world. Directly travel through space and jump in space. Now, the situation is not so good. What teleportation? 29. Yuichi, what is he talking about? Ordinary people are somewhat unable to understand the meaning of teleportation. In the light curtain, Yuichi turned around slowly and looked at Tobarama, who had jumped onto another rock. Before Yuichi could speak, Tobarama said, Amazing. You are really an amazing opponent. I didn't expect the speed of human beings to be so fast. If it weren't for relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, I'm afraid I would have been solved by you just now. Flying Thunder God technique? What is that? In the auditorium, the people of One Piece world were very curious. But on the other side of the audience in the Hokage world, the ninjas who heard the name were even more excited. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Okay. Quick. Konoha's fourth Hokage relies on this technique to become the golden flash of the ninja world. Does even Naidame use this technique? Hearing this, an uncle ninja in the auditorium couldn't help curling his lips. What an idiot. Naidame can also use it, and the Flying Thunder God technique is a technique created by Naidame. Advertisement after speaking, the young ninjas all around were amazed again and again. And this uncle ninja looked towards the auditorium on the opposite side. Flying Thunder God technique is not just as simple as being fast. This is a technique that involves spatial ability. Regardless of the speed of anyone, it is impossible to be faster than Flying Thunder God. Because as long as there are coordinates, Naidame can jump directly from another place to the position of coordinates. After the guy finished speaking, he glanced at the pirates quite proudly. It seems that he will have the same ability. After listening to this explanation, the pirates now understand a little bit. Space. This ability involves the scope of space ability. Is it cheating at all? With this ability, in the face of any attack, you can instantly move to another point to avoid it. So how can Yuichi beat the opponent? There is no way to even touch each other. Damn. To have such a shameless ability. The people of One Piece world feel bad for Yuichi. However, Yuichi himself, as the person involved, did not look too anxious. Suddenly Tobarama threw a dozen handfuls of specially made kunai towards the surrounding reefs. These kunai with flying thunder god coordinates can provide second generation with multiple footholds, dodge attacks at any time, or adjust their positions at any time to launch a surprise attack. Yuichi glanced lightly at the positions of these specially made kunai. And at this time Tobarama started to lead. The speed is extremely fast, and the fast-flying hands, fingers crossed to make different movements, dance like butterflies. It was done almost instantly. Tobarama looked at Yuichi, who didn't act rashly, and there was a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. While it's nice to be cautious, Tobarama doesn't think Yuichi is capable of dealing with his flying thunder god. You are fast and powerful, but it's a pity you met me. You seem to be very confident in your speed, but you have nothing to do against my flying thunder god technique. Saying that, Tobarama glanced around. Even if he wasn't the kind of character who would underestimate his opponent, he was really happy now from the bottom of his heart. It's a pity that this battlefield is very beneficial to me. I can't break through my flying thunder god. In addition, the terrain is favorable to me. This battle, you can't win. The voice fell. Chakras burst, waves suddenly set off. Water style, water dragon bomb. Boom. Advertisement. Suddenly, on the calm sea behind Tobarama, a terrifying current suddenly surged up into the sky. A huge water column appeared, and countless water vapor rose up with it. When this scene appeared on the light curtain, people hadn't recovered from the huge water column that suddenly erupted. In the next second, the water flow turned into a dragon shape, opened its huge mouth and changed direction instantly from the top of Tobarama's head, heading straight for Yuichi in the distance. Suddenly, under the water vapor all over the sky, a huge water dragon suddenly appeared, with an astonishing momentum. Such a picture is for Pirate World. It was even more jaw-dropping than any previous battle. That's the sea. There is someone who can control the power of the sea. Seawater, but the bane of all demon fruit power. Yuichi swung Zanpakuto at the first moment, and slashed at the water dragon bomb that was rushing straight. There was no fear in his eyes, but the figure of Tobarama disappeared in the next second. Appeared directly behind Yuichi via the flying thunder god technique. And there is more than one Tobarama 237 at this time. So strong. As expected of the ancestors, the chakra volume of the Senju family is really pervert. The people of Pirate World all raised their hearts to their throats. Water style. Water severing wave. Water style. God cry. In the blink of an eye, the water almost completely engulfed Yuichi's figure. Ordinary ninjas, even with such strength, would not dare to squander their chakras so recklessly. Water style. Water rushing waves. Witnessing the disappearance of Yuichi's figure and being completely submerged in the seawater, the roar of the terrifying seawater colliding with each other continued to erupt. In the turbulent waves, Tobarama's shadow clones disappeared, leaving the main body standing on the violently tumbling waves, staring indifferently ahead. At this moment, the sudden increase of Tobarama's attacks at the same time not only stunned the people of One Piece World. 4 Tobarama appeared at the same time, standing in different directions from Yuichi. And they seal at the same time. The moment Yuichi swung Senbon Sakura and slashed at the water dragon bomb, he sensed the sudden ninjutsu attacks coming from all directions behind him. Continuous water-style attacks, attacking Yuichi from all directions simultaneously. Even the ninjas of the Hokage world are extremely shocked. Is this the power of second Hokage? An offensive of this scale can be launched in an instant. Chapter 177 Pink Flame, the power of the fire spirit. The crazily surging water waves almost completely submerged the surrounding reefs. Boom boom boom. The water dragon bomb is still constantly impacting on the position where Yuichi was before. The huge waves formed by the astonishing impact force are still raging crazily. There was no sign of stopping in a short time. Looking at the tumbling waves, Tobarama stepped on the surface of the sea and heaved up and down, no matter how violent the waves were. He was always able to keep himself standing above the sea. Like a weightless feather, it constantly rises and falls on the sea. As time passed by second, the mood of the people in Pirate World gradually began to become heavy. Because Yuichi was not seen yet, it seemed that the terrible wave crashed just now, and the one on the right was sunk into the bottom of the sea. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Yuichi has been defeated? Yuichi would have been there long ago if he could have blocked it. The sea gradually returned to calm, and some reefs were exposed. But there is still no trace of Yuichi, and Tobarama sneered, is this the level of Otherworld? Humph. At this level, they are able to defeat the shadows of the hidden villages in succession. It seems that the shadows of the descendants have become weaker. 5 Kages, who were in a state of excitement, immediately showed extremely ugly faces when they heard Tobarama's words. Sarutobi is okay, he is Konoha's Hokage after all, and Go is Tobarama's disciple. It doesn't matter what the teacher said to him, but the shadows in other villages don't have this kind of mentality. Being reprimanded by Konoha Hokage of the previous generation, although they were very unconvinced, there seemed to be no way to refute the facts before them. Especially 4th Raikage, whose eyes were about to burst into flames, but could only sit in his seat and sulk. In the picture, Tobarama looks like he hates iron but not steel. Let Sarutobi's old blush from this moment. Fortunately, there was no picture of him on the light curtain, otherwise his appearance would be seen by people from both worlds. However, just when Tobarama lamented that the current movie stars are not as good as them, the screen in the light curtain turns. A flame suddenly erupted in the waves. A pink flame is burning. It erupted suddenly in the seawater, like a lotus flower blooming, and instantly shook the surrounding seawater back. The flames were raging, and the ripples formed by the heat spread across the sea. In an instant, part of the surrounding seawater was evaporated, forming a thick white mist that enveloped the place. Because of the fog, the visibility gradually decreased from 10 meters to 5 meters, and finally 1 meter. The sudden explosion of flames and surging white mist made people in both worlds stunned. Advertisement: what happened? Why do flames appear in the seawater, and the color of the flames is so weird? Everyone stared at the huge light curtain in the sky. At this time, in the thick fog, a black shadow emerged. Standing in midair, he held the blade in one hand, raised his 5 fingers slightly with the other, and a flame was burning in his palm. There is no doubt that this figure belongs to Yuichi. But what people don't understand is, why is there a flame on his hand? What's with this flame? When will Yuichi be able to use flames? Fire Fist Ace looks at Yuichi's shadow on the light curtain. How can he use the ability of fire? The Mera Mera fruit ability user is his Fire Fist Ace. Could it be that there is a second Mera Mera fruit in this world? What are you kidding? Didn't you get killed? Well, very good. If you get killed so easily, then you are too weak. Tobarama's voice came from the light curtain. In the next second, the astonishing chakra eruption on his body triggered a terrifying airflow to explode. The surrounding white mist was blown away in an instant. After Shiro dispersed, Yuichi's figure really emerged. Yuichi, standing about 1 meter above the sea, stood in the air. Holds a Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura in one hand and an eerie flame in the other. The wide robe was gently lifted by the breeze, when seeing Yuichi holding a flame with one hand. Everyone in Pirate World was stunned. He can really use the ability of flames. Could it be that it was relying on this force to block the terrifying seawater impact just now? Tobarama stared at the flame held in Yuichi's left hand. What a strange flame, a pink flame. This is the first time I've seen it. What is this? Yuichi, who looked calm as always, looked at Tobarama quietly. There was no anger in his eyes, but an imperceptible look of joy. Because, when I was bombed by Tobarama with water-style ninjutsu just now, Yuichi's templating system posted a mission. Open black lens bracket mission. The disdain of King Ma Kangyi close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket with the power of fire spirit. Defeat second Hokage Senju Tobarama close black lens bracket. Reward. The awakening progress of the Ma Kang Leaf King template increases randomly by 5 to 10%. Advertisement. Open new form of fire spirit. Attribute conversion, water. This mission not only gives an increase in the progress of template awakening, but also comes with a new form of companion. Yuichi is quite happy now. But the only trouble is that you have to use the power of the fire spirit. But, that doesn't mean you can't use Zanpakuto. Yuichi closed his eyes slightly, and fixed his eyes on Tobarama's figure. While Yuichi was thinking about how to beat Tobarama, the other party spoke suddenly. Trying to use the power of fire against my water style? Have to say it was a stupid decision. Although flames and water restrain each other, this is the sea. Do you think you can win if you use flames against me in this kind of place? Saying that, Tobarama crossed his arms over his chest. Shaking his head very disappointed, let me tell you another secret. In a place full of water, I use water-style ninjutsu, and I hardly consume any power. And you? I'm afraid you can't do this. Even if it's a simple competition of energy consumption, you are definitely not my opponent. The people of One Piece World, who were surprised by Yuichi's sudden fire, are still surprised that Yuichi still has the ability to drive fire. But suddenly I heard Tobarama say this. They also feel that there is some truth. In this case, the other party controls the seawater and will not consume too much energy, but it is impossible for Yuichi to be without consumption. So even if all the strength is exhausted in the end, it seems impossible to defeat the opponent. Some pirates have begun to feel pity. Damn it. If it's not Zhao, because the field is not good for Yuichi, there should be a lot of hope for this fight. But it's okay even if we lose. There are still 2 battles to come. The red-haired Shanks and BIGMOM haven't played yet. The victory in this world war belongs to us. People comfort themselves, although it is a pity, it is not completely unacceptable. However, Yuichi suddenly laughed. Consumption? I never thought that winning by exhausting your strength would be the end result. Do you think relying on the advantages of the field and adding the Flying Thunder God technique is conducive to invincibility? Humph. Yuichi raised his left hand. The fire spirit turned into flames danced in Yuichi's palm. Let me show you a different flame. All of a sudden, Yuichi grasped the fire spirit with 5 fingers of his left hand, and the flame burst out from between Yuichi's fingers, forming a long line of fire around Yuichi. The hand-holding fire spirit slapped Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura on the right. Chapter 178 Combination of Powers, Super Spirit Body, Senbon Sakura of Fire. The blade is infused with flames. In the eyes of everyone, the fire spirit turned into flames in Yuichi's hands seemed to be absorbed by the blade. The line of fire surrounding Yuichi kept coming from everywhere. Infused directly into Zanpakuto, the 2 powers of Wooly and Ryotsu merged in Yuichi's body. When they collided with each other, there was no one who repelled each other. On the contrary, they merged together quickly. Feel the fusion of power. Yuichi's closed eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, Yuichi's eyes seemed to burst into incomparably bright fire. Pink flames danced in Yuichi's eyes. At the same time, above the Zanpakuto, flames flowed forming a pink energy shield, enveloping the entire Zanpakuto within it. On the hilt, where Yuichi holds Zanpakuto, a red armor condenses on the back of the hand. The black and red armor flowed out of nowhere on the back of Yuichi's hand. A pink flame burns on it. Buzz, invisible waves spread. The surface of the sea began to roll, and the rolling waves became more and more violent. Staring at Yuichi's Tobirama with wide eyes. Silently looking at Yuichi, while carefully observing the blade in Yuichi's hand. Combine fire and blade. Such a picture is quite shocking to ordinary people. Yeah, for Tobirama it made him laugh. Ha ha ha, I thought you would use some amazing tricks. 397. It's just injecting flames into the blade, is this your trick? It's not just Tobirama who's laughing now. Even the 5 Kages of the Hokage world laughed out loud. At that moment just now, they all thought that Yuichi would use some earth-shattering moves. But who would have thought that it was nothing more than that? There are many such moves in the world of Hokage, even Tobirama who is facing right now. He himself had a Thor sword, isn't that the same flame sword that Yuichi is using now? No surprises at all. Tobirama didn't care too much, and Yuichi didn't explain anything. Whitebeard and the others had some expectations. This trick seems to be not as simple as it seems. Simply blending flames into the blade? I'm afraid it's not just that. The peach-colored flame is a little weird, and it must not be treated as an ordinary flame. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer. Gently wave the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura with the spirit of fire attached. Yuichi felt the power. Now Yuichi couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart, because this power is not as simple as it seems. Advertisement suddenly, Yuichi's eyes shrank slightly. Both hands gripped the handle of the Senbon Sakura, with a flick. Although in Yuichi's sense he doesn't take it too seriously. But in the next second, the blade cut through the air. The ultra-fast speed left an afterimage of swinging the knife in the air. Immediately afterwards, an arc-shaped knife light burst out, and the pink light knife light slashed straight at Tobirama. Tobirama, who was laughing, stopped abruptly. Suddenly his expression became serious, and the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. The figure disappears, however, although the knife light didn't hit him, it instantly tore open the sea surface and swept straight into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a long trace was left on the surface of the sea. The rising waves have yet to fall. The knife light has disappeared in front of everyone. It hit the transparent and invisible wall in front of the auditorium. Boom. The impact sound erupted. Those who are facing this slash are the audience of the Hokage world. They watched the ripples on the invisible walls. In less than a breath, this terrifying slash spanned a distance of hundreds of meters. Instantly hit the invisible wall in front of the auditorium. How can that be? The expressions of the people in the Hokage world auditorium were not as relaxed as before. All of them looked dignified, staring at Yuichi with incredulous eyes shining in their eyes. Yuichi himself was surprised too. A random knife, does it have this kind of power? Is this the power of the super spiritual body? I was shocked by this power in my heart. Even more shocking was Tobirama, who just appeared behind Yuichi with the Flying Thunder God technique. He stared at Yuichi's back and looked at the person in front of him. Tobirama's eyes looked extremely heavy. He doesn't understand. Why just inject flames into the blade? Yuichi's movements became as fast as lightning, and he launched a slash, not only with amazing speed, but also with terrifying power. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God technique, CJBE, I'm afraid he'd be battered by now. Judging by Yuichi's appearance, it was just a tentative wave of his hand just now. It can burst out such a pervert slashing wave. How did this guy do it? Can't give Yuichi a chance to make a shot. Relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, he can still avoid the opponent's attack. If the opponent waved away the Flying Thunder God marks scattered everywhere, then it would be difficult for him to deal with. Time to attack. Tobirama made a decision and immediately started to act. Advertisement Flying Thunder God technique activated again. The figure flickered again. At the same time, he threw a kunai in his hand towards Yuichi. The detonating talisman is entwined with Ku Wu Shang. Yuichi looked up and turned sharply. Kunai shot from behind and hit Yuichi straight. Humph. Yuichi sneered in his heart, attacking himself with things like kunai. Is he underestimating himself? Even. What's the use of adding a detonator? Senbon Sakura glows red, swish. In the next second, a slender slash like a red line passed through the center of kunai. Instantly split the suffering into two. Just moved to another location, ready to launch Tobirama the Flying Thunder God slash for a bit. He really never thought that Yuichi could cut open his own special kunai at will. And the movement of swinging the knife is almost completely invisible. Choke. Just as he was in a daze for a short time, he turned around and slashed backhand. Yuichi didn't make any extra movements, just slashed out a gorgeous peach red light like a talisman, and shot towards Tobirama's current position like a talisman. His eyes were dazzled by the light, and Tobirama, who came back to his senses suddenly, wanted to activate Flying Thunder God to escape. But the next second he changed his mind. Look at how strong your slashing power is. Print. Water style, water barrier. The water rushing up in front of him forms a wall. It exploded suddenly the next second after it was formed. The defense was broken, and a light flashed in front of Tobirama. Water barrier was broken in an instant. Tobirama didn't care about being surprised, and immediately launched Flying Thunder God to avoid it. After avoiding the attack again, Tobirama had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. It's dangerous. If it weren't for Flying Thunder God, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to continue fighting this battle. However, although this guy's movements suddenly became faster, his attack power was even more astonishing. But as long as I rely on the Flying Thunder God, I can still defeat him if I get the chance. Thinking about the next battle plan in mind. At this time, Yuichi raised his left hand to make a sword finger, and gently stroked the burning Senbon Sakura. I guess, you are not thinking, relying on this ability of dodging, delaying time with me so as to find my weakness and launch an attack. Tobirama suddenly raised his head and stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. How did he get my thoughts? Yuichi smiled mysteriously. This expression seems to be correct. Swish. Wielding Senbon Sakura, Yuichi's Ryatsu and witch power boiled again. But, I'm not going to tangle with you anymore. If you can dodge one slash, I don't know if you can dodge thousands of slashes at the same time. Chapter 179 Sakura flowers flying in the flame, raining fire all over the sky. Zanpakuto Nozarashi in the hand is pointing diagonally at Tobirama. A faint smile appeared on Yuichi's indifferent face. The sea breeze blows Yuichi's robes and makes a sound in the wind. Seeing Yuichi like this, suddenly it seemed, someone thought of something. Zephyr, who is familiar with Yuichi, is now on the ship of Neo Marine, looking at Yuichi in the light curtain. This kid. Could it be that he wants to, without waiting for Zephyr to finish? Yuichi's voice came from the screen. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. Zanpakuto, which was burning with flames, turned into fragments little by little and drifted away with the sea breeze. The broken blade burned violently in the sea wind. The wind helped the fire, and the flames burned very violently all of a sudden. The color of the sakura flower is pink, and the flame has completely transformed into a pink flame. Floating continuously in the air, falling down like a meteor. The rain of fire suddenly appeared in front of the eyes, and the flames of the shattered blade fragments burned and exploded. It was as if the petals fell into the sea of fire and were ignited by the flames. For a moment, the entire surface of the sea was illuminated by pink flames. People from the two worlds watched such a picture appear. The first thing that comes to their mind is, beautiful. Not only have I never seen such a beautiful scenery, I even dare not even think about it. The petals dance in the flames, the rage of the flames, and the romance of sakura flowers. When the two are combined together, they will draw such a beautiful scene. Yuichi surrounded by flames and sakura flowers. Holding Senbon Sakura's hilt in his hand, black and red armor floats on the back of his hand. Now this knife handle is the medium between Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura and the fire spirit, and it is in Yuichi's hand that he can maintain the super spirit state. Yuichi stared at Tobirama with those dark eyes. With a light flick of the fingertips, the sakura flowers scattered around randomly, suddenly seemed to be rioting. Accelerated suddenly and instantly spread to cover the sea area. The shards of Senbon Sakura that were burning with flames were spinning crazily, wandering around at an irregular speed. They cut, burned, everything on the surface of the sea except for the innocuous circle that wasn't near Yuichi. Reefs are instantly shattered by Senbon Sakura shards, waves are scorched by flames. Even the sea water couldn't extinguish this flame. Such a strange flame made Tobirama froze in place. The reef is absent. The specially made kunai he threw everywhere were instantly destroyed by Senbon Sakura's cutting. The few remaining coordinates are also shrouded in the attack range of Yuichi's Senbon Sakura. At this moment, people in both worlds were stunned. They now understand what Yuichi wants to do. This is intended to directly make Senju Tobirama unavoidable with a super wide range attack. Advertisement. No matter how fast the Flying Thunder God is, it is impossible to completely dodge the attack of so many Senbon Sakura fragments. Unless he escapes the area. However, this is the battlefield of a world war. Although it looks like an endless sea, it actually has boundaries. There is an invisible and colorless wall hundreds of meters away, enclosing this area. Tobirama. There is simply no way to escape. If it is outside, Tobirama can escape at any time or switch battlefields. To avoid Yuichi's attack, but now. Yuichi raised his index finger and slowly straightened it, pointing at Tobirama's position. Go. It was just a light word, as if it was an imperial decree. In an instant, the surrounding Senbon Sakura fragments, because of the Emperor's gathering, converged into a torrent in the blink of an eye. Still burning with flames or torrents bursting in the direction of Tobirama. In this fleeting moment, Tobirama wanted to shift positions. But the rest of the Senbon Sakura fragments around them still kept floating around irregularly. The dense blade fragments are still burning with the soul flame of the fire spirit. Even if he dodges the blow through Flying Thunder God, he will still be hit by sporadic knife fragments if he moves to another position. In the end, it's just a little delay in being defeated. Thinking of this, Tobirama didn't plan to escape. Now that the Flying Thunder God technique has been restrained, let's go head to head. Procrastinating, it's just delaying the defeat, instant seal. Tobirama's eyes are wide open, water style, big explosion of water and waves. Boom. The surrounding sea suddenly seemed to boil. The giant star's seawater rolled and formed a terrifying water shock towards Yuichi's Senbon Sakura. Another collision of flames and seawater. A piercing roar erupted at the moment of impact. But it was only a stalemate for a moment, and the water flow was broken by Senbon Sakura, and the bursting water splashed everywhere, like a sudden downpour. Senbon Sakura, rushing through the current, crashed straight into the reef where Tobirama was standing. The reef is torn apart, but Tobirama's figure was gone. Yuichi squinted and looked down at the water in front of him. Boom! The next moment the water splashed. Tobirama suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the water, jumped up in front of Yuichi, holding kunai in his hand and circling in his palm. He stabbed Yuichi hard in the neck, asked for flowers. Advertisement. This sudden counterattack surprised people in both worlds. Tobirama can even move quickly from underwater to launch a surprise attack. The sharp kunai was only less than 1 centimeter away from Yuichi's neck. Suddenly stopped. Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. In front of him, Yuichi grabbed his wrist tightly. Fight us in close combat? Have you forgotten that we are stronger than you in close combat? Click. Yuichi's palm suddenly exerted force, and the sound of Tobirama's wrist bones being crushed suddenly sounded. At the same time, Tobirama's face looked a little ugly. The wrist was crushed, kunai fell naturally, and fell towards the reef below. At this time, Tobirama didn't seem to give up. Even if he only had one hand left, he still planned to attack Yuichi. The other hand was clenched into a fist and hadn't swung out yet. The next second Tobirama felt a blow to the stomach. The internal organs in the body are churning crazily, as if they are entangled together. A knee thud hit him hard. A smear of blood spewed out of Tobirama's mouth, and the figure flew backwards at a very fast speed. Air. Feeling the terrifying power, Tobirama sighed in his heart. This kind of power is more terrifying than the strange power of the Senju family. Just at this time, Tobirama, who was still flying backwards at high speed on the sea surface, hit a lot of Senbon Sakura fragments, and there were many wounds on his body. The burning of the soul flame made Tobirama feel the sharp pain oozing from the soul, making him mentally unable to hit it at all. The pain caused by the tiny blade fragments was far beyond Tobirama's imagination. Clang! While Tobirama marveled at the pain caused by these flames and strange debris, the sound of blades piercing through the air rang beside his ears. Tobirama catches Yuichi's figure from the corner of his eye. Behind me, when did you run behind yourself? Yuichi standing not far behind Tobirama. From the handle of the knife in his hand, a stream of flames burst out and the blade was slowly disappearing. Boom! Boom boom! When Tobirama saw this scene, an amazing fire erupted from his chest, and the flames spread instantly and completely swallowed Tobirama's whole body. The flames blazed. Tobirama's figure was burned by the flames before it landed. At this moment, Yuichi holds the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura and slowly sheaths the knife. When the blade was fully retracted into the scabbard, the flame behind him disappeared along with the falling flowers. Chapter 180. The Witch Power Surges and the World War continues. Open black lens bracket. End of the third battle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Pirate Hokage. Close black lens bracket. 3-0. When the picture on the light curtain disappears and the score appears. 2 beams of light fell on the sea, respectively covering Yuichi and Tobirama, who were being burned by flames. The two disappeared at the same time and returned to their respective worlds. Return to Yuichi from One Piece World, directly above Sky Island. Around when Whitebeard et al. As for Yuichi's victory, Big Mom was very upset. It is obviously a happy thing, but it seems that because of the previous bet, even Yuichi really won now. She couldn't be happier either. He could only sit in his seat and sigh silently. Shanks, on the other hand, looked Yuichi up and down carefully. Yuichi's abilities are getting weirder and weirder now. That knife and that sudden flame are worthy of attention. If this is a fruit ability, then what kind of 040 fruit must have such an ability? If it's not the fruit ability, then what is the ability of this kid? Not only Shanks is curious about this matter, Whitebeard and Kaido are also curious. But now is not the time to figure this out. The current Yuichi didn't care about their eyes looking at him. Yuichi was staring at the system interface that popped up in front of him. Open black lens bracket. Mission completed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Successfully defeated Senju Tobirama. Close black lens bracket. Reward. Template ability enhancement, 5 to 10, 8%. Enable the transformation of the fire spirit attribute. The water attribute form has been activated. The ability of the template is enhanced, and at the same time, the fire spirit can be transformed into water attributes. The 2 rewards make the right one very excited. The victory or defeat of the World War is not what Yuichi cares about the most. System tasks can be triggered, and rewards can be continuously obtained so that the ability of the template can be awakened more and more. That's what Yuichi cares about most. And now feeling the second character template, Ma Kang Yi Wang's awakening progress directly increases by 8%. Yuichi could clearly feel that the magic power in his body was increasing rapidly. If the total of the previous magic power is regarded as 1. So now it directly becomes 20. Don't look at it's just an 8% increase, there's a lot of power in it. The witch power has been doubled by 20 times. With the enhancement of witchcraft, first of all, Yuichi's super spirit form will naturally become stronger, not to mention the longer maintenance time. When the super spirit mode is not turned on, the speed of stress transformation Haki, chakra, and Ryatsu will also become faster. Advertisement Wooly is like a machine that converts energy, Before, it was only converted by one machine, but now it has been multiplied to 20 machines. The speed of converting various energies is naturally different. Now Yuichi only needs one thought, and the various energies in his body can be transformed in an instant, and all of them become the energy Yuichi wants to use. For example, if Yuichi wants to strengthen his own Haki power, then Ryatsu and the Tail Beast chakra in his body can be transformed into Haki power and blessed into Yuichi's body in an instant. With this point, if we really want to compare now, whether it's Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom or Shanks, neither Haki is stronger than Yuichi in terms of strength. With the ability of Witch Power to transform various energies into Haki, Yuichi can be well-deservedly called the strongest Haki master in One Piece world. Simply competing with Haki's strength, 4 Emperors is no match for Yuichi. Click to open your character interface. Open black lens bracket host. Yuichi close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the first template character. Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket open black lens bracket current awakening progress. 60.01% originally it should be 60%, but Yuichi used the Super Spirit Body and Zanpakuto to combine. It seems that the awakening progress has increased by 0.01% again. Open black lens bracket Shikai. Enabled close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi opened. Annihilating scene opened. Hang King not open. Final scene unopened open black lens bracket cut. Advanced close black lens bracket open black lens bracket fist. Medium close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket go. Moderate close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ghost. Top, freely use all keto below number 55, close black lens bracket. Special skill. Empty cicada. Expandability, void power, masquerade state is enabled. Second character template. King Ma Kang Yi, current awakening progress, 23.6%. The original awakening progress was 15.3% plus 8% of the task reward, which should be 23.3%, but the Super Spirit Body mode was used in the last battle. Therefore, the awakening progress is automatically increased by 0.3%. Open black lens bracket individual ability. Vision, enabled, seal, enabled. Attribute change, enabled. Holding spirit. Fire spirit, attribute change. Water attribute form. Open black lens bracket super spirit body close black lens bracket open black lens bracket soul flame close black lens bracket looking at his current character panel. The awakening progress of the second character template has increased crazily by a large margin. Advertisement also gained a new ability, the attribute conversion of the fire spirit, and the opening of the water attribute form. I don't know what new changes will happen after the attribute of the fire spirit is transformed into the attribute of water. In the original work of Summoning King, King Ma Kang Yi didn't use the ability of the fire spirit after changing attributes. Because there is no need for him at all, but for Yuichi, the ability of fire spirit after attribute conversion should also change. For example, the original soul flame of the fire spirit, after being transformed into a water attribute, the fire spirit's release of the soul flame should have a different power from the original soul flame. Thinking of this, Yuichi couldn't help but want to find a place to try. There must be unexpected surprises, but when Yuichi was immersed in his imagination, there was a roar from the light curtain. Yuichi came back to look up at the light curtain in the sky. A battle is erupting in that light curtain. The person who appears in the light curtain is the red-haired Shanks. It seems that the battle will continue. Even if One Piece World has achieved 3 victories, it can be considered that the victory has been locked in advance, but the battle will still continue. And this battle is between Redhead Shanks and 3rd Tsuchikage 2 Scales Onoki. However, Onogi, the 2-day scale in the picture, is not the white-haired one. Although he looks very old, he has black hair. Onoki, the 2-day scale at his peak. Whitebeard sees Yuichi watching the fight. What were you thinking just now? Naturally, Yuichi's mind wandering can't be hidden from other people, being caught by Whitebeard. Yuichi just answered casually and perfunctorily. Then he looked at the 4th battle that had already started in the light curtain. Red-haired Shanks versus Onoki, a 2-dimensional scale. The battle between the two was also very fierce, but what Yuichi cares about now is not the battle between the two, but the battle that has already been sealed, but the fight still has to continue. This seems to say that 3.7 has explained a lot of problems. The World War seems to decide not only who will exist and who will perish in the two worlds. At the same time, it also means to choose the best in the world. Because according to the rules given before the light curtain, those who participate in the battle and win will get a special reward. The picture of people from both worlds receiving special rewards is still vivid in my mind. And what this special reward will be now is also making people daydream. Whatever the special reward is, the point is now. It seems that even if the world is destroyed, the best of them will be selected. Now that the Hokage world, which is clearly doomed to lose, can continue to fight, Yuichi feels that it is not like picking the strongest world out of the two worlds to stay. But what it means to pick the best of both worlds. Yuichi looked up at the huge light curtain in the sky. If it is to select the strongest group of people in both worlds, then what is the purpose? Chapter 181 Onoki's Explosion, Boundary Stripping Technique. Continuous explosions erupted from the light curtain. Yuichi also put away his thoughts and looked at the two people in the picture. Red-haired Shanks versus 3rd Tsuchikage and Onogi, the current battle is fierce. The strength as 4 Emperors Shanks is naturally not bad. Whether it is speed, strength, or swordsmanship, it is very strong. After all, he was once a trainee on Roger's pirate ship. While he may not have grown much at the time, Shanks was no less informed. After broadening his horizons, he will naturally work towards the Roger he has seen before. However, as 4 Emperors, Shanks is not a fruit-capable person, and he only has one arm left to fight. The reputation of the 4 Emperors' red-hair pirates, in addition to relying on Shanks himself, the deputy captain Ben Beckman also contributed. His presence is what Rayleigh and Roger are. Boom boom boom. Onoki, floating in the air in the picture, relies on the superiority of the air to continuously launch attacks. The bombardment of the dust escape beams made Shanks dodge constantly on the ground. Even if he wanted to fight back, it was very difficult for him to hit Onoki in the air with 29 waves of slashing. In desperation, Shanks rushed into the sky on Moonwalk and headed straight for Onoki. Although the speed is not very fast, it is not too slow. Marine 6 styles Moonwalk, although people in the world of Hokage have not seen it before. But Shanks' Moonwalk level is obviously even more astonishing, and he can move forward at high speed in the air. This surprised people in the Hokage world, and they all looked at Shanks in the picture in amazement. Dragging the knife with one hand and dodging one after another in the air, not only avoided Onoki's attack, but also shortened the distance with Onoki. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Onoki. This one-armed man is so strong. Is it possible to fight back under such circumstances? The ninjas of Iwagakure are watching the picture on the light curtain nervously. The Jonin of Iwagakure, however, are not worried at all. Instead, he smiled. This guy got tricked, while a rock shinobi Jonin was saying this. On screen, Onoki, who seemed to be approached by the red-haired Shanks, was a little too late to react, and the expression on his face suddenly disappeared. Returned to a calm appearance. Noticing the change in the other's expression, Shanks felt bad. But at this distance, the knife in his hand has already been swung out. Advertisement a slash with amazing haki towards Onoki. The piercing wind sounded, and haki burst into black lightning flashing. At the same time, Onoki showed a sneer. You seem to have no other means of attack. You can still counterattack under the attack of the old man, your strength is very strong. But if you think that you can launch a counterattack if you get close to the old man, you are very wrong. Putting his hands together, a dazzling light burst out from the gap between Yin Yemu's palms. Dust escape boundary stripping technique, ZZZ. Suddenly, a white light burst out from Onoki's palm. Appearing in front of the eyes with the light is a huge white cube. Instantly enveloped the red-haired Shanks. At this moment, Whitebeard and the others were taken aback. This trick might be uncomfortable. The shrouded red hair should not be defeated. In the next second, the veins on Onogi's face popped, and the powerful chakra wave spread. Boom. Inside the huge white cube, a terrifying explosion occurred. White light illuminates the entire battlefield. The red-haired figure was naturally easily engulfed by the light. People in both worlds stared at the light curtain in the sky, waiting for the dazzling white light to dissipate. Soon when the white light disappears, only 3rd Tsuchikage was left in the sky. This little old man is floating in midair, smiling. Looking ahead, although he couldn't see the people in One Piece world, he knew that everyone in the other party's world could hear what he said. Then he opened his mouth and said very seriously, people of Otherworld, don't be too complacent, we will win the lost battle sooner or later. When the voice fell, the screen also disappeared. End of the 4th battle. Open black lens bracket pirate. Hokage close black lens bracket, 3-1. This time it actually gave Hokage world a victory. Seeing this result, Whitebeard and others have not recovered yet. How could that last move kill Shanks instantly? Even if that move is strong, it won't make Shanks lose directly. Although Kaido and Andy have always had opinions on Shanks, a brat, and they don't like it. Advertisement, but the two still agree with Shanks' strength. Otherwise, he would not be firmly seated on the throne of the 4th Emperor of the Sea. If Shanks is easily killed by that move, then if they go up, if they're hit, they will end up no better than Shanks. A beam of light descended from the sky. Shanks reappears. Although he was killed in the battle, it seemed that he would not really die when fighting in the special world provided by the light curtain. Returning to Shanks in the pirate world, his face is not very good looking, but he is not too depressed. He didn't particularly care about winning or losing. What a terrifying power. Shanks couldn't help recalling what happened to him just now. Whitebeard on the side smiled. I didn't expect you to be defeated. What is the strength of the enemy? Wenyan Shanks explained. At that moment, my body seemed to be broken down, from the inside to the outside muscles, bones, internal organs, cells. Everything seemed to be broken down by some kind of force. Hearing this statement, Kaido's expression became more dignified. Break down. No wonder Shanks was instantly killed, if it was some kind of ability to directly decompose people. Then this 047 has nothing to do with the issue of strength. No matter how strong a person is, they will be killed once they are tricked. So there will be no surprises in the outcome of this battle. As long as you guard against the opponent's move, it is not too difficult to defeat the opponent. Not only has Bigmom become younger, but Haki's power has also become stronger. A fight between two women. Then it's my turn. Although she has the limit of the double blood inheritance, but compared to the ability of the Big Mother's soul fruit, it is far behind. Furthermore, it has won many world wars before, and the overall strength of One Piece world has been strengthened. There is only one last person left on both sides. Compared with Terumi Mei's ability, Big Mom is naturally better. The situation has now appeared to suppress Chakra's power. But the battle hasn't started yet. Yuichi guesses that Big Mom should win in the end. One Piece world is Bigmom who hasn't fought yet, and Hokage world is Mizukage Terumi Mei. With the beam of light falling, the fifth battle begins. Mom stood up slowly. It is a very good thing for them to know such a powerful ability in advance. Just be careful if you meet again in the future. And although Terumi Mei is Mizukage is true, but the fighting power is still a bit weak. A beam of light fell from the sky, and this time there was no choice. Chapter 182. The progress bar is increasing rapidly. The invasion war is about to begin. Bigmom versus Mizukage Terumi Mei. The battle venue for the two was randomly placed in a grassland scene. The beam of light fell, and the two appeared on the stage at the same time. But for this battle, people in both worlds have no expectations. Because the victory and defeat have been divided, people in the Hokage world don't care whether Terumi Mei can win or not. Even if she wins, it doesn't matter, the final score is still 3-2. Their Hokage world was completely defeated in the World War this time. However, the fierce battle made many ninjas see the demeanor of female ninja. Among the famous female ninjas in the entire ninja world, only Princess Tsunade is recognized by everyone. Now that Terumi Mei is on the stage, Lava Style and Boil Style are two bloodlines, and their combat effectiveness is also good. But these two forces face Big Mom's thunder and flames. The two homies created by her using her soul power alone were already too much for Terumi Mei to handle. The fire attack of Prometheus the sun and the thunder attack of Zeus. Under the thunder and fire, the ant didn't even have to do it herself, and Terumi Mei was forced to be very embarrassed. With fire in one hand and lightning in the other hand, Big Mom's abilities are extremely weird in the eyes of people in Pirate World. Why is she fighting with a sun and a thundercloud? What is Bigmom's ability? Now it seems that Yuichi's ability is not too strange when compared with Big Mom. Big Mom's ability seems even more strange. Can the sun be made? Can it also create thunderclouds? And the power of both things is very powerful. She herself just stood there and watched quietly, leaving Mizukage Terumi Mei helpless. Although the battle is also very fierce, but it was also over soon. Because Terumi Mei launched a counterattack, she saw that Big Mom didn't take the initiative to attack, but relied on the strange sun and thunderclouds to attack, so she thought that Big Mom should not have much combat power. Try to get close to Big Mom and try to defeat Big Mom in melee combat. But the result surprised her. Big Mom took off the double-horned pirate hat Napoleon, and it turned into a gigantic blade. Seeing the moment this weapon appeared, Sarutobi and others in the ninja world immediately felt that something was wrong. The other party has a weapon. Then it also shows one thing, this scary woman who looks like an old witch. It also has the ability to fight in close quarters. Destruction blade. Big Mom's roar sounded, and a knife covered with strong haki hit Terumi Mei hard. And under this blow, Terumi Mei had no time to defend and was instantly severely injured. The battle ended even faster than the previous confrontations. End of the fifth battle. Open black lens bracket pirate. Hokage close black lens bracket advertisement. 4-1. In the 5 battles, the pirates won 4, and the only loss was when Shanks faced Onogi. The reason for the defeat was that Onogi's ability was too strong. Without any information about Dust Dun's move, Shanks was completely defenseless. The final result appeared, and it did not appear that the Hokage world was looking forward to allowing the winning Onogi to play against others. Text is displayed directly on the light curtain. Open black lens bracket. The 5th World War close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket winner. One Piece World close black lens bracket. Participating in combatants, the winner will receive a special reward. Special reward. Overall strength increased by 5%. Overall strength boost. This is an invisible reward that cannot be seen or touched. For ordinary people, no one knows whether this reward is good or bad. But as the 5 people involved, Kaido, Whitebeard, Yuichi, Onoki, Big Mom, instantly feel the power surging in the body. Whether it's Haki's strength or his own strength and speed, even the cells in his body seem to be more energetic. Whitebeard was even more excited now, because he felt as if he suddenly fell back to the state he was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he just felt as if his body was beginning to decline. In other words, one of Whitebeard was approaching his strongest peak. It's just that at that time, his physical function was declining, and of course there was no illness or anything. Although the overall strength was only strengthened by 5%, Whitebeard felt that his strength was at least several times stronger than before. Because while the body is recovering, Haki's power and Shock Fruit's power have also been strengthened. Whitebeard was excited and Kaido couldn't keep calm either. As the ability user of Yu Fruit Phantom Beast species Blue Dragon form, his fruit ability has been strengthened, his body strength has been strengthened, and Haki has been strengthened. Now Kaido feels even more invulnerable to attacks. He even felt like he might be able to challenge Whitebeard. But when he felt the stronger aura coming from Whitebeard beside him, Kaido felt helpless. He is not the only one who has been enhanced. The old Whitebeard got stronger too. It should be a little bit far from him. Auntie is also in a good mood, and Shanks is the depressed one among the crowd. How could he meet that enemy Onoki? Chen Dun caught him off guard, and now he felt the aura of everyone around him increasing. Shanks seems to have suddenly become the weakest existence of the 5 emperors. Advertisement. The most surprising one was Yuichi. Although everyone's aura has become stronger, Yuichi's aura has been strengthened to a degree that is far superior to others. It seems that the degree of enhancement of Yuichi is not the same as that of Whitebeard. The reason Shanks feels this way is simply because Yuichi has strengthened more than just his own power zone. Open black lens bracket character template Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket, awakening progress, 65.01%. Character template Ma Kang Yi Wong, open black lens bracket awakening progress, 28.6%. The power of the 2 character templates has also been increased by 5%. In addition to this, Yuichi himself has also been enhanced in power. From the superposition, Yuichi's enhancement is far more than 5%. So the momentum that erupted is far stronger than that of Whitebeard and others. However, this situation also attracted the attention of Whitebeard et al. After all, Yuichi seems to have strengthened a lot, and they can't ignore this situation. Now, however, something else is grabbing everyone's attention. Open black lens bracket One Piece World won the 5th World War close black lens bracket open black lens bracket world sublimation, 3%. This time it's all people around the world feeling their strength grow. The depression of defecting from the Marine was also swept away. Character template Ma Kang Yi Wong. Reminder. Bankai Senbon Sakura will be unlocked when the awakening Jin, Wang Hao, reaches 70%. There is only 2% of the awakening progress, and if you practice hard, you may not need to trigger any missions or win the world war, and you will be able to liberate the general before the next world war begins. Congratulations to both worlds for successfully going through 5 world wars. Seeing the prompt given by his own system, Yuichi was in a very happy mood. I'm finally about to be turned on by myself. The order of the 2 world invasions is randomly determined by the system. Open black lens bracket character template Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket, simultaneous World War 6. Awakening progress. 31.6%, the invasion battle officially begins. Han Jing, Senbon Sakura Bankai's move is too lethal, even a terrifying move that can destroy half of the Suya Palace with one blow. And Yuichi's character template data changes again. Awakening progress. 68.01%, World War protection period has expired. Reminder. In the subsequent World Wars, no protection will be provided. Once you die, you are really dead. Open black lens bracket first move. Hokage world. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 183 Invasion, that man is here. Open black lens bracket initiative. Hokage world close black lens bracket. Time 30 days. Open black lens bracket a total of 5 invasion opportunities close black lens bracket. The next invasion starts every 5 days. Open black lens bracket number of intruders close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the first invasion, Japan, the second invasion, 2 people. The third invasion, 4 people, open black lens bracket the fourth invasion, 8 people close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the fifth invasion, 16 people close black lens bracket. Rule. The number of intruders is not fixed. The interval between each invasion is 5 days. Within 5 days, the invader needs to complete the invasion task, or survive to the specified time. Otherwise, the number of intruders will change when the next invasion is enabled. Complete the invasion mission, the invaders and the world will be rewarded. Survive to the specified time, the number of intruders will not decrease when the next invasion starts. Complete the invasion task and survive to the specified time, the number of next invasion personnel will be increased. Open black lens bracket defender. One Piece world close black lens bracket open black lens bracket block the intruder to complete the task, and hunt down the intruder close black lens bracket. Every time the invading party completes the invasion mission, it will weaken the power of the world. Killing the invaders can regain the weakened power. A lot of rules are displayed on the light curtain, making people dazzled for a while. Many people's brains are running at full speed, analyzing the rules given by the light curtain. The invasion war has begun, but this time there are too many rules, which made many people confused for a while. So that, no one seems to notice what is being displayed beneath the light curtain. The invading world, S-477 level combat personnel, can snatch the opportunity to invade. Open black lens bracket 3 close black lens bracket, first intruder, Uchiha. At this moment, the 5 shadows looked at a large list of rules, and they already understood a little bit. Hiruzen spoke first. This world war looks like it's serious. It is no longer the person who chooses the 2 sides and fights in a special space, but directly puts the place of the battle in the opponent's world. Speaking of this, he was very excited. Is there finally a chance to go to another world? Although he has fought so many times with people from the opponent's world, only Konoha had the opportunity to send a team to the opponent's world during the First World War. People in other villages have only seen some pictures of the other side's world through the light curtain. Advertisement, but even those fleeting images are enough to shock people. For example, this time, The opposing world is the power that fought in the World War, the Five Emperors Alliance. Their location seems to be an island floating in midair. Such a spectacle is simply too shocking for people in the Hokage world. There is no such weird place in the ninja world, air. How can such a big island, CJAI, float in midair? Strangeness. Onoki looked at the excited Raikage and couldn't help but said, the important issue now is the rules of this war. Do you understand these rules? Luo Sha, who had been silent all this time, nodded lightly, I probably understand. Luo Sha raised his head and began to express his understanding. This world war. The first party responsible for the invasion was their Hokage world. The opponent is responsible for defense. The invasion time is 30 days, in other words, people in the Hokage world have 30 days to complete the invasion task in the opponent's world. And try to complete the task as much as possible while surviving for 30 days alone. The first invasion can only be done by one person, and if this person does not complete the task, he will not be able to survive for 5 days until the arrival of the second intruder. Then the number of personnel for the second invasion will be reduced. It may even be the same as the number of people in the first invasion, so only one person can be sent there. So the crux of the problem is that the person who invaded for the first time must be strong, even if he cannot complete the task of the first invasion. You must also find a way to survive until the second invasion opens. That would increase the number of intruders to 3. And the more intruders there are, the more help it will be to complete the intrusion task. So, therefore, it is necessary to make every intrusion personnel survive as much as possible. Even the personnel of the first 2 invasions were no more obsessed with completing tasks. Just need to survive. When the third invasion started, the number of intruders increased by 4. Adding the previous 3 people is 3 people, and the total has increased to 7 people. 7 people, this is already the number of 2 ninja squads. 2 ninja squads, then you can try to complete the invasion mission, and what exactly is the invasion mission? Obviously, it will not be announced until it enters the other party's world. In other words, after the start of the third invasion, it is time to start completing the invasion mission. The 4th time was 8 people, and the 5th time was 16 people. The number of people grows exponentially, and the ninjas who can count the invasion have more space to operate. After Luo Sha finished speaking, Hiruzen and Onoki thought for a moment and nodded. Luo Sha's analysis is very good. Advertisement in this invasion battle. The ninjas' dispatch will start from the third invasion, and how many tasks can be completed and how many rewards can be won for the Hokage world. That's all for later, just follow this line of thinking. In the end, there will be rewards in the Hokage world, it's just a matter of how much rewards. Just as the 5 of them were discussing countermeasures. The rules on the light curtain are sorted out and displayed on the side screen and on the center screen. A row of text that stunned all the ninjas was displayed. Open black lens bracket first invasion chance close black lens bracket open black lens bracket snatched by Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first intruder confirmed. Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket when the name Uchiha Madara appeared, everyone in the ninja world was stunned. Including Wukage who was discussing countermeasures, they all stared at the words flashing in the light curtain and dumbfounded. Next second. A face that caught everyone's attention appeared on the screen. The face of Uchiha Madara appears on the screen. With his eyes closed, he seemed to feel his own image appearing on the light curtain. Madara opened her eyes suddenly. A pair of eyes seemed to see through the light curtain, staring directly at everyone in the ninja world. 5 Kages. You are really embarrassing us. Madara's tone was very bad. It's like a parent scolding their child. 5 Kages' complexion became even uglier. Even a group of guys who only know how to use brute force can't be defeated. But there are also people who remember. Among them, Yuichi will naturally not forget. Madara, everyone in the pirate world has seen it before. Didn't they just broadcast the battle between Madara and Hashirama when obtaining information? That man is coming to pirate world. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist and swung it fiercely in front of him. Feeling the invisible force pulling her body, Madara's eyes flashed. Has the current ninja world fallen to this point? Madara's body rises into the sky in the light curtain. But at the moment in pirate world, everyone's expressions are a little weird. It's just that many people seem to have a vague impression of Madara now. Yuichi's heart was beating extremely fast now. Boom. I always feel like I've seen that man somewhere before. Next, let me, Madara, show you what a real ninja is. Let me see how these people from the other world are doing. White light enveloped Madara. Watch as Madara disappears through the light curtain. Is this the ninja world that Hashirama dreamed of? HMPH. Chapter 184 Uchiha Madara came to the pirates. Ping A is a big move. Open black lens bracket invading. Close black lens bracket. The gate of the dimension opens. Open black lens bracket but intruders close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket successful delivery close black lens bracket. The gate of the dimension is closed. The light curtain in the sky disappeared instantly. At the same time, in front of everyone, a shrunken version of the screen suddenly appeared. But only everyone can see themselves on this screen. When you look at others, you will find that there is nothing in front of them. The auditorium is officially open. All personnel who have not entered the lowest level of combat power evaluation can choose whether to enter the auditorium to view the intruder screen. Open black lens bracket. Those who do not enter the auditorium will not be able to watch the screen of the intruder. Close black lens bracket. Yuichi looked at the text displayed on the interface that popped up in front of him, but did not provide Yuichi with a choice. Obviously, an S-level fighter like Yuichi cannot enter the audience seats. The disappearance of the light curtain in the sky means that it is no longer possible to see the picture of Uchiha Madara's location as before. In this way, it is not easy to find Madara, but it is also understandable that if Madara is in this world, all of them can easily watch Madara's picture. Then, where and what the other party is doing, don't people in Pirate World know everything about it? This is of course impossible, and the people who can enter the auditorium are probably some ordinary people. When they enter the auditorium, they will naturally not be able to participate in the battle, so they can see the picture of Madara. And this time the auditorium is officially open, it seems that there is no fixed candidate. In other words, ordinary people can probably go to the auditorium as long as they want to. As Yuichi thought, ordinary people who chose to enter the auditorium were indeed transported into a strange space in an instant. Here you can't feel your own body, or even feel anything. There is just a huge light curtain glowing in the dark. And the picture in the light curtain is the man from before, Uchiha Madara. The number of audiences in One Piece world is constantly increasing. For ordinary people, if they do not enter the auditorium, it means that they will be in danger. Wouldn't it be bad if that invader was dropped on their village? On screen, Madara, standing on top of a steeple. He folded his arms across his chest and stared ahead. He closed his eyes and felt the breeze blowing beside him. Advertisement. Feel the sunshine on your body. Gently smell the taste in the air. That's the feeling. The feeling can't be wrong. Uchiha Madara, live again. Opening his eyes, Madara seems to be in a small town, but there are no people in this small town. Probably ordinary people in these small towns have entered the auditorium to watch. Let's not mention how people in One Piece world react. In the ninja world, the 5 Kages and even all the ninjas in the entire ninja world felt inexplicable panic in their hearts. But under the panic, it seemed a little excited, the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. A man who can be compared with the ninja god, this person has invaded the opponent's world. This means that the next life in the other world will definitely not be easy. This seems like a pretty good look, but at the same time, a worrying problem also emerged. Look at Uchiha Madara's crazy eyes and crazy smile in the picture. This man was already dead, but now he was resurrected in the other party's world. It seems to be because of the staggered time of the privileges obtained from the previous victories, but the question is if Madara gets the reward. In case there is a reward for resurrecting the dead among these rewards, then Madara returns to the ninja world after resurrection, it is not good. That man is synonymous with destruction, and only first Hokage Senju Hashirama could defeat him back then. If the monster returns to the ninja world with rewards, then no matter what rewards the Hokage world gets, it doesn't seem to be a victory. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, is that what it looks like? Although fourth Raikage looked serious, there was a look of disdain hidden in his eyes. He doesn't care too much about Uchiha Madara, nor is he afraid of Uchiha's power. Feeling the contempt in fourth Raikage's words, Onogi felt that he had to remind Raikage, this man. Don't underestimate him. Fortunately, he is resurrected in the opponent's world now. If he is resurrected in the ninja world, if not, it will be a terrible disaster for the entire ninja world. Regarding Onoki's alarmist talk, fourth Raikage just nodded perfunctorily. Sarutobi swallowed softly. Although Madara is worth watching out for, it's not us who are having a headache now, it should be those people from Otherworld. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, is resurrected in Otherworld. Then let's make a big fuss. Let everyone take a good look at your power, and feel how terrifying the power of a genin is. At this moment, ordinary people in Pirate World entered the auditorium, looking at the guy in the picture who laughed like a madman. This guy, he must have a brain problem. By the way, you don't think he looks very familiar? I always feel like I've seen him somewhere. Ask for flowers, Zero. Idiot, this guy is from Otherworld, how could you have seen it? But I also feel as if I've seen him somewhere. Advertisement. People in the auditorium were arguing. However, in the next second, the rattling sound of Madara's neck bones can be heard. Twisting his body, he glanced at the town below. Some people who did not choose to enter the auditorium also found Madara standing on the minaret. All looking up at Madara. They seemed to be curious, what is this guy doing up there? The condescending Madara looked down on the men. The dress of people in this world is indeed somewhat different from that in the Hokage world. At the same time, Madara also felt different energy fluctuations from them, although it was very weak, or even so weak that it was almost non-existent. Zero, but there is no doubt that this is really another world. Myriad worlds. The world is really not just a ninja world, ha 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 ha. Great, Madara, seem to have found a new purpose. A small ninja world seems to no longer satisfy Madara. His vision should be more long-term. The stars, the sea, the heavens and the myriad worlds. To conquer all these worlds should be his goal of Uchiha Madara. What infinite Tsukuyomi, the sacred tree, should be only a small part of it. Madara found a bigger and more distant goal, and suddenly his gaze and aura began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Jump up and jump into the air. The eyelids of the people in the small town twitched wildly. This man. Jump down, is he going to commit suicide? Falling from that height, I am afraid that the success rate will be torn apart. However, in the next second a flame appeared. Fire style, the mighty fire is extinguished. Boom. The overwhelming flames erupted, completely enveloping the entire town in an instant. The flames roared, forming a wave of flames that rolled and spread continuously, and in a blink of an eye an entire town was destroyed under the flames. Seeing this scene, the ninjas were dumbfounded. Some of them couldn't believe what they saw. A whole town, such a huge town, got wiped out by a fire-style ninjutsu. The scale of fire-style ninjutsu is comparable to the power of S-rank ninjutsu. This is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Ordinary ninjutsu can also use the power of S-level ninjutsu. Chapter 185 The location of the intruder, the task is released. Ordinary ninjas look at the raging fire in the picture. In an instant, the entire town was swallowed up. Such ninjutsu attainments cannot be matched by flattery. Even Master Hokage, he can't use ordinary ninjutsu with such power. Indeed, Uchiha Madara's mastery of fire style is too terrifying, and his chakra amount is also amazing, otherwise it would be impossible to explode this kind of power. After all, it is still the amount of chakra. For a ninja, the amount of chakra largely determines the strength of a ninja. And Uchiha Madara, the one who can arm wrestle with the first Hokage ninja god with the chakra ocean. Obviously the amount of chakra is equally unmatched. Looking at the flames engulfing the entire island in that picture, the eyes of the ninjas are full of envy. It would be great when their ninjutsu has such power. 820. Ninjas envy Madara, but the people in the auditorium of Pirate World were all stunned. A person spit out a flame casually, destroying a huge town. There are also many civilians among them, and this guy shoots directly regardless of ordinary people. What makes people feel terrible is not only Madara's power, but also his pair of eyes that people dare not look directly at. This person, compared with those shadows before, it seems to be even more terrifying. There are not a few people who feel this way. However, the people in the audience of One Piece World, they have no way to tell the people in their own world what this guy Madara did. Unable to pass on any information, they can only watch Madara destroy a small town. With a leap, he jumped directly onto the surface of the sea. The flames lit up most of the ocean. In the red water, Madara walked towards the sea. He glanced at the interface that popped up from the corner of his eye. Destroy. Very good and to my taste. Boom. Advertisement. In the next second, chakra exploded under his feet, blasting a cloud of water on the sea in an instant, and Madara's figure was ejected like a cannonball. It fell heavily towards the distant sea. After touching the sea surface, there was another astonishing splash of water, and Madara's figure did not stop at all, and continued to accelerate towards the distance. Moving in this way on the sea surface shocked many people in One Piece World. These ninjas seem to be able to walk freely on the sea. This ability is great for pirates. If they have this ability, it would be great. The picture of Madara becomes constantly advancing on the sea, constantly moving, and his destination is unknown. At the same time, the screen on the other side appeared. Among them, there are pictures of Naval Headquarters Kong and pictures of New World 5 Emperor's Alliance. In Naval Headquarters, Kong is giving orders to Marine to search for traces of the invader Uchiha Madara. And a high price is offered for all information about Madara's whereabouts. The response is not to say that it is not fast. However, Whitebeard and others from the 5 Emperor's Alliance on the other side have not made any moves yet. Whitebeard also suggested that the pirates under his command start looking for Madara in New World. But Yuichi raised his hand and interrupted Whitebeard's proposal. Need not. Hearing Yuichi said no, Whitebeard was a little puzzled. Are we just doing nothing here? Leave the intruder alone? Kaido also frowned. That intruder looks very strong. I really want to fight him. Without answering the two of them immediately, Yuichi stared at the small light curtain in front of him carefully. In the upper right corner there is a three-dimensional map of One Piece World. And a red dot appeared on it. If you didn't observe carefully, you would think it was just a special picture hanging at the edge of the light curtain. But Yuichi's observation is very careful. At the same time, as Yuichi with a template system, he is also very clear that the things displayed by the system are never useless. So after taking a closer look, I found out that this is equivalent to a globe, and the flashing red dot should be the location of Madara if nothing unexpected happens. It can be understood after a little thought. The disappearance of the light curtain in the sky is obviously to prevent people from easily knowing Madara's location. And the pirate world is so big, is it too difficult to find an intruder in the huge world? Besides, ninjas know the transformation technique. If Madara changes into someone else's appearance, don't try to find him easily. So there must be some other way to lock Madara's location. Advertisement in the three-dimensional map Yuichi in the upper right corner of the light curtain will open it up. Looking carefully at the position of the red dot, it is in the first half of the Grand Line, on an unnamed island. Now the red dot is blinking on the island. You'd better look at the thing in the upper right corner of your own light curtain. Isn't the enemy's position already marked? Hear Yuichi's words. The four of them were all taken aback, and immediately checked their light curtains. Whether they saw what Yuichi said, Yuichi himself didn't know. But the expressions of the four of them changed instantly in the next second. Obviously they saw it. Is the position of the red dot the place of the intruder? Kaido is gearing up. Great, now that I know where the other party is, I'll go and heal him. Said that Kaido wanted to leave from Sky Island, and was about to call the floating ship in the distance to come and pick him up. And Yuichi stopped him. Don't worry, Kaido, however, if you cooperate with Shiki's lion fruit ability and let Shiki also contribute, then the flying speed can be doubled. It's okay to call yourself by your first name. Task reward. Temporary conversion of character template awakening progress. Open black lens bracket mission. Prevent Uchiha Madara from completing the invasion mission close black lens bracket. Sensing Yuichi's movement, Enel instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Yuichi. Looking at Kaido, he was impatient and didn't want to wait for a second. Whitebeard and the others glanced at each other. Not bad. Your floating pirate group seems to have an advantage that none of us can match. Not in a hurry. It will take a few days to go to the first half of the Grand Line. If you are not in a hurry, when will you have to wait? In this way, it may take only half a day to travel from New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Calling him by his first name made Kaido stun for a moment, but recalling Yuichi's strength, the other party is also considered to be of the same level as himself. Yuichi smiled lightly, relying on Enel's arc motto, although the speed is already very good, but because this guy's boat made of gold is not light. Air. Open black lens bracket task announcement close black lens bracket. Yuichi turned his head and looked at the four of them. It does take a few days to sail from the sea, but if it is 3.1 from the air, this distance only takes 1 day and is enough. Yuichi pointed to the red dot on his light curtain. It will take a lot of time to drive over this distance, so you don't have to worry at all. But what Yuichi is more concerned about is that Madara should not stay on this unnamed island for too long. Where will he go next? Yuichi turned his head and waved to Enel, who was standing on the arc motto in the distance. Kaido frowned. Any more questions? Chapter 186 Target location Eni's lobby, attractive reward? A temporary conversion of the character template's awakening progress. What is this? Yuichi didn't quite understand. The rewards given by the system this time were a little too weird. It's not an ability, nor is it increasing the awakening progress of the character template, but what does it mean to give a temporary conversion? The system interface changes again and an explanation is given. Temporary conversion of character template awakening progress. You can temporarily clear the awakening progress bar of a certain character template, and superimpose the cleared awakening progress on other character templates. Seeing this explanation, Yuichi understood. That is to say, he can adjust the awakening progress of his two character templates at any time. For example, the awakening progress of Byakuya Kuchiki's character template has reached 68%. And Ma Kang Yi Wang's template awakening progress is only 31%. Then Yuichi can temporarily clear the awakening progress of Asakura Yuang's character template. Superimpose it on the template of Byakuya Kuchiki. Of course, how much can be increased? It should not be as simple as 68 plus 31 directly. There may be loss, or it may be reduced by weakness. But anyway, Byakuya Kuchiki's template awakening progress is imbued with 31% of the Asakura Leaf King template. How can it reach 75%? At 29, at least it can guarantee that Yuichi can easily open the second scene of Senbansakura Bankai, the scene of Han. This reward not only directly enhanced Yuichi's strength, but also gave Mo a new way to break through the limit. To know the power of the character template increases by 1%. Giving Yuichi an immediate power boost isn't all that simple. The more the progress of awakening increases later, the more powerful the power will become. So, this reward is great for Yuichi, must complete the task. Be aware that sometimes when one of Yuichi's character templates gets stuck at a certain node. Using this function, you can temporarily break through this bottleneck. Might be able to handle emergencies. Naturally, the more cards the better. Then let's set off. How many people can the ship of your cadre hold? Whitebeard's voice rang in Yuichi's ear. Yuichi was thinking about new missions and new rewards. Waking up to Whitebeard's voice, Yuichi turned to look at Enel. The guy squinted his eyes and thought for a while. Proverbs can hold a lot of people, but it will slow down a lot. Yuichi turned his head to look at Shiki in the distance, and waved to Shiki. Shiki, who was watching, saw Yuichi's actions, and curled his lips in displeasure. Stinky boy. Do you really think that this old man is a cadre under his command? Although he said so, Shiki's body was very honest and flew straight towards Yuichi. Advertisement coming to Yuichi. Shiki asked slightly dissatisfied, what's wrong? Using your abilities on Proverbs should be able to speed up the boat a lot. Shiki had noticed Enel's ship a long time ago, and he nodded. With my help, the speed of that ship will naturally be several times faster. Okay. Yuichi turned to look at Whitebeard. The speed increases and we need less time. So each person only brings no more than 20 people on board, and 5 pirate groups make up a team of 100 people, which is enough to deal with an intruder. Saying that, Yuichi suddenly remembered Bigmom. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Bigmom. When it comes to bringing people here, isn't there a better way? Isn't that mirror fruit ability user just a mobile portable pocket? There is no problem with how many people can fit in. Only a mirror is needed to release the people in the space at any time. But now it is only dealing with Madara alone, and the quota of 20 people for each pirate group is already very good. Whitebeard and others have already begun to select pirates to follow them on board. The 4 of them each brought their own 3 major backbones and selected several powerful cadres. It can be said that the 100 people who boarded the Proverbs are the core fighting force of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Even if such 100 people were to destroy Ma Lin Fan, there would be no problem. Looking at the actions of the pirates at this moment, the people in the auditorium couldn't help feeling that their reaction was too fast. As for Marine, Kong didn't seem to have carefully looked at the small light curtain that could be summoned at any time. Didn't even notice the location of Madara marked out earlier. However, Marine has a large number of people and the whole world is within the range of Marine. The first half of the Grand Line also has a lot of manpower. Even if they don't find this problem, they will find Madara's trace. It's just that compared with the situation of the pirates, the civilians in the audience felt how silly Marine is. He didn't notice such an obvious thing on the light curtain on his face. At this moment, Madara, who was advancing rapidly on the sea, had jumped onto a merchant ship. A fire style. Most of the merchant ship was directly destroyed, and on the gradually silent merchant ship, Madara grabbed the captain. "I'm going somewhere. That place is called Eni's Lobby. Tell me you know this place?" The terrified captain talked endlessly, and even handed Madara the pointer in his hand. Madara, holding the recording pointer and the permanent pointer, smiled indifferently. "There is no need for such a thing, advertisement. You just have to tell me Eni's Lobby is in that direction." The captain opened the nautical chart he carried with him, found the direction of Eni's Lobby and told Madara. After confirming the direction, Madara threw the captain into the sea casually. Jumping to the distant sea, Madara stood on the sea and slowly turned around. Watching the sinking merchant ship, Madara raised her hand and sealed the seal instantly. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom. The huge fireball instantly destroyed the sinking merchant ship. After doing all this, Madara turned her head and flew straight in the direction of Eni's Lobby. However, what he did now makes people feel what kind of person this man is. Cruel, and indifferent to life. An extremely terrifying existence, and his current destination seems to be Eni's Lobby, one of Marine's 3 important institutions. 750 Why go to Eni's Lobby? People in One Piece world don't know what Madara is going to do at Eni's Lobby. Such tasks are familiar to ninjas. This task is not too difficult to complete. Even the old Onoki and Sarutobi don't want to miss this opportunity to become stronger. Hiruzen and others were a little envious. Reminder. On this basis, every time you defeat an additional S-level fighter who comes to support you, the task reward will be doubled. At the same time, intruders will be rewarded. Increase power by 5%. Watch Madara's invasion mission. Go to Eni's Lobby to destroy and defeat at least one S-level combat personnel who came to support. Complete the invasion mission to plunder a portion of the power of the pirate world. At the same time, if Eni's Lobby is completely destroyed, an additional copy of One Piece world will be looted. This time, there are 2 places, and if Madara completes the invasion task, the number of invaders will increase. Now this reward belongs to them. Then who will be sent to invade next time will have to be discussed carefully. But in the Hokage world, they have already seen Madara's invasion mission. Destroy fixed target locations and defeat supporting enemies. And in the opponent's world, apart from the 5 emperors, other S-level combat personnel, Marine Admirals and the like, don't need to care too much. The reward is to increase the strength by 5% if they had grabbed the invasion qualification before. Seeing this, they thought of their second chance to invade 5 days later. Chapter 187 Dreamland, the Eni's Lobby of the Shocked Ninja. 5 Kages discussed who to send to invade the opponent's world next time. But they seem to have forgotten one thing. Is Madara this time the candidate they negotiated? The opportunity to invade the other world is not something they can decide. The sun is setting. Slowly disappear from the sea. Night falls, and Madara, who knew the location of Eni's Lobby before, is constantly speeding on the sea. On the dark sea, if it were someone else, they would have already lost their way. Although the ninja can stand on the sea and run fast. But this is equivalent to a normal person walking in the desert in the dark. With no needles and no stars in the sky, no one could tell the direction. And Madara, it seems that there is no such problem, and it is going straight in the direction of Eni's Lobby. With a sense of direction beyond ordinary people, people in both worlds are dumbfounded. No one could believe it until he arrived at the Eni's Lobby. Always thought it was incredible. How could someone find an island in the vast sea with just a casually pointed direction? If it hadn't been for them to witness Madara galloping step by step from the vast sea after several hours. I'm afraid no one would believe that there is such a perverted sense of direction in this world. In fact, however, it's not because of Madara's sense of direction pervert. It's because of Madara's pupil technique and insight that he can still see clearly in the dark sea. Come to the Eni's Lobby, when the island appeared in the picture. The whole Hokage world was stunned. In the endless sea, there is a hole. Sea water poured into it continuously, but it still seemed unable to fill it up. And there is an island floating in this huge hole. Although it is not completely floating in the air, the passage linking with the main island of Eni's Lobby cannot support the weight of Eni's Lobby at all. So it is undoubtedly an island floating in midair. It's just that its location is in a huge hole in the sea. It is equivalent to a smaller plug, which cannot completely fill the hole. It's still not very clear under the night sky. However, with the help of the lights on the Eni's Lobby, it is still possible to see the situation of the island clearly. Such a spectacular scene appeared on the light curtain and was watched by everyone in the ninja world. Advertisement at this moment, people couldn't help but sigh. As this? The island of the other world. What a fantastic venue. There is no place like this in ninja world. Amazing. There is still such a place. Aren't the places where the 5 emperors and the others were located just above the islands floating in midair? Now ninjas seem to be looking forward to One Piece world more and more. Such an incredible place actually exists. They really want to know what power makes such a large island float above the hole in the sea. Madara. Jump above the Enies lobby in one leap. His movements were so fast that no one noticed him at all. But Madara is also surprised now. Really, this place is nice. Speaking of which, Madara stood on the roof of a certain house, scanning the entire Enies lobby. But such a beautiful place will soon be destroyed. Looking at the sky, Madara smiled. At sunrise, let's do it again. Before that, Madara had to do another extremely important thing. That is, intelligence gathering. A strange world, a strange place. Just from the previous few world wars, although a lot of information can be obtained from the battles. But the place in front of me is called Enies Lobby, which is an extremely important institution of world government. There must be a lot of important information here. Before destroying it, it is natural to investigate it carefully. Madara glanced down at a patrol team slowly passing by below. A patrolman at the end of the figure flashed and disappeared instantly. 0108125529 Filu 122,551,521. Immediately afterwards, this person appeared again, but this time this person has become Madara disguised using transformation technique. He followed the patrol towards the inside of the Enies lobby. Madara has infiltrated the Enies lobby here. At the same time, the audience of One Piece World looked at Marine in the picture. Madara has already successfully sneaked into Enies lobby and is planning something, but the current Marine hasn't noticed Madara's location yet. A huge Marine organization is looking for it like a headless chicken. Although it looks very busy, what they do is useless. And the other side, on a huge ship, the Five Emperors Alliance of the Arc Proverbs has quickly turned over the red line from New World and has reached the first half of the Grand Line. Advertisement. But, at this moment, Yuichi found another problem. The position of the red dot on the map seems to be refreshed every half an hour. On the way here, Yuichi has been looking at the map on the small light curtain. When he accidentally noticed that the red dot suddenly jumped from one position to another, Yin Yi understood. This map does not show the real-time Madara location. Instead, it has a fixed refresh time, but also understandable. If you can see the location of Madara anytime and anywhere, then it is too easy to find Madara. In that way, for the intruders, it might be a dream to survive for 5 days. Therefore, there is a fixed refresh time, which also prevents the invaders from being chased by the enemy all the time. But for half an hour, if it is an ordinary person, the radius of activity is also limited. And the half-hour voyage on the sea is even easier to determine. However, Madara was different. Yuichi noticed. Madara moved much faster than the ship in half an hour. His radius of action for half an hour is simply terrifying. So though for now it looks like Madara is staying near the Enies lobby for now. Still, it's not easy to confirm that Madara is in the Enies lobby. So Yuichi and others who had just crossed the red line and arrived at the first half of the Grand Line chose to take a short break. Seeing Kong found the problem. Everyone in the auditorium sighed. Did you finally find out? This is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. This reaction is too slow. Find an intruder all over the world. How can you find it? On the other side, when Yuichi and others were resting, Kong was like an ant on a hot pan. In fact, if it weren't for the experienced traveler Yuichi, not to mention that Kong wouldn't be able to discover it, there might not be many people in One Piece world who would study the things on the small light screen. After waiting for half an hour, Madara's location is refreshed again before acting. Kong has been busy all afternoon, and the more he thinks about it, the more weird he feels. How do they find it? After calming down, Kong finally opened his own light curtain in anticipation of countless people in the auditorium of One Piece world. But he quickly noticed another problem. Wait, this location is Enies lobby? But very melancholy. He stood up abruptly. The original location. I told us a long time ago. Damn, I didn't notice it at all before. As Kong was carefully reviewing the rules for this invasion, he suddenly noticed the map in the upper right corner. This, is simply impossible. Those ninjas can transform. If they pretend to be ordinary people, even Marines won't be able to find them easily. Kong was very helpless as he said that. He didn't notice this kind of thing. It was his problem. Kong clicked to look at the map in front of him, and looked at the location of the flashing red dot after zooming in. Chapter 188 Target Enies Lobby. Restless night. Look at the position where the red dot flashes on the light curtain. Enies Lobby. There are 3 vital institutions under the world government. Enies Lobby, Impel Down, Naval Headquarters Ma Linfan and more. These 3 places are extremely important to the world government, and even the safety of these 3 islands represents the face of the world government. At the moment, where that intruder is located is one of the Enies Lobby. Is this okay? Kong stood up immediately, bursting through the door of the office with incredible speed. Bang. Buzz. The Marine soldiers guarding the door were stunned. My lord. You are. Facing Kong, who suddenly broke through the door, the 2 soldiers were a little inexplicably afraid. Kong didn't care what the 2 soldiers were thinking, and directly raised his hand to grab each other. Hurry up and notify all the Marines in the headquarters to set off immediately. Go to the Enies Lobby. Go to the Enies Lobby as quickly as possible. Enies Lobby? The 2 soldiers were a little confused, but Kong didn't have the time to explain, so he kicked them away. Turning around, he threw the broken wooden door aside and entered the office. Kong immediately picked up the phone and contacted the third admiral. Eni's lobby. Absolutely no accidents can be allowed. That is not only the face of the World 627 government, but also the face of Marine. If he couldn't keep Eni's lobby, then wouldn't he be ashamed as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces? The peaceful night was broken just like that. In addition to contacting the three admirals, Kong also directly contacted Spandam, the commander of CP9 who was currently on the Eni's lobby. Spandam, who was ready to sleep in the room, picked up the phone bundle sent by his subordinates with a puzzled expression. It's about time. Naval headquarters urgently contact me? Spandam, who picked up the phone bug, heard Kong telling him that there was an intruder at the Eni's lobby before he could open his mouth. Let him find a way to find the intruder. Kong gave a series of instructions until he hung up the phone. Spandam still didn't respond. Intruder? At the Eni's lobby? Are you kidding me? This is the Eni's lobby, where countless world government intelligence personnel gather. How could someone sneak in here without being discovered? Spandam couldn't believe it, but the other party is the commander-in-chief of the three armies, and the other party is only temporarily acting as the Marshal of Marine. The Marine Marshal can't control his Eni's lobby, but the armed forces are always different. Advertisement. Although it seems that you can't control yourself, you still have to respect it more or less. Or maybe the intruder was actually at the Eni's lobby. Wouldn't it be better if that was the case? Catch an intruder, wouldn't it make the five elders take their Eni's lobby more seriously? Maybe let him become the chief of the CPO in one fell swoop. This is a great opportunity. Kong, the majestic commander-in-chief of the armed forces, wouldn't be able to play tricks on him. Spandam didn't feel sleepy anymore, and immediately jumped out of bed. Recall Yuichi and the others overnight, and let's put aside the mission over there. World war is what five elders cares most about these days. Compared with things like ancient weapon design drawings, they can be put aside temporarily. Let everyone act for me and block Eni's lobby immediately. Invaders from the other world seem to be on this island. The two men who followed Spandam were a little surprised to hear what he said. Intruder? The invaders from Otherworld actually came to Tongfu. They also know what this means, which means an excellent opportunity to do meritorious deeds. World war, Otherworld, invaders, an opportunity to understand the Otherworld is in front of them, intelligence personnel, and this cannot be missed. One time, all the staff at Eni's lobby went into action. The entire island was instantly lit up. Quick, don't miss any place, and search for all traces of the intruder. Everyone hurry up. If Eni's lobby is really sneaked into without anyone noticing, it would be a great shame to us. A certain window, Madara leaning against the window. With one hand propped on his chin, he looked at the people on the roof below and on the road rushing out like a colony of ants. Madara was a little surprised. Did you find me? Not bad. To be able to find my traces, people in this world, CJAC, don't seem to be useless. But discoveries belong to discoveries, because these people also want to find themselves? Madara shook her head disdainfully, got up and left from the window. Looking back, there is a desk in the center of this huge office. Although it is not clear who this office is, but seeing this arrangement and layout, this should be the office of the highest officer of the island, and there are several huge bookshelves with a height of 3 or 4 floors in the back, filled with various documents and materials. Madara smiled. I should be able to understand the world here. As he spoke, he plunged into various materials and documents. Advertisement. And on such a huge island, countless Eni's lobby personnel are carefully searching for Madara's traces in every place. But in the audience seats, I looked at these group of people who were busy like headless chickens. They are very helpless. These guys have searched everywhere. Why didn't they enter that office? The other party is sitting on the sofa swaggering through documents. What the hell are these idiots doing? Boom. Just when Madara was standing in front of the bookshelf, looking at the intelligence document in her hand, a man walked into the office. And this person is Spandam. He walked in and went straight to the desk, and picked up a knife placed on it. Turn around and leave. He didn't look at Madara in front of the bookshelf at all. Madara didn't pay much attention to the other party's operation, and continued to look at the information in his hand. And this left people in both worlds speechless. What's that guy doing? So hitting a guy is right in front of his eyes so he can't see it? Isn't this his office? He's the chief executive of Eni's lobby. What a joke. The chief executive of Eni's lobby is such a useless piece of trash. Spandam can't hear the curses from countless people in One Piece world. He did not see Madara, though. Yuichi turned to Whitebeard and the others. He also wants to fight the invaders, and when the time comes to write the report, it can be said that he has defeated the invaders. Calculating the time, it won't be long before we rush over now to arrive. Uchiha Madara, location confirmed, Eni's lobby. After observing several times, fighting against such an enemy, Yuichi is also looking forward to it. The position of the red dot has not changed throughout. Thunder and lightning erupted from Enel's body and passed into the ark's motto. In the sky at this moment, Yuichi and others who have passed the red line have officially arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. They are also checking the position of the red dot on the map. Refresh twice in a row, both at the same position, indicating that he has indeed stopped, and it just happened to stop on the Eni's lobby. Let us go there too. That's why he went back to his office on purpose, and took away his weapon, an elephant sword that ate the elephant fruit. Yuichi turned his head and glanced at Enel. Let's go. However, what he didn't expect was that the first meeting between himself and the intruder ended without knowing it. The big booze of the Hokage world, because now his mind is full of talking about how after the intruder catches him, he makes meritorious deeds and then becomes the chief of the CPO. Yuichi also turned his attention to the direction of Ini's lobby. Ini's lobby. Is that his goal? Chapter 189 The Speeding Train at Sea, returning CP9. Early morning. Ini's lobby, who had been tossing all night, ushered in a moment of peace. However, in the early morning, when the first ray of light crossed the dark sea and illuminated the sky, a voice also sounded outside the Ini's lobby, woo. At this moment, the people in the Hokage world who were still looking at the light curtain suddenly opened their eyes. It's just morning in the opponent's world, but it's already noon in the Hokage world. Many people are still paying attention to the progress of the invasion. Will the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara be able to complete the invasion mission? However, Madara has yet to be seen starting a fight. Instead, I saw the scene of the speeding sea train ahead of time. Many people in the Hokage world were stunned. Just like when I saw Ini's lobby for the first time before, this sea train has also made countless people in the Hokage world envious. How on earth did they do it? A train can run on the sea. How is this possible? It's amazing. Their trains can run on the sea. The sea train. This scene made Hokage seem to understand why they lost the previous world wars. The opponent's world not only has the powerful power called Haki and mysterious things like devil fruit. Things like sea trains can be realized in the opponent's world. That is simply an incomparably wonderful world. At the same time, ordinary people in that world must not be underestimated. This imagination and creativity are things that their world does not have. Click, click, click. The sea train approached slowly and stopped at the platform of Ini's lobby. No one saw what came out of the car. The screen shifted to Madara's side. People in the Hokage world looked at Madara, who was still reading the documents in the office. A smile appeared on his face. What a nice world. Devil fruit, curse of the sea, devil fruit tree. One Piece, Great Pirate Era, Great Secret Treasure, Historical Text, World Noble Celestial Dragons. When talking about the nobles of the world, Madara suddenly laughed wildly. Bloodline. There is such a group of pretentious guys, how interesting. Watching Madara laughing wildly, and the documents scattered all over the floor, how many documents and materials this guy has read all night. Advertisement been seeing it all the time, and it seems that Madara doesn't intend to end yet. She still looks eager to try, and wants to continue to check other documents and materials. But there was a voice at the door. Among them, the voice of Spandam was the first to sound. After searching all night, these people have not found even a ghost. They are simply a bunch of trash. But that is the information provided by the Commander-in-Chief, and now the Commander-in-Chief is on his way with Marine. I believe the Commander-in-Chief will not lie to me. So I transferred you back to find the intruder and catch it, so that our Ini's lobby will become the hero of the whole world, and you will also get a generous reward at that time. With that said, Spandam pushed the door open, and the moment he opened the door, Madara looked up at him, and Spandam also blinked and stared at the person in front of him. All CP9 members behind him stopped. Everyone's eyes turned towards the office, and at the same time, they locked on Madara's figure. Lu Chi originally wanted to ask why the Commander-in-Chief, Mr. Kong, knew that the invaders were on the Ini's lobby. But when the door was opened and he saw Madara, he felt that this issue seemed to be unimportant now. Time seemed to pause. Everyone did nothing. Instead, Madara glanced at them, then lowered her head and continued to read the documents in her hand. Seeing that Madara didn't panic at all and continued to check the top secret information of their Ini's lobby, Lu Chi's gaze became extremely gloomy. He stepped forward and walked in front of Spandam and opened his mouth. Kr. Wait, it's over soon. Madara raised her hand and cut off his words, looking down at the information in her hand. This article records the information of One Piece Gold D. Roger. His place of birth, companions, children, etc. It seemed that some didn't expect the other party to tell me to wait. With Madara's attitude of not paying attention to the other party at all, even Hokage is a little worried now. These guys don't look weak. Madara hasn't fought against people in this world yet, and the power called Haki and the ability of Devil Fruit are not so easy to deal with. They were worried that it would be bad if Madara was directly killed by some weird ability. Seeing Lu Chi and the others, CP9's complexion became extremely gloomy, visible to the naked eye. One by one slowly approaching the office, Spandam was also very angry when he came back to his senses. Are you the intruder? Damn it for hiding in my office, no wonder those idiots haven't found you all night. You guy is so cunning, but now that you have been found, you can't escape. Ask for flowers, advertisement, ha ha ha. Spandam seems to have thought of the scene where he catches the intruder and is praised by the 5 elders and promoted to CPO chief. But Madara didn't even bother to look at him. Facing the howling of ants, he didn't care at all. On the contrary, it was Lu Chi and the others who vaguely surrounded him, as if they were planning to do something, which made Madara a little angry. Snapped. The document in his hand was closed by him. It's a pity. I haven't finished watching the exciting part yet. Throwing the documents aside casually, Madara raised her head and looked around at the people who surrounded herself. It seems that you have some strength, but not enough. Give you a chance. If you get out now, you can still live. Arrogant. Arrogance. Zero. Everyone in One Piece world in the auditorium was enraged by Madara's words. Although they don't know how strong these people are, why is this guy so arrogant? Obviously he was surrounded, he was just one person, and the fact that these people were personally received by that idiot chief showed that their strength would definitely not be weak. The way this guy doesn't pay them any attention is simply too insane. Next second. Regardless of the strength of the opponent, as long as he grasps the flaws, he can get away with the worst result of attacking. At the same time, that hand easily grabbed Kaku's leg. In the office. After approaching Madara extremely quickly, Kaku raised his right leg and kicked with a piercing kick. The compressed air instantly formed a chopping wave and cut towards Madara. The other party didn't believe his good words of persuasion, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Yuichi has never encountered such an arrogant enemy. Strange steps, did you use some kind of special technique? His was on the right side of Madara, and when he saw that Madara's attention was focused on Yuichi, he thought it was a flaw. Madara, who easily blocked Kaku's attack with one hand and grabbed him instead, asked calmly. The cyan light flickered. The first person to shoot was not Yuichi, but Kaku. Shave. One hand directly grabbed the cyan slashing wave, and under the surprised eyes of everyone in CP9, the slashing wave dissipated instantly. The person who needs to think about how to live now should be you. Tempest kicked. Is this the power called Six Forms? It seems that you don't think you are my opponent, then do it. Chapter 190 Proud Lord Madara, Marine arrives at this moment. There was no way for Yuichi to keep calm on his calm face. Catch Kaku's Tempest kick with nothing, just. How can that be? Kaku's strength is basically the strongest among CP9 except him. However, the opponent blocked it so easily without any effort. This is something he can't do by himself. Now it's not just Yuichi who is shocked, but Khalifa, Jabra and others are also staring at Madara in astonishment. But Madara was still very calm. What? Seeing you look surprised. He. Suddenly there was only Madara's laughter in the room. Jabra on the side doesn't believe how strong this guy is. Even if he is not tall, where can he go? Shave. The moment Jabra shot, he even directly activated his fruit ability. Transformed into a werewolf, Jabra directly used the Iron Body, 470, claws to grab Madara fiercely. However, Madara easily avoided Jabra's surprise attack with a small movement. While grabbing Kaku with one hand, he kicked Jabra's abdomen. A dull impact sounded, and the next second Jabra flew upside down. It directly hit the wall, smashing a big hole in the bookshelf, and at the same time, the body crashed through the wall and flew outside. A CP9 was sent flying in the blink of an eye. People in the audience seats were dumbfounded. The moment this person attacked just now, the speed was astonishingly fast, which was not at all the speed that ordinary people could catch with the naked eye. But even at this speed, the other party can easily dodge. It even seems that the other party is not serious yet. Yuichi swallowed silently. The enemy in front of him is more terrifying than he imagined. It seems that they are not the hunters this time. Instead, all these CP9s are prey. Suddenly Yuichi opened his eyes, fixed on Madara's figure firmly, and shouted violently at the same time, "Everyone, do it." The enemy in front of him is definitely not an opponent if he fights alone. Yuichi couldn't see through the opponent's strength, so he continued to let the opponent attack one by one to break the morale, so he might as well take advantage of the present. Maybe they can successfully defeat the opponent, and at worst, they can severely injure the opponent. There are other people on Ini's lobby. Although his strength is not very good, he can't let him leave this island so easily anyway. He must be trapped on this island. At the same time, everyone broke out with their fastest speed and jointly attacked Madara. Even Kaku, who was caught by Madara, turned his body suddenly, regardless of his right leg that was caught. Kicked the left leg towards Madara's face for another Tempest kick. Advertisement for a moment, the light in the room flickered continuously. The storm created by the dazzling figure, the papers on the bookshelf on the floor in the chest room quickly scrolled up to the sky. OT. After several dull impact sounds sounded. The people lying on the ground are all CP9. Madara himself stood in the center, pinching Yuichi's neck with one hand. Lift him up high. Madara looked at him and shook her head disdainfully. Too weak. Too weak. Why don't you guys use hockey? Speaking of which, Madara smiled. Could it be that you guys don't even know how to use hockey? Humph. Waste. Boom. Throwing Yuichi aside, for an enemy of Yuichi's level, Madara doesn't even seem to have the idea of killing him. What he cares about are those so-called S-level combat power. And Yuichi is now at best a B-level combat power. Although the level gap is not big, the strength gap is too big. Madara walked straight to Spandam. Spandam, with a runny nose, looked at his superhuman CP9s, all of whom were defeated. Even the strongest Yuichi was easily dealt with one hand. He was about to pee in fright, when had he seen such a terrifying person. Seeing Madara coming, he didn't want to treat him at all. If Yuichi and others are still small ants, then Spandam is simply a piece of shit to Madara. Hitting him is dirtying your hands, but Spandam didn't know that Madara wouldn't touch him, and Spandam, who was scared to death, hurriedly took out a golden phone bug from his pocket. Don't come here. I'm the commander of CP9. If you do something to me, the world government will not spare you. If you dare to attack me, I will launch Buster Call now and let Marine completely kill you. Madara stopped suddenly. He wasn't frightened by Spandam, but looked at the golden phone bug in the other's hand with some interest. A tool that looks like a living thing but can communicate over a distance is very interesting. Madara watched the other party raise his hand to take the phone bug from the other party's hand. But his action made Spandam think that he was going to do something to himself, so he used the golden phone bug without hesitation. The golden phone bug connected almost instantly, and the person who answered the phone, even Spandam didn't think of it. Advertisement Kong. How's the situation at Eni's lobby? Has the intruder been found? I don't know how Baijin's naughty phone bug directly hit Commander Kong, and Spandam was about to say something. Suddenly Madara turned on Mangekyo Sharingan and said with eyes. Let Spandam stand in place directly, unable to move, and at the same time it seems to have lost its soul. Like a wooden man, he stood there motionless with his eyes blank. And Madara took the microphone directly from his hand. Watch the golden phone bug. If you were looking for me, congratulations, I'm on this island. At this moment, a huge fleet of more than a dozen marine warships can be seen far away on the sea, heading towards Eni's lobby. On the leading warship, Kong stood at the bow. Listen to the voice on the other end of the phone bug. This guy stole Spandam's golden phone bug. Kong's expression became very dignified. Sure enough. You're still at Eni's lobby and haven't left yet. Madara. I've been here for a long time. Kong. It looks like you're not afraid that we'll find you. He. Madara chuckled. Of course, on the contrary, I am looking forward to your coming, and I hope you can send someone with better wrists. Don't let a group of trash bother me, or if I'm not happy, this island won't exist. Unexpectedly, at this time, the other party would actually threaten him with Eni's lobby's safety. Although he hasn't seen the other party with his own eyes, Kong can already feel the arrogance of the other party in his bones. It seems that he doesn't pay attention to any enemy 2.3 at all. Kong's temper is not very good either, since the other party is so arrogant, then he doesn't need to be so polite. Kong. Then you just wait. 10 minutes later, the strongman you were expecting will arrive, but I hope you will not regret it when the time comes. The slightly provocative statement made Madara find it interesting. Don't worry, I won't leave, I will wait for you on the top of the tallest building in Eni's lobby. If the strong man you sent doesn't satisfy me, then I will let him disappear with this island. Heck, the phone bug hung up. Kong turned and looked back at the three people behind him. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu all heard what they just said clearly. They stared at the Eni's lobby in the distance, arrogant invaders from Otherworld. Then let's see if you can continue to be so arrogant later. Chapter 191 The Collapsed Judicial Building, the war begins. The power of ninja, for San Admiral, has experienced so many world wars. They also have a clear understanding. Ninjas and melee abilities are inferior to them, but the most difficult thing about them is that weird ninjutsu. The real headache of ninjutsu is not its power. Rather, different ninjutsu have many strange effects. This is often an important factor for ninjas to turn the tide of battle. But that was before, and now I have fought ninjas so many times. Marine also felt that enough information had been collected, and the analysis of the ninja's fighting ability was relatively in-depth. The power called chakra in the other world is not to be feared at all. What's more, the three admirals shot together this time. It's not a big problem to take down a ninja from the opponent. The fleet slowly approached in the direction of Eni's lobby. After landing at Eni's lobby, marine soldiers quickly headed towards the island. And Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu strode towards the rear of Eni's lobby. The eyes of the three have been locked on the roof of the tallest building since they landed on the island. With the eyes of three people, even if 29 stands at the port. You can also vaguely see a figure standing on top of the tall building. There was also a pressured look from that position. Akainu walked through the gates with a cold face, and hurried towards the back of the island. The faces of Kizaru and Aokiji who followed him were also not very good looking. All three of them were burning with anger. This moment is in the eyes of the audience. 3. Admiral's aura is like a rainbow, even through the screen. You can feel the powerful aura that makes it difficult to calm down. Like billowing wolf flowers crushed from the air. Marine 3 Admiral's combat effectiveness is completely trustworthy, and the next thing to do is to see how long this invader can last in front of 3 Admiral. The people in Pirate World are full of confidence. And the people of Hokage World are worried. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara is strong though. But he was facing Marine 3 Admiral. They also know about these 3 people, and the 3 people who can drive lava, frost, and laser are extremely difficult to deliver. Even Master Sanin Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have said that Marine and Admiral should not be underestimated. Uchiha Madara has a great reputation, but there is no guarantee that he can easily deal with these 3 guys. When the 3 admirals passed through the gates and came across the Eni's lobby judicial building, Madara, who was sitting on the top of the building, slowly opened her eyes. Advertisement. He looked towards the 3 people standing on the bridge below. At this moment, an invisible sense of terror and oppression erupted. He crushed the 3 of them fiercely. People who also felt this amazing sense of oppression were those who saw this picture through the screen. This made the expressions of the 5 Kages in the Hokage world dignified. At this moment, only the wind echoed in my ears. Neither side made any sound immediately. A few seconds passed. Only then did Madara stand up slowly, and said with a smile on her face. The time is just right, you are very punctual. Akainu snorted coldly. You are also very courageous, you actually dare to sit here and wait for us. Madara shrugged. That's right, but when I see you with my own eyes, I'm a little disappointed. the so-called Marine Admiral, who has been judged to be an S-level fighter, doesn't look very good. Marine Admiral's combat effectiveness is not good. Maybe only Madara would say that, in Hokage's mind, the three admirals are not easy to deal with. They didn't dare to underestimate these three people, but Madara didn't look down on them. Onoki smiled. It's still the same as before, as arrogant as ever, Mr. Madara. Fourth Raikage sighed. I hope this guy doesn't screw up. While talking, suddenly Madara jumped down from above and landed straight in the direction of three admirals. It fell directly to within 2 meters of Akainu. Madara, who jumped from a high altitude, landed steadily, raised her head and looked at Akainu. This move made many people in the world on both sides feel shocked. Guy not taking the initiative to keep a distance also shortened the distance with these guys. Doesn't he know that the people in the other world use the power called Haki, which allows them to easily suppress them in terms of melee combat ability? However, what made the ninjas feel even more helpless was that Madara took a step forward. He looked at the three with extremely disdainful eyes. You are really pitifully weak. With your strength, I'm afraid it's impossible to even touch me. Facing Madara's repeated provocations, Akainu is not a good-tempered person, he couldn't bear it long ago. The hot lava erupted directly. In an instant, the magma that sprang out from his right arm emitted thick black smoke. The drops fell on the bridge, and the ground was burned and melted instantly. Akainu locked his eyes on Madara, raised his hand and punched it without hesitation. Then let me see how much strength you have to make you so arrogant. Great eruption. Boom. Advertisement in an instant, terrifying magma erupted. At the moment when Akainu burst into action suddenly, Madara just sneered softly. Turning over and backing away, the distance between him and Akainu was instantly opened. Lava swept almost against Madara's face. The terrible lava that directly hit the judicial building behind Madara directly blasted a huge hole. And the hissing sound of lava burning cement is still ringing around the cave. Madara, who dodged the shocking blow, remained calm on her face. What a pity. It almost hit me. The veins on Akainu's forehead popped up, and he raised his hand to attack again. Even now he didn't even think about whether his attack would destroy the judicial building in the rear. However, Aokiji rushed out suddenly, and the cold air froze the lava on the bridge. At the same time, Aokiji reminded Akainu, don't destroy Ini's lobby. As the words fell, a blue shadow flashed past and hit Madara. Frozen, Aditold. The ice was spreading rapidly on the ground, and Madara watched the ice 107 spread. Raise your hands and make a seal, fire style, the mighty fire is extinguished. Boom. The flame erupted against the invasion of frost in an instant, and even swept towards Aokiji with a crushing momentum. Suppress his own frozen fruit ability with flames. Flashes of golden light burst out. Golden flashes gathered above Madara's head. In midair behind him, Kizaru's light speed kick exploded in an instant. The intelligence officers on the Marine and Ini's lobby in the distance looked at the judicial building destroyed by Kizaru, and they felt a little helpless. Spread rapidly in the direction of Madara. Seeing that the flame was about to rush in front of him, Aokiji was about to retreat, and Akainu jumped out directly. It's just a flame. This was somewhat beyond Aokiji's expectations. Madara smiled coldly, jumped up and landed directly in the middle of the Ini's lobby building. Dark Hound. Stepping on the vertical building wall with both feet, the body is parallel to the ground and looking up at Akainu below. Magma is indeed stronger than flame. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light, Mr. Otherworld? Madara's expression suddenly changed. The lava erupted through the flames, and the lava, which could burn out even the flames, broke through Madara's sea of flames in an instant. Slowly turned his head. Boom. A light speed kick from Marine Admiral Kizaru directly caused the building to collapse rapidly from the middle. The roar broke out suddenly, and the Ini's lobby building was kicked down in half. Chapter 192 Scarlet Eyes, Huge Black Shadow in the Sky. The collapsed building fell towards the abyss below. At this moment, a black shadow jumped from the bottom of the collapsed building towards the roof of the opposite building at high speed. Everyone's eyes followed the shadow. It wasn't until he stood still that he was Madara. Marines are very shocked, able to dodge Mr. Kizaru's light speed kick. It didn't get hit. Can you even dodge a light speed kick? What is this pervert speed? Akainu's face also sank slightly. Kizaru's attack is not so easy to dodge. How did this guy do it? Looking at the collapsed building, the ninjas in the Hokage world felt relieved. As expected, the legendary ninja was able to dodge this blow. Unlike ordinary ninjas, Hokage is more concerned about the three admirals of Marine. Compared with before, the power of the three seems to have increased. They have been significantly enhanced. Not only their speed, but also the power of their attacks has also increased. Hiruzen sighed helplessly. They have won many World War victories, and their strength has become much stronger without knowing it. After he finished speaking, Terumi Mei also added, at least 1/3 of the power is increased than before. Now that the three of them are performing the same move, the power is not comparable to before. Is this the sublimation of the world? Chirp. In the light curtain, Kizaru, who was dodged from the attack, did not give up the attack, and continued to shoot laser beams towards Madara who was moving. But Madara just moved her body slightly, dodging his beam just right. This attack is really fast. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the roar sounded again, and the lava from Akainu struck. The lava turned into a vicious dog, jumped up from below and opened its huge mouth to bite the Madara wolf. Yet again Madara dodges easily. Jump onto the platform behind you. Immediately afterwards, the three of them also jumped directly to the roof, standing on the three pillars and locking onto Madara at the same time. Madara curled her lips. I said it all, you can't even touch me. There was a cold light in Aokiji's eyes, even he couldn't help being angry this time. This guy in front of me is crazy. The cold air gathered in Aokiji's palm. He slammed his palm to the ground. Ice Age. Ice crystals rapidly spread in the direction of Madara. At the same time, there was a terrifying heat wave in the air, and this hot wind blew on people's faces, causing skin burns in an instant. And after the heat wave is that terrible lava is hitting. The ground is covered with frost, and lava spreads in the sky. And it's not over yet. The laser beam pierces the lava and shoots wildly in Madara's direction. 3 admiral shots at the same time, this overwhelming attack. Advertisement let everyone who saw this scene be stunned for an instant. There's no way Madara can dodge such an attack. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted, and 3 admirals' attacks erupted simultaneously. The resulting explosion is astonishingly powerful. The terrifying storm spread from the roof in an instant. The marine soldiers in the rear couldn't help but swallowed. Because they were still several hundred meters away from the explosion, they could still feel the vibration from the ground. 3 admirals' attack power is a bit too amazing. People in the Hokage world are very worried now, and the attack power of the 3 together is not small. Even the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, can he escape? In the smoke of the explosion, suddenly Madara's voice sounded. Nice attack. Blocked all my hiding spaces, you still have some skills. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the billowing smoke on the light curtain. Is this blocked? Boom. The instantly spreading storm blew away the smoke. Madara opened her eyes, a pair of scarlet pupils. One after another floated around Madara's body, like ribs. There is a blue flame burning on it, and this thing, it's like a cage that keeps Madara in it. But it seems that because of this thing, Madara easily blocked the attack just now. Looking at the weird blue flames that made Madara easily block the joint attack of the 3 admirals and the strange skeleton. Everyone in One Piece world, including the 3 admirals, was full of doubts. What is it at this moment, the people in the Hokage world are not as surprised as the people in the pirate world. But for ninjas who have never seen this ability, this scene is equally impressive. What is that? Asked the young ninja. Faced with this kind of problem, only some senior ninjas who Uchiha is partially secretive know. If my guess is correct, it should be Uchiha Sharingan's ability, Susanoo. The young ninjas looked yearning. Susanoo, what a cool name. And this power is amazing. Such an attack can be easily defended. If these ninjas knew that the Susanoo currently cast by Madara is only a small part, not even a half-complete body. I don't know how surprised it will be. Now it's more about Madara's eyes. There were strange patterns in those eyes that were as red as blood. Advertisement just looking at such eyes feels like being attracted by some kind of force. The trio of Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu are now being attracted by the Mangekyo Sharingan. And at this moment Madara moved. It's not Madara's style to be beaten all the time and not fight back. The moment the body flicker technique starts, Madara's speed is unimaginable. The first target is Akainu. The moment she appeared in front of Akainu, Madara grabbed Akainu's neck directly. The palm containing chakra directly grasped the entity of Akainu. After Akainu reacted, he wanted to break free, but the next second Madara kicked him in the chest. An extremely cool blow that directly knocked Akainu, one of the 3 admirals, into the air. Aokiji followed closely behind. Taking a slight step, Aokiji, who was intimidated by Mangekyo Sharingan, waited until Madara shot him before recovering. He raised his hand to block Madara's attack, but the power of Madara's punch completely exceeded his imagination. Boom. Explosion of strange power. The pouring chakra made Aokiji spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. The body also shot straight and violently towards the rear. It directly smashed the pillar on the roof, falling towards the bottom. Faced with this situation, Kizaru did not retreat at all, but instead stepped forward and kicked Madara. And Madara, who also raised his right leg, counterattacked without showing any weakness. The moment he blocked Kizaru's kick, Madara grabbed his leg with a backhand. Step forward and get close to Kizaru's body, and a clean elbow knocks him out of the way, by Nuo Jiao. Leaving Madara standing where she was, she stared at the 3 falling people with an arrogant and indifferent expression on her face. That shadow looks like a ship. Bang bang. In the thick clouds, the thunderlight kept flickering. What is that? Just when all the audiences in the 2 worlds were stunned with their mouths wide open and speechless. Hokage World Tsunade looked at Madara, who had just punched Aokiji away. Tsunade felt that punch seemed a little weird. Then one after another looked towards the sky. Impossible. It seems to be somewhat similar to the strange power of the Senju clan. All 3 Marine Admirals were easily knocked into the air. But how could Madara have the strange power of the Senju clan? A blink of an eye, and the illuminated thunderlight illuminated a huge black shadow, and the black shadow quickly shuttled through the clouds. Impossible. How could the ship be in the sky? A thunderous sound exploded in the sky. The people of the 2 worlds were stunned. The thunder that fell straight down from above exploded directly in front of Madara. Chapter 193 The Proverbs of the Ark comes, excited Madara. Boom boom boom. Crackling, thunder and roar intertwined. It seems that there is a giant whale shuttling in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, and a golden light emerged from the clouds. Accompanied by the flickering of thunder, this extremely dazzling golden light increased little by little. The black giant shadow in the clouds disappeared little by little. What appeared in the sky instead was an incomparably huge golden ship. Proverbs of the Ark. The god's ship from Sky Island, a ship made of gold, is displayed in front of everyone in the world at this moment. The resplendent giant ship in the sky has many rotors to provide power, bringing this extremely huge golden ship into the sky. Watch the behemoth in the sky. Madara also has some differences. There is such a thing. This world is so interesting. In the world of Hokage, there is no such mobile tool that can fly in the air. However, in this world, there are not only vast and mysterious seas, but also many unprecedented fantasy places. Now there is such a magical flying tool again, ship in the sky. It makes Madara feel like she has stepped into the world of fairy tales. The three admirals who fell from the top of the building to the bottom all changed their falling trajectories in midair and landed smoothly. But now they have no time to care about why Madara's power is so terrifying. They were also staring at the huge ship in the sky in shock. Even the 160 governments of the world don't have this thing. What is this? The people below couldn't see who was on the boat. But the audience of Hokage World and Pirate World have already seen the picture on the ship through the light curtain. On the golden ship. On the golden seat made of gold, Enel, the god of thunderfruit, appeared in everyone's field of vision. The unique shape and the thunder and lightning constantly erupting from his body made people slightly surprised. Is this guy physically discharging? Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? What kind of fruit did he eat? His body can emit lightning. But it wasn't just Enel who was surprised. The second face that appeared was also surprising. Flying Pirate's Golden Lion Shiki. This guy is also using the ability of lion fruit to speed up the movement of proverbs. He and Enel were one at the stern and the other at the bow, and with the joint efforts of the two, the transfer speed of this behemoth was amazing. In the auditorium of Pirate World, there are also many reporters. Advertisement. Although they can't feed back what they saw in time, they are now frantically planning how to write a report that shocks the world after they go back. Golden Lion Shiki. This pirate who was once able to compete with Roger the Pirate King was actually on a golden, CJFG, ship. It wasn't just Shiki who was surprising, however. The appearance of the Black Arm Zephyr appeared below, and the appearance of the Black Arm Zephyr once again made the reporters crazy. Marine's former admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, actually acted together with the pirates. This is an impossible scene. And beside Zephyr, a familiar figure slowly appeared in the light curtain. Yuichi. The new emperor of the sea. He seems to be with Black Arm Zephyr? Waiting for the appearance of Yuichi from the Five Emperors Alliance here means that. No need for them to guess. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Redhead Shanks. One after another appeared. It seems that there is not enough space on the light curtain. However, this is not over yet, and the people who are shown on the screen one by the light curtain will follow. They are all big pirates under the command of the four emperors. Under Whitebeard, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jazzy. Kaido's subordinates are Flame Ember, Plague Quinn, Jack the Drow. Big Mom's three dessert generals, Flower Minister Kata Curry, Cookie Minister Cracker, Juice Minister Smoothie. Redhead Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasop, Lackey Road. These pirates are all big pirates with a reward of over 1 billion. And then the pirates who flashed by one were all pirates with the same powerful combat power under the four emperors. However, compare the three major powers under the four emperors. They don't appear to be that interesting anymore. But this also depends on the situation. In other cases, although the cadres under the four emperors are not as powerful as the three major forces. But they are also able to stand on their own. There are 100 people on board, and everyone seems to be a rookie who can handle it casually. This group of people gathered together, and the aura they exuded made people feel a violent tremor in their hearts. Accompanied by the slow drop in height of the ship. That terrifying momentum was like a mountain being slowly crushed down. Makes me feel a little out of breath. Below, Madara's face was filled with excitement. 1, 2, 3, 4 he kept muttering, because the light curtain he summoned showed that there were no fewer than 18 people on that ship who were judged to have S-class combat effectiveness. Advertisement. The more S-level combat power that is supported by defeating, the more rewards he will receive from the integration of the world. This is a great gift for Madara. How could he not be excited? Just don't get too excited. He even wants to activate his ability to make that damned golden ship land a little bit. He can't wait to get started. He will not let go of anyone on this boat and will kill them all. Madara's eyes released pure killing intent. The strong men of this world. Come and deal with me, Uchiha Madara. HMPH. No matter how many of you there are, I, Uchiha Madara, will kill all of you. Whitebeard and others have already felt the strong killing intent emanating from Madara. This killing intent made Whitebeard couldn't help feeling. What a terrible killing intent. The guy below doesn't look simple. Of course it's not easy. Yuichi smiled lightly. This is the big booze Uchiha Madara from the world of Hokage. Even if Whitebeard and others face Madara, Yuichi doesn't think they can stabilize Madara. And more importantly, what stage is Madara in now? If Madara activates Rinnegan, even if the four emperors join forces, it will be extremely difficult to deal with Madara. The power of the Rinnegan alone is already extremely difficult to deal with. Madara's Rinnegan also has special abilities, matching the Tomside prison. Even Yuichi doesn't know if he can deal with this trick now. But Yuichi isn't worried, because even if there's no way to defeat Madara, just stop him from completing the invasion mission. And what is Madara's invasion mission now Yuichi already knows. The moment he came to Eni's lobby, Yuichi felt a change on the small light screen. What exactly is the invasion mission of the intruder Uchiha Madara is revealed lightly everywhere. And Yuichi seems to understand the task introduction. The core of the mission is to keep the Eni's lobby from being destroyed. If defeating the supporters is the way to increase rewards, then whether the task is completed or not is determined by whether the Eni's lobby is destroyed. As long as the safety of Eni's lobby is guaranteed, no matter how many people Madara defeats, the mission will not be considered complete. Proverbs descend slowly. Yuichi also moved his neck slightly. Facing the big boos of the Hokage world, you can't be careless. However, at this time Kaido couldn't wait anymore. Let me see how strong this guy is. Invaders from Otherworld. HMPH, it's good to be able to block Marine Admiral. Said Kaido has jumped directly. Now the Proverbs is at least a few thousand meters above the ground, but Kaido jumped down without hesitation. As expected of a man who jumped off Sky Island to die. Chapter 194 Uchiha's Power, Weak over Strong Boom Buzz. Falling from a height of thousands of meters. The acceleration generated by Kaido's huge body falling is extremely amazing. When the people on the Eni's lobby below saw someone jumping off the boat. I was a little confused at first. Who is this? Fell off the boat. At such a high height, it will be smashed into meat. However, before he finished speaking, Kaido, who had already landed, slammed heavily in front of the two people who were talking about him. The sound of the impact exploded. The two were knocked down by the ground shaking. However, Kaido, who fell in front of them, sank into the ground even though a large part of his body fell into the ground. But he was not injured, and he looked at the two Marines who had fallen to the ground with his big eyes. Seeing Marine Kaido was not very pleasant, he raised his hand buried in the soil with a cold snort. Supporting the ground on both sides, he lifted his body up. Hopping to the ground and moving his body, Kaido's bones rattled. The mouth corners of the ninjas in Hokage world twitched. Is this still human? Falling from such a high place, there is nothing wrong with it? Obviously a big hole has been smashed, but I am not injured at all. This guy's body structure is probably different from ordinary people. Whether Kaido's body structure is different from ordinary people is unknown. But this guy's body is indeed stronger than steel. Ben, who stood on the roof and watched Kaido fall to the ground unscathed, also looked at Kaido with great interest. Oh, not bad, it's okay to fall from such a high place. It seems that this time there is a guy who can make me a little more serious. When Madara was speaking, Kaido below also looked up at Madara above. He grinned and stared at Madara like a beast stalking its prey. It is extremely unpleasant to be looked at by someone like this. It's really a terrifying gaze like a beast. Saying that, Madara's voice changed, but you have found the wrong prey. Shua, Madara's figure instantly disappeared from the roof. A series of afterimages appeared in the air, and Madara jumped down from the roof and landed directly 10 meters away from Kaido. With her arms crossed, Madara looked at Kaido with a look of aloofness. This D Kaido off. Pretentious ninja shit. I hope I don't cry for a while. Hold the mace at your waist with your backhand. Kaido has no intention of talking nonsense with the other party. This is to do it directly, seeing that he is ready to make a move. Madara wasn't nervous at all, but at this moment, the audience in both worlds couldn't help but get nervous. Advertisement people in the Hokage world worry that Madara is no match for Kaido. After all, the opponent has the title of the strongest creature in the world, and he just fell from a height of several thousand meters without any injuries. This also proves that this guy is a humanoid monster, so the enemy is not easy to deal with. And people in One Piece world are also worried about whether Kaido of the Beasts can defeat this mysterious powerhouse. Just now, the opponent easily repelled 3 Marine Admirals. Moreover, the posture he showed was relaxed and comfortable, and he was able to handle the joint attack of Marine and Admiral with ease. It doesn't look like it's trying its best. People in both worlds are worried about people in their own world. But the battle has begun. First up is Kaido. Madara didn't move for a long time, and Kaido didn't want to wait any longer. Since the opponent doesn't want to take the initiative to attack, Kaido is not polite. Hockey twine. The mace swung violently. Boom. A stick hit Madara's position. The ground was cracked and dust and smoke were everywhere, and the shattered stones were splashed out towards the surroundings. Looking up, Kaido looked at the empty ground in front of him. Turning around instantly, Madara appeared behind Kaido. You ninjas, do you only know how to crawl around like a loach? Madara, who was going to say something, changed slightly when she heard this sentence. There was a cold light in his eyes. Okay, then I will show you the power of Uchiha. Hearing this, Kaido snorted coldly, a smile flashed in his eyes. Don't hide anymore, want to head with yourself? #T. Lifting the heavy mace with one hand, Kaido's extraordinary haki instantly diffuses and wraps around the mace. Haki's burst of black thunder flickered wildly. In an instant, the surrounding airflow began to change drastically. The fluctuations spreading from the mace became more and more violent. While the movement caused by Haki was shocking, Kaido moved. Kaido, wielding a mace, fixed his eyes firmly on Madara's figure. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Cracking, sizzling. The roaring sound and the sound of black thunder and lightning bursting together, swept towards Madara in an instant. Intense Haki fluctuations swept like raging waves. Facing Kaido's attack, Madara didn't retreat at all, and he really didn't plan to dodge. Chakra exploded around his legs, and Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Advertisement. His eyes saw through Kaido's blow for a split second. Haki's power is layered on top of each other, and it is indeed extremely violent. Ask for flowers. Oh, if you don't use any skill to collide with this force head-on, Madara will not have good fruit. But he saw the opening of Haki in Kaido's attack. Kicked directly to this place. Everyone watched as Madara used her own flesh and blood to try to forcefully challenge Kaido of the beast's thundering 8 trigrams. Even the ninjas in the world of Hokage couldn't help but spit it out. Is this sending you to death? Chakra is no match for Haki in melee combat. Doesn't Madara even know this? Just when the ninjas couldn't figure out what Madara was thinking and why he did this. Madara hit the mace with one kick, and the moment he touched Kaido Haki's power. The strong impact made Madara also clearly feel how strong the so-called Haki's power is. But he didn't panic in the slightest, and at the moment of lightning, he used the power of chakra to pull the surging power of Haki on the mace. Zero changed direction. Boom! The mace hit the ground heavily, and the ground exploded instantly. And Madara raised her head while stepping on the mace and looked at Kaido, who was holding the mace tightly in front of her with a shocked face. At this moment, when I saw Madara defuse the attack of Kaido of the beasts in this posture. Whitebeard et al. On Proverbs also frowned. Shanks couldn't help sighing. What a subtle blow. Compared to Kaido, his strength is like an egg hitting a rock. Obviously he should be smashed to pieces, but he used terrifying skills to let the power that was not enough to shake Kaido Haki instantly change the direction of Kaido's impact. What a terrible enemy. Now Shanks is very afraid of Madara. This move alone is enough to prove that the person in front of him is an out-and-out strongman. Top powerhouse. Yuichi listened to Shanks' words and smiled lightly. That's Lord Madara, although Chakra's increase in strength is not as terrifying as Haki. But the pupil technique possessed by this man happens to be the nemesis of physical technique. With the insight of Madara's pupil technique, it is not too surprising to see through the flaws of Kaido's tricks. However, Shanks and others obviously don't know how terrifying the power of the pupil technique is. The marine soldiers who witnessed this scene with their own eyes. His eyes were so wide that they almost fell out of their sockets. That was the attack of Kaido of the beasts. He stepped on it casually. Did I have an illusion? Such a terrifying attack was blocked so easily? At this moment, even the 3 admirals who came over were stunned when they saw this scene. 7. Chapter 195. Return to Marine's invitation. Susanoo opens. Now, the entire Enies lobby except for the slowly descending voice of the Arc Proverbs. All other sounds seemed to disappear. Countless eyes looked at the 2 people in the fight. Madara steps on Kaido's mace. With an extremely contemptuous smile on his face. What? Is this the power of the strongest creature in the world? Is the Pirate Emperor only at this level? Still amazed that the opponent actually broke his thunder 8 trigrams. Madara's sarcasm can be heard. The veins on Kaido's face popped instantly. The powerful Haki undulates, and at the same time as he lifts up the mace, he also throws Madara, who is stepping on the mace, flying. Madara, who rotated quickly in the air and landed steadily, still performed with ease. But when he landed, Kaido took a step, and the figure rushed over like a thunderbolt. Boom buzz. With one blow, the ground shook continuously. But Madara dodged quickly, and at the same time, Mangekyo's 163 eyes once again saw Kaido's next attack. One step forward. Madara is extremely fast. He jumped up and kicked Kaido in the chest. There was a dull impact sound. Kaido's movements only paused for a moment, and he was completely unharmed in the face of Madara's attack. Ha ha ha. It's like scratching an itch. You ninjas are too weak. I don't care about such an attack at all. As he spoke, he waved his mace and began to attack continuously. But Madara keeps dodging. Kaido's attack is very strong, and every stick after Haki is entangled has a shocking power. Can't hit the target. No matter how strong the attack power is, it's useless. Just like the current Kaido, he drove Madara to attack wildly, with roaring waves one after another. The ground is constantly being destroyed, and the surrounding buildings are also affected. But Madara avoided all attacks perfectly, and at the same time selectively counterattacked, constantly testing Kaido's defense. Both of them moved extremely quickly. The battle scene is very intense, but in the eyes of those who really understand, this kind of battle is meaningless. Above Proverbs in the sky, Yuichi also didn't want to wait any longer. He glanced back at Enel and Shiki, who were controlling the slow descent of the proverb. I'll go down and have a look too. I really want to fight against such a powerful enemy. Yuichi raised his legs and jumped out without waiting for a reply from the 2 of them. But it's different from Kaido's way of falling directly from a high altitude. Advertisement. Yuichi stepped on the path formed by the invisible spirit particles out of thin air, and swept down at a very fast speed. It even looks like a dive, but Yuichi's speed is still accelerating. It took almost one breath for Yuichi to land smoothly. The footsteps landed lightly on the roof beside him. The appearance of Yuichi made Madara, who was fighting Kaido fiercely, even more excited. Here comes another not easy guy. Then don't get entangled with this big man who only knows how to use brute force. Thinking in her heart, Madara suddenly stopped, and the falling mace was about to hit the middle class. Suddenly a huge bone-shaped palm grabbed Kaido's mace. Susanoo, on. The blue chakra is burning, and from the upper right corner of the skeleton formed around Madara's body, a skeleton of a right arm emerges, holding Kaido's weapon tightly. Kaido's eyes widened when he saw this weird bone. This force completely suppressed his haki. Admiral looked a little dignified at the moment. That ability, isn't it just defense? Aokiji said in surprise. The phantom like a skeleton is slowly emerging, overwhelming Madara. It seems that this ability is not just a simple defensive ability at all, but a powerful ability that integrates offense and defense. Not only can it ensure the safety of the other party, but it can also be used for attacks. Sure enough, this guy hadn't used his full strength before. But even without using all their strength, they were able to repel the three of them at the same time. This man's strength is very strong, it's terrifyingly strong. Even compared to a sea emperor like Kaido, it seems to be better. The first form of Susanoo is on, and the power of Susanoo in the skeleton form is not yet the strongest. But Madara's use of this ability has already amazed countless people. Yuichi's eyes fixed on Madara's figure. The right hand slowly grabbed Zanpakuto Senbon at his waist. Uchiha Madara, the big booze from the Hokage world, can use him to confirm what level Yuichi himself is in the Hokage world. It can also make Yuichi prepare for the future world war. But the moment Yuichi holds the handle of the Zanpakuto Senbon, the two breaths locked on him. Inaccurately speaking, it should be 3 breaths. Yuichi suddenly bent in the other direction. The two suddenly jumped up from the ground and landed on the roof opposite Yuichi. The two houses are only 10 meters apart. Advertisement. And these two people are naturally not ordinary soldiers, but Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku. Yuichi softly called their names. Garp and Sengoku standing opposite looked at Yuichi with complicated expressions. Garp sighed, squinting at his old buddy Sengoku. Sengoku beside him is watching Yuichi now, thinking of the plan in his heart. He is assessing whether it can be realized. After a few seconds of silence, Sengoku said slowly, Yuichi, you can come back. I've already talked to the 5 elders. They promise they won't make a fuss about the tail beast chakra on you. That power can belong to you. Come back, Marine needs you. Say this out loud. At this moment, the eyes of people from both worlds shifted from Madara and Kaido who were fighting to Yuichi. Marine wants to recruit Yuichi back. This doesn't matter to people in Hokage world, but it does to people in One Piece world. Especially ordinary people, this makes them very concerned. Marine Yuichi, Pirate Yuichi, ordinary people naturally prefer Marine Yuichi. After all, Marine is a defender of justice, but when many people looked at Yuichi expectantly, Yuichi showed an unruly smile the moment this expression appeared. So easy to cheat, it can be seen that this person is older than the two, and at the same time, his momentum is much stronger. Give yourself a blank check and try to get yourself back into Marine? Yuichi is no 3-year-old kid, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Kong. Suddenly Yuichi's voice sounded 1.9. It doesn't matter whether I go back or not. For me, the purpose of fighting is to become stronger. It doesn't matter if I'm in Marine or not. Then Yuichi, go back to the Marine. The previous situation will never happen again, and after you go back to the Marine, you will also be the core candidate for the next Marine Marshal. Yuichi. He stands behind both Sengoku and Garp. Yuichi shook his head, no need. Seeing Yuichi's decisive decision, another person jumped up at this time. Being a pirate is quite free. Originally, he thought it should not be too difficult, but now it seems that the difficulty of this matter is higher than he imagined. Could it be that he really has been thinking hard about leaving Marine? Although Yuichi has never met the other party, he has already guessed who the other party is. Sengoku's eyes lit up again. Sengoku seemed a bit disappointed. He managed to convince 5 elders, and took over the task of convincing Yuichi to return to Marine. What is this? Chapter 196-3 Marine Legends, Senbon Sakura 3rd Scene. Although the appearance of Kong is not a surprise. But this seems to represent a signal. Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp sent a friendly signal to Yuichi, and now Kong appeared. Slowly and maliciously from beginning to end, although Kong also showed a look of unbearable in his eyes. But a commander-in-chief of the 3 armies will not make changes because of personal emotions. This is impossible. Kong looked at Yuichi, his inner emotions were also very complicated. A guy who could have grown into an excellent Marine soldier, and maybe even a Marine Marshal in the end. In the end, he became Marine's biggest enemy. Such a change is a pity even for Kong. But it doesn't matter what he thinks, what matters are the 5 elders' orders. Garp and Sengoku fought for a chance at the 5 elders, Yuichi turned it down. It doesn't take much time to get from Naval Headquarters to Eni's lobby. With special currents, Marine should have arrived here last night. But to wait for Sengoku and Garp. The two came from the Holy Land of Mariajoy in order to persuade Yuichi face to face. hoping to bring Yuichi back to Marine, but the result is not satisfactory. Yuichi made a decisive 29, which forced Kong to come out. Circumstances now left him with another order from the 5 elders. Yuichi. Kong looked at Yuichi. If you refuse to return to the Marine, then you are the enemy of the Marine, and you must hand over your power. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled disdainfully. In the end, I still care about chakra of one-tail Shukaku. Looking at the slightly mocking smile on Yuichi's face, Kong didn't want to explain anything. What 5 elders care about is indeed Yuichi's tailed beast chakra. This is an undeniable fact, but Sengoku and Garp's efforts made the 5 elders really agree to give up. There was even a promise made if Yuichi came back to Marine and was really a solid guy. Then the 5 elders will never pursue the tailed beast chakra either. After all, a person who can guarantee the safety of the world government and who is sincerely willing to work for Marine. Also worth rewarding, even if that reward is the tailed beast chakra. Boom. Suddenly on the other side Susanoo of Madara forced Kaido back. Advertisement. He turned to look in Yuichi's direction. Madara overheard their conversation just now. Now Madara said with a sneer on her face. It seems that no matter which world you are in, there are quite a few people peeking at the powerful power. As he said that, he looked at Yuichi with great interest. From a hero to the target of everyone shouting and beating, your experience is a bit like mine, boy. Looking at Madara's appearance, it seems that she feels the same as herself. Yuichi also smiled. Kaido. Is that so? If it weren't for the fact that we are people from different worlds, I would really like to sit down with you and talk. Maybe we will become friends. Hearing this, Madara laughed loudly. It's really a pity. We are people from different worlds. Then let's fight, kid. I'm very concerned about your strength. Saying that, Yuichi was also about to pull out the Zanpakuto from his waist. However, at this time 3 admirals appeared. They were between Yuichi and Madara. Both Yuichi and Madara frowned at the same time. Garp's voice sounded behind him. Yuichi, think about it again. Do you really want to be a pirate? Garp was already showing a hint of anger, although he didn't understand why Yuichi didn't agree to go back to Marine, but he didn't have a good temper with the pirate Garp. Yuichi looked back at Garp. If I say yes, do you want to fight me, Mr. Garp? Garp's eyes widened. If you really want to be a pirate, nation will kill you here. His friend Sengoku offended the 5 elders for Yuichi. And Yuichi's current performance makes Garp feel that Yuichi has completely failed Sengoku's kindness. He was quite angry. Sengoku sighed silently at the side. Yuichi, if you really don't plan to go back to Marine, you can't become a pirate either. There was already a hint of order in Sengoku who said this. This means that if Yuichi disagrees, then he will do it. And Yuichi doesn't like others to force him to order what to do. Yuichi's gaze also started to turn cold. HMPH, my decision is not something Mr. Sengoku can change. Hearing this, Aokiji couldn't help turning his head. He was very depressed why Yuichi didn't listen to persuasion at all now. Sengoku stared at Yuichi blankly for tens of seconds. Seeing that Yuichi's eyes didn't change, he sighed helplessly. Then Yuichi. If you insist on being a pirate, no matter what price you pay today, we must bring you back to naval headquarters. Speaking of Garp, Kong, and Sengoku himself, the momentum of the 3 of them suddenly changed. Enter the battle state. 2 marine legends, plus a marine living fossil. Although their bodies are gradually aging and their strength is not as good as before, don't forget that Pirate World has won many world wars. After the victory of the World War, their bodies recovered to a certain extent. Advertisement, although it has not yet returned to its peak state. But like Whitebeard, the physical condition regressed 15 or 16 years. This means that the 3 of them are not old men without fighting power. It's just an elderly person who still has spare energy. Yuichi smiled and didn't pay attention to the 3 of them, but turned to look at Madara. It seems that our battle will have to wait a little longer. Madara was stunned for a moment and nodded lightly. I'm waiting for you. I have plenty of time, and it's not like I don't have anyone to accompany me in activities now. The Marines and Admirals in front of him were much more angry than the ones above. Madara wasn't going to be able to get rid of them right away, either. Madara is willing to wait for herself, which Yuichi finds funny. But now it's even more interesting. Open black lens bracket task announcement, close black lens bracket. 170 Dignity of Nobility. Open black lens bracket. Since you were oppressed, there is no room for turning back if you choose to leave close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Defeat Sengoku, Garp, Kong. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. Open Senbon Sakura. 3rd scene. Final scene. White Emperor sword, in advance. It seems that Byakuya Kuchiki is also angry. The dignity of the nobility cannot be trampled on. What Yuichi didn't expect was that the reward was to open the 3rd island of Senbon Sakura in advance. The power of the final scene Mighty Sword is quite terrifying. Now Yuichi's template awakening progress is only a little bit away from being able to open Senbon Sakura's 2nd scene. Phase 3 Marine Legends. Perhaps this time, it may not be possible to directly break through the character template to 70%. Yuichi's fighting spirit is running high, just at this very moment. Crackling, a thunderbolt fell from the sky suddenly. It landed directly in front of Yuichi. The thunder from the sky caused the expressions of the 3 of Sengoku to change slightly. But in the next second, the thunder and lightning gathered into a figure. God Enel appeared, holding a golden trident in his hand, looking at the three people in front of him. Yo-yo. Is this the Marine from Shanghai? What do you want to do to our leader? Leader? Yuichi froze for a moment. At this time, another breath appeared on the side. Sengoku, Garp. Long time no see. Hearing this voice, the two raised their heads at the same time. Watching Golden Lion Shiki sneering as he floats in midair. Chapter 197 Thunder Fruit Ability User, under Yuichi's command. The Golden Lion floating quietly in the sky. His presence surprised both Sengoku and Garp. Shiki. How are you here? Surprised. Sengoku has disappeared since Golden Lion escaped impelled down. However, in Sengoku's view, the Golden Lion who lost his legs should have hid somewhere in the world to lick his wounds. And he has lost the glory he once had. At most he can be regarded as a remnant of the old era. Don't worry too much about it. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion Shiki appeared in Eni's lobby today. It's not easy anymore. I feel that the pirates appearing on the Eni's lobby at this time are all fighting forces under the command of the Sea Emperors. And the appearance of Golden Lion here, does it mean that he is also a pirate surrounded by someone? But is it possible? With the nature of a Golden Lion, how could he be willing to be inferior to others? Why am I here? Of course it's because I, the Golden Lion, are now a member of the Five Emperors Alliance. As he said, he glanced at Yuichi who was on the side. Our leader is still being targeted by you, so as a subordinate, can I watch you do something to our leader? Leader? Both Sengoku and Garp immediately turned their attention to Yuichi. Could it be that this guy really made people like Golden Lion submit willingly? How is this possible? Of course, Yuichi is very talented and strong, even if he is comparable to Whitebeard and others, it's no big deal. There will always be one or two monsters in an era. Maybe Yuichi is the monster, but Yamato is strong enough to make a proud person surrender. These are two different things and two different concepts. How did it work? The people of Qinghai look very strong, I just want to try it in this sea area, what level am I? At this time Enel's voice sounded. He stands in front of Yuichi with a golden trident in his hand and a strange attire on his back. In addition, when he appeared earlier, he was accompanied by thunder and lightning. This made him very eye-catching. Now that Enel finished speaking, thunder and lightning erupted immediately. The crackling thunder made people pay more attention. Enel, who instantly disappeared as a lightning bolt, formed a bolt of lightning in the air, shooting towards Garp extremely fast. Immediately afterwards, he appeared in front of Garp in an instant, waving the golden trident in his hand, with terrifying thunder and lightning flowing on it. Instantly stabs Garp. His attack is very sudden and fast, the speed of thunder and lightning is not a joke. Advertisement but facing Garp, although this speed surprised Garp, it was nothing. Raise one arm across the chest, Haki covers the arm. Ding. Zzz. The collision of Raiden and Haki, Enel's lightning-like thrust, did not hurt Garp. However, his shot stunned the countless marine soldiers around him. The weapons in his hands even fell to the ground. He just became Raiden, a marine soldier with his mouth wide open and his eyes staring wide open spoke. Although the other marine soldiers around did not make a sound, they all thought of one thing. In this sea, the ability to move in a certain energy form can only be achieved by the ability users who eat the Logia fruit. And the natural energy just now was thunder and lightning. So that means, is this guy an ability user of Logia? And is it still Logia's Raiden, a Raiden fruit capable user? Thunderbolt. Compared with the three admirals' fruit abilities, it's nothing at all. Hearing this, the marine generals, who understand what thunder and lightning mean, couldn't help but speak. Not only is it not weak, thunder and lightning can almost be said to be a Logia fruit ability user, the most terrifying ability of destructive power. Even the destructive power of Akainu Admiral's Lava fruit ability is superior to him. And the mobility of thunder is not comparable to that of Lava fruit. Almost perfect ability. Zzz. Enel's thunder continued to erupt, rushing along the golden trident towards Garp's body. Although Garp's Haki was able to block Enel's attack, he couldn't completely block the intrusion of lightning. At the same time, the paralyzing effect brought by the lightning also made Garp feel his arm gradually lose consciousness. Garp's heart froze, and suddenly he burst out a Haki shockwave, knocking Enel back. Turning over in the air and turning into a thunderbolt, Enel immediately lost his strength and returned to Yuichi's side, carrying the golden trident on his shoulders. With a faint smile, what a strong Haki, HMPH, how dare a young brat dare to attack this old man. Bump. This time it was Garp who took the initiative to attack. Although he didn't have the fruit ability, Garp's current physical condition has regressed by more than 10 years. Garp's strength at this time is quite terrifying. Even if it's not yet at its peak, the speed of the instant burst is not much better than that of Enel, who has the ability to thunder. In an instant, he rushed to Enel, and an iron fist hit him directly. Advertisement. Enel frowned, his body turned into lightning and instantly moved to the right to avoid the attack. At the same time, the thunder in his hand exploded, and terrifying thunderbolts fell in the sky around Enel. It was directly absorbed by him, poured into the golden trident in his hand, and the golden trident instantly turned red. The red trident thunderbolt explodes. Enel locked his eyes on Garp. Spear of Thor. Crackling, the trident that pops out at the moment of thunder burst hits Garp. Garp's reaction was not slow at all, although the light from the lightning burst was very dazzling. But he turned around and swung a punch in a blink of an eye. Before the strong Haki wave had time to explode, it immediately collided with Enel's attack. Raiden and Haki constantly collided with each other, and an astonishing roar erupted. And at this moment, the terrifying aftermath suddenly swept away. The strong wind lifted Yuichi's cloak, but the next second the light faded, and the red golden trident was blocked by Garp's iron fist. The two looked at each other and sparks erupted in the air. Bang bang. Shocked by the impact, Garp took 5 or 6 steps back to stabilize his figure. But at this moment, Enel suddenly exploded with more thunder, and he still wants to attack. Although, Zhao Liaohao, Logia's lightning power is very powerful, but this guy's use of the fruit ability is also amazing. And Enel was sent flying, but instantly turned into lightning in the air and moved to a place 10 meters away, directly removing the impact through elementalization. Although at his age, with the help of fruit power, he may be able to fight against Marine's legendary Marine Garp without losing the wind. Marine hero Garp pins down a terrifying Logia thunder user with his bare hands, using only the power of Haki. Yuichi smiled and didn't say anything, just said, "This is my battle." Enel looked at Yuichi helplessly. "I can handle this guy. This strength also makes people feel unbelievable, brother." Suddenly Yuichi's voice came, and Enel, who was about to strike, stopped, and the thunder on his body gradually dissipated. This is not inferior to Marine Admiral's combat effectiveness at all, which surprised many people in the audience. Speed, strength, and destructive power are all excellent. Also performed well. This power has amazed countless people. As the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, Yuichi actually has such a Logia ability user as his subordinate. Even more surprising, however, is Thunder Enel. And now looking at the two people who stopped, everyone suddenly remembered one thing. Enough Enel. This guy is under Yuichi. Chapter 198 The Power of the New Emperor, the most terrifying hero. Although Enel didn't quite understand Yuichi's words. What is this is his fight? But Yuichi didn't seem to want him to do it, so Enel shrugged and walked back. Aerial Golden Lion Shiki glanced at Yuichi. "Are you really going to deal with them alone?" Yuichi nodded. "Ah." Seeing that Yuichi was unwilling to say anything more, Golden Lion guessed in his heart. Guess Yuichi wants to break up with Marine. So this is really Yuichi's fight and they shouldn't be involved. At this time, the black arm Zephyr who appeared behind Yuichi and walked slowly attracted everyone's attention. The roar of the huge mechanical arm put pressure on the surrounding soldiers. Though the young sailors don't know the black arm Zephyr. But some Marine generals looked at Zephyr who suddenly appeared in great surprise. Teacher. The former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, who once served as the chief instructor of the Marine, is unknown to ordinary sailors but among Marine generals. There are quite a few people who used to be students of Zephyr. Listening to the generals calling the comers teacher. The soldiers were very surprised. Who is this person? He was able to make Rear Admiral and even several Vice Admirals call him teacher. Zephyr came to Yuichi's side. He first glanced at Garp and Sengoku who were opposite, and when looking at them, Zephyr's gaze was very complicated. But it disappeared quickly. "Looking at you, 580, I originally said that I would come to help, but now it seems that you want to make a break." Finished. Yuichi didn't mean that, but he didn't want to explain either. The default is the best choice. Seeing that Yuichi didn't speak, Zephyr patted Yuichi on the shoulder. "Then this battle is up to you to resolve." Zephyr. Suddenly Sengoku stopped him. When the word Zephyr sounded, the soldiers around were stunned for a moment. In a trance, they felt as if they had heard the name somewhere. "When did you hang out with pirates too?" Sengoku questioned Zephyr, regardless of whether Zephyr defected from Marine, but Sengoku imagined that Zephyr would not be willing to become a pirate. Because his family died at the hands of pirates, Zephyr's hatred for pirates will probably never disappear. Zephyr, who was about to step back, stopped. "What are you trying to say?" Sengoku. Sengoku was very puzzled when he didn't get a reply from Zephyr. Advertisement. It stands to reason that Zephyr should sternly deny it, but this attitude seems to prove that this guy is really a pirate. "Are you a pirate now?" Hearing that Zephyr did not avoid the question this time, he nodded directly. "That's right, now Neo Marine is officially merged into the Pirate Emperor Yuichi's command." "What?" Sengoku stared blankly at him. This guy Zephyr actually became a pirate. How did Yuichi convince him? Regardless of whether it is Golden Lion or Zephyr, what method do you use to make these two guys willing to become his subordinates against his will? The soldiers on the side looked at Sengoku who was losing his composure. The soldiers were very curious. "Master Vice Admiral, who is this man named Zephyr?" Vice Admiral, who was asked, glanced at the sea soldier who asked the question. "Who is Zephyr?" "Good question." He opened his mouth. "Black Arm Zephyr, former Marine Admiral, Chief Instructor of Naval Headquarters Marine. Many generals in Marine are his disciples. Even Mr. Marine Admiral Kizaru and Mr. Aokiji were once disciples of Mr. Zephyr." This news is even more shocking. A former Marine Admiral. So that means this Zephyr is a Marine of the same era as Sengoku and Mr. Garp. And the strength is naturally needless to say. But how did the former Marine Admiral become a pirate? Even if he retires, he shouldn't have left Marine. The soldiers wanted to ask this question, but they looked at the gloomy faces of the generals. They also feel that it is best not to ask this question. At this moment, the pirates of One Piece world in the auditorium suddenly thought of a question. "Wait. The former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, plus the Golden Lion Shiki who fought against the Pirate Roger, and the Lobia Lightning-capable user, the strength of these three is completely comparable to that of a general. Speaking of which, the people around began to react. There are many pirates in the auditorium. These pirates also suddenly realized one thing. Shinwang, Yuichi. This guy who has just become the new Emperor of the Sea has gathered three major powers under his command. Black Arm Zephyr, Golden Lion Shiki, Lobia Lightning abilities. Originally, the four emperors had their own three major powers, but now, JFC, the new emperor also has their own three major powers, which is not weaker than the old four emperors. Speaking of which, a voice sounded from the other side of the auditorium. Not only is it not weak, the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr formed Neo Marine in New World, with a large number of people in their own laboratory to develop weapons. Even New World's pirates are extremely troublesome when facing Neo Marine. Golden Lion Shiki's flying pirates, although they were captured and imprisoned and impelled down for raiding naval headquarters, their forces suffered heavy losses from Marine. However, the Golden Lion who dared to encircle Roger, the Pirate King, and the pirate group under his command should not be underestimated now. Advertisement, plus that new guy with Lobia's top ability, Lightning. Shinwang Yuichi, I'm afraid there are already quite a few pirates under his command. Maybe there is still a gap compared to Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, but it is definitely on par with the red-haired Shanks. After these analyses were finished, the audience was even more ebullient in an instant. In this way, Yuichi, who was originally regarded as a loner and sat on the throne of the new emperor, has already possessed terrifying power without knowing it. Now it seems that the only thing that is bad is a piece of land. However, when it comes to the site, several islands in the sky of Golden Lion. It is no worse than other four emperors' sites. There is even greater safety in the air. The people in the auditorium were shocked. They had just left Marine, not only became the fifth emperor of the sea. Such a powerful force has been gathered under his command in the blink of an eye. Three great powers, Black Arm Zephyr, Golden Lion Shiki, Enel of God. Pirates, Neo Marine, God Pirates, Flying Pirates. It is already a force that is not weak. People looked at the proverbs of the arc that was gradually descending in the sky. This thing, it's not Whitebeard's, it's definitely not Kaido and Big Mom's, and it's even less likely to be Redhead Shanks's. So in other words, this is Yuichi's boat, a ship capable of flying in the air. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this, but if it wasn't for accident then that means, all of this was planned by Yuichi. However, the brains of everyone in the auditorium began to explode. From a person who was about to become Marine Admiral, he became the fifth emperor in a blink of an eye, and at the same time, he has gathered such a large force. Who would believe it was accidental? This guy is definitely the scariest villain of this era. With such a flying ship, the five emperors would naturally choose Sky Island as the gathering place. Pirates in the air. Is this the new Emperor Yuichi's pirate group? Now people seem to understand why, during the previous World War, the place where the five emperors gathered seemed to be on Sky Island. Suddenly someone raised this question. If it wasn't for the premeditated plan, no one would believe that a person who was just kicked out of the Marine turned around and became the overlord of the sea. Accidental. How could this be accidental? Without that accident, Yuichi might be the strongest admiral in Marine now, and even become the future Marine Admiral. This man has been planning all these years. If Yuichi's strength is shocking, what makes people feel scary now is Yuichi's terrifying forbearance. Is this really a coincidence? Took so many years to explode? Chapter 199 The most scary man in the world, breaking up with Marine. Not only has terrifying strength, but also this terrifying city. This guy is simply the most terrifying man in the world. That's what someone said about Yuichi. When others hear such comments, think carefully. This man has been in the Marine for quite a long time, and he has been planning forbearance for so many years. What is terrible about a person with great strength is his strength. However, a person with a deep city and strong strength is not only scary on the one hand, but it makes people feel chills when they think about it. Indeed, it can be said that he is the scariest man in the world. At this moment, Yuichi still doesn't know that in the eyes of ordinary people and ordinary pirates in the pirate world, he has become the most terrifying man in the whole world. Now Yuichi is preparing for the battle with Sengoku, Garp, and the Commander-in-Chief Kong. Because not far away, Madara fought against Marine 3 Admiral alone, and even added Kaido. Their battle has already begun. The roar continued to come. Even if Yuichi didn't consciously sense it, he knew that the battle was fierce. Lord Madara's strength is indeed astonishing. Facing the attack of the four, he just activated Susanoo, and he was able to firmly suppress the opponent. But now the arc proverbs has landed. Whitebeard, Ant, and red-haired Shanks are also interested in making a move. Even if they don't use their combat power, they still want to do it. Yuichi was a little worried. Even the big booze Madara, facing so many enemies, it would be bad if he was defeated in advance. Although Madara is defeated by others, it will not affect Yuichi's mission. As long as the Enies lobby is not destroyed, but Yuichi also wants to fight Madara. If Madara is defeated by Whitebeard and others before the fight, then it is not what Yuichi wants. Yuichi moves forward towards Sengoku. The eyes of the two collided in the air. Sengoku saw the determination in Yuichi's eyes. It looks like no matter what he says Yuichi probably won't look back. Sengoku closed his eyes helplessly and sighed softly. At this moment, he seemed to be a few years older. Originally, the Yuichi in front of him should be the pillar of marine and the pillar of world government. Should bear justice and end the era of pirates, but just because of a decision made by 5 elders, such an excellent person became an enemy. Pity. It is a pity. Now Sengoku also understands that there is no way to recover. Since there is no way to recover, blind regret is not his Sengoku style. Since Yuichi doesn't want to turn back, he is determined to become a pirate. Then they can only be enemies. Sengoku has no soft-heartedness when dealing with enemies. Advertisement. Let's end it. Sengoku suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce fighting intent burst out in his eyes. Sengoku Yuichi like this has never been seen before. Speaking of which, although Yuichi's teacher is Zephyr, Sengoku can also be regarded as half of Yuichi's teacher. Although Sengoku did not teach Yuichi to fight, Sengoku taught Yuichi how to become a qualified leader. Even though Sengoku had his own selfish intentions at the time, he wanted to train Yuichi to be the next marshal. But no matter what his purpose is, he still taught himself after all. Yuichi looked at Sengoku. It is good, make a break. I have also been taught by you, so as a disciple, I will take 3 attacks from you. As soon as the words came out, it wasn't just the marine soldiers who were overwhelmed by Yuichi's aura. Even Whitebeard and others who just jumped off the proverb were surprised by Yuichi's courage. Receive 3 attacks from Marine Marshal Sengoku. This is no joke. Although Sengoku is called the resourceful general, Sengoku used to be Garp's partner. Although Sengoku is much worse than Garp in terms of combat effectiveness, this does not mean that Sengoku is not a top powerhouse. Now Sengoku's physical condition has recovered a lot. Take 3 attacks from him and maybe, you will die. Even Whitebeard didn't think he would take Sengoku's 3 attacks lightly. This is not to say that the 2 sides collide 3 times, but receive 3 attacks from the opponent, which means that Yuichi will not use power to attack, and at most he will only use power to defend. Whitebeard admires Yuichi now, although it's a bit of a joke, it's a man who acts like this. Auntie squinted at Yuichi and nodded. Sengoku's attack is not easy to catch, he may die. Even if he doesn't die, he will at least be seriously injured. The red-haired Shanks didn't speak, but he had a lot of affection for Foyi. Facing the person who had been kind to him in the past, it is very suitable for him to end it in this way. Yuichi. Don't mess around, Sengoku's attack is no joke. Shiki had already retreated, but now he came up to stop Yuichi. But the next second Yuichi turned his head slowly. She looked at him coldly. At this moment, Shiki's footsteps stopped, and the look on Yuichi's face made Shiki seem to see the shadow of the former captain, rocks in a trance. Domineering, arrogant, does not allow anyone to refute his decision. Shiki smiled coldly. What an ignorant fellow. I don't know if I'm talking about Yuichi or his former captain Rocks. Receive my 3 attacks, have you figured it out? Sengoku said calmly, but his heart grew more and more sad. Ask for flowers. If he really made a shot, it meant that the previous bond between him and Yuichi was severed. Everything in the past is as if it never happened. Although he is only a half-disciple, Sengoku is very reluctant to return to Yuichi's excellence. Advertisement, come on, Mr. Sengoku, Yuichi replied without hesitation. Sengoku suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and looked at Yuichi with all his attention. Haki gathers instantly on the fist. In this case, Kong and Garp did not come out. This is the break between Yuichi and Sengoku. Even Madara, who was in the fierce battle at the side, tacitly stopped with the 3 admirals and Kaido, watching the fight here. I made a shot. The terrifying Haki wave on Sengoku's fist erupted. And Yuichi just stood there quietly, waiting for Sengoku's attack. Next second, a violent storm swept away, and the wind and dust drifted in all directions. Sengoku's figure was ejected like a cannonball and swept straight to the right. A punch that was as explosive as a cannonball hit Yuichi in the chest. Ripples appeared from the front of the fist, spread in the air. Even before the burst of anger exploded in time, the fist landed firmly on Yuichi's chest. Sengoku stared at Yuichi with wide eyes, he didn't stop. At this moment, Sengoku regretted a little, and he punched this punch mercilessly. Yuichi did anything to block it, as this intentional begging for death. Boom! Suddenly there was a roar. When Sengoku was wondering, he suddenly felt a terrifying resistance from his fist. An invisible force blocked his haki. His fist seemed to hit Yuichi's chest, but it was actually 5 centimeters away from Yuichi's body. And just such a small distance is like a natural mode crossing in the middle, making it impossible for Sengoku's attack to cross the domain. Yuichi looked at Sengoku calmly. Which power transformation, chakra plus Ryotsu all form the power of haki. In terms of armed color, I can be said to be the strongest armed color in the entire pirate world. Don't even think about breaking my defenses with such an attack. An extraordinary wave of haki erupts from Yuichi. In an instant, this wave collided with Sengoku's haki, making Sengoku's frightening haki dissipate in an instant. This even more terrifying wave erupted, directly sending Sengoku flying. The moment they felt this power, the expressions of both Garp and Kong changed slightly. Scary haki. This kid actually polished haki to such an extent. 6SM Chapter 200 From General to King, Yuichi's Change. The bounced Sengoku slid out quickly. it didn't stop slowly until it slid a distance of more than 10 meters. Sengoku steadied his figure and raised his head, a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His right hand was trembling slightly. Being impacted by a powerful force, the muscles of his right arm are still somewhat unable to restore calm. Sengoku looked at Yuichi like he was looking at a monster. He was so shocked that it had been a long time since he saw Yuichi, and that Yuichi had such a powerful haki in the blink of an eye. When he was in Marine before, although Sengoku also knew that Yuichi's haki was not weak. Even better than the haki of the three admirals, even Garp is full of praise for his haki. But now Yuichi has improved again, and it is still an exaggerated improvement. How long has it been since he left Marine? How could such a huge change happen? Now looking at Yuichi, who is surrounded by powerful haki waves, the aura of the king who dominates the world is shocking. Even Sengoku himself feels that Yuichi's aura has turned into a metamorphosis. Transformed from a marine general to a true king. Amazing. Boy. Although very surprised and puzzled, but Sengoku also watched Yuichi grow up, and now Yuichi can grow to this level even though Yuichi has become a pirate. Sengoku also has a kind of joy in watching children grow up and become excellent. Yuichi was a little surprised to be praised by Sengoku. A fluke. 2 more attacks, Mr. Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku smiled lightly after experiencing Yuichi's haki. Sengoku already knew very well in his heart that it was probably impossible for him to injure the right one with his regular attacks. Unless holding the idea of killing Yuichi, he completely broke out the strongest attack. Otherwise, it is impossible to hurt the other party at all. And to really kill Yuichi, that's not what Sengoku wanted. While Sengoku was hesitating about what to do, Whitebeard and the others who just jumped off the Arc Proverbs had a little surprised look on their faces. Whitebeard was a little puzzled. Is this the strongest strength of this kid? Didn't he fully display his strength when he fought against Kaido before? If this is the case, Yuichi is not only powerful but also extremely proud. Facing the 4 emperors Kaido, he never went all out. But Shanks on the side of Whitebeard said that he didn't think so. Maybe it wasn't that Yuichi didn't use his full strength at that time, but now he has become stronger. The statement caught Whitebeard by surprise. This is more likely, but if it really becomes stronger again. Advertisement: the speed at which Yuichi becomes stronger is also too fast. It may not take long if this rhythm continues, and this guy may completely surpass them. Thinking of this, Whitebeard first smiled and then put away his smile, looking at Yuichi's back with a solemn expression. We, the remnants of the old era, can't keep up with the pace of the new era after all. In the 4 Emperors pirate group, listening to what Shanks said, Marco, Katakuri, Beckman, Jin and others felt more complicated. As the head of the 3 major powers under the 4 Emperors, they never think that they are inferior to others. However, compared to Yuichi, they have a strong sense of crisis. With the growth rate of that pervert, those of them who are called Emperor's mates may not even have the qualifications to fight against each other in the end. How can this work? Absolutely can't let Yuichi surpass too much if one day his pirate group goes to war with him. If they can't help the Emperor's assistants, how dare they call them the right and left hands of the 4 Emperors? In an instant, the fighting spirit of these guys surged up, and the eyes that looked at Uchiha Madara were full of strong fighting spirit. Yuichi didn't know that his power made these guys suddenly full of fighting spirit. At this moment Sengoku started to work, unleashes his second attack. This time Sengoku used his own fruit ability, and Sengoku, who turned into a golden Buddha form, compressed the air frantically with his palms. A transparent air shockwave is formed, and Haki Burst injects Haki's power into it at the same time. In an instant, the surrounding airflow accelerated. People around looked at the wind around Sengoku, and the swirling smoke surrounded him. Form an extremely strong whirlwind. Sengoku stared at Yuichi with a straight look in his eyes. Ready, boy. Seeing this, Yuichi smiled. Come on, Mr. Sengoku. The moment Yuichi's voice fell, the roar suddenly rose. Violent noise erupted throughout Ini's lobby, clearly enough to hear the terrifying roar from Sengoku's blow. Under the palm of Sengoku in the form of a golden Buddha, a strong air shock wave swept straight towards him, accompanied by an extremely powerful Haki shockwave. The 2 forces merged together. The momentum that erupted was extremely shocking, and the air seemed to be pushed instantly. It's so strong. I didn't expect Mr. Sengoku's attack to be so powerful. A Marine couldn't help sighing. However, the Marine general at the side gave him a contemptuous glance. This guy's knowledge is too short. Mr. Sengoku is more than just the marshal of the Marine. Advertisement: he used to be Mr. Garp's partner, but also Garp's friend. These 2 led Marine from the Dark Ages to build the powerful Marine that it is today. Mr. Garp is called the hero of Marine, and Mr. Sengoku is absolutely no exception. Although it is slightly inferior in terms of strength, Sengoku is also a group of top powerhouses. With this blow, even Madara couldn't help feeling a very unique blow, compressing the air into a shockwave, combined with that magical Haki power. If you don't open too much, he looked at Yuichi and saw that Yu was still standing there. Maybe I'm going to die. However, at this time Yuichi made a strange movement. He bent his legs slightly, clasped his fingers together, and then made a volleyball patting motion. He focused all his attention on the air cannon that was galloping towards him but hadn't fully exploded yet. The corners of Yuichi's mouth turned up slightly, blocking. Doesn't mean you can just stand still and get beaten. At this moment, everyone staring at Yuichi was full of astonishment. Even people in the Hokage world already have a little idea of what Yuichi wants to do next. This guy. Is he serious? Is this trying to deflect the attack? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The power that erupts once it is connected to the cord is not a joke. The only way to know if it can be done is to try it. The next second when Sengoku's attack reached Yuichi's face. For a split second, Yuichi aimed his hands at the bottom of the air cannon and hammered upwards hard. Concentrate all of Hoki's fists on the whole body, and firmly concentrate on the bottom of the air cannon. 1.4 An extremely crisp roar sounded. In the next second, invisible waves swept away from Yuichi's feet. And Sengoku's attack turned a 90-degree right angle directly in Yuichi's hand, and rushed straight towards the sky. It exploded suddenly after reaching a height of hundreds of meters in an instant. The strong fluctuations formed by the explosion swept over everyone's heads. At this moment, everyone's expression is dull. Not just the people in the Eni's lobby, but in the audience right now, in the world of Hokage. Countless gazes, countless people, their expressions all maintained a dumbfounded look. He stared at the rapidly spreading air shockwave in the picture. There is no doubt how terrifying the power of this blow is, but it is incredible that Yuichi diffuses it in such a wonderful way. This guy is not only a monster with powerful strength, but also a monster with unconstrained ideas. Chapter 201 The Magical Use of Witchcraft, The Final Blow. If Yuichi's strength is admirable, then what Yuichi shows now has nothing to do with the strength of his strength. Haki has been polished, and no matter how time accumulates, Guan Tian will always become stronger. Of course, how much progress depends on individual talent. But the blow that Yuichi showed right now is a perfect interpretation of the meaning of talent. Facing Marine Admiral Sengoku's attack, Yuichi stood still and deflected the attack in a way that no one had ever imagined. Originally, this blow was considered to be received by Whitebeard. It is absolutely only possible to block it with the power of shock fruit combined with the power of Haki. But in this way, Whitebeard can't stand still like Yuichi. He couldn't even force him back with an originally powerful blow. Terrible talent. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh with emotion in a low voice. The talent this guy possesses is really shocking. Even if the blow is turned into an old man, it will definitely not be able to reach his level. Bounces the enemy's attack like a ball. One can know just by thinking about how ultimate the power needs to be mastered. After hearing Whitebeard's evaluation, the ant also added, if the power is not mastered in detail, the moment the two forces collide, they will explode with terrifying destructive power. It is impossible to be knocked out. How did this kid do it? It's really confusing. The collision between Haki and Haki, how could it be possible to maintain a non-explosive state and be sent flying out intact? Even Whitebeard, Big Mom and others can't figure this out. For Whitebeard and others who really cultivated Haki to ultimate, they know how incredible it is, but for ordinary people, such a picture seems nothing to them. The people in the auditorium looked at the top powerhouses such as Kong, Garp, Whitebeard and others on the Eni's lobby in the screen with their mouths wide open, looking extremely surprised. It's hard to understand why these people are so surprised. But it just knocked the attack away? Is there any need to be so surprised? Yeah, is there anything special about this? I don't think there is anything. What these people said made another person in the audience smile helplessly. The laughing man is none other than One Piece's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh. He was watching Yuichi's astonishing move from the audience. Hearing the comments from ordinary people next to him, he couldn't help explaining. Haki's power is an uncontrollable force. The moment the Haki of two people collide, it will explode like a cannonball. There's no time to get kicked out, so the difficulty of the blow just now is no different from trying to keep the bomb that has already exploded from exploding temporarily, and at the same time, it is necessary to withstand the terrifying impact force and seize the fleeting opportunity to direct the impact direction of the force. Instant change. Genius. The new Emperor of the Sea, you, a terrible genius. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Rayleigh squinted his eyes and smiled, regardless of whether the people around him understood or not. To be able to master Haki to such a degree, even his captain Roger can never do it. Regardless of Haki's strength or Haki's mastery, Yuichi can be called a top powerhouse. After ordinary people heard Rayleigh's words, some people showed surprise. They didn't expect that there was such a terrible difficulty in a simple blow just now. From this point of view, they also understand why the top powerhouses like Sengoku and Garp are surprised. This guy. Is it really scary to this extent? Someone said uncertainly. But the person beside him asked another question. Such a scary guy has become a pirate now. Can the era of pirates still not end? Yuichi couldn't hear the exclamation of these people. Now Yuichi looked at Sengoku with a smile on his face, the blow that knocked Sengoku away in an instant. Also Yuichi's own experiment. Force. Yuichi has always been used as a tool to transform other powers. Yuichi has not tried to use this power directly. When he decided to deflect Sengoku's attack just now, Yuichi immediately thought of trying to see if it could be done with magic power. Under the experiment just now, Yin Yi perceived an extremely astonishing thing. When Wooly touched Sengoku Haki, it seemed to suppress Haki's power instantly. Of course, this temporary suppression is not permanent, but consumes a lot of witch power every minute and every second. With the suppression of witch power, Sengoku's Haki couldn't explode, and taking advantage of this brief moment, Yuichi directly used Haki to change the direction of Sengoku's attack. Its principle is like putting a layer of sponge in the middle of the iron ball. Wooly is the surface of the sea, and dew is equivalent to 2 iron balls. This created the scene that shocked everyone. Yuichi, who knew what was going on, wasn't overly delighted. Wooly actually has the ability to restrain Haki, so I don't know if Wooly can restrain other forces. Fruit power? Chakra? Can witchcraft suppress it? This is subject to experimentation, and now Yuichi is more confident to catch Sengoku's third hit. Looking at Sengoku, who was still in a daze, Yuichi said slowly, "The last blow. Let's start quickly, Mr. Sengoku." Sengoku, who was awakened by Yuichi, had a cloudy look on his face. He didn't know whether he should be happy for Yuichi or worried about the future of Marine and the world. Looking at the energetic and imposing Yuichi, Sengoku sighed, the final blow probably won't have much effect. Advertisement, but he will not pass up the last chance. Yuichi, I'm going to do my best this time, be careful. Don't die. Feeling the change in Sengoku's tone, Yuichi also understood that Sengoku seemed determined to kill himself. This is preparing to release the final blow with the consciousness of killing oneself. Yuichi didn't dare to take it lightly, come on. Yuichi's full attention also looks extremely serious. Sengoku exhaled lightly from 747, and the Buddha light on his body became stronger. This time Sengoku is not going to use Haki. Prepare to unleash the strongest blow of your own fruit power. The surrounding airflow instantly changed direction and converged towards Sengoku's chest. He put his palms together in front of his chest, and the airflow was compressed. The transparent air shockwaves began to converge. Expansion, extremely rapid expansion. It spread to a width of several meters in an instant, and finally began to shrink continuously. Everyone who saw this scene knew clearly that Sengoku was compressing his own power in order to achieve greater power. It will be absolutely terrifying when this blow erupts. Looking at the compressed air, Madara was a little surprised. It's terrible. Compressing the air to such a degree, is this serious? He squinted at Yuichi in the distance. It was obvious that Yuichi and Sengoku had an unusual relationship. But at this moment, no matter what the relationship between the two was before, after this blow, no matter what the result is, the bond between the two will be completely severed. Boom. Buzz. Suddenly Sengoku slapped out a palm. This time Sengoku didn't signal Yuichi in advance. The attack exploded like a lightning bolt. Straight towards Yuichi and wreaked havoc. Yuichi's eyes widened rapidly. A red energy flowed through Yuichi's body. Tailed Beast Chakra explodes. At the same time, Ryotsu covered the Tailed Beast Chakra and turned into an invisible armor. Finally armed Haki infiltrated. The defense formed by 3 forces, coupled with the diffusion of witch power, turned into a Uzumaki who rushed to the galloping air cannon first. Chapter 202 Disheartened Sengoku, Remnant of the Era. Boom buzz. The moment the air shockwave roared, invisible ripples erupted instantly. Ring after ring of airwaves swept across. The ground also cracked, and the cracks instantly spread half like a spiderweb. But Yuichi still stood there motionless. This terrifying roar almost instantly overwhelmed all other sounds in the entire Eni's lobby. However, with such a strong explosion, the shockwave formed could even instantly lift the surrounding marine soldiers flying. But there was no way to make Yuichi take half a step back. The motionless figure standing there was now shrouded in dust and smoke. No one knew if Yuichi was injured, and everyone was staring at the smoke. Sengoku saw that Yuichi hadn't been repulsed and already knew the answer, but he didn't believe it either. Could it be that the attack used by the fruit ability that exploded with all its strength, still couldn't hurt Yuichi at all? As the Marine Marshal, if he really used 3 attacks in succession, he would not be able to injure the enemy. The enemy still stood still and let him attack. Under such circumstances, Sengoku also felt that he couldn't hold his face. After all, I am also the Marine Marshal. Garp was a little worried. Kong, do you think that kid can catch this blow intact? When asked this question, Kong frowned, although he was surprised by Yuichi's strength. But he doesn't think Yuichi will be able to block the attack of Sengoku, who is all out this time. So he shook his head. Impossible, no matter how talented this kid is. Before he finished speaking, the smoke was instantly shaken by a certain momentum. Yuichi, who was covered in smoke, was exposed. At this moment, Yuichi opened his fingers with his right hand facing Sengoku's direction. There are still some scratches on the palm. Watching his actions, he just used one hand to block Sengoku's attack earlier. There was no damage to the clothes on his body. Blocked. Really blocked? The Marine soldiers were amazed. The generals couldn't keep calm anymore. Mr. Sengoku's attack, he actually stood still and easily caught it. That blow is powerful enough to easily destroy an entire building. How could he block it by standing still? Even if Yuichi's Haki is very powerful, he can't even move. Haki can make Yuichi invulnerable, but there is absolutely no way to make Yuichi take root like an ancient tree and stand still in the face of the attack. How did he do that? Advertisement Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shanks are all looking at Yuichi with weird expressions now. They can understand blocking Sengoku's attack, but how did Yuichi manage to prevent himself from being knocked out by the impact force in this posture? However, when they were thinking about this question, Sengoku's laughter came suddenly. Ha ha ha. Old. Now this era does not belong to us. There was no fighting spirit in Sengoku's eyes, and the moment he hit the final blow, It was as if he had destroyed Marine's hope with his own hands. And now seeing Yuichi catch his attack so easily. This dealt a heavy blow to Sengoku's confidence, and now he is no longer the resourceful General Sengoku, but an old man who wanted to retire. Sighing softly, Sengoku turned and walked away without looking back. Garp wanted to stop him, but Garp stopped when he saw Sengoku's gaze. That look meant that it was useless to stop Sengoku. He won't shoot anymore, not just now, but maybe he won't be active in the front line in the future. A not-so-formal fight not only made Marine lose hope but also lost a cornerstone. Now Garp feels more and more that Five Elders' original order was simply too wrong. Push a peerless monstrosity out of the Marine. Now, not only has he become Marine's enemy, but he has also completely lost confidence and fighting spirit for an extremely good Marshal of Marine. Marine's loss was too great. Kong has a complex expression, although he doesn't really want to complain about Five Elders' decision, but now it seems that he really has to admit his mistake. But that's the end of the matter. Since Yuichi doesn't agree to return to Marine, he has to deal with it. A guy with powerful talent and terrifying strength. Continue to let things go. Sooner or later, this era will really become the era of pirates, and it will be too late to regret at that time. Step forward. Kong's action suddenly awakened the dazed Marines. They looked at the menacing King Kong's commander Kong. If you want to say that Kong can be regarded as a person of the last era. He is the remnant of the real era. Is this going to be done by yourself? The Marines are all looking forward to it. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Lord Kong's strength will be terrifying. Garp hesitated for a second and then stepped forward to face Yuichi. The aura on his body also exploded instantly. Garp was also very angry at the loss of his friend Sengoku. Sengoku's lost confidence, maybe he can help Sengoku get it back. Yuichi sighed softly. The blow just now was really dangerous. Advertisement, but it also proved that Yuichi's conjecture was correct. Force. It is not only Hokage's power that can be suppressed, any power can be suppressed by witch power. Even fruit abilities are included. The air cannon compressed by Sengoku is powerful, and at that moment just now, Yuichi's magic power Uzumaki suppressed this force. Make it impossible for the first time to erupt. Then, after the weakening of Haki, Ryotsu, and Chakra's triple power, the final burst of power is not as good as before. That's why Yuichi was able to stand still and block the blow. But now is not the time to be happy, because there are still two people to deal with. Kong and Garp. If it is said that Sengoku is in the same top group of people as them. But there are also differences between the top powerhouses, and even at this level, a little difference will be as huge as a natural moat. It is very difficult to cross, so the next battle is what really needs to be handled carefully. Garp, whose physical condition has regressed for 15 years, is close to returning to his peak state. In addition to Kong, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, if this guy has no strength, he may not be able to become the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Although he is older than Garp, his physical condition must have recovered a lot due to the previous world wars. Even though he is still far away from his peak state, Kong might be at his strongest in this situation. The two old guys are not easy to mess with. Yuichi also couldn't support as hard as before. Base. Pull the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura straight from the waist. The light of the knife flashed across the faces of the two of them. Holding Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura in Yuichi's hand, while drawing the sword, the witch power in Yuichi's Noma Jiao body exploded, instantly transforming the power of chakra and haki into Ryotsu. When the blade was unsheathed, Ryotsu swept across, and the air seemed to become much heavier at this moment. The weird pressure increased, causing Kong to frown slightly. The imposing manner has become different. This kid suddenly seems to have turned into a sharp blade, showing his sharpness without any cover. Garp nodded. The previous introverted and steady feeling has disappeared. Is this a break with Marine, and let go of the restraint in my heart? Speaking of this, Garp's expression is very strange. The change of Yuichi also shows that Yuichi still has Marine in his heart before. If Sengoku does not agree to break up with Yuichi, then there may be a chance to persuade Yu now. But now after the end, there is no possibility to persuade Yuichi to return to Marine. After understanding Garp's meaning, Kong was also very helpless. It seems that this may be the arrangement of fate. With that said, Kong raised his fist and haki swept away, then there's only fighting. Boom. According to Chapter 203 Iron Fist Kong and the Joint Strangulation. Locked by Kong's gaze, even Yuichi felt an extremely cold killing intent. This guy is different from Sengoku. His haki is stronger and scarier than Sengoku. Meanwhile, Kong doesn't have much affection for Yuichi. He will definitely not show mercy when he makes a move. Commander-in-Chief Kong, this guy even Whitebeard cares about. Yuichi held the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura in his hand without the slightest carelessness. Staring at each other intently. The moment Kong made a move, haki in his body was released without hesitation. Instantly covering Zanpakuto to prepare for the attack of the Commander-in-Chief Kong. The wind like a sword instantly swept towards Yuichi like countless sword blades. And Kong's figure was like a rampaging wild beast in minutes. The legs are running extremely fast, the movements are wide open and closed but extremely fast. This speed surprised Yuichi. Not only Yuichi but also the Marine soldiers watching the battle were all startled. Unexpectedly, the Commander-in-Chief, who looked very old, made such a terrifying movement as soon as he made a move. He clenched the haki wrapped around his fists tightly, and he hadn't fully exploded yet. It's just that the haki on the fist rubs against the air by swinging the arm with the running movement, and it can make a piercing roar. Some people can't imagine how terrifying power 777 will explode when these fists are swung out. Kong looked very serious, his eyes fixed on Yuichi. Immediately after rushing in front of Yuichi, he launched an attack. He punched Yuichi hard. The fist locked on Yuichi's face like a missile, and the arc of a knife and a half-moon was struck in the air at a very high speed. At the moment of lightning, Yuichi didn't choose to block with Zanpakuto, but took a step back and quickly bent his body backwards, avoiding the punch extremely thrillingly. But then Kong's fists came down like raindrops. Before the sound of the explosion spread, the huge fist crazily blasted towards Yuichi. Yuichi could only dodge in the dense shadow of fists. Can't find a neutral position at all to launch a counterattack. Such a fierce battle made people dumbfounded. Master Kong is so strong. Unexpectedly, Master Kong looks very old, but his attack is still so fierce. People were amazed. Whitebeard, who surrounded Madara at the moment, squinted at Yuichi's situation. Facing Marine siege alone, and fighting against Kong, boy. Don't be too careless. If you are not careful, you will really be killed by this guy. Advertisement: The Five Emperors Alliance encountered such a situation, they should, CJEF, go to help. After all, the members of the alliance are attacked by Marine, so the others can't just sit back and watch. But this is a battle between Yuichi and Marine, since Yuichi himself has decided to deal with Marine alone. Then Whitebeard et al. Will not intervene too much. However, Kong's burst attacks continued like raging waves. The figures of the two flickered quickly, and the scene of flying sand and rocks was very intense. The Marine soldiers present in the audience who were watching the battle began to get a little excited. This is no match for Sengoku versus Yuichi. Yuichi doesn't dodge or dodge. Now Yuichi is dodging crazily, seizing the gap between Kong's attacks and launching a counterattack. Yuichi's slashing power is also incredible. Even though several slashes were sent out without hurting Kong, the slashing waves contained amazing haki, and when they rage, they could easily cut an entire building in half. The roof can be easily cut off a corner. A string of haki shines brightly. The shock wave bombarded the ground, smashing out huge potholes one after another. Kong had the upper hand in attacking first, and although he was able to suppress partially, it did not make it impossible for Yuichi to fight back. The battle between the two is really fierce, and it is really a fierce battle that makes people watch. And everyone seemed to have forgotten that there was one person who didn't do anything. Just when Yuichi evaded Kong's attack, the terrifying shockwave and the strong wind rushed past Yuichi's ear at a high speed. Yuichi backhanded, and extraordinary haki waves erupted in an instant. The black knife light slashed towards Kong along with the thunder. The latter punched over, and the two strands of haki collided together, and the roar caused by the explosion was deafening. However, at this moment another figure appeared from behind Yuichi. The end of the fist is between the waist and abdomen, and the veins on the arm are violently ready to punch. The moment the opponent's figure reaches Yuichi's back, he punched out fiercely. At the same time, he let out a roar, "Arrogant boy. When the old man was fighting, you didn't know what haki was." Boom. The one who punches is Garp. The blow gave Yuichi no time to react. He wanted to turn around and use Zanpakuto to block the attack, but Yuichi was still a step slower. The haki shock wave from the fist hit Yuichi firmly in the back. For a split second, Yuichi felt a sweetness in his throat, and at the same time, a burning pain came from his back. Garp threw his fist again for a second punch. This time Zanpakuto has come to his way. The Zanpakuto covered with haki collided with the fist, and the sound of the sword and fist colliding was like the sound of metal colliding. Advertisement: when travel black lightning burst out, and Yuichi blocked Garp's fist with Zanpakuto in his right hand. The strength of the two is equal. However, at this time, Kong's haki on the other side also broke out. The extremely astonishing haki fluctuations spread. Kong didn't wait for Yuichi to knock Garp off before making his move. The punch went straight to the back of Yuichi's head. Feel Kong's attack coming. Yuichi gritted his teeth suddenly. The witch power in the body is running rapidly. The power of chakra and Ryotsu is transformed into haki insanely. The sudden force under his feet instantly suppressed the power of haki on Garp's fist, and took the opportunity to change the direction of the impact force, allowing Garp's fist to slide along Yuichi's blade to the left. At that moment Yuichi turned and held Zanpakuto across his chest, and Kong's fist slammed into the blade. Holding the Zanpakuto in both hands, Yuichi suddenly slanted the long knife slightly, guiding the force of Kong's fist to deflect. The two flashed past Yuichi's side at the same time, one left and one right. Bang bang. When the two were pulled by Yuichi, they passed by him and immediately stomped on the ground with brute force to stop their bodies firmly. After Garp, Kong stopped, the smoke slowly rose from their feet. But at this time, the expressions on the faces of the two were full of shock. They looked back at Yuichi at the same time. Yuichi, standing still, held Zanpakuto Senbon in his hand, although his breathing was a little confused, but they couldn't take their eyes off Yuichi at all. At the same time, almost everyone in the world suddenly held their breath. Just now, what did they see? Katakuri and others present were also surprised. In the audience, Rayleigh said in a surprised tone, "Such exquisite swordsmanship. In such a way, the situation that should have been seriously injured was avoided. This kid is not only amazing in Hokage's strength, but also in swordsmanship. Is it so scary? The two of Garp Kong will recall the scene where Yuichi changed the direction of the force impact with a knife just now. Neither of them could maintain peace in their hearts. It was impossible for Yuichi to dodge the joint attack of the two originally, because there was no room for dodge at all. The end result should have been Yuichi being battered and finally caught by them and brought back to naval headquarters. But Yuichi perfectly blocked the joint strangulation of the two with his amazing swordsmanship. This is something that couldn't have happened but was done by Yuichi. Chapter 204 Yuichi's new idea, new Shikai form. Master Kong and Lord Garp's joint kill was actually resolved by him. And I'm still unharmed. A Vice Admiral said that his feet seemed to feel a little weak and his body was shaking. Having escaped this blow, the shock brought to the Marine generals is tantamount to seeing the destruction of the world. Because this is a joint attack by Hero Garp and Commander-in-Chief Kong. Yuichi was able to dodge it easily. Doesn't that mean that maybe even the three admirals teamed up would have nothing for him? As Marine's Hero Garp, his power alone is equivalent to the fighting power of at least two admirals. In addition to Commander Kong, the Hokage who broke out just now is not weaker than Garp at all, and even Master Kong is not only domineering, chi is powerful. Speed, strength, reaction, and attack skills are all extremely amazing. Although there seems to be no particularly strong aspect, it is just like Kong's nickname. A man like steel, this is precisely why he is strong. As for Mr. Garp, the incomparable control of Hokage, the basic skills of Hokage seem to have been cultivated to ultimate in Garp's hands. The transition of Hokage's power between fists is amazingly fast. When the right hand punched, Hokage hit almost all of his power on the right hand. And when the left hand throws a punch, Hokage can also wrap around the left hand at the fastest speed. Known as the man of the iron fist, Garp's accomplishments in Hokage's control and cultivation are indeed beyond compare. When these two people attacked a person at the same time, the situation that was obviously a must-kill was resolved. This man in front of me, Yuichi. Once again, people felt the invisible pressure, huge pressure. Yuichi adjusted his breathing, and stared at the two with slightly dilated eyes. It's dangerous. It was almost solved by you. Hearing Yuichi say this, Garp and Kong's expressions were very gloomy. Amazing swordsmanship, Kong said, although he didn't have much affection for Yuichi, but he really appreciated Yuichi's reaction just now. But, Kong glanced at the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand, but you don't seem to want to use your strange ability yet. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled softly. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, it's that the magic power transforms the power of Ryotsu and Chakra into Haki power. In the close combat with these two people just now, if you use Haki power to deal with it, if you are distracted, use Ryotsu to liberate Zanpakuto. Yuichi still can't do it now, especially in the super high-speed offensive and defensive battle just now. Yuichi is not a god who can do two things at the same time. It can also ensure that Haki will not fall behind against enemies of Kong's level. But now is a good opportunity. The two don't plan to entangle for a while, so Yuichi has a chance to liberate Zanpakuto. But Shikai is the best even if Zanpakuto is liberated. If you use Bankai, there is no way to use witch power to transform two strong Haki in an emergency. Advertisement: these two men joined forces to attack. Even Senbon Sakura in Bankai state may not be able to block their attack. When necessary, rely on Haki to defend against the fatal blows of the two. Even Yuichi felt that Senbon Sakura Shikai wanted to keep as few blade fragments as possible. Because it is more convenient for Yuichi to precisely control each blade. Otherwise, when fighting people with top Haki like Kong and Garp, the Senbon Sakura blade fragments will not have any effect at all. The moment this idea appeared, a flash of light flashed in Yuichi's mind. Suddenly thought of a new trick. Looking up, Yuichi's eyes burst into light, watching the sudden burst of fighting intent in the eyes of the two of them. The corners of the mouth turned up slightly, and Yuichi gave a weird smile. That smile made both Kong and Garp feel that something was wrong. This guy Yuichi seems to have something planned. But in the blink of an eye, both of them snorted coldly at the same time. In the battle of top powerhouses, any plan is useless. The two are extremely confident in their own Haki power, and they will respond to all changes without change. Even if Yuichi thinks of any tactics, there is no need to worry. Since you want to see the power of Senbon Sakura so much, I will grant your request. Saying that, Yuichi twitched his wrist holding the handle of the knife. Accompanied by Yuichi whispering the liberation language. The Zanpakuto began to split apart and scattered blade fragments into the air. However, this time flying all over the sky, the scene where the sakura showers are constantly falling does not appear, and there are only sparse petals floating in front of my eyes. But in this case, Garp and Kong don't know what's going on. But they could feel a chilling murderous intent from it. Yuichi closed his eyes slightly, and cast his cold gaze towards the two of them. Next second, shunpo, swish, Yuichi's figure disappeared instantly. The wind picks up. Garp raised his brows slightly, suddenly turning his head and hitting the right side with 10 punches. The moment the fist was thrown out, the fist hit a phantom. A little slower, it's a pity, it will hit me sooner. Yuichi's voice sounded on the other side, and the shards of the blade slid past Garp's face. And Garp also covered the body surface with Haki for the first time. Ask for flowers, shards from the blade? Don't think about hurting this old man. Advertisement, is it? Yuichi responded coldly, speeding up again. The speed of the figure increased sharply, and the afterimage of the body circled around Garp's back in a large circle, and suddenly appeared in front of Garp. And at this moment, the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand appeared again, and the light reflected from the blade dazzled Garp's eyes. Led Garp startled slightly. Didn't this guy turn the knife into weird pieces? Why did the knife appear again? Could it be that this guy knew that these blade fragments could not hurt the old man, so he dispelled the ability? HMPH, this kid still has some brains. From Garp's point of view, scattered attacks are useless, only concentrated attacks can pose a threat to him. Swish. Zanpakuto strikes. Garp raised his hand and wrapped Haki around his arm, trying to block Yuichi's slash with his arm. However, when Yuichi's Zanpakuto slashed Garp's arm, the expected impact did not explode. Because the part of Yuichi's Zanpakuto slashed his arm into pieces, while the part that didn't slash remained in the shape of the blade. One knife directly bypassed his block. The next second the blade sliced across Garp's chest. Garp stared wide-eyed at the shards of blade that drifted past. Black. Pieces of black blade fragments floated extremely fast on the trail left behind. Yet a bloody gleam flashed in Yuichi's eyes, and at this moment, Kong also noticed Garp's hands, and accelerated towards Yuichi under his feet. The fragments of Senbon Sakura spread and extended like a long whip in the air, and were connected in series by Haki. The knife tip formed by dozens of fragments hit his throat in the air. Stinky boy. Playing tricks. Courting death. Suddenly Garp's chest was ripped open with blood. The body rotates quickly, holding Senbon Sakura's handle, and draws a circle in the air, and this circle circles circle. The roar of punches piercing the skies suddenly erupted. He raised his head, his eyes opened angrily and fixedly stared at Yu, who was 3 meters away from him. The sound of the blade cutting through the flesh sounded. Amazing Haki control. A punch hit Yuichi hard in the back. Sila. Blood spurted out instantly. This kid covered the blade fragments with Ultimate's Haki? Shua. Kong's body also stopped abruptly. The opponent's blade was aimed at his neck. Chapter 205 Unstoppable Attack, Besieged Madara Grunt. Kong swallowed softly, looking down at the blade right in front of his neck with a look of horror. Following the fragments of Haki's undulating blade exuding terror, he looked at Yuichi who was holding Senbon Sakura. This kid, actually, feeling the extremely powerful Haki wave exuding from every blade fragment in front of him. This level of Haki, coupled with the sharpness of the blade, is no joke. If Yuichi hadn't stopped just now he would have had his throat pierced and die. However, Yuichi stopped at the last minute, or it should be said that he also stopped at the last moment, otherwise he might have been killed. But Kong soon understood. Yuichi probably still has concerns, afraid of Marine? Or does he not want to really tear himself apart with the 5 elders? If he, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, is killed here in front of everyone, then it will be for Yuichi and the Shikai government. This means that there is absolutely no room for relaxation. 5 elders must also fight Yuichi for the sake of the world government. And the 5 emperors who have already joined forces with Yuichi, it is impossible to throw Yuichi out to face it alone. 29. Whether it is for the dignity of the 4 emperors or for deterring the world government, it is impossible for Whitebeard and others to throw their allies out. So, the war between the pirates and the world government is bound to break out. With the appeal of the 5 emperors, I am afraid that there are not many pirates in this sea who are unwilling to cooperate. At that time, it will be a real world war. Kong thought of this and looked at the Yuichi who stopped before him. Kong was very surprised. This kid. Has he seen this far? It seems that the other party is not a guy with only strength but no brains, who can take these issues into consideration. Such an enemy is truly terrifying. Now Yuichi's strength is no longer someone that the world government can easily move. The fledgling enemy will always be the confidant of the world government in the future. Thinking of this, Kong sighed, looking at Garp lying on the ground with a pale face and serious injuries. Kong took a step back slowly. The old man surrendered. This time you win, the boy. As he spoke, he glanced at Garp on the ground, and asked Yuichi with his eyes if he wanted to kill Garp. And Yuichi smiled and put away Zanpakuto. Senbon Sakura slowly stepped back and exchanged Garp for Kong. Kong stepped forward to check Garp's situation, looking at the deep wound. The wound also reflected Yuichi's powerful strength. It can instantly break through Garp's Haki defense, and at the same time hit it hard with precision. The important blood in Garp's body was not severed, even though the wound was torn to the depth of visible ribs. But there is nothing wrong with the bones. Advertisement. This terrifying control made Kong feel inferior. It's so precise to control every blade fragment. He raised his head and glanced at Yuichi, gently lifted Garp and walked towards the port outside the island, and glanced at Yuichi before leaving. Now it's not Kong's business anymore. He has to take Garp to therapy. As Marine's hero, Garp can't be bothered, and when Kong conceded defeat and left with Garp, all the Marines around were still in a dazed state. Even the people in the auditorium were stunned. Dignified Marine, 3 top combatants started, although Sengoku withdrew early due to his own reasons. But facing the Marine hero Garp and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces Kong, the former was once able to rival the existence of the One Piece Roger. The latter is the supreme commander of the world government army, and the combination of the two is actually not inferior to Yuichi. Instead, he took the initiative to admit defeat. This kind of thing makes ordinary people feel like the sky is falling. Is there really no way to limit these pirates? You must know that Yuichi is only one of the 5 emperors, and there are 4 other sea emperors. Are the 5 of them joining forces to dominate the world? No one is their opponent. Ordinary people are only surprised by the results, but for those who are stronger, they see more. The trick Yuichi used just now is simply unbelievable. Control the fragments of the blade to gather into the shape of a knife, and split into fragments when attacking, so as to avoid all objects blocking the slash and accurately hit the target. Such a slash cannot be resisted and cannot be avoided. This is the truly terrifying power. Neither Garp nor Kong thought that Yuichi would be so defenseless that he would be defeated by Yuichi with such a wonderful trick. But even if he knew such a trick, thinking about the scene just now, it seems that there is no good way to avoid such an attack if he knows it. Unless you directly avoid the opponent's slash, within the range covered by the opponent's slash, you cannot resist or dodge. Open black lens bracket mission completed. Close black lens bracket. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Yuichi himself seemed to be in a daze. Because now he is looking at the system interface that pops up in front of him. The task is finally completed. The third scene of Senbon Sakura, the final scene, is the White Emperor sword opened now. Yuichi clicked on his character panel excitedly, and this time on the other side. Squad, besieged by 4 emperors, was suppressed. While fighting on Yuichi's side, Madara's direction though stopped to watch the fight for a while. But their battle wasn't over yet. The 3 admirals hadn't shot yet. Because they were squeezed out by the top combat power under the 4 emperors. Advertisement: each of the 4 emperors has 3 major powers under his command, and each of these people has the strength to fight against Admiral. When the 10 top fighters made their moves, Aokiji and the others had to consider what would happen to them if the opponent attacked them. So I can only back away and give Madara to them. As for Madara, after the Phoenix Marco, Katakuri and others attacked in turn, although the number of enemies has increased. But Madara has extremely perverted combat power, and suppressed Susanoo when they only opened their first form. Then Whitebeard et al. Did it themselves. The 4 emperors siege Madara. Madara can no longer be as relaxed as before. The power of Whitebeard's concussion made Madara extremely uncomfortable. Big Mom and Kaido cooperated exquisitely to attack and firmly suppressed Madara, and every counterattack was broken by the 2. In the end, Shanks's explosive attack was entwined with the extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki's slash every time, completely suppressing Squad 940's counterattack gap. Make Madara miserable. But Madara is not the one who keeps getting beaten and never fights back. There are so many of you, Madara taunted Whitebeard and the others while dodging the attack. However, the ant disagreed. Idiot, this is not a fair fight, you should understand it when you came into this world. Hearing this, Madara turned around and dodged Shanks' attack behind her. Then he said in a cold voice, "Then you mean, more people can bully fewer people?" The ant sneered. "You can understand it that way." Seeing this, Madara jumped into the air. "Since you all think so, then I don't have to worry about it. Speaking of crowds, I have quite a few." After Madara finished speaking, Shanks and the others stopped. They didn't understand. Did Madara still bring her companions? The first invasion has limited the number of people. There can only be 1 invader. This guy doesn't have any companions at all. Wood style. Madara's hands are instantly sealed. He sneered and looked at the people below. Multiple wood clone technique. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Suddenly a series of black shadows appeared from behind Madara, attacking downward. Madara slowly fell down and looked at everyone coldly. "Then let you have a try. How many people bully few people?" Susanoo. On. Boom. 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 One after another the giant Manos Grande shadows appear. All of a sudden, Whitebeard and others stared at the huge figures in front of them with wide-eyed expressions of disbelief. Advertisement Chapter 206. The horror scene of Shuzuo's clone opening, the stunned Gokage. The huge figures that emerged one after another. The blue energy exploded, forming the skeleton of the human body, and then the blue light on the bones began to condense muscle fibers. Soon a huge humanoid creature appeared, and this inexplicable energy formed armor to cover its body. Semi-full body Susanoo appears. Immediately, 7 half-full Susanoos appeared on the entire Eni's lobby. From a distance, it looks like 7 titans with blue light suddenly appeared on the island. They are gathering together. The enemies who stared angrily at the surrounding island became extremely quiet for a while. Everyone didn't open their mouths to speak, staring at these monsters with extremely huge bodies, even if only the upper body was tens of meters high. Eyes widened, under the strong pressure formed by these Susanoo. It makes people dare not make any sound at all. In front of Madara, Whitebeard and others stared at each Susanoo. Those who appeared under these monsters were exactly the same as Madara. Enemies from 1. In an instant, it became 8, 7 wood-style clones plus Madara herself. Madara opened her hands, saw. "How do you feel now? I have the upper hand in terms of numbers." It is said that Whitebeard and others have extremely ugly faces. Is this a clone? Can the clone actually use the ability of the main body? It is not that Whitebeard and the others have not seen ninja battles in the previous world wars. Aren't these ninja avatars shattered at the first touch, and can only be used to confuse the enemy? When will the avatar be able to display the same ability as the main body? If this is the case, wouldn't the other party split up a few more clones? Wouldn't one person be equivalent to an army? What a joke! Not to mention that Whitebeard and others from One Piece world were shocked and confused. Even Sarutobi and the others in the Hokage world feel unable to sit still at this moment. Staring at Madara in the light curtain, who is full of spirits and at the same time exudes a strong sense of oppression. The most exciting thing is the movie. He turned to look at Sarutobi. Why? Uchiha Madara will use wood style. Sarutobi himself also wanted to know this question, and he also wanted to ask why. But now facing fourth Raikage's questioning, Sarutobi feels very uncomfortable. As the shadow of the same village, when is it the other party's turn to question themselves with a Raikage? Sarutobi's face became a little gloomy. I don't know why Madara uses the Shodai technique. Fourth Raikage wanted to curse now. As Konoha's Hokage, you don't even know what abilities your own people have, so is this worthy of being Konoha Hokage? Advertisement, or is Konoha doing something, hiding something from the entire ninja world? Raikage, don't get excited, we are not the ones facing Madara now. 2-day scale Onogi steps up to appease Raikage. He also looked at the light curtain in the sky. Now that Madara is playing wood style, they're the ones who should be troubled. This is also very beneficial to us. At least we can learn more about Madara's abilities. As he spoke, he also glanced at Sarutobi suspiciously. Tsuchikage also seemed to guess what Konoha Shinobi was hiding in the battle between Konoha's first generation and Madara. But now is not the time to talk about that. Terumi Mei also took her gaze away from Sarutobi. He lowered his head and crossed his arms and said calmly, I hope Madara won't be revived suddenly because of some reward, otherwise it will be a big trouble for the entire ninja world. Hearing this, Luo Sha, Raikage, and Onoki suddenly felt a chill down their backs. Uchiha Madara is an extremely terrifying existence. His own power is terrifying enough, now it's even possible to use first Hokage's wood style. Uchiha's Sharingan plus the power of wood style to calm the troubled times, if such a person is resurrected. Then the situation of this world may be changed in an instant. Boom. When Wukage was having a headache, there was another roar in the light curtain. Everyone looked up at the light curtain, and the displayed picture made the corners of the mouths of the five twitch uncontrollably. Madara. A person. Now they are suppressing the 4C emperors of the opposing world. Relying on Susanoo cast by the wood-style clone. Not only challenge Whitebeard's shock fruit head-on, but also compete with Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature. With Susanoo's defensive power, it is easy to block Big Mom's attack. Shanks' slash couldn't break Susanoo for a short time. 4 clones, 4 Susanoos restrained the 4 emperors. And the remaining 3 clones, one to many, blocked all the pirates under the command of the 4 emperors. Madara herself stood in the middle of the battlefield with her hands folded and her face calm and disdainful. Looking at these people with cold eyes, they smiled coldly. The 4 emperors were restrained, and Madara's wood-style avatar plus Susanoo's abilities completely shocked everyone. Seeing such a scene, Wying was also a little terrified. A person from Uchiha Madara, just block a group of strong men in the other world. I will think of the battle between the 5 Kages and the opponent's world before, if it were them, they would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Advertisement. All the people in the auditorium fell silent. 4 emperors. The emperors who ruled the sea, fighting against one person at the same time, this should be a battle without any suspense. But now the ability that the opponent has exploded. But in turn suppressed the 4 emperors by himself. Such changes are unacceptable. Isn't the opponent also an S-level combat power? It should be the same level as the 4 emperors. It stands to reason that the opponent is at most one-on-one with one of the sea emperors. It's impossible for the 4 of you to take him down now. This clone technique is simply turning one monster into more monsters. How is it possible to have such an ability? If this guy has more clones, wouldn't he be able to form an army by himself? Simultaneously suppressed 4 sea emperors. Damn. Could it be that this guy is invincible? People in the auditorium began to panic. They weren't just afraid of the terrifying power that Madara was now displaying. At the same time, they are also worried about how many existences like Madara are left in each other's world. If there is more than one person like this, doesn't that mean that it will be impossible to win the next world war? That's right. We still have a sea emperor who didn't do anything. Someone suddenly remembered Yuichi. Now there is not only one sea emperor on the sea, but 5. But the 5th emperor of the sea, Yuichi, what is he doing now? The light curtain seemed to sense the meaning of the audience, and immediately aimed the screen at Yuichi. Wang Lihao. At this time, Yuichi was standing in another open space and giggling. When Yuichi stood on the spot, looked at the air with dull eyes and showed a silly smile. When such a picture appeared on the light curtain, everyone in the auditorium was stunned. Yuichi, what is this doing? What are you smirking at? Are you crazy? Could it be that he was beaten stupid after fighting Garp and others? Although he wasn't injured, maybe he left behind some after effects, or he was blown out of his mind by hockey. This appearance of oneself was seen by others, but Yuichi himself didn't know it. Now he is happy. The final scene of the 3rd scene of Senbon Sakura, the White Emperor sword is finally opened. This trick is not only powerful, but also very handsome and cool. If the power of the witch power is converted, and the power of chakra and haki is converted into Ryotsu, then how powerful the White Emperor sword will be when Yuichi's current power is fully released. Maybe it can cut through the sea with a single sword. Thinking of this, Yuichi couldn't help laughing, but he didn't know that his smile looked like a smirk in the air to others. Chapter 207 Tengai Shinsei broke out. This is the power of Uchiha. Open black lens bracket host. Yuichi close black lens bracket open black lens bracket the first template character. Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Current awakening progress. 68.01%. Open black lens bracket Shikai. Enabled close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Opened. Annihilating scene. Opened. Hang King. Not open. Final scene. Opened. Right now Yuichi is looking at his character panel. The mission rewards have indeed been distributed. Although the second scene of Senbon Sakura is not Kaki yet, it is skipped directly because it is a reward. Open the third scene. Boom. Suddenly Madara herself also turned on Susanoo. Yuichi, who was awakened by the sudden roar, he also turned his head to look in Madara's direction. At this moment, Madara looked coldly at Whitebeard and others around her. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you are very unconvinced. Since this is the case, I will give you another big gift. Talking about the sudden outbreak of Susanoo on Madara's body, she folded her hands together and began to form a mudra. And Madara herself is also doing the action of knot seal. And when seeing this scene, Yuichi's eyes expanded rapidly. Others don't know what Madara is going to do, how can Yuichi not know? Madara may have heard Yuichi's abuse at this time. It shouldn't be possible though, he's far away from Yuichi, and the roar of the battle drowns out the voice of the one on the right. But that didn't stop Madara from suddenly looking at Yuichi. There was a faint smile on his face. The battle on your side is over, so I have to speed up the 113 action on my side. Stop playing with these guys, I hope you won't be killed in the next blow, otherwise, there will be no game. Madara spoke in Yuichi's direction, however, the people around heard Madara's words, and Whitebeard and others glanced at each other. They were a little puzzled. Although Madara was very powerful, she was already so arrogant that she wanted to kill them all with one blow. It must be too loud. Just when the ant wanted to speak and satirize Madara. A terrifying chakra wave suddenly erupted from Madara's body. Yet this outburst of chakra fluctuations did not cause any damage. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Like they're hallucinating, Madara doesn't explode chakra at all. But then there was a change in the flow of gas. A faint roar began to sound in the sky. How could such a voice come from the sky? Everyone looked up towards the sky. Advertisement in the next second, appearing in front of everyone's eyes is a black shadow. Straight down from the sky. Now it looks like it's only the size of a ping-pong ball. But the sound that erupted was already very violent. All the four emperors looked at the black shadow in the sky and their expressions became a little weird. Whitebeard frowned. This is. The wood-style clones of Madara in front of them disappeared one by one. And Madara also put away her hands and jumped onto the roof beside her. Sit cross-legged and look at these people, so. Then enjoy it. My gift to you, to the world. When Madara's words sounded, boom boom boom. The air began to turbulent, and strong wind pressure was gathering overhead. And the black shadow that was only the size of a ping-pong ball a few seconds ago still expanded to the size of a small half of the island. A black shadow on the ground, its area is expanding little by little. Blocked the sun completely. Shanks on the island raised his head with an incredulous look on his face. After World War II, Shanks thought it was impossible for anything to shock him again. But now he realizes he was wrong, absolutely wrong. This is a meteorite. Everyone's expressions gradually became dull. When the huge volume of the meteorite that fell from the sky surpassed the entire Enies lobby. Whether it's Marine or Enies lobby personnel on the island. Or the reporters, businessmen, pirates, and civilians who were hearing the news around the island at the moment. Everyone's faces turned pale with the naked eye, even the people of the Hokage world. They're not the ones facing this attack, nor will it have any impact on their world. But seeing this scene, even Hokage felt his soul tremble. There is no way to keep peace of mind. Ha 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 ha. Look at your expressions, it's so funny. Do you understand now? The gap between your strength and mine? This is. The power of my Uchiha Madara, Tengai Shinsei, is my gift to the world. Boom boom boom. The huge meteorite that covered the sky and almost covered half of the sky crashed down. Looking towards Enies lobby from a great distance out at sea. At this moment you will see an extremely large, CJCG, meteorite, which is several times the size of Enies lobby. And one such meteorite is now hitting Enies lobby. As you can imagine, after waiting a few seconds, this is one of the important institutions of the Marine. Will be completely wiped from the sea. Advertisement. What a terrible power. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, suddenly looked at Uchiha Madara with surprise and shock in his eyes. The gesture that this guy made just now attracted such a terrifying meteorite. Is this a ninja? This guy is probably the scariest existence among ninjas. Quick. Quick. Run. Suddenly, a Marine general seemed to have reacted, and opened his mouth to call for the Marine soldiers on the island to flee for their lives. Watching the Marine soldiers in the Enies lobby running wildly towards the outside of the island. Keita Curry held the trident in his hand and snorted coldly. Is it too late to escape now? Even if he escaped from Enies lobby, under the impact of such a huge meteorite, the waves created can easily reach a height of several hundred meters. Under the impact of such huge waves, it is impossible for anyone to survive. Even Marine's warships will be smashed to pieces. Escape? Useful? You be *************, don't you even care about yourself? Suddenly Shanks yelled at Madara on the roof. When Madara heard this, she sneered. Are you an idiot? I'm from another world, and it doesn't matter whether I live or die in this world. Although Shanks would like to refute it, it is true. It doesn't matter if he dies in this world, a-hole. Shanks looked up at the huge meteorite in the sky. Too big. In my strength, HMPH, a mere meteorite wants to kill us? You underestimate the old man? A majestic voice sounded, and Whitebeard held the big knife Kong Yunket, and the power of shock fruit was activated. He stared firmly at the meteorite falling down at an extremely fast speed. Whitebeard is confident in breaking the meteorite, but it seems that he can't change the ending after breaking it. This island will always be destroyed by shattered meteorites, I'm afraid he alone. I'm not going to leave you alone, Whitebeard. Suddenly Kaido stood up, and then Big Mom burst into a strong haki. Shanks felt the strength of the three of them. If the four of them acted together, the meteorite would not only be broken, but it might be destroyed in an instant. Then the island is safe. Great, that's it. He looked up and locked on the meteorite. The movements of the four are almost completely synchronized. Whitebeard's shock fruit power explodes like crazy. Scales began to emerge from Kaido's body, and the dragon form opened. Big Mom's homies, Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon all erupted with strange power. Plus Shanks wrapped around Conqueror's Haki's slash. 4 attacks burst into the sky at the same time. Turning into multicolored Madara, the radiant light hits the meteorite directly like a laser. Pointing to Arrancar, the meteorite burst apart instantly, and dazzling light erupted from the crack. Watching the meteorite being quickly wiped out by this energy, Madara couldn't help but clapped her hands. Not bad, not bad. You can explode the power to destroy meteorites, but... Speaking of this, Madara looked at the 4 people with tired faces. You blocked the first one, so what about the second one? Chapter 208 Lesson 2 Tengai Shinsei, can you still stop it? Second one? Whitebeard and others have not yet had time to rejoice. After hearing Madara's words, they quickly raised their heads and stared at the sky again. The meteorite that was gradually obliterated by the attack released by the 4 of them gradually disappeared. But when the meteorite disappeared, their attacks also dissipated. But the dark shadow in the sky didn't disappear. Boom boom boom. The ear-piercing roar continued. The second huge meteorite appeared, and it kept falling. At this moment, Whitebeard, who still had a hint of joy just now, his gaze became extremely gloomy again. He clenched his fist to unleash the power of shock fruit. But just now he erupted with all his strength, and now in such a short period of time, he wants to erupt again even if he is at his peak. There is no way to release the fruit ability twice in succession. He also needs time to recover. Big Mom, Kaido, Shanks, etc. are in the same situation as Whitebeard. It was too late for them to stop the second meteorite. And it seems that the size of the second meteorite is completely larger than the first one. Whitebeard turned to look at Madara, who had remained so calm. No wonder this man has been so calm all the time, not surprised at all because they blocked the first meteorite. It turned out that he directly summoned 2 meteorites. This is ninjutsu. Although Chakra's power is used directly for fighting, it is weaker than Haki. But if you perform ninjutsu, the power that erupts is far more terrifying than Haki. Father, this meteorite is handed over to us. Suddenly Marco's voice sounded. The Phoenix Marco turned into the form of a phoenix and rushed into the sky. Below, Katakuri, Jin, Beckman and others are all ready to make a move. The first meteorite was stopped by their respective captains working together. Then this second meteorite, the captains have not recovered their strength yet. It's time for them, the Emperor's assistants, to make a move. A second meteorite appears. The hearts of the people watching the broadcast on the light curtain hung in the air. The 4 emperors can block the shot, but can the strongest cadres under the 4 emperors block the shot? They have doubts in their hearts, but now it was too late to think about it. Marco rushed into the sky and turned into a blue light, hitting the meteorite directly. The attacks of Katakuri, Jin, and Beckman below also broke out at the same time. However, the movement from the attack of the 3 of them was much smaller than before. Even if the 3 Haki shockwaves gathered together, they swept straight towards the meteorite in the air. He slammed into the meteorite with Marco, who went straight to the meteorite. But at this moment Whitebeard was already sighing. Advertisement, Marco's strength is not enough to break the meteorite. Heck. Boom. Marco was hit directly and fell straight towards the ground. There was only a huge crack appearing on the meteorite, and it was not really blocked. Furthermore, even if they work together to smash the meteorite, the scattered gravel will still fall. The entire island will be destroyed. No. What? Someone in the auditorium looked at the fallen Marco in disappointment. These are the 4 strongest cadres under the command of the 4 emperors. There is no way to compare their combined efforts with the previous 4 emperors. The attack feels painless to the meteorite. What a pity. It seems that the strength of your subordinates is still much weaker. Madara spoke very leisurely on the side. Whitebeard thought that Madara was mocking them, which made Whitebeard very angry. Even if he died, he would kill this guy first. He just wanted to make a move, but in the next second, Madara said, compared to you, I want to see if that guy can block my meteorite. That guy? Whitebeard and the others froze for a moment, then suddenly thought of Yuichi. They looked back in Yuichi's direction. People. At the same time, they noticed that at some point, Enel, Zephyr, Shiki and others had all arrived here. They were so focused on fighting Madara just now that they didn't notice what was happening on Yuichi's side. Looks like the battle is over, and that boy Yuichi. Win or lose? Shua, wah wah. Suddenly, there was an extremely piercing sound of breaking wind above his head. Everyone looked up. A white figure sprang up from the Eni's lobby and rushed straight to the huge meteorite in the sky. The white figure was extremely fast, almost rushing to the meteorite in the blink of an eye. At the same time, some kind of force behind him erupted crazily, leaving amazing ripples in the air. The continuous spread from bottom to top presents trumpet-shaped ripples. Wrapped with a swift wind, it rushed towards the sky. Yuichi. Whitebeard felt his strength recovering. This kid can do it alone, but even if I can't stop it, I just need to delay the time for the old man, and my physical strength will recover soon. It only takes a few seconds for him to catch his breath, and then he will be able to unleash that terrifying attack again. The situation of Shanks et al. Is about the same. Just waiting a few seconds is enough. Advertisement. At this time, Yuichi rushed out suddenly and flew straight towards the sky, and was being stared at by countless eyes from both worlds. Yuichi looked up to the sky, holding Zanpakuto in his hand. *TT. As expected of Uchiha Madara, the size of this meteorite feels much larger than I thought it would be. Seeing such a huge meteorite with your own eyes, its strong visual impact is far more thrilling than watching animation. But now Yuichi is not afraid. Just use this thing to try. The power of Senbon Sakura's strongest move. He looked down at the Senbon Sakura in his hand. Yuichi opened his mouth slightly and murmured softly, "Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura." Wow! The sky full of sakura flowers suddenly appeared again. In the violent wind, trillions of petals gathered to form a sea of flowers, rolling to form a wave of flowers. It echoed like a tornado behind Yuichi. Is this that ability? Madara looked at Senbon Sakura as if fascinated. The whole person was completely staring at Yuichi's back and refused to blink. Yuichi's abilities are already well known to people in both worlds. But now when Yuichi uses this ability, Whitebeard is a little confused. Using this trick, can you stop the meteorite? Although these petals are sharp blade fragments, no matter how many of these blade fragments are used to cut meteorites. Can it work? Tsunade and others who have experienced the power of Senbon Sakura in the world of Hokage. Seeing this scene, he sneered. You can feel the chill from Yuichi's blade even if you are far away. Jiraiya. Although this move is very strong, I want to use it to block meteorites. Impossible. And Yuichi's body suddenly burst into white light. Gather around Yuichi's body. Suddenly, a white light also appeared in Yuichi's hand, like a long sword made of white light was held in Yuichi's hand. Orochimaru also agrees with Jiraiya's statement. The blade turns into fragments. This ability integrates offense and defense, but it sacrifices the destructive power it should have. It is impossible to stop the meteorite. A white halo emerged behind him. At this moment, in front of the meteorite, it seems that an angel appeared. In an instant, like countless stars gathered behind Yuichi, a pair of white wings slowly spread out. Appearing in the frame and occupying the entire screen of the light curtain is the figure of Yuichi. Immediately afterwards, a strong cold air fell straight down from the sky. Everyone's expression was startled suddenly. This scene made everyone in the ninja world dumbfounded for a while. Final scene. White Emperor Sword. When Yuichi's voice sounded, it was above the light curtain of the Hokage world. It has white wings, because the cold air emitted by the sword body is too terrifying. It freezes the moisture in the air into ice. Seeing that Yuichi is about to hit a meteorite, at this time, the sakura flowers in the picture suddenly disappeared. Chapter 209 Final Scene. White Emperor Sword, a V and a real man fight. Shining silver light floated around Yuichi. The wings on the back, the white brilliance held in the hand. Leaving a white trail in the air and heading straight for the meteorite. Full set of Ryatsu with one blade on top, Yuichi exudes a very cold breath at the moment. When Yuichi's white light hit the meteorite directly, a white beam of light instantly penetrated the huge meteorite. Endless silver rays of light rushed towards the meteorite. Air. An astonishing ripple was set off and spread rapidly towards the surroundings. A roar followed. The air shock waves formed by the strong sound waves visible to the naked eye swept away at an extremely fast speed. Boom. A short and violent sound erupted. The meteorite began to crack, and white light erupted from the cracks. As the cracks became more and more, the light emitted from the cracks became more and more dazzling. Everyone stared blankly at the rapidly disintegrating meteorite in the air with their mouths wide open. Feel the strong energy fluctuations from 390 in the air. Suddenly the entire meteorite exploded, turning into rubble all over the sky. However, this is not over yet. The exploded stones were blown gently by the wind and turned into powder. The huge meteorite slowly dissipated from the eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dissipated in the sky above Eni's lobby along with the white light. When the sun shines down again and shines on everyone's face. When the sun's trace appeared on the lake in the light curtain again. Whether it's the people in the Eni's lobby who are trying to escape, the blades in the audience, or the people in the world of Hokage. They all stopped all their actions at this moment. Standing there motionless looking at the same picture. Looking at the sky that has completely lost the trace of the huge meteorite. And from a distance here, only a back can be vaguely seen. 1. The back of the stalwart. The white cloak was blown up by the wind, exposing Yuichi's sharp muscle lines, and his face was slightly pale. Blocking the meteor cost Yuichi a lot of Ryatsu. The first time I cast Final Scene, White Emperor Sword, it took more Ryatsu than Yuichi thought. No wonder it's Byakuya's unique move. This kind of move really can't be used casually. If not for chakra with one tail, plus its own hockey complement. I'm afraid that after this blow, Yuichi's fighting strength is only 1/5 left. Below, advertisement Whitebeard and others on the Eni's lobby are now slowly recovering their physical strength. But their hearts were not at peace. One person did what the four of them could do together. That blow, the white light, and the white wings made Yuichi seem to come down suddenly like a savior. Blocked the devastating meteor impact. Whitebeard's clenched fists were also thrown away, and he smiled faintly. You really have it. I didn't expect such a powerful move to be hidden. The effect of the blow just now was not only to block the meteorite, but also to make Kaido and others more afraid of Yuichi. It wasn't just meteorites that Yuichi smashed. Now in the auditorium of One Piece World, countless people are looking at the third from the right in the picture. No one dared to say that this is just a new Emperor of the Sea, whose strength is not comparable to the old four emperors. After all, for the same thing, they still need 4 people to work together, but Yuichi only needs to be alone. Which is higher and which is lower seems to have a result. However, blocking meteorites is blocking meteorites and fighting is fighting. Yuichi's ability to block the meteorite alone does not mean that the 4 of them will work together without fear. Fighting is not something that can tell who is stronger just by looking at a certain aspect. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Madara's voice sounded in such a quiet moment. His voice is especially clear on Eni's lobby. In the air, Yuichi also felt that in the gaze cast by Madara, Shengyuan was becoming more and more intense. It seems that his shot made Madara also have the desire to hunt. Look back. Sensing Madara's position, Yuichi suddenly fell straight down. Shua, watching Yuichi suddenly fall down, as if falling. This made the people in Pirate World a little worried. But when Yuichi fell at an extremely fast speed and was about to fall to the ground, suddenly stopped. At a height of less than 10 meters from the ground, the speed of the fall slowed down. Yuichi's body floated down slowly, a sudden drop followed by a slowdown to the ground. This process is normal for Yuichi, but it makes the blade heart tremble. If Yuichi had run out of strength to resist the meteorite, he would have fallen at that height and at that speed just now. It must fall to pieces. Luckily Yuichi seems to have the energy to spare and the worst isn't happening. No matter what others think, now Yuichi came to Madara. Zanpakuto, who had already lifted the Bankai state, was gently held by Yuichi and his momentum became much weaker. Not as intense as before, but Yuichi also looked tired. Advertisement, now. It's finally our turn. Suddenly, Madara's voice became high-pitched and excited, and Madara, who had been keeping calm all this time, now had excitement written all over her face. Yuichi nodded slightly. The people around saw the posture of the 2 of them. This is a one-on-one duel. Why do such a thing? There is only one enemy, but the 5 Emperors Alliance has a total of 5 people here. If the 5 of them attack this guy together, they should be able to solve it soon. Why are you singled out with him? This is about the fate of 2 worlds, not a duel between warriors or brave men. However, seeing the appearance of the 2, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks didn't make any moves. He just stood there and watched silently. However, Jin under Kaido seems to want to sneak attack Madara. And when he was about to make a move, he was locked by Kaido's eyes. Jin. Don't do anything. Jin, who was stopped by Kaido, was very puzzled. Master Kaido, this is a good opportunity to attack him. Why do you want to? Kaido ignored Jin's question, but turned to look at Yuichi and Madara. Slowly raising his hands and crossing them in front of his chest, the corners of his mouth raised slightly and he looked at the 2 with a smile on his face. How can you bother them at this time? Don't you see that the 2 of them just want to fight each other now? A tacit battle between 2 men. If you still want face, don't participate. Jin understood what Kaido said. Now Madara is focused on Yuichi and has no defense against other enemies around him. It's really unkind to make a sneak attack under such circumstances, but it's none of his business. Whoever that guy wants to fight has nothing to do with them, right? Jin doesn't care even if he has a bad reputation for sneak attacks. But he doesn't care, but Kaido cares a lot, and even appreciates Madara's courage. 4.8 When surrounded by enemies on all sides, dare not be wary of other enemies at all. This kind of courage is very kind. Since the other party is so confident, don't the other 4 emperors have such confidence? Do the 4 emperors need to rely on sneak attacks to defeat the enemy? Attacking at this time is not only insulting this man, but also insulting them emperors. Do you need me to wait for you? Let you recover a little bit of strength? Madara spoke very generously. Hearing this, Yuichi also admired Uchiha Madara. Others may think that Madara is an upright man, but in Yuichi's view, this guy is arrogant, and he has absolute confidence in his own strength. That's why I said this. However, when it comes to arrogance, Yuichi is also not weak. No need. Let's get started. Uchiha Madara, After Yuichi finished speaking in a cold voice, Madara's eyes burst out with a strong killing intent. Okay. Let's start then, right? Chapter 210 The Battle of Two Monsters, Come Out, Fire Spirit. The moment Madara's voice fell, originally, people thought that the two should test each other first. However, it is not what they imagined, two people. At the same time, in an instant, a strong momentum erupted. Even because the momentum of the instant eruption was too strong, it was mixed with the energy gushing out of the body like a volcanic eruption. Vibrate the surrounding air, forming a wave of air visible to the naked eye that spreads from the feet of the two in an instant. At the same time, the figures of the two disappeared. The sound of breaking wind sounded one after another. Boom boom. In the next second, the figures of the two appeared. Yu knife holding Zanpakuto in his hand slashed towards Madara, and at some point a black stick appeared in Madara's hand. The thing blocks Yuichi's slash. The collision of Zanpakuto and the black stick erupted in a cascade of sparks. However, the sparks in the air exploded, and the aftermath under the feet spread instantly. Before people had time to lock onto the figures of the two, they disappeared again. This time it appeared on the roof of a house 10 meters away. The sound of the clash of blades and black sticks reappeared. Ding ding. Dang. Sparks splashed in the air, and the figures of the two flickered extremely quickly. The storm broke out one after another from different places. Every time the storm swept away, leaving behind the afterimages of the two people, the sound of the next metal collision sounded again. The entire battlefield seemed to have suddenly become a blacksmith shop. Ping ping pong is the sound of impact. The turmoil generated by the fight between the two spread towards the surroundings, leaving long traces on the ground. It even affected the pirates who were watching the battle. Marco was almost hit by a slash of wind, but he still used his fruit ability to catch the blow. The battle between the top powerhouses, speed, strength, all broke out to the ultimate. Flickering afterimages, sparks exploding everywhere, violent wind and flurry of dust and smoke. People in both worlds were shocked by such a battle scene. Hokage world. Many ninjas are now staring at the light curtain in the sky. What a fast speed. What a strong attack. My eyes can't keep up with the speed of the two of them, they're getting faster and faster. How could Uchiha Madara have such strength? Chakra's strength is obviously weaker than Hoki's, but he dared to collide head-on with the opponent without losing the wind. Amazing taijutsu. Uchiha Madara's taijutsu is so strong, he escaped the opponent's slash several times in a row. The reaction is so fast. Advertisement: the ninjas were amazed. And the people in Pirate World are not much better than them. Whether it's the people at the Eni's lobby or the people in the audience. They were all surprised by Madara's performance, especially the three admirals who have retreated to the edge of the battlefield under the pressure of Whitebeard and others. Akainu clenched his fists and stared fiercely at Yuichi, who was fighting fiercely. That face is full of unwillingness. How is it possible? His strength has become stronger again. Glancing at the furious Akainu, Kizaru sighed, it's not just Yuichi, but the invaders from Otherworld are the real fear. They should be weaker than Hoki, at least they are suppressed by Hoki in melee ability, but you can see that he can fight Yuichi evenly with his weaker strength. That astonishing reaction, and he seems to be able to predict the enemy's attack in advance. Speaking of this, Aokiji also nodded, so you noticed it too. I feel that Yuichi's movements seem to be seen through by him, otherwise his melee combat ability should not be as good as Yuichi's. Both are monsters. One seems to be able to see through the opponent's actions, while the other still maintains its due suppression even if the action is seen through. Yuichi's swordsmanship is truly on display now. In the face of emergencies, he changed his moves cleanly, launched slashes from impossible angles, and continuously interrupted Madara, who found the rhythm. The battle between the two is quite exciting. Boom boom boom. Suddenly the figures of the two stopped. In the center of the battlefield, the figures of the two collided fiercely. Yuichi holds Zanpakuto with both hands, with his left foot in front and his right foot behind, leaning slightly forward. Hoki's power overlays Zanpakuto, and two long black sticks held Yuichi's blade. Madara did the same, holding a black stick in each hand, and stopped Yuichi's knife. There was no way to withdraw the weapons of both sides. At the same time, terrifying power erupted from the feet of the two of them. Pushing his own body, he crazily impacted towards the opponent. The two forces collided with each other. The ground suddenly sank a lot. The ground within 10 meters around suddenly sank and cracked. Invisible ripples began to spread, setting off thick smoke and sweeping towards the surroundings. This astonishing movement made the hearts of the people around them twitch suddenly. But the two parties involved. Yuichi had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of fighting flames. And Madara's expression is similar, but compared with Yuichi's, it has a slightly colder feeling. The clothes and hair of the two were swaying extremely fast in the wind. Madara, you are strong. Hearing that Yuichi also said Kaido, you are also strong. Advertisement silence. The blue veins on the hands of the two of them gradually bulge, and they were both increasing their strength to push each other back. But 3 seconds later, the ground began to show some signs that it could not bear the strength of the two of them. A crack broke out from between the two, and the width of the crack was fully expanding. It seems that because of the strength of the two, this crack is constantly expanding. Sudden. Madara stopped. The body jumped backwards, turned quickly in the air, and landed on the roof. The moment Madara stopped, Yuichi took a step forward and also stopped his own strength. There was no rush to the ground. It seems that it is indeed a disadvantage to use the power of chakra to fight close to people in your world. Hearing Madara's words, everyone in the Hokage world was a little speechless. Did you know now? What were you doing just now? I have fought for so long with my own disadvantages and the advantages of others. Even so, it is still a fairly even situation, and now it is not said that 290 is at a disadvantage. Uchiha Madara, this guy is showing off. The warm-up is over, so I'm going to get serious next time. As Madara folded her hands on her chest, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan pupils dilated slightly. Susanoo. Susanoo rose slowly behind Madara, and the blue energy exuded a dazzling light. But he decided to remind you, Yuichi, I'm not joking, you have to be careful with Susanoo's power. Your slash may not be enough to break through Susanoo's defense. A huge phantom enveloped Madara, and an extremely strong momentum crazily crushed it. But, is this guy trying to say he can summon Susanoo too? They have experienced the power of this thing before, and the owner has amazing defense and attack power. Just when Whitebeard was thinking of opening his mouth to remind Yuichi, Madara's expression suddenly froze. Boom. Suddenly Yuichi laughed. Surely it's time to be serious. What did he mean? Did he mean he wasn't serious himself? Okay. Yuichi looked at Madara at first. Don't think that you are the only one who can summon the titans. The appearance of Susanoo made Whitebeard and others frown. Come out. Fire spirit. Hearing what Yuichi said, Madara found it interesting instead. He thought that Yuichi said similar things to him because he felt that he was bluffing. Are you kidding? This is the blood successor of the Uchiha clan. With Yuichi's current state, Ryotsu has been weakened a lot, and the slash is indeed not easy to break through Susanoo's defense. Chapter 211 Fire Spirit vs Susanoo, a contest that never retreats. The sound of flames beating resounded. A flame flared up in Yuichi's chest. When the fire broke out, everyone still hadn't recovered from Yuichi's words. Next, the flame spread and swept across Yuichi's whole body in an instant. It was obvious that the flames were burning very violently, but the people standing around did not feel the scorching sensation that the high-temperature flames should have. But there is no time now to wonder why. The pink flame began to turn into a huge pillar of fire. As the flame continued to spread, it had already faintly turned into a human figure. But just like the Susanoo that Madara is opening now, it only has a half body. It only has the upper body, but the lower body has not been condensed for the time being. The slender waist and abdomen are not as huge as Susanoo's, but it only covers Yuichi and covers a range of about 2 meters around Yuichi. However, when the flames gradually faded, the appearance of the fire spirit was revealed, which made people feel extremely weird and different. Mechas don't exist in this world, and neither does the world of Hokage. However, the appearance of Huo Ling is not so much a human form as it is more like the form of a Gundam warrior mecha. Not only is the waist and abdomen very thin, but the arms are also extremely long when stretched out. If Huo Ling's entire body is condensed together, then Huo Ling's hands are fully equivalent to his height. It's like the long-armed clan of Pirate World. When such a uniquely shaped fire spirit appeared, Madara also showed a look of surprise. He was just saying that Yuichi couldn't possibly summon Susanoo. Indeed, Yuichi didn't summon Susanoo, but what Yuichi summoned now made Madara's soul tremble slightly. The power is weird. Quiet. The entire Eni's lobby is very quiet right now. No one made a sound, only the slight collision sound of the wind blowing the stones rolling on the ground. Whitebeard Kaido and the others stared at Yuichi in front of them with wide eyes. Another trick I've never seen before. What kind of ability is this? This kind of ability doesn't seem to be a fruit ability. Whitebeard thought to himself, but suddenly he gave Big Mom another look. Words cannot be so absolute. For example, the ability of the ant is very weird. Being able to create all kinds of homies with the power of the soul, it cannot be said that this is not a fruit ability. Advertisement. But if this ability of Yuichi is a fruit ability, what kind of fruit ability should it be? Ha 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 ha. Interesting. I didn't expect to have a similar ability to Susanoo. You are so interesting, Yuichi. Backquote. Suddenly Madara seemed to be very excited. His smile is a bit exaggerated, although he is laughing wildly, but the movement of Susanoo on him is not slow. The punch directly hit Yuichi's fire spirit hard. Huo Ling was provoked by Susanoo, and at the same time waved his arms like 2 spears. With 5 fingers together, they stabbed straight like a flame gun. The astonishing speed made Madara's Susanoo attack first, but was grabbed by the throat by the fire spirit. Flames erupted on Susanoo's neck. The soul flame that bloomed from the hands of the fire spirit began to burn Susanoo crazily. All of a sudden, the flames gathered a moment of surging force and melted Susanoo's neck. This terrifying power made Whitebeard and others open their mouths in disbelief. You know they fought against this Susanoo just now. This thing's defense is amazing, even Shock Fruit's calendar area can easily cause damage to it. And Yuichi's thing called Fire Spirit, the flames released can easily melt Susanoo. One can imagine how terrifying this flame is. Not to mention Whitebeard and others, even Madara herself was a little scared by the power of the fire spirit flame. But Madara doesn't care now. With his pupil power, even if Susanoo is destroyed, he can recover quickly. He wants to see if this power can be compared with Susanoo. A lightsaber appeared in Susanoo's hand instantly, and the curved lightsaber was held in Susanoo's hand. Stabbed directly at Huo Ling's chest, however, in the next second, the lightsaber only pierced the shallow part of Huo Ling's chest and stopped. The fire spirit grabbed Susanoo's arm and the flames burned the other's arm, and the lightsaber disappeared at the same time. A burst of flame appeared on Huo Ling's chest, slowly healing the wound. At the same time, Susanoo's burned body recovered in a blink of an eye. Two huge phantoms attacked frantically. Between you and me, it's only a short 10 seconds. The resulting turmoil was already terrifying, and Susanoo was constantly burned by the flames of the fire spirit, but Susanoo also left many wounds on the body of the fire spirit. Both Yuichi and Madara didn't dodge the other's attack at all, and they definitely didn't take a step back. Just standing there and controlling Susanoo and fire spirit to attack each other. The front is tough and will not back down at all. Advertisement, however, as the battle progressed, everyone also discovered it. These two fearsome giants of the Manos Grande are different from each other. Susanoo's power seems to be weaker than Huo Ling, and the attack power is not as good as Huo Ling. But it is extremely powerful in terms of recovery. Even if both arms are returned by flames, they can recover in the blink of an eye. The wounds on Huo Ling's body recovered very slowly, but Huo Ling's defense was very strong. Susanoo's attack could only leave a shallow mark on it. One side can't resist the flames, it's easy to get caught, but it's resilient. One side has an amazing defense, the power of the flame attack is terrifying, but the recovery is very slow. Two different situations made Huling and Susanoo fight hard. However, both Yuichi and Madara refused to bow their heads and insisted on gritting their teeth. Everyone knew that although the two of them were not injured, such a battle would definitely consume a lot of energy. If it goes on like this, it will be head-to-head until the end. It depends on who has better endurance and who can persevere. The roar of the collision between the two huge phantoms became more and more intense. The entire building of Eni's lobby was in the aftermath of the two attacking and colliding. More than half of it has been destroyed. Seeing Eni's lobby being crazily destroyed like this, no one dared to go out to stop the two of them. You want to compete with me, Uchiha Madara? Well, let's see who falls first. Speaking of which, Madara suddenly, Hao Nuo Jiao, erupted again with even more astonishing pupil power. Susanoo's body began to grow gradually. To be precise, the full body of Susanoo finally appeared. Susanoo appeared with a complete body and even wings growing from his back. The condescending Madara looks at Yuichi. How is it? Can we continue now? And Yuichi smiled. Don't think it's just you. Suddenly, the witch power in Yuichi's body exploded, and the height of the tumbling fire spirit also rose. The super spirit body fire spirit fully appeared. Standing on the Eni's lobby, there are huge monsters tens of meters high at both ends. The originally huge island is now the size of a boxing ring for the two of them. Hiss. It can even become even bigger, boom buzz. The perfect fire spirit and the perfect Susanoo are wrestling with each other. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave spread, sweeping Zoo with astonishingly thick smoke. People who are relatively close to the surrounding area are shrouded in smoke. Chapter 212 Madara and Yuichi, changing the fighting style. The flame was burning Susanoo, and the powerful soulfire quickly melted Susanoo's body. And Susanoo's lightsaber also pierced into Huo Ling's body fiercely. The dust and smoke gradually dissipated. Madara is on Susanoo's head, enveloped by Susanoo. And the same goes for Yuichi, but now the two are looking at each other. Those eagle-like eyes stared at each other, and their sharp eyes collided in the air. It seemed that there was a faint burst of lightning. The people around looked at the two with dull expressions. The two guys finally stopped, looked at the devastated ground around them, and continued to fight like this. I'm afraid there are only a few buildings on the Eni's lobby. Everyone looked at them nervously, worried that these two guys would continue to fight like this. If no one is willing to show weakness, then this Eni's lobby may really suffer. Even people like them are in danger of life. Whether it's Fire Spirit or Susanoo, if you don't mention their powerful strength, just their huge bodies. As long as a random blow is affected, there is no way to survive without a little strength. Just when everyone was worried about the two of them, Madara spoke. You are the opponent I am most satisfied with besides Hashirama. It's great, I didn't expect to have such a strong person like you in this world. Hearing this, Yuichi was a little flattered. Is this the approval from Madara? 380? Yuichi couldn't even help but think of a picture. Uchiha Madara shouted proudly to Yuichi. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest in One Piece world. Thinking of this picture makes me a little excited. Ending his fantasy, Yuichi looked at Madara with concentration. You are also a rare opponent. Seeing that Yuichi seems to have similar thoughts as herself, Madara is even more happy. At this moment, Madara even had a feeling of sympathy with Yuichi. It's a pity that the two are people from different worlds and destined to be enemies, but if given the chance, Madara wouldn't mind sitting down with Yuichi and having a good chat. Yuichi is a very nice person in his eyes, not just enemies. This battle made me find the feeling I haven't seen for a long time. Thank you Yuichi, you wake up my blood and make my whole body burn. Madara is in high spirits now, despite fighting Yuichi's fire spirit just now. He used up quite a bit of pupil power, but that didn't bother Madara at all. No matter how much pupil power is consumed, it can be restored. What he wants is a hearty fight. Lowering her eyes, Madara glanced at Yuichi's fire spirit and felt her Susanoo again. Advertisement: if we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to tell the winner. Although this kind of battle is also very interesting, Madara doesn't want to keep fighting, CJCA. Like this. Since Susanoo can't tell the winner in a short time, then. Madara raised her head and said, it will take a long time for us to win the battle if this continues. Do we need to change the way of fighting? Heard. Yuichi didn't answer yet, but the people around, as well as those who heard Madara's words through the light curtain, didn't know what to say. Are the two talking human? What does it mean to change the way of fighting? Do the co-authors treat this battle as a game? People in One Piece world are very speechless and people in Hokage world are a little angry. Especially the 5 Kages. Sarutobi Hiruzen et al. Feel like Madara has now completely forgotten that this is a matter of life and death for both worlds. Now it's all about my own interest, not about the Hokage world. After all, this guy is also from the Hokage world, and he actually left his own world behind him regardless of life or death. It's just outrageous. Okay. Yuichi agreed. This made Sarutobi and others, who were about to scold Madara angrily, stuck in their throats and unable to speak out. Madara. It's okay to mess around alone. Why don't even the guys in the other world care about their world's problems at all? Especially Yuichi, hasn't he been fighting to win their world? Why does he seem to be a different person suddenly now? No matter what these people think, Yuichi also wants a good fight now. All other issues were temporarily dismissed by Yuichi. Let's have a quick fight. The moment Yuichi agreed, Madara's Susanoo dissipated instantly, and Madara herself fell to the ground. See Susanoo, who took the initiative to disarm her, Yuichi withdrew the super spirit body of the fire spirit. Also fell from the sky. The two stood facing each other, gently relaxing their hands. We have competed in gymnastics. Your hockey power is very strong and I am no match, but my fighting skills are stronger than yours, but your swordsmanship is amazing. Comprehensively speaking, we can barely be regarded as civilians in terms of physical skills. Yuichi didn't want to refute what Madara said. If it wasn't for the full power of Zanpakuto, and Ryotsu recovering, Yuichi fighting with Ryotsu would have been even more terrifying. Even if Madara's Sharingan can see Yuichi, his body can't keep up with Yuichi's Shunpo speed. Yuichi didn't speak but Madara continued. As for the contest just now, it's my special ability. Advertisement saying that, Madara pointed to her eyes, that ability is called Susanoo, and it is the power of my blood successor, Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone looked into Madara's eyes at this moment. Many people have noticed Madara's extremely mysterious eyes before. And now I am even more surprised when I hear him say. Unexpectedly, that huge monster named Susanoo turned out to have the ability to only have a pair of eyes. That fire spirit of yours? Is it from Devil Fruit? Regarding Madara's guess, Yuichi looked at him with a half smile, without giving a clear answer. Seeing this, Madara didn't ask too much. After all, this was the other party's ability. Questions about abilities are usually something no one wants to make public. No matter what your abilities are, we are evenly matched in terms of special abilities. If we continue to fight, we may be able to decide the winner, but at least it will take a few hours. Yuichi nodded. That's right. My powers can probably last a few hours in that state. Madara. Me too. Gently twisting her neck, Madara's bones made a rattling sound. Physical skills, special abilities, we are all on par, so we should try something else next. Yuichi narrowed his eyes. Ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Yuichi knew, and Madara was a little surprised. However, the two sides have already experienced many world wars. It is not surprising that people in this world know about ninjutsu. Who doesn't know how to gather information? That's right. Although Chakra's strength increase is not as good as Hoki's in melee combat. But Chakra can release powerful ninjutsu. In the next battle, I want to have a ninjutsu contest with you, but I don't know if your world has such similar skills. If not. Hearing what Madara said, Whitebeard and others around him sighed softly. As Madara said, Hoki has a stronger boost to strength than Chakra, but Chakra has the effect of performing ninjutsu. In contrast, Hoki is powerful, but the way it is used is too single. In the final analysis, there are only two ways of winding and releasing. It can be said that they are all prepared for close combat. Not as varied as the ninjutsu unleashed by Chakra. So Madara proposed to try something like ninjutsu, but Yuichi couldn't help it. Can. Whitebeard and others, who were feeling emotional, suddenly raised their heads and looked at Yuichi in confusion. What is this guy talking about? He said yes. What can? Compete with ninjutsu. Another way to say it is to use Hoki attacks from a distance. Isn't this crazy? Hoki's long-distance release is very difficult. Although Yuichi is already the world's #1 swordsman, he only has one way to release chopping waves, and fight against various ninjutsu. This is to use your weakest strength to collide with the opponent's strongest strength. Are you looking for death? Chapter 213 The Collision of Kido and Ninjutsu, the perfect opponent. He agreed. A marine soldier looked at Yuichi with complicated eyes, and turned to look at his friend with a puzzled expression. Did I hear wrong just now? His friend shook his head. No. He did agree. Why do you agree to such a fighting method, using Hoki and ninja's ninjutsu contest? Isn't this asking for trouble? Who knows? Maybe he thinks that Hoki can block all the ninjutsu attacks of the enemy. Although Hoki is very strong, People who have gone through the previous World War One Peace world also know one thing. That is if it is just a simple competition of destructive power or defensive power. Then Hokage's power is definitely stronger than chakra. But if against the Jonin technique, Hokage's defense can't stop it. In the previous world wars, Marine dispatched a lot of Marine vice admirals, but when faced with the ninjutsu released by ninjas, it has been tested. With Hokage's defense alone, don't try to block chakra's transformed fire, lightning, gust of wind and other attacks. Once chakra changes into these powers, the power will undergo a qualitative change. The destructive power is much stronger than Hokage. Madara also heard the words of the people around him. He squinted his eyes and looked at Yuichi. If your world doesn't gather power kings like ninjutsu, you don't have to agree to it. We can go another way. No, these people won't. It doesn't mean they don't exist. Yuichi smiled. Raise your fingertips and aim at Madara's direction instantly. One of Hado. Punch. In an instant, a small shock wave burst out from Yuichi's fingertips and rushed towards Madara's direction. Madara's pupils shrank slightly, and she slightly tilted her head. This wave swept across Madara's face extremely quickly. The breeze blows on Madara's face. But now Madara is very surprised. Can she launch this kind of attack just by pointing her finger casually? Not bad. This trick seems to be more convenient than ninjutsu. Wow. Didn't expect that there is such a power as ninjutsu. Very good. Let's see who is stronger. Saying that, Madara became serious and raised her hand to make a seal. But now the people around are dumbfounded. Even Whitebeard and others were surprised. What kind of trick did Yuichi use just now? Obviously, he didn't see Hokage surge, but suddenly a shock wave burst out from his fingertips. Advertisement. For a slightly stronger person, this kind of attack will not cause too much damage even if they are hit, let alone dodging. But this is not the point of the question. The point is, what trick is this? Can Hokage really change into various powers to attack like chakra? What are you kidding? These four emperors have never heard of Hokage being used like this. Fire style. The great fire is extinguished. Boom boom boom. The flames that spewed out from Madara's mouth instantly spread rapidly and turned into a terrifying sea of flames, attacking Yuichi crazily. This ninjutsu only feels very strong and terrifying to One Piece world. But for the ninjas, although it was the second time they saw it, they saw a ninjutsu that was not too powerful in the first place, and it exploded in the hands of Madara with a power comparable to that of an S-rank ninjutsu. They still yelled in disbelief. However, they hadn't recovered from the amazing power of Madara's ninjutsu explosion. Suddenly Yuichi's voice sounded. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientiane, fluttering wings, and the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, across the sea, turn south, and move forward. 31 of Hado, Red Cannon. Yuichi chanted loudly, at the moment when the flames were about to reach Yuichi. After Yuichi finished the chanting, he pointed the palm of his right hand in the direction of Madara. The crimson flame erupted instantly, and a 2-meter wide fireball was launched suddenly. Although compared with Madara's fire-style ninjutsu, Yuichi's attack range is far less than Madara's. But the power of the red cannon instantly rushed away the flames of Madara. Tear a path in the center of the sea of flames, and go straight to Madara who unleashes ninjutsu. The moment the red cannon exploded, Madara's face became even more excited. That passage. Is that the prerequisite for releasing this blow? It's really interesting. The release of ninjutsu needs to be sealed first, and the release of tricks in this world needs to chant some inexplicable words. Quote. However, although the methods are different, the meaning is probably the same. They are all to guide the power in the body to run, so as to change into another form of energy release attack. Madara thought in her heart, but the effort in her hands did not delay. It was easy to dodge this powerful blow, but wouldn't that be like being overwhelmed by Yuichi? Didn't you see that Yuichi didn't take a step away either? Then it is impossible for him Madara to move easily. Earth Style. Earth Wall. The moment the Earth Style ninjutsu was released, a wall of earth appeared in front of Madara. The red artillery bombarded the earth wall fiercely, blasting a huge hole, but it didn't completely break through Madara's earth formation wall. After blocking the attack, the earth wall disappears. Advertisement. And at this moment Yuichi's voice sounded again. Ask for flowers. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, the Vientiane, the thing that flies high, and the thing that bears the name of human beings. Truth and temperance, the wall of the dream of innocence, stand only on it. 33 of Hado. Blue flame pendant. In Yuichi's right palm, there was a sudden thunderous sound. What appeared this time was a white lightning flame, and several white flames flickered continuously in the air. Like silver snakes flying towards Madara quickly. The white flame looks like a thunderbolt. Such an attack made Madara feel very strange. If you use ninjutsu to explain it, then this attack is not like fire style. It is also lightning style. It's like a special escape technique that can only be released by the blood succession limit in ninjutsu. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bomb. A mass of mud suddenly appeared from the ground under Madara's feet, and a group of earth dragons suddenly burst out of the mud. 0. Hitting straight at Yuichi's flames. The roar erupted, and at the same time the flames scattered, and the attacks of the two were cancelled out by the other side at the same time. Madara looked at Yuichi in amazement. I can compete with me in ninjutsu, no one in my world can. Even Hashirama can only use wood style against me. You are a perfect opponent. At the same time, Yuichi also opened his mouth and said, "You are also very good. I chanted Hado with all my strength, there is nothing I can do about you." Hearing this, Madara frowned, as the ability you used just now called Hado. Yuichi. To be precise, it is called Kido. Kido is divided into Hado, Bakudo, and Kaido. Hearing this, Madara also laughed. It's similar to ninjutsu, and ninjutsu is also divided into 3 types: ninjutsu, ninjutsu, and illusion. When the two are discussing, Whitebeard looked at Yuichi completely differently now. He looked at Yuichi as if he saw a ghost. It's not just him, Kaido and others' expressions are not much better. Marco is now sweating coldly on his forehead. Dad. Yuichi's trick. Could it be? Speaking of which, he didn't quite believe the thought in his heart. However, Shanks on the side helped him out with the guesswork. This guy developed his own ninjutsu for our world. If it is said that a powerful person is worthy of fear, then a person who can create a series of moves by himself is worthy of awe. And he is far better than I imagined. Haki is able to use this kind of trick. Although it seems that the power is not particularly amazing, but such a long-distance combat ability may suddenly turn the tide of the battle. Inch. Chapter 214 Reaching the Limit, the Miraculous Effect of Kido. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. The roaring fireball crashed into Yuichi. At this moment Big Mom stopped talking and looked intently in Yuichi's direction. Hado's 26 red flame plugs. Yuichi waved his hands, this time without chanting, but suddenly a wall of flames appeared in front of Yuichi. This Kido was originally used to attack, but sometimes attack can also become defense. The moment the flame wall was formed, Madara's fireball hit it, and the two forces instantly cancelled each other out. Although the explosion caused was extremely astonishing. But neither side could do anything to win the other. Come again. Not to be outdone, Madara seemed to enjoy it. Fire Style. Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Technique. With several fire style attacks in succession, Madara had no intention of stopping at all, and the expression on her face became more and more crazy. Flames burst out from his direction one after another. The flames continued to spread continuously. The strong wind that was blown also made the 610 office extremely hot. On the other side, Yuichi also didn't stop, releasing Kido one after another while waving his hands to fight back. Bakudo's 39 round gate fans. Defensive shaped Kido, forming a circular protective shield in front of Yuichi, resisting the attack of Madara's fire dragon technique. Hado's 31 red cannon. Hado's 54 waste flames. This side also used Kido to fight back one after another, 1 Kido in defensive form and 2 Kido in offensive form. The collision of ninjutsu and Kido erupted with a fierce roar. The two were back and forth, and the contest between Kido and ninjutsu seems to be gradually entering a heated stage. And at this moment, this unique battle, people from both worlds stared wide-eyed unconsciously. From the physical combat at the beginning, to the summoning of huge energy phantoms for hand-to-hand combat, now it is the turn of the long-range attack game. These two are stubborn guys. It seems that no one will give up even if there is no winner. However, although such a battle makes people feel that neither of them seems to take the world war seriously at all. Such an attitude is very bad. But at the same time, Yuichi and Madara's fight felt eye-opening. The ninjas looked at Madara's way of continuously releasing ninjutsu like a machine gun. Ninjutsu. Can it still be used like this? This guy doesn't take chakra seriously. Advertisement. Is the chakra in him infinite? On the other side, the people of One Piece stared at Yuichi. Compared with the ninjas, they are more shocking to Yuichi. This strange attack that is being used one after another is probably a trick developed by Yuichi himself. And this trick should use the power of Haki. Haki can evolve into such a variety of attack methods. This is simply an unprecedented discovery for the entire pirate world. The shock these Kido brought to the pirate world was unprecedented. Although Yuichi had used Kido once before, no one thought of it so much at that time. But it is different now, the many changes of Kido cannot be bestowed by the fruit ability. Then there is only one explanation that makes sense. This Kido's ability is displayed by using poisonous gas. One Piece world finally has ninjutsu as varied as a ninja. Although the form is somewhat different, its power is definitely no less than that of ninjutsu. On the marine side, Kong, who is trying to heal Garp at the Enies lobby port, looks at Yuichi, who is inseparable from the enemy using various tricks in the distance. Now even Kong not only sighs, I have created a unique way of using Haki's system alone, and have changed so many tricks. Kido. This is a force no less than devil fruit. Even Kong couldn't help thinking about it at the moment. If Yuichi doesn't leave Marine, then Kido can be passed on to more Marine generals. For Marine and world government, the strength will be greatly increased. In that way, it is not impossible to end the era of great pirates. It's a pity that such a genius, such an existence who has created history and will be admired by all the people in the pirate world, was kicked out of Marine. 5 elders. This is probably the worst decision you've ever made. Being able to create trick enemies like Kido with the power of Haki, this power will surely spread in the future. It's just a matter of time. And Yuichi will be remembered by all those who learn Haki all over the world. But in this situation, Marine should have grasped the opportunity, if there is a person to guide. Marine generals will learn the most comprehensive Kido, so the improvement will undoubtedly be huge. Gently sighed. Kong's mood has also become extremely complicated now. Sengoku on the side looked in the direction of Eni's lobby, with a deep melancholy look on his face. Kong also understands this somewhat. Yuichi, who was being watched by everyone at the moment, released Kido crazily. It collided head-on with Madara's ninjutsu, but as time went by, Madara discovered a situation. It seems that you have reached your limit. When the people around suddenly heard Madara say that, they felt a little weird. Yuichi doesn't look like he's struggling, why does this guy say Yuichi has reached his limit? Advertisement. Madara sneered, from just now until now, the number of this trick called Kido you used has not exceeded 55. It's because of the later tricks, you can't use them. Or you can't use them now. This made Whitebeard and others suddenly think of the Kido released by Yuichi just now. In addition to the Kido name that Yuichi calls out, a number is added to the front of these tricks. And indeed, as Madara said, the Kido, the largest number used by Yuichi, is only limited to the 54th. But, maybe it's not that the later Kido Yuichi can't be used, but because it hasn't been developed yet. The dozen or so various Kido attacks that Yuichi has displayed from just now are amazing enough. It's normal to think about it, it hasn't been long before Yuichi developed this ability. To be able to develop more than 50 kinds of Kido is already quite a feat. It doesn't matter if the latter tricks are not developed. But the problem now is that Yuichi has run out of skills, and the other party obviously has a lot of ninjutsu. Yuichi looked at Madara and didn't answer immediately. All his attention is now on his panel. Open black lens bracket host. Yuichi close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the first template character. Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Current awakening progress. 69.78%. Yuichi was barely there and was able to break through 70% of Byakuya's template awakening progress. At that time, it was not only possible to open the second scene of Senbon Sakura. The same awakening progress of 70% should free the higher level Kido. Open black lens bracket ghost. Top freely use all Kido below no. 55 close black lens bracket. Now Yuichi can only use Kido below the 55th, so it is no problem to temporarily deal with Madara. But facing Madara's barrage of ninjutsu attacks wasn't enough. Yuichi looked up at Madara. Would you like to see more Kido? Don't worry, I will use 4.2 when I need it. Hado's 11 thunderbolts. Crackling. Suddenly a thunderbolt erupted from Yuichi's hand, heading straight towards Madara. Madara also responded with a lightning-style ninjutsu to block it. There was a cold light in his eyes, that's right. But if you don't hurry up and use stronger moves, I will win this duel. Yuichi looked down at the progress of the character template's awakening. Current awakening progress. 69.80% plus 0.02%. Seeing this, the corners of Yuichi's mouth rose slightly. I have been increasing Reiatsu through Sword Zen before, and never thought about increasing the progress of awakening through practicing Kido. This time when fighting with Madara with Kido, Yuichi suddenly discovered that releasing Kido attack can increase the progress of awakening several times higher than performing Sword Zen. After thinking about it carefully, Yuichi probably understood. Byakuya Kuchiki, what he is good at is not only Zanpakuto, his talent in using Kido is also not weak. Yuichi's eyes light up. Hado number 4, Shirai. Chapter 215 Awakening Progress 70%, Open Advanced Kido. 32 of Hado, Yellow Flame. A golden light burst out from Yuichi's palm. Current awakening progress. Plus 0.03%. Bakudo's 8 rebukes. Ding ding ding. While Yuichi was attacking Madara with Hado, he also threw a hidden weapon towards the right one. Current awakening progress. Plus 0.03%. Seeing that Yuichi easily bounced the kunai he threw away with only the back of his hand. Madara finds it even more interesting. See how much you can block. Suddenly Madara raised his hand from the ninja bag, took out a series of hidden weapons, and kept walking towards the right floor. Seeing this, Yuichi flicked his fingertips. Hado one punch. The continuous use of punches knocked down all the hidden weapons in the air. At the same time, Yuichi kept thinking of system prompts. Current awakening progress. Plus 0.01%. Current awakening progress. Plus 0.01%. Open black lens bracket current awakening progress. Plus, close black lens bracket. As Yuichi stared intently at his increasing numbers. Madara clapped her hands abruptly. Don't you need a stronger attack? Then I won't wait any longer, you already know the power of ninjutsu, so let's show you another power. Wood style. Saying that, Madara smiled at Yuichi, remind you, with 29, your current strength is probably unstoppable. If you don't use other stronger moves, you will be unstoppable in the next technique. Congratulations to host character template Byakuya Kuchiki's awakening progress reaching 70%. Open black lens bracket open Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura, Hang King close black lens bracket. Yuichi doesn't care whether the opening scene is open or not, Yuichi stares at the display bar of Kido below to see if there will be any changes. Open black lens bracket ghost. Top freely use all Kido below no. 60 close black lens bracket. Even though the awakening progress has reached 70%, Kido is only open until the 60th, which makes Yuichi a little disappointed. At this moment, the chakra surging on Madara's body became more and more turbulent. I'm going to do it, Yuichi. Wood style, the tree world comes. Boom. Suddenly the ground around him began to shake. At this time, all the ninjas in the ninja world stared at Madara. What did he just say? Wood style. He can still use wood style jutsu. Have you forgotten that this guy has used wood style clones before, so it's not surprising that he can use wood style ninjutsu. It's not surprising, this is wood style. Besides Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama, is there a second person who can use wood style? Advertisement. Boom boom boom. The ground of Eni's lobby began to shake, and suddenly huge vines burst out from around Madara. Scrolling towards Yuichi, the wood style vines that came out like a torrent spread to all surrounding places in the blink of an eye. The buildings that were originally destroyed were completely crushed into dust. Almost in the blink of an eye, the surrounding area will soon turn into a virgin forest. At this time, Yuichi's figure has been R******D by wood style Fujiman. The vines are attacking in the direction of Yuichi, trying to entangle Yuichi. Whitebeard and the others were all backing away while looking back in Yuichi's direction. Don't hold on to the brat. Do you still insist on it? Even if you lose to the opponent in the duel of magic tricks, it's not a big deal. There is no art in the pirate world. You created Kido and created art that belongs to this world. In terms of nature, you are far superior to the opponent. Hear Whitebeard's words. Madara also nodded. Indeed. A guy who can rely on a certain power to develop a power system is indeed worthy of admiration. Even I, Uchiha Madara, admire you very much. But despite saying so, the movements of Madara's hands are not slow at all, and the chakra surging on his body is still strong. But it's a pity that this guy is definitely not the kind of person who wants to bow his head. He won't back down. What Madara said is good, although it is estimated that he is still preparing to use Hado, the most powerful attack, to defeat Madara's Shushu. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is no Hado who can release wood style dozens of times in a row. Wood style. First Hokage Senju Hashirama's blood succession limit, wood style doesn't seem to have much power. But the power contained in it is astonishing. These wood style vines are not so easy to destroy. With the Kido that Yuichi has now, it seems that no Kido's power has such power. There seems to be only one way left. That is to dodge. If Yuichi uses other forces to deal with wood style, it will be very easy to block wood style. But in that case, Yuichi would not take the initiative to admit defeat. No, absolutely not. Gritting his teeth, Yuichi had unconsciously grasped the handle of Zanpakuto's knife. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host. Close black lens bracket. All three views of Senbon Sakura open. Template awakening degree increased to 85%. Can open Senbon Sakura Bankai mystery. Due to the full opening of the 3 Senbon Sakura views, the road is open to no. 90. Open black lens bracket ghost. Top freely use all Kido below no. 90 close black lens bracket. 90 and below. Strictly speaking, Kido includes the 90th. With so many more powerful Kidos popping up in his mind, Yuichi couldn't help but laugh all of a sudden. This is simply fantastic. Yuichi looked at the wood style vines that were raging around at a high speed. The sound of extremely fast breaking wind is approaching. Advertisement. Whitebeard and others in the distance, and some couldn't bear it anymore. If Yuichi is so stubborn, then they can even interrupt the duel between the two. Also tell Yuichi to come out. These weird vines, although they don't necessarily hurt Yuichi, they won't bet on it just in case. Besides, duels can be lost, but battles must be won. Whitebeard frowned, holding the big knife Kong Yunchi, looking in Yuichi's direction with a dark face. Don't wait. If this kid continues like this, he will be trapped by the other party. Saying that, the blade in Whitebeard's hand began to vibrate, and the power of shock fruit exploded. However, it was at the moment when Whitebeard was ready to do it. A voice sounded from the wood-style vines. O King's Lander, mask of flesh and blood. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. This is it. Vientiane, wings. Those who are crowned with the name of man. Carve the double lotus on the wall of the blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. Yuichi's voice 327 appeared again, and there was a terrifying sense of destruction in this voice. 73 of Hado. Madara raised her head and stared at Yuichi through the gap between the wood-style vines. T+. Shuangli and Kengwo pendant. Boom. Blue flames burst out suddenly, covering Yuichi's whole body. Burn. Burn like crazy. You are watching. Seeing this, Madara was very surprised, but also smiled. The moment he finished speaking, Yuichi held up his hands. Next is for my strongest Kido. Open your eyes. The scorching hot and terrifying hot wind spread. The attacking wood-style Fujiman was instantly ignited, and then Yuichi slowly raised his right hand, and the 5 fingers that were clenched in a fist suddenly opened. The blue flame and wood-style vines are entangled together, and the two sides collide constantly, but the power of the flame is stronger. There was a deafening roar. Wood-style is starting to get eaten away a little bit. Sure enough, there are stronger tricks. The blue flame exploded in an instant, turning into a huge wave and rushing fiercely at the attacking wood-style. And the latter can only exert 1/3 to 1/10 of Kido's power. Madara, I'll pay you back next time, be careful. The muddy coat of arms reveals faintly, the unruly and arrogant talent. There are two ways to release Kido, one is to chant, and the other is to abandon chant. The former is able to unleash the power of Kido perfectly and even beyond the limit. A black light burst out of Yuichi's eyes. Chapter 216 Who Wins and Who Loses, Hado of the 90 Black Coffin. The turbid coat of arms reveals faintly, the unruly and arrogant talent. The entire Eni's lobby is now filled with Yuichi's voice. However, for some reason, when everyone heard this voice, their minds seemed to start to shake slightly. It seems that something scary is coming. Yuichi continued. Surge negative paralyzed for a moment, hinder the eternal sleep. The steel princess who crawls, the clay doll who keeps self-mutilation, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground, know your own powerlessness. The moment he spit out the last chance, Yinyi's eyes seemed to burst into black flashes. Biting cold air swept across Madara's body in an instant. Madara stared at Yuichi hard. Next second, a cold sound came from Yuichi's throat. Hado no 90, Black Coffin. Boom. In an instant, Madara's eyes suddenly expanded. He saw the energy erupting from Yuichi's body like a volcanic eruption, creating amazing ripples in the air. And the next second, a black substance emerged in front of him, and gradually formed a huge cuboid cage, trapping Madara in it. The huge black coffin slowly materialized. Madara's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. However, this does not mean the end of countless shadow blades appearing, madly strangling Madara among the black coffins. Sizzle. In an instant, there was a bloody gash on Madara's arm. Then came the chest, stomach, neck, and cheeks. Even Madara himself was somewhat uncertain how many attacks hit him at this instant. In a gap that black coffin has not completely closed. Madara stared through it, staring at Yuichi outside. It's amazing. Tricks. Although the Kido Madara released by Yuichi before was amazing. But the power didn't impress Madara so much. But this time is different. Hado no 90 The power of Black Coffin completely convinced Madara. In this world, there are powers that do not belong to ninjutsu at all. Even in terms of attack, there are probably few ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that can match this move. What makes Madara even more admirable is that this ability was developed by Yuichi himself. In this way, the other party seems to be in existence comparable to Sage of Six Paths. But right now Yuichi hasn't reached the heights of Sage of Six Paths. But Madara believes that as long as Yuichi does not die, the future will definitely become the Sage of Six Paths in his world. Advertisement. It's a pity that in Madara's heart, Yuichi has no time to grow up. I lost the ninjutsu duel. Madara smiled, and said regretfully before Black Coffin's last gap was completely closed. But he didn't know if Yuichi could hear his words. Black Coffin completely closed in the blink of an eye. When the Black Coffin is fully formed, the shadow blades erupting in it are even more terrifying. But what happens inside is invisible to outsiders. Even Yuichi himself couldn't see it. He could only stare at Black Coffin and wait quietly. In the end, whether Madara died inside or survived is unknown. Time passed by every minute and every second. Everyone held their breath silently as Yuichi released this Hado. But it scared a lot of people. When I thought Yuichi was at the end of his rope, a more advanced Kido suddenly broke out. While this surprised Whitebeard et al., there was also a bolder guess. Could it be that Yuichi temporarily developed a more powerful Kido at a critical moment because he was facing danger? If that's the case, then Yuichi is even scarier. At such a critical juncture, he could suddenly come up with such a powerful move. Moreover, the burst of movement just now is also extremely astonishing. It seems that this move is definitely not small. I am afraid that the opponent will peel off his skin if he is not dead. Black Coffin probably didn't move at all, and at this moment, Marco and the four emperors, lieutenants couldn't help but get nervous. I don't know if they are worried that this blow will kill Madara or if they are worried that this blow will not be able to kill Madara. They may have hoped that this blow would end Madara, a formidable foe. But maybe don't want this blow to end Madara. The reason for hoping to take on Madara is, Yuichi and the Kido used by Yuichi. It has given them too much shock from just now to now. Such tricks belong to the world of pirates. It is a trick developed by Yuichi. This is not a fruit ability. This ability is a trick released by Haki in their view. The stronger the Kido's power, the stronger they will be if they can learn how to do it in the future. The reason why you don't want this trick to defeat Madara is also very simple. If Kido is just one hit away, an enemy that the four emperors can't kill in a short time. So Yuichi is the one who created the Kido, with a Kido in one hand and a powerful sword in the other plus his Haki. This person has jumped to the top of the pirate world. He is obviously just a newly promoted emperor of the sea, so is he supposed to be above the other four emperors? This is not the result they want to see. This tangled emotion rose in the hearts of these people. Not only Marco and the lieutenants, even Whitebeard and others also have such anxiety. The time of more than 10 seconds seems very slow at this moment. It's like 10 minutes have passed. Advertisement. Comma. Click. A crack appeared in the black coffin, and when the first crack appeared, the cracking sound sounded. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but embers. Then, like a flash flood, the cracks spread. In the deafening roar, black coffin exploded completely. Susanoo's huge body emerged. The moment Susanoo appeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little disappointed at the same time. In the end, it still failed to kill Uchiha Madara. I can't say I'm happy, but I'm also a little disappointed. Human nature is so complicated. But Yuichi was probably the only one smiling. Because Madara used Susanoo to block the blow. Which means, the duel is won by Yuichi. Physical combat is a tie. The battle between Susanoo and the super spirit Huoling also ended in an interruption because it took too long to decide the winner. Only in the final contest between Kido and Ninjutsu, Yuichi and Madara won and lost. One step didn't retreat, but Madara had no choice but to use Susanoo's defense. At the same time, Madara's body is full of scars now, although none of these can kill Madara. But it can be regarded as severely wounding him. Yuichi didn't pursue but took 2 steps back silently, suddenly sat down on the ground and panted softly. After getting Yuichi's answer, Madara laughed. Susanoo spread her wings and rushed to the clouds in an instant, disappearing on Eni's lobby. Wood style lacks the support of Shanju chakra, and the self-healing ability with Zhao's is not much pervert. In the next second, Madara said slowly, "This time, I lost." Madara was pale, looking down at Yuichi with downcast eyes. It's a pity that Madara probably still wanted to struggle at that time, and he also underestimated the power of Hado 90. At this time, everyone in the ninja world looked at Madara, who was in an extremely weak state, and the hearts of the ninjas trembled slightly. Although Madara is covered in blood with the blessing of wood-style cells, Madara's self-healing speed is not slow but not very fast. I look forward to the next fight. Madara. All the ninjas with their mouths open. This is a legendary ninja from the same era as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. He doesn't have the first generation's magic chakra now. He actually conceded defeat. A smile appeared on Madara's pale face, but, this time is a duel, next time we will be in a battle of life and death. This time I lost, but if we meet next time, there will be nothing between us rules. I will use the strongest force to directly take your life. He lost. Admitted. Madara admits it herself. If Madara used Susanoo to defend Yuichi's Hado in the first place, it would not be able to get it. Hearing this, Yuichi felt a little sympathetic with Madara. Chapter 217 New function opened, Sai from the Pure Land. After using the final scenery White Emperor sword earlier, Ben consumed a lot of Reiatsu. They fought again, and finally released the fully chanted number 90 senior Hado. Even Yuichi was having a hard time. The power in the body was consumed a lot, and Yuichi felt a strong sense of fatigue rising even after Madara left. It's all right. Suddenly a thunderbolt appeared in front of Yuichi. Enel looked at the tired Yuichi and asked. Yuichi didn't even have the strength to raise his head, he just waved his hand, "It's okay." Shiki also rushed over, but instead of looking at Yuichi, he looked at the disappearing figure in the sky. That guy's strength is terrifying. If you really fight seriously, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to defeat. Needless to say, Uchiha Madara is the big booze of the Hokage world. The power displayed by one person can suppress the Ninja United Army. There is no doubt about its strength. If it wasn't for Madara's stubbornness in this fight, she said that she only uses ninjutsu and only uses ninjutsu. If Madara uses his pupil technique, he can use wood style, which means that Madara's current state is to open Rinnegan. Once Madara uses his Rinnegan's pupil, wheel tomb. Edge. That was a pretty tricky move. After 737, if we meet Madara again, it will not be as simple as it is today. At that time, we will face Uchiha Madara, who is really serious and will not be restricted. That's pretty tough to deal with. But, Yuichi looked down at the system interface that popped up in front of him. Open black lens bracket mission completed close black lens bracket. Successfully prevented Madara from completing the invasion mission. Task reward. Awakening progress conversion. Open black lens bracket hint close black lens bracket. Awakening progress transformation. You can transfer the awakening progress of a template character to another template character, enhance the power awakening progress of the template character, and release more energy in advance. The time limit is 5 hours. Once this ability is used, within 5 hours, the awakening progress of the template character cannot be converted for the second time. In other words, within 5 hours, don't try to restore the original appearance. This ability does not seem to be used casually. For example, Yuichi, if in order to enhance the ability of Yi Wang, he chooses to reduce the ability of Byakuya. Then, in case during this time, the enemies encountered are not easy to deal with Yi Wang's ability, at that time I want to switch to Byakuya's ability to deal with him. But you have to wait for a full 5 hours. It would be bad if that happened. Advertisement. Let alone 5 hours, even if you want to delay for a few minutes, it is very difficult. When the time comes, I'm afraid it will be too late. Be careful when using this ability in the future. Yuichi reminded himself. But this function is not useless. Look at your own character interface. Open black lens bracket the first template character, Byakuya Kuchiki close black lens bracket. Current awakening progress. 70.01%. Second character template. King Ma Kang Yi. Current awakening progress. 31.8%. If the awakening progress of 2 character templates is concentrated on one template, isn't it just enough to make up 100% and 1.81% more? The extra bit can be ignored. But getting 100% of the awakening progress of the character template means that the character's abilities can be completely liberated. Be it Byakuya Kuchiki or Asakura Leaf King. To be able to fully activate their power, that power is a terrifying existence. Now on the awakening progress bars of the two characters, there are plus and minus symbols at both ends. This seems to be a function of the awakening progress transition. Would you like to try it? Feel the 100% power of Byakuya or Yi Wang. This idea just appeared in his mind, as if there was a kind of magic that made Yuichi want to try it impatiently. Boy, let's go. Suddenly Whitebeard's voice came. Yuichi couldn't help but suddenly stopped his outstretched hand. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Ren and the others. Whitebeard smiled at Yuichi. Why don't you have the strength to leave? This is the territory of the world government. If you don't want to be surrounded by the world government, we'd better leave. Looking at the mood of these old Marines, I can't cheer up. He turned his head and looked around, although these Marine soldiers did not pose any threat to Yuichi and others, CJBF. But everyone was looking at this side with their guns in their hands. These people really couldn't feel better when they were here. Let's go, said Yuichi slowly got up and walked towards the direction of the Arc Proverbs. At this moment, looking at Yuichi and others who were about to leave, Marine Vice Admiral asked beside Kong. Commander Kong, are you just letting these pirates go? Hearing this, Kong was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at him with the lightning light that you can do it and you don't want to let them go. Then you go up and kill Wushi and all the big pirates under their command. Advertisement. He patted him on the shoulder as he spoke. If you can do it, you will definitely be the commander-in-chief of me. Vice Admiral has cold sweat on his forehead. Kill the 5 emperors and their pirates. Are you kidding me? 8 heads are not enough to die. These are all vicious pirates, emperors who rule the sea. Without the help of the 5 emperors, none of the pirates under their command could be dealt with by themselves. Vice Admiral lowered his head. Subordinates don't have this ability. Then you still ask. Kong suddenly changed his face and looked extremely gloomy. Vice Admiral shuddered suddenly. Watching the Arc Proverb lift off slowly, the Marines on the Eni's lobby breathed a sigh of relief. And this battle is over. Although it is not the end, if Madara wants, he can continue to attack Eni's lobby and try to destroy Eni's lobby. But first, Madara is probably unlikely to come back. Secondly, the Marines and Admirals on the Eni's lobby are still there, and they will not leave for the time being. At least they won't be leaving Eni's lobby until it's time for the second invasion. Judging by Madara's attitude and his arrogant character. Terumi Mei. Even if you want to learn it, it shouldn't be that easy, so our ninja's advantage is still there. Luo Sha's face was also not very good, but he didn't care too much, that Kido was created by him. It seems that other people don't know how to use it. Before it spreads, our ninjutsu still has an advantage. Hokage's mood is a bit complicated now. If you go to that world, you will meet Madara. Sarutobi. The question now is the next invasion, who to send. The invasion task has not been completed, and the best case for the next invasion is 2 people. In the worst case, there will be only 1 person. Not bad. It can be seen that after seeing the power of Yuichi's no. 90 Kido Black Coffin, he can already imagine that he rushed in front of Yuichi, but was suddenly hit by his Kido and then passively beaten. Cooperation is very difficult, but if you don't cooperate and act independently, how can you fight against the other party with the whole world when the number of people is very small? But now there is one more problem. The one who has invaded the enemy world is Uchiha Madara. Hokage world. Kido. Now even the only ninjutsu we have an advantage in has been found a way to deal with it. Reikage was very melancholy. He had originally thought that he must meet this guy Yuichi. Hokage is very sad. Someone let out a sigh. Working with Madara. However, in the Pure Land world. Madara. It's about the survival of the world. I can't let you keep coming. Chapter 218. The second invasion begins. Intruder Senju Hashirama. It's almost time for the second invasion. The man named Uchiha Madara isn't dead yet. Red Line Shrine to Mariajoy. In a very solemn and gorgeous room. The highest power in the world, the 5 elders, looked at the light curtain that he had summoned. On the map of the light curtain is still shining, a red light spot. Madara has been pursued since Eni's lobby left. However, due to the delay of half an hour, the positioning map will not display Madara's position. So although the location map gives an approximate location. But the area that needs to be searched to capture or even kill Madara is too large. Plus Madara can fly even harder to find. World government and Marine organized a lot of people to search with all their strength, trying to kill Madara before the time for the second invasion. In their view, Madara was injured after the fight with Yuichi. This is a great opportunity against Madara, and they don't want to pass it up. However, for several days, they frantically searched for Uchiha Madara on the sea. There are even some bounty hunters who are not afraid of death or some pirates who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. For fame, for wealth. In short, there are many people in the whole pirate world hunting down Madara. The world government has offered sky-high rewards, attracting countless people. However, the 5 emperors who repelled Madara did not move in New World. Whitebeard and others also want to kill Madara. But Yuichi dispelled their thoughts with one word. Judging from the rules given by the light curtain, there is only one way to deal with the intruders. Sit and wait for the enemy to come. Only by finding the mission target of the intruders can we have a chance to deal with them. Otherwise, follow the location information displayed on the positioning map with a delay of half an hour. It is very difficult to find the intruder. Unless the whole world works together, it is impossible to find the invaders who are rated as S-level combat power easily. Even if it is not Madara, it is not so easy to find other ninjas rated as S rank in the Hokage world. One thing can be understood from the rules. Pirate world has only one way to deal with the invaders. Find the target of the intruder's mission, and then wait for the intruder to come to your door. Another way of saying it is fishing. One change is protection, the other change is destruction. There is only one goal, and this thing is the bait. The pirate world responsible for protection needs to use the bait to lure the intruders to take the bait, and at the same time ensure that the bait will not be eaten. Otherwise, even if you catch the fish, it will be a waste of effort. Likewise, Hokage world invaders need to find a way to eat the bait without getting caught. Knowing this, it is just a waste of time to waste effort to arrest them now. There is only one way to deal with Madara. Advertisement. That is if he also wants to destroy the Eni's lobby, then there is an opportunity to deal with Madara. But when the other party left, the meaning behind the words was obvious. Madara kind of gave up the invasion mission this time, because he lost the duel with Yuichi. To lose is to lose, and Madara admits her defeat. So he won't touch Eni's lobby anymore, which means that there is no more bait for One Piece world now. How to fish without bait. So Yuichi said. World government and Marine and those who go to arrest Madara for fame and fortune are all wasting their efforts. Although Whitebeard, Kaido and others were somewhat dissatisfied with Yuichi's analysis, they also chose to agree. Instead of wasting energy looking for a guy who is impossible to find. It's better to take a good rest and wait for the next invasion to open. The behavior of the 5 emperors without any action made the people of One Piece world very confused. Enemies from Otherworld haven't been dealt with, so they're doing nothing. However, even if the people in Pirate World don't understand, no one can ask the 5 people face to face what the reason is. Time flies and it's time for the second invasion. This time in Pirate World, a huge light curtain hangs above the sky again. But there is no picture above. It's just a countdown. Countdown 10 minutes. 10 o'clock. 9:59. With the appearance of the countdown, people in One Piece world couldn't help but worry again. The previous Madara had already shown extremely terrifying power, and so many people who hunted him down all over the world couldn't even see his figure. This makes people even more afraid of Madara's power. It would be really bad if there was another guy as scary as Madara. People can only pray that there will not be 2 powerful enemies this time. Hokage world. Hokage was waiting quietly, and they have already discussed it in these days. If there is only one invasion spot, then go to 3rd Tsuchikage. If there are 2, then add Mizukage. Because the other party's world is full of boundless seas. For Terumi May of Grandmaster Water style, such a venue can display even more amazing combat effectiveness. That's why the 5 Kages made such a decision. However, they seem to have forgotten one thing. Asterisk. It's not up to the 5 of them to decide who gets the quota for the invasion. For example, Madara. He is not an opportunity to invade under the arrangements of the 5 Kages. This is an opportunity that Madara grabbed herself, because of the time-crossing privilege. Advertisement. Even people in the Pure Land can snatch the opportunity to invade. Even people from the future are able to snatch the opportunity to invade. With the countdown approaching little by little. 003. 002. 001. 000. Open black lens bracket countdown ends close black lens bracket. Second invasion opened. Open black lens bracket number of people who invaded this time. 2 close black lens bracket. All S-level fighters can snatch the opportunity to invade. The moment this passage was almost displayed on the light curtain. Hokage seems to have finally noticed the word snatching this time. The shrunken light curtain flashed in front of them. This speed stunned the 5 of them. Because they saw a button with the word, grab, on the light curtain just now. However, before they reached out to click, the light curtain disappeared. This seems to mean that the raider's spot has been taken. But this speed is too pervert. Just after the light curtain appeared, there was not even a tenth of a second before someone reacted and clicked the button immediately. Is it because of this that Madara was able to get the opportunity to invade before? The second intruder has been identified. Open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Nagato close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket invasion begins, close black lens bracket. Senju Hashirama, Master First Hokage. Hokage was still depressed because he didn't react. Seeing the names displayed on the light curtain, the expressions of the 5 people were completely stunned. The latter name, Uzumaki Nagato, is also very confusing. But compared to Senju Hashirama's name, who this person is seems less important. At this moment, the entire ninja world was silent, but after a few seconds of calm. Then there was a roar like a mountain roar and a tsunami. All of them stared at the names on the light curtain in dumbfounded. This is the god of ninjas, the strongest ninja who pacified the troubled times with wood style. A small island in the pirate world. A man slowly opened his eyes, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the gentle blowing of the sea breeze. He smiled a little. It really brought me back to life. At this moment, people in the Hokage world can also see this man through the light curtain in the sky. Seeing him appear, people are crazy. This is. What is Konoha's first Hokage doing? Chapter 219 The Ecstatic Madara, Hunting S-Class Combat Personnel. The man in the picture is wearing an armor similar to Uchiha Madara. This attire is different from the current ninja attire. For the entire ninja world, they have never seen first Hokage. Now this sunny and handsome man makes many ninjas, especially female ninjas, can't help but sprout in their hearts. Shodai is so handsome. I didn't expect first generation to be such a handsome guy. Even Mizukage Terumi-me from 5 Kages showed a nympho. It's a pity that I was not born in the same era as first Hokage. Okay, Hiruzen turned to look at Mizukage Terumi-me. What does this woman mean? Even if you were born in the same era, Shodai wouldn't fall in love with you. First Hokage has only just appeared, and has not yet shown how powerful it is. But almost 90% of the entire ninja world has been captured. There is no way that the name of the god of ninja is too loud. Furthermore, first generation does have a handsome face. People in the Hokage world looked at first Hokage in the 443 screen, and all of them were staring and obsessed. And the people in the auditorium of Pirate World on the other side. Watching first Hokage feels completely different. See first Hokage like a curious baby, amazed at the flowers and trees in his place. I am surprised to see flowers that I have never seen before, and I am surprised to see strange trees. This guy couldn't be an idiot. I also look a bit like it. What's so surprising about the flowers and plants? The discussion of the people in One Piece world seemed to be heard by second Hokage Tobirama in the Pure Land world. Tobirama in the Soul State covered his head and looked speechless. It's too embarrassing. Brother, don't you know that his every move is being watched by others? Looking at the big brother who is like an idiot, who is amazed at everything, now Tobirama can't wait to sever brotherhood with him. However, at this moment the screen changed. A picture of Uchiha Madara emerges. Madara, who was slaughtering a sea king somewhere and having a wild barbecue, saw the light curtain that popped up in front of her. The name of Senju Hashirama appeared. Madara threw the huge chunk of meat aside, and stood up with a bang. A smile began to appear on the calm face, and it became more and more crazy. His expression now makes people shudder a little. Hash Lama, you are finally here. Madara, whose tone was a little calm last second, suddenly turned ferocious. The veins on his face suddenly popped up. Hash Lama. Obviously the current Madara is not far away from Hashirama, but he suddenly roared like crazy. Ban who saw the sudden riot. People in One Piece world don't quite understand how they feel about Senju Hashirama, even if it's just his name. They all detonated Madara instantly like a fuse. Advertisement. Boom. Madara jumped up directly, glanced at the position of Senju Hashirama on the light curtain map, and rushed straight towards the sea. Several warships on the sea are searching for Madara's location nearby. But the next second, when Madara rushed out from the island, she saw these warships. Hands up. Print. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. Madara was still tens of meters away from the warship, but he suddenly opened his mouth. Terrible flames spewed out and raged towards these warships. The roaring flames suddenly spread like a fan on the sea surface. In the blink of an eye, several warships were engulfed in flames. And Madara passed by the side of the warships, without even looking at the warships. Indifferent. Brutal. Now Madara's indifferent face clearly says, I'm in a bad mood and don't mess with me. There were several warships in an instant, and it only took a few seconds to go back and forth. Such a picture made the people in the auditorium feel a chill down their backs. The same is true for these Marines. Opponents who are obviously not the enemy have to go to great lengths to search for the opponent's location. Well now, as soon as the opponent appeared, he was killed without even a chance to fight back. Madara is running fast on the sea. There were 2 high waves on the sea. Madara galloped through the middle, leaving a long white line on the sea behind her. Hash Lama, here I come. As soon as she roared and changed, Madara disappeared in this sea area. And meanwhile, on the island where Hashirama is, a person walked slowly towards Hashirama. Hashirama is holding a huge collection of strange and bright flowers. Turning around, the hippie smiling face was instantly put away, and he stared at the person who suddenly appeared behind him with a serious expression. Black robe. It is embroidered with a blood cloud pattern in red. The moment the other party appeared, the surrounding air temperature seemed to drop a lot. The cold wind surrounded each other. Hashirama looked at the person in front of him. Who are you? The other party looked at first Hokage holding flowers in front of him, and the image of the other party was very different from what he imagined. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. My name. Don't you already know it? Hearing this, Hashirama put down the flower in his hand. Uzumaki Nagato. People of the Uzumaki clan, your eyes. The first time he saw each other, Hashirama caught Nagato's eyes. Advertisement. Purple Rinnegan. This is the fairy eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Unexpectedly, it appeared on a person from the Uzumaki clan. Nagato didn't want to say more on Rinnegan, and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Hurry up and act. The enemy will know our position in half an hour. Originally, Hashirama wanted to chat with the other party, but seeing this, the other party obviously did not intend to communicate more. But now he can't feel the hostility of the other party, and can still cooperate and act together. You're right, we can't stay here forever. Hashirama said looking at Nagato, beating tentatively. This behavior is very strange. It's almost as if the guy is getting used to his legs. In the Hokage world, Konan looked at Uzumaki Nagato in the light curtain. Nagato. Leg, recovered. Body. Looking at the ruddy and energetic Nagato in the picture, she has not seen such a Nagato for a long time. But appearing in this posture, the other members of the Akatsuki organization were surprised. They don't remember when there was such a person in the Akatsuki organization. Also surprised by Nagato is Jiraiya. Nagato, you are Akatsuki. Although Jiraiya has many doubts in her mind, now is not the time to think about it. Even if you have any questions, you can ask Nagato in person. Next invasion. For this Uzumaki clan, Hashirama wanted to test him out. This is obviously to allow the personnel on both sides to fight in the best condition. Nagato smiled. Of course it's enough to make a big noise, and then, to complete the invasion mission. He must be strong enough to invade the quota. But now it is worth noting that this time is different from before. This way he can ask Nagato about Akatsuki face to face. Where are we going? Hashirama asked, looking at Nagato in front of him. Hearing this, Hashirama smiled, and looked down at the light curtain in front of him. Defeating or killing is considered a successful hunt. It seems that the rules may change a little with each invasion. The light curtain that popped up in front of them accurately displayed the real-time positions of the three of them. 3.6 this time, there is no half-hour delay rule. However, this time the number of intruders became 3, and the intruder's injury, Uzumaki Nagato, was healed, allowing Nagato's body to return to its peak state. Open black lens bracket invasion mission close black lens bracket. When Senju Hashirama and Nagato entered the One Piece world, the S-class combat personnel of the One Piece world. As for the invasion mission, it seems impossible to complete it at all. The first delay of half an hour was to allow the intruders to survive better. Hunting $5 level fighters in this world. Open black lens bracket progress. 0/5 close black lens bracket. Chapter 220 conversation to be held sooner or later, Marine and Pirates. Different from the last invasion mission, this one is much simpler and rougher. Now it's Madara that worries Hashirama. Hashirama also wants Madara not to act as he pleases, rather than deal with the powerful people of this world. This time they don't have to stand on opposing sides. Instead, they can fight together for the ninja world. Hashirama also believes that Madara's ability is enough to complete the last invasion mission. But in the end he gave up, although Madara was very chivalrous in doing so. But this is World War. The loser will become the nutrient of the opponent's world. What kind of chivalry should be paid attention to at this time, although doing so seems to have a feeling of treachery, but for the sake of people in the ninja world, Hashirama doesn't think his idea is wrong. In the picture, Hashirama and Nagato are rushing towards another island. The two were galloping across the sea. At this moment, the audience was watching the three people in the picture. They are all running crazily on the sea, using the sea as a flat land. This ability makes people more and more enviable. It would be great if pirates like them could also have such abilities. For anyone who dares to sail on the sea is the most feared thing, and the sea is also the most feared thing. The ability to walk as if at sea is the envy of sailors. When the three of them were in action, Kong on the marine side also noticed 3 light spots appearing on the light curtain map. Unlike before, the light spot is still flickering, but it slowly changes its position. Although the light spots flickered before, they just flickered in one place for half an hour, and then jumped to the next place in an instant. This change made Kong keenly feel the difference. This time, the punctuation map is showing the location of the intruder in real time. Kong rushed out of the ship's cabin. He is still near Eni's lobby now, in order to prevent Madara from making a comeback and attack Eni's lobby again. Now there are 2 new intruders, and this time he can also directly see the Guardian mission. Open black lens bracket defeat the invaders close black lens bracket. Minimize the destruction of the world by the invaders as much as possible, and at the same time ensure that no S-level combat personnel will be killed. This Guardian mission is much more difficult than the last one. Kong's face changed from cloudy to cloudy. If the last time was just to ensure that Eni's lobby was not destroyed. So this time, it is necessary to protect all personnel rated as S-level combat effectiveness. At the same time, it is necessary to minimize the damage of the invaders to the world. Advertisement. The 2 requests conveyed a meaning to Kong. That is, they need to fight, but at the same time they cannot let people in their own world die. However, the big problem is that Whitebeard and others on the pirate side will not listen to his command. The other party will definitely attack, if they accidentally kill a person with S-level combat power. Does that mean the mission failed? There are 2 biggest problems in stopping the invaders this time. One is that they must fight, and no one can die. The second problem is the cooperation between different forces. If this problem cannot be solved, then the difficulty of completing the silo mission will increase exponentially. But this kind of thing is not something Kong can decide, it needs the consent of the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world. However, it is impossible to think about it with the A*, and it is impossible for the 5 elders to agree. Kong, who was a little melancholy, is very depressed now. But let someone contact Admiral on the other ship immediately. In short, let's take a look at the 2 people who have just invaded this world. The strength of these 2 new enemies also needs to be confirmed with your own eyes. Look at the direction of a flashing red dot on the punctuation map. It seems that they are preparing to meet at a certain location. Commander Kong. While Kong was thinking, a marine soldier stepped forward to report. What's wrong? The Holy Land Mariajoy has sent instructions that Commander Kong can mobilize Shichibukai to assist Marine in all combat operations. Asking Shichibukai to help Marine, Kong froze for a second and then smiled coldly. It seems that the five elders also know the key to stopping the intruders this time. But they still don't intend to compromise with the pirates, they just sent Shichibukai to assist Marine. In Kong's view, this is a palliative, not a permanent solution. In the end, Marine and pirates must have a dialogue. It is related to the survival of the two worlds. If the power of the entire world cannot be united, then the probability of final extinction is too great. I see. Although Kong saw the problem clearly, but now was not the time to talk to those five people to change their minds. How could they be willing to bow their heads without experiencing one or two complete failures? Let all Marine warships start heading towards the spot on the punctuation map where the three invaders gather. Marine starts to move. In the picture, huge warships began to move like beasts on the sea. The waves that broke suddenly swayed high. Advertisement. Seeing the picture of Marine warships sailing together in groups, such an army number for the world of Hokage. But it is quite terrifying, compared to the Marine that can summon tens of millions of soldiers without moving. The 5 ninja powers in the Hokage world can only make so many ninjas together. Marine has an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Now Hokage is a little worried, if one day, some kind of passage appears between the two worlds. Let the two worlds really connect, and they start a real fight. At that time, the overwhelming number of enemies completely crushed the ninja troops. The battle at that time may be extremely fierce. The 5 people who were thinking about the future battle situation were suddenly attracted by the transformation of the huge light curtain in the sky. Marine's figure disappeared, and this time it was the movement of the 5 Emperors Alliance on the pirate side. On a sky island, in the huge conference hall, Golden Lion Shiki was smoking a cigar, and with a pair of legs inlaid with sharp swords, he kept colliding on the metal floor. Countless sparks burst out. He opened his hands and looked at Yuichi, who was sitting beside him with a big smile on his face. The strength is not bad. Do you want to bring them all under your command? Crazy recruitment. Strengthen your own team. Yuichi, who was dressed in a white robe and looked a little haggard, stared at the juice in the crystal glass with lowered eyebrows. Seeing Yuichi's almost the same attitude as the rocks in the past, not caring about the size of his opponents, now Golden Lion is more satisfied with joining T's team. As the invisible leader of the 5 Emperors Alliance, although he does not have this title, Whitebeard is still the invisible leader of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Suddenly Yuichi's voice sounded, and everyone else was a little curious when they heard this. Captain Yuichi, there are tens of thousands of people who want to join our 5 Emperor floating pirates these days. These are all New World 370 pirates. Kaido stood up and said with some anger. No, if you like, let all these people join your flying pirate group. Anyway, now your pirate group is also a pirate group under the command of the floating pirate group. Whitebeard glanced at Yuichi. The new invaders have arrived. Let's get moving too. In the past few days, a batch of new pirates have poured in under the command of the 5 emperors. The intruders fought themselves. Why? Don't worry, maybe they will fight themselves this time. Golden Lion is in a very happy mood now, as if he has returned to the Rock's ship. And this situation has brought Yuichi, the new 5 emperors, closer to the other 4 emperors. But they don't charge everyone. And Yuichi looked up at the happy Golden Lion. Yuichi was not too interested in pirates, it didn't matter if there were more or less people. Then trigger and start. What are you waiting for? That Uchiha Madara, I really want to fight him again. Chapter 221, The Meaning of Protection, Akatsuki, Hitomijutsu, Nagato. Whitebeard and others looked at Yuichi, wanting Yuichi to explain why he said that. Yuichi felt the need to help them recall the past. Remember the information we got about the other world before. At that time, the light curtain gave the two worlds the opportunity to obtain information and understand the other's world. One of the pieces of intelligence involved the issue of chakra, when the light curtain showed the picture of Shiyu Zebo Madara and Senju Hashirama fighting. This battle does not require too much explanation to make people clearly understand what is chakra and what is endurance. Everyone recalled the scene they saw at that time in a trance. Uchiha Madara. No wonder I always thought he looked familiar. Could it be that in the picture shown by the light curtain at that time, one of the two fighting was Uchiha Madara? Shanks asked. That's right. Yuichi nodded. At that time, the light curtain broadcast the battle between the two, and most people probably focused on the fight between the two. Not many people go back and pay attention to the looks of the two of them. Even if I remember the impression of the World War during this period, I won't remember it so clearly. The two who fought at that time were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yuichi with some doubts. If Yuichi remembers that one of them is Uchiha Madara, it is normal, maybe Yu has amazing memory, but how does he know that the other one is called Senju Hashirama? Yuichi doesn't intend to explain too much about this question, and now he just wants to briefly explain that there is a conflict between Madara and Hashirama. Everyone hadn't had time to open their mouths to ask questions. But Yuichi continued. Madara and Hashirama have a very special conflict, even though they come from the same world, even if they are fighting on the same ground. Once the two meet, there will be a battle. Why do you know these things? And Nai, the first ant, couldn't help asking curiously. Yuichi first exchanged glances with Big Mom, then turned to look at the others. Shanks, Kaido, Whitebeard, and even their subordinates Beckman, Marco, Jin and others all looked at Yuichi curiously. It's not that they don't believe Yuichi's words, but they really believe that Yuichi is not lying. But they wonder why Yuichi would know these things. This is a person from another world, why does Yuichi know what happened between them? Thinking of this, these people looked at Yuichi with weird eyes. I'll tell you about this when I have a chance in the future. Now I just want to let you know that this is our chance. Advertisement. If those two people meet and a fight breaks out, it's a good chance indeed. Shanks caressed the hilt of his waist with one hand, and a gleam burst out of his eyes. The last time he played against Madara, Shanks was aware of his shortcomings. He has a strong melee ability, but if he faces a ninja with a lot of tricks, he will inevitably fall into passivity. So now Shanks really wants to find an opportunity to break through the status quo, and fighting is essential if he wants to break through his own shortcomings. The person named Senju Hashirama who can make Madara save someone who wants to do it when he meets him is definitely very strong. Then let's focus on the third guy, the guy named Uzumaki Nagato. Whitebeard spoke the plan. Kaido nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Nagato, this man doesn't know how strong he is. Seeing that he didn't take the opponent very seriously, or Kaido's character, even Madara didn't think that he would lose to the opponent with all his strength. Such a state is what Yuichi does not want to see. Because this time Yuichi's templating system also gives the task. Open black lens bracket, the meaning of protection, close black lens bracket. Guarantee that your world's S-level combat personnel will not be killed. Task reward. Character template Byakuya Kuchiki awakening progress increased by 10%. Directly increase the awakening progress by 10% at one time. This reward can be very generous. But the difficulty of the task is also very high, and there are many people in One Piece world who are rated as S-level combat effectiveness. Marine 3 Admiral, Garp, Sengoku, Kong and others are probably considered to be S-level combat power. As for the pirates, let alone the 4 emperors, it is very likely that even the deputy of the 4 emperors are all considered to be S-level combat power. It is necessary to ensure that these people are not killed. The task is very difficult. First of all, not all of these people obey Yuichi's orders, and if they fail to keep them all together, those who rush forward to kill Yuichi's mission may end in failure. So it is necessary for the 4 emperors and their pirates to understand the power of these people. It is not impossible to even expose something special for this. Anyway, now Yuichi has the power to protect himself, even if someone finds out that he knows about the other party's world, it doesn't matter. Hiding is naturally necessary when the strength is not enough. But with sufficient strength, Yuichi's current self-preservation strength reveals some unusual features, and no one dares to attack him. Advertisement. That man named Uzumaki Nagato, don't underestimate him. Hearing Yuichi say this, Kaido was amused. What? Don't you know this person too? That's right. Yuichi's answer without hesitation made Kaido stuck in the second half of the sentence. In the opponent's world, there is a mysterious organization named Akatsuki. This organization is very strong, and its specificity is similar to the Shichibukai in our world. But the difference is that they don't follow the orders of Wying Village and act on their own will. Uzumaki Nagato, this is the leader of Akatsuki. At least the leader on the surface. Shanks looked at Yuichi. Akatsuki. This name sounds like a bunch of quiet guys. Can you tell just from the name of the organization? Yuichi smiled. It's really restless. I don't need to say what kind of existence Akatsuki is for now. But about this Uzumaki Nagato, I need to tell you about his power. The opponent's world, you all know about ninjutsu, and you also know about chakra and tailed beasts. And the other world also has a very special power, pupil technique. This is a force that is completely different from the above, but possesses an ability no less than these forces. Simply put, Uzumaki Nagato has extremely unique eyes. It's called Rinnegan, and this eye is said to be an eye that only the immortals of the other world can have. The fighting power is terrible. Suddenly Yuichi said so much information, 4 emperors felt a little unable to understand it for a short time. At this moment, on the light curtain of the Hokage world, Yuichi looked at Yuichi who seemed to know their world very well. Immediately, all the ninjas showed doubts. Hokage was very surprised in his heart at this moment. Why does the old man feel that he seems to know a lot about ninjas in our world? Fourth Raikage looked at Yuichi in the picture and said. I feel the same way. Third Tsuchikage, the 2-day scale Onogi, nodded. Terumi Mei was a little worried. If the other party really understands our world very well, then it will be terrible. A person who knows his own world situation is equivalent to grasping the opportunity and occupying an absolute advantage. Once the invasion of the opponent's world is over, it will be the turn of the opponent's world to invade, then it will be difficult. Chapter 222 The 5 Emperors Who Didn't Move, the Marine in Panic. Everyone is moving at full speed. Judging from the current intelligence, the meeting point of the target should be near the Sabayati archipelago. The commander-in-chief has brought the admirals from Eni's lobby. We are the closest to Sabayati archipelago, and we must arrive at Sabayati within half an hour. On a certain sea area, one after another warships are passing by quickly. This group of marines rushed towards the waters of Sabayati. In the light curtain of the ninja world, when this group of warships lined up neatly and sailed in the endless sea. That extraordinary aura cannot be described with simple words. It makes people feel a sense of surging oncoming. The army of the opposing world has such a strong ability to act. Such a huge team was organized in such a short time. This terrifying ability to act made Wying Village a little ashamed. Feeling a lot of pressure. As soon as you think about it, the positions of the invading and defending parties are exchanged. It's okay if the rules are the same as this time, if there are some changes in the rules. It would be terrible to let the opponent's army come over directly. The main military forces of the 5 major countries are ninjas, and because of their powerful combat effectiveness, the number of ninjas seems to be somewhat small. On the other hand, in the opponent's world, even ordinary soldiers have impressive combat effectiveness. Not to mention fighting with guns, even if it is just a comparison of physical fitness, people in the other world are stronger than their world. This invasion must snatch more benefits for our 697 world. Otherwise, when it's our turn, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand their attacks at all. Hiruzen said with some melancholy. Onoki and others also have the same idea as Hiruzen. If it is really their turn, this kind of rallying power and this kind of action efficiency is something that ninjas don't have. After all, there are too few staff. There is no fundamental way to quickly mobilize such a large-scale military operation. Ordinary people only feel shocked, but Hokage considers it completely different. But the scene quickly changed to a deserted island. Nagato stood on the reef by the sea, staring at the sea water constantly hitting the island. In the face of the endless waves, this deserted island was obliterated sooner or later and finally sank to the bottom of the sea. For a moment, Nagato's thoughts became a little sad. Is the humble existence destined to be submerged by the waves? Can't it survive? The other red dot is Madara. Hashirama on the island, standing on the highest rock, asked Nagato below. Advertisement. Nagato said. That's right. Without looking back. Feeling that Nagato's mood was a bit wrong, Hashirama removed the small light curtain in front of him and looked at his back. Later, no matter what happens between me and Madara, I hope CJAH, you don't interfere. Hearing this, Nagato looked up at him, feeling a little curious. What are you going to do? Doing what? Hashirama had no way to answer this question, but he guessed that with Madara's temper, a big battle would probably break out. But, at this juncture, if he wants to fight Madara first, and then think about completing the invasion mission or something. This kind of words Hashirama is a little hard to say, he also knows how many people and how many pairs of eyes are staring at them in the ninja world. I look forward to them bringing victory, and looking forward to them allowing the ninja world to continue to exist. But Hashirama doesn't have much to do with Madara either. If you don't have a real fight, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sit down and talk with Madara calmly. You don't have to worry about this, you promise me now that no matter what happens later, you will never interfere. The request was outlandish, but Hashirama emphasized a second time that Nagato didn't like to get to the bottom of it either. The man in front of him is the god of ninja, no matter what problems arise, he should be able to solve them. Okay, I promise you. Nagato nodded. Hashirama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the light curtain again, it means that Madara's light spot is approaching rapidly. It will be here in about 10 minutes. Hashirama is a little worried, this place should not be discovered too soon. He and Madara need a little time. However, his hope will eventually come to nothing. A large number of sea elves are rushing here in full swing. Has the 5 emperors started to move? On the fleet departing from Eni's lobby, Commander Kong is asking the soldiers beside him. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the information given by the reconnaissance force, the floating golden ship proverb, has not left the Golden Lion's Sky Island. Haven't acted yet. What the hell are the 5 emperors doing? Don't they plan to make a move this time? Marine alone was not insecure about defeating the invaders, and Shichibukai was called in as well. Advertisement. If Marine 3, Admiral and Shichibukai are still fully confident in dealing with the invaders, but the 5 emperors remain silent, what does that mean? Kong can't figure it out. However, at the moment on Sky Island, Yuichi looks at Big Mom. How are you getting ready? Auntie smiled. Yuichi, your proposal is simply amazing. With your reminder, they have started experimenting and marking different mirrors these days. In the world, most places have already marked. Speaking of which, a capable person walked up to the 5 emperors. This person is none other than a member of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Bray. Her ability, Mirror Mirror Fruit, although the attack power is not very good. But in Yuichi's eyes, her ability is an enhanced version of the door fruit. With it, mirrors anywhere in the world can only enter and exit, and the mirror becomes a passage. The 5 emperors don't have to sit around sitting on the proverb every time. They can appear anywhere without anyone noticing. Just prepare a large enough mirror ahead of time. And a mirror enough for all the 5 emperors to come and go has already been made in Sabayati. Soon you will be able to enter and exit Sabayati directly through this mirror. With this ability, it doesn't matter even if Marine monitors, as long as you can find the corresponding mirror in the mirror space, you can quickly reach Sabayati. Gu la 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 la. Bigmom is lucky that you are still a veteran 4 emperors. You have such a powerful guy under your command, but you don't know how to use her ability. If you had discovered such a powerful ability, I am afraid that your territory would have expanded several times. Whitebeard sneered mercilessly at his former companion. And Bigmom was not angry at all, HMPH. Old man, are you envious of me? Since the establishment of the Five Emperors Alliance, the relationship between Kaido, Bigmom, and Whitebeard has improved a lot. Maybe it triggered the bond of the Rocks pirates. Even the redheads can't stand these three guys, as the sea emperors who rule the sea. They actually quarreled and bickered all day long, and even got into big fights from time to time, although they were all point to point. But in this way, the cards of the Emperor of the Sea were all lost by them. Others are not surprised. Bree looked at Yuichi very respectfully, with a little blush on his face. Master Yuichi, we are preparing, and we will be able to arrive directly at Tsubayati in about half an hour. Yuichi looked at Bu-Lei, who was a little strange, but nodded politely. I see. Thank you. You're welcome, it's nothing, as long as it can help Master Yuichi, Bu is willing to do anything. Yuichi. Ah, there's no need for other things. Chapter 223 Meet like an old friend, fight like a sworn enemy. From outsiders' point of view, maybe Yuichi and others are not moving, but even the people in One Piece world are a little anxious. Hasn't the Five Emperors dispatched yet? When will this be? The enemies are almost converging. Once the terrifying Uchiha Madara joins his two companions, it's going to be a big deal. Although ordinary people don't know the strength of these two people who just came to Pirate World. But in the final analysis, those who can meet the invasion conditions are all S-level combat power. No matter how bad such a person is, how bad can they be? Just one Uchiha Madara has the power to almost destroy the entire island. If you add two companions to help, no matter what the invasion mission of these people is this time, it seems that it will not be too difficult to complete. Because Yuichi and others did not take any action in the screen, there is no screen about Yuichi, Whitebeard, and others at all. People can only know the movements of the Five Emperors through the movements of the Marines and their conversations. As time goes by little, the first fleet is almost arriving at the target location. However, at this time Madara and Hashirama have seen each other. The waves slapped, and Ban, who was speeding on the sea, rushed towards the deserted island where Hashirama was located at a rocket-like speed. When the distance between the two was close enough to see each other, both of them stared at each other for the first time. Nagato saw the eyes of Hashirama and Madara, and immediately felt something was wrong. However, at this moment, the people of Pirate World are worried. Oops, the enemy has converged. And the two seem to know each other, they seem to be friends. This is even worse. If the two are friends, the tacit understanding must be different from that of ordinary people, and it will be even more difficult to deal with. The flying Madara stood on the sea, and suddenly stopped 3,000 meters away from the deserted island. Madara, who seemed impatient at first, seemed much calmer after seeing Hashirama with her own eyes. The two just stared at each other silently, and neither of them spoke for the first time. The waves are beating, and the sea breeze is blowing gently. Such a scene seems very peaceful, but only Nagato who is here knows that it is not as peaceful as it seems. Haven't these two people given up on the past grievances? Nagato carefully looked at Madara in front of him. He was not only thinking about his and Hashirama's problems, but also about Akatsuki's organization. But in this occasion, it is definitely not suitable to ask anything. Long time no see. Llama hash. Yes, Mama, I didn't expect the two of us to meet again under such circumstances. The two of them smiled at the same time. The joy from the heart filled the faces of the two of them. Just looking at this scene, even the people in the Hokage world began to feel relieved a lot. Looking at Madara's crazy and ferocious face at the beginning, and the sunny smile now, it looks like two different people. Advertisement. Some people even began to wonder if Madara was schizophrenic. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Madara looked at Hashirama. Hashirama sighed, put away his smile, and looked a little dignified. I know. Then, you won't let me down this time. Hearing this, Hashirama frowned. I'm afraid I still have to disappoint you. No, it's not your decision this time. Hashirama. This time it's about two worlds, our business can't. I don't care what the world will be like, and I don't care what other people think. All I do is what I want to do. You are still as paranoid as ever. Hash Llama, you are still as simple as ever. Madara opened her hands to show him to look at this world. This is a brand new world, this is something beyond their recognition. And beyond the world, there are countless such worlds. They should not be confined to a corner of the ninja world, but should focus on the heavens and the world. This is what Madara wants Hashirama to see. And Hashirama understands what Madara means. After all, the two were once sworn friends, and Hashirama can understand Madara's meaning without saying a word in every move. But Madara looked at him with stubborn eyes. Madara never changed his character. What he wants to do, what he thinks will never change. Does it have to be like this? Hashirama was a bit disappointed. He had a lot of arguments he wanted to use to convince Madara. But in the end, I still couldn't say anything. However, Madara suddenly laughed. Win me. Listen to you. There are 6 words in a sentence, simple but powerful. Hashirama looked straight at Madara with his head raised and deep eyes, as if he was going to see through his heart, as if he had seen through Madara's thoughts. It is good. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Ying Madara's song had a simpler word. After the voice fell, the whole sea seemed to be quiet in an instant, only the whistling wind remained. Only the ever-moving tide. The moment the sweep hit the reef, there was a bright crashing sound. Boom. The moment the sound of seawater hitting the reef sounded, a terrifying air explosion exploded at the same time. Ask for flowers. 2 people. Figure. Advertisement. Dissipate at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Hashirama, who jumped up from the rocks and fell straight down, appeared in the midair, and Madara, who jumped up into the sky at the same time. Collide in the air. It was just a collision of strength, and the violent wind created by the two of them was like a terrifying giant wave sweeping around. The sea receded and the trees fell. Boom boom boom. The terrifying chakra fluctuations erupted instantly, and the chakra impact of the two intertwined and gathered together. This suddenly changed from a point of light to a giant blue chakra ball. In an instant, the two separated. The positions of Madara and Hashirama were reversed. Madara, who was knocked into the air, landed on a deserted island, and Hashirama, who fell down, stood firmly on the sea, and the huge impact caused huge splashes on the sea. 0. Poof. The moment the two landed on the ground and stabilized their figures. Madara's crazy roar. Cool. Llama, I have waited too long for this battle, I know you will definitely come back. If you see me here, you will definitely come. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong, you really came. Successive explosions, successive roars, the battle between Madara and Hashirama, like a storm, thunder and lightning, the momentum is extremely alarming, I was completely shocked by the power of the two of them. And when the image of the ninja god Hashirama and Madara fighting appears. Boom. You don't have to worry about it this time, this is another world, you and I can finally fight with all our strength. They were doing well so suddenly the two started fighting. Everyone is dumbfounded. Hashirama just sighed softly, the battle seemed inevitable. Boom. It's like a scene where old friends meet, the wind is sunny and the background is still the endless beautiful sea horizon. Boom boom. With just one blow, such terrifying power erupted. Under such circumstances, the two should shake hands in a friendly manner, and then fight together to protect the world. Why did the two fight directly in a blink of an eye? Face Madara's roar. If two monsters like this join hands, people in this world won't be afraid at all. However, at this time, everyone in the ninja world felt extremely speechless. I don't know what kind of mood the civilians in the ninja world are looking at their hopes and fighting among themselves at this moment. Didn't they still talk and laugh in the last second? Chapter 224 The power to turn the sea into a forest, double wood style explosion. The battle scene between Hashirama and Madara, even people in One Piece world is a little hard to believe. These are two guys from Otherworld who don't believe in melee ability. Just judging from the fight between these two people, every blow is no worse than the attacks launched by Haki users in this world. Even more powerful, the roar of the confrontation resounded like thunder, and the sea was full of terrifying battle sounds between the two. The waves were set off high because of the fight between the two. The air current was stirred into a storm whirl because of the collision of two people's forces. For a while, the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if thunder was about to descend. Hashirama pushed Madara back with one punch. In terms of melee ability, Hashirama's strength is naturally superior. The current Hashirama is not the Hashirama after Impure World reincarnation, but the real Hashirama at its peak. This kind of Hashirama has no fear of 107 against Madara, even Madara with Rinnegan. Because when Hashirama was resurrected, his power was completely restored. This includes the Ashura chakra he once owned. Now Hashirama is fighting more and more bravely, and almost quickly found the feeling of the war-torn era. It makes people feel that this guy doesn't look amiable and has no temper, the sunrise will be earth-shattering when I pick it up. At this moment, the battlefield between the two has come from the desert island to the sea. Madara was forced to retreat and glide on the sea surface for a distance of more than 10 meters before slowly stopping. Looking up at Hashirama, there was no anger on his face at the moment, but a very satisfied look. Nice. This is the Hashirama I know. Madara laughed, and the smile seemed to be back to the way the two met before. It is completely impossible for people to understand what the situation is between these two people, whether they are sworn enemies or friends. However, Hashirama's complexion is not very good. If he didn't feel it before, then after several fights now. Hashirama clearly felt that Madara possessed a power similar to his. But Madara's power is still very weak, it can only be said to be a weakened version of himself. In a trance, he thought of the battle between Madara and himself in the Valley of the End, and the defeated Madara wolf bit him. An injury like that was nothing to Hashirama. But now he fully understands. Motor, you at that time didn't die, did you? Hashirama suddenly mentioned this question, and the smile on Madara's face disappeared visibly with the naked eye. Do you want to talk about this now? Advertisement. So you suppressed my cells later, and after being resurrected by the mysterious force, you will have wood style. Right. Madara looked at Hashirama very calmly without saying a word. Hashirama continued to speak. Based on what I know about you, the reason why you did this must be planning a bigger conspiracy, right? Motor. Clap clap. Madara clapped her hands. You still know me. Lama Hashi. The world without you is too boring. You are right. I did plan something else, but, if you want to know my plan, then focus on defeating me before talking about it. Boom. The sudden burst of water raged in the direction of Hashirama, and at this moment Hashirama clasped his hands together. No matter what you are planning, Madara, I will not let you succeed easily. Wood style. The tree world is coming. Wood style broke out. Using wood style in this ocean, Hashirama's ninjutsu looks like it has no use at all. However, Madara stopped suddenly, clasped his hands together, and Mangekyo Sharingan stared at Hashirama, wood style. The tree world is coming. Both of them used the same ninjutsu at the same time. And Madara did it to further master the power of wood style. Boom boom boom. The sea began to churn. Although there was a strong wind blowing around, there was no other movement to be seen. The two of them stood silently on the sea in a daze. 1 second was still in the midst of a fierce battle, and the next second it suddenly stopped, making people in both worlds a little uncomfortable. Suddenly the surface of the sea seemed to be boiling, and suddenly began to roll and turbulently. In Nagato on the deserted island, I looked down at the rocks under my feet. In the next second, Nagato suddenly jumped up, boom. The stone exploded, and wood-style vines suddenly drilled out of it, and countless vibrant wood-style vines popped up on the entire deserted island in an instant. The entwined sweep frantically spread towards the surface of the sea. The speed is extremely fast. At the same time, giant trees emerged from under the sea. The big tree that grew wildly from the bottom of the sea broke out of the sea, and when it appeared, it crazily moved towards the opponent to form a wood-style torrent and swept past. Two torrents collided at sea. Even though the deafening roar came out through the light curtain, it was still intense. Advertisement. When wood-style Fujiman passed by the two of them, he avoided the area within a certain range of the two of them. Looking at the endless sea, it suddenly turned into a dense forest. It's unbelievable, turning the sea into a forest, in just a split second. Are these two ninjas so scary? Monster. A real monster. This kind of power to change the terrain in an instant, is this also ninjutsu? The people in the auditorium yelled and were shocked by the picture that appeared on the light curtain. Not to mention them, even the ninjas of the Hokage world stopped breathing collectively. They have never seen a battle of this level. Is this the battle between the legendary shinobi? The power of the god of ninja is terrifying to such an extent, and the sudden explosion of terror is simply unbelievable. Even the battle between the two completely changed their previous perception of fighting. This TM is a ninja fight. Boom boom boom. Two strands of wood style hit each other, evenly matched at first, but quickly turned into another situation. After all, Hashirama's wood style is stronger than Madara, and has completely suppressed Madara. Sure enough, I can't completely match your strength. From the very beginning when he got the wood style, Madara knew that there was some difference between his wood style and Hashirama's wood style, but he didn't know what the difference was. If you want to truly achieve the terrifying power like Hashirama wood style, maybe only Hashirama himself can do it. But Hashi-Lama, although your 2.8 wood style is very strong, but now I have obtained enough strength to defeat you. The moment you are about to be wrapped in wood style, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan begins to change and becomes a Rinnegan. The moment Rinnegan appeared, an invisible repulsion exploded. In the original book, Madara did not use Shinluo Tianzhong, but now Madara's eyes have restored his peak state. Shinluo Tianzhong's ability surprised him too. Using this power couldn't be easier for him now. A strong repulsive force erupted, and the wood-style vine man was instantly bounced away, and in the blink of an eye, he was shattered crazily. Boom buzz. Hashirama also let go of his hands suddenly, and looked at the core position of wood-style Fujiman in the distance with some surprise. Although he couldn't see Madara's figure, he could feel the terrifying power erupting from Madara. You really got a new power. Motor. Chapter 225 Immortal Eyes, Weird Madara. Rinnegan's power was felt by Hashirama. Madara didn't see any problem. Instead, he glanced at Hashirama proudly. That look is like showing off to each other between friends. Madara's current situation left Hashirama speechless. Obviously the two are fighting, but Madara reminds him from time to time when they were friends in the past. Bringing this kind of emotion into battle can have a huge impact on Hashirama. He didn't know if this was Madara's trick or not. Although it feels possible, it seems that there is no need to do so with Madara's strength. Rinnegan. The legendary words of immortals, did they also evolve from Sharingan? Hashirama asked. Madara gave the answer very simply, and she is not afraid of being known by the Uchiha clan in the current ninja world. Because this kind of thing is no longer possible to replicate. There is no second Hashirama in the world, and there will be no second Uchiha Madara for him either. That's right. The legendary eye of the immortal is indeed evolved from Sharingan. Hearing Madara's answer, a sympathy flashed in Hashirama's eyes. How the power of the Sharingan evolves, Hashirama knows all too well. Those eyes are called cursed eyes. If Sharingan wants to evolve into Mangekyo, it needs a strong enough emotional stimulus. If 29 wants to cause such a violent emotional ups and downs, it needs an accident for the most important person to produce such an emotional shock. Evolving Mangekyo is like this, let alone Rinnegan. Hashirama subconsciously thought that Madara must have experienced greater pain to open Rinnegan. However, Madara looked at Hashirama's face, and was stunned for a moment, and then a little moved, but suddenly smiled and said, "Idiot, do you think it is the same condition as opening Mangekyo? It is completely different." I heard that Hashirama is a little embarrassed. I am preconceived by myself. Then how do you do it? Madara. Stop talking nonsense, I really want to know how to beat me, and I will tell you whatever you want to ask. Boom. The storm suddenly rose, and Madara's figure rushed towards Hashirama in an instant. This time with the blessing of Shinluo Tianzheng's power, his speed has become even faster. Hashirama habitually raised his hand to resist. But this time it was different, completely unstoppable. Rinnegan is turned on, and Madara's power has also become much stronger. With a punch, Hashirama was thrown straight into the water. In an instant, it sank to the bottom of the sea more than 10 meters away. Hashirama in the sea opened his eyes and looked at the shadow on the water. What a strong force! Single quote exclamation mark single quote. Wooden dragon technique. Advertisement. The densely entangled wood-style vines in the seawater were entangled together and gathered into a ferocious wooden dragon. Pulling Hashirama out of the sea, Hashirama stood on top of the wooden dragon's head after surfacing. Look across at Madara. Ahem. Coughing lightly. Madara, aren't you going to use Sage Mode yet? Llama Hash, you are not my opponent like this. Speaking of which, the wooden dragon roared, as if saying, don't underestimate me. Madara glanced at the wooden dragon. How dare an unconscious thing snarl at me? Universal pull. The gravitational explosion instantly locked the wooden dragon and pulled it. Before Hashirama could react, the wooden dragon under his feet went directly to Madara. In a split second, Hashirama hastily controlled the wooden dragon, and since they had rushed over, he simply used his power to attack Madara directly. The wooden dragon opened its huge mouth and bit Madara fiercely. But after getting close to Madara's, bite it down. The corners of Madara's mouth turned up slightly. Shinluo Tianzheng. Boom. The gravitational force disappears when the repulsive force explodes, and the repulsive force erupts at such a close range, and the sleepy dragon is easily torn apart. Unfold into clumps of sawdust. And Hashirama was hit by the aftermath of Shinluo Tianzheng in the air, and fell rapidly towards the distance. Manipulating gravity and repulsion. It's indeed the words of a fairy. Hashirama said this in a low voice, basically only he could hear it. But he forgot that the scene of the battle was played by the light curtain. The entire ninja world heard this sentence. At the same time, the audience in One Piece world also opened their mouths slightly. Looking at Madara's eyes in amazement, eyes that can manipulate gravity and repulsion. Is there such power in just a pair of eyes? This is much stronger than the fruit ability. Hash Llama. Turn on Sage Mode. If this continues, I'll be bored. Madara's words made second Hokage Tobirama in Pure Land feel that something was wrong. Why is Madara only urging the big brother to use Sage Mode? It's impossible for this guy to just fight big brother. If he really only wants to beat his big brother, Madara won't care what force zone Hashirama uses. It may be normal the first time, but it is obviously abnormal the second time. Although Tobirama felt something was wrong with Madara, he had no way to inform Hashirama. I can only pray in my heart, my elder brother must not use Sage Mode lightly. Otherwise it is likely. Then do as you wish. Motor. Sage Mode. Snapped. Advertisement. Just clap your hands together and turn on Sage Mode directly. This made Jiraiya stunned when she saw this scene. This turns on Sage Mode. So simple. Cooperating with you is to clap your hands no matter what, and just finish the job. Clap your hands and shout what you want. Compared with first Hokage, Jiraiya feels that her Sage Mode is too weak. Hashirama, who instantly entered the Sage Mode state in the screen, the chakra fluctuations on his body became much stronger in an instant. At this moment, someone noticed the fleeting smile on Madara's face. That smile seems to say, finally here. Sage Mode turns on. Hashirama's combat power is completely different from before. This time it was Hashirama who charged at Madara on his own initiative. He punched through the air. Explode the strange power of the Senju family with the amount of chakra in Sage Mode. Under the blessing of 2 or 2, the power stack 093 is very terrifying. However, in the face of Hashirama's attack, Madara chose to dodge. Turn around and kick Hashirama. The fierce battle begins next time. Madara stared at Hashirama. Hashirama, who was defeated by this force last time, this time I will not be defeated again. Before I absorb this power of yours, I will defeat you. Defeat your proud Sage Mode. Boom boom boom. A more intense roar erupted on the sea. Susanoo. Wood style, wooden golem jutsu. On one side, wood style is entwined, vines are everywhere, and on the other side, blue flames are burning. Forming a blue energy titan, it swung a gigantic blade and slashed towards the wooden golem. Boom. The roar of an instant explosion resounded through the entire sea. In the wind, Nagato looked at the two people in the fierce battle. Feeling the power of the two, the chakra in his body was also boiling. He had never felt like this before. It will appear that the fighting spirit is surging, and I can't wait to join in it, and start a big battle with the two of them. Nagato, whose body was restored to peak condition, seemed to be less sad. It seems to have returned to the mentality of my youth. But at this moment, Nagato suddenly looked back. A large group of marine fleet is coming here. Nagato sneered. I promised Hashirama that I will not participate in the matter between him and Madara, but these people are not in the agreement. Swish. Nagato's figure disappears. Chapter 226 Marine Lineup, the 5 emperors who appeared out of thin air. Swish swish swish. Nagato, who was galloping on the sea, stepped on the sea quickly. Set off 2 high waves. The fleet in the distance was approaching rapidly, but from afar, they saw the waves rising from the sea, attacking here in a straight line. The marine general at the bow saw this strange sight all the way. What is that? The Vice Admiral was too far away to see what was coming. However, Nagato's speed was very fast, and he was about to rush in front of him in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Marine General picked up the binoculars to see what the other party was. Only a voice suddenly sounded. Water style. Waterfall technique. The moment the voice fell, a large amount of seawater on both sides of the warship suddenly surged up. Boom boom boom. The huge wave surpassed the height of the warship almost instantly. The Marine General on the deck looked at the huge wave in front of him. As long as this huge wave falls, there is no doubt that even the defensive power of the Marine warship will definitely not be able to withstand this level of shock. The warship can be overturned easily. Moment. Not even 3 seconds. This fleet, with 5 or 6 large Marine warships, was submerged in the sea in an instant. All the ships were dragged into the bottom of the sea by the rolling of the sea, and only less than 100 people did not sink in the boiling sea. Look at the remaining people on the sea. Nagato did not continue to shoot. Instead, he slowly lowered his hands and smiled. Maybe I didn't use ninjutsu anymore. It seems that I haven't forgotten it. Jiraiya in the ninja world is a little speechless at the moment. Nagato's brain circuit is too strange. Ninjutsu is like swimming. Once you learn it, you can't forget it. This guy is actually worried about this kind of thing. Uzumaki Nagato, as a former disciple of Jiraiya, he has all chakra attributes because of Rinnegan. When he was studying with Jiraiya, Nagato learned a lot of ninjutsu. The reason why he later appeared as Zero Burial did not use any ninjutsu. On the one hand, Six Paths Pain's combat power does not require the use of ninjutsu, and secondly, the use of ninjutsu requires a fixed flow of chakra. Advertisement. When controlling Six Paths Pain, using ninjutsu will cause Pain to lose control. That's why Nagato basically doesn't use ninjutsu. Except for the power of Six Paths Pain itself, he avoids using ninjutsu as much as possible. Now, however, Nagato has his own body. Why can't he use ninjutsu? Now it's not about controlling the state of Six Paths Pain, you can use it however you want. Now, people who saw this scene shuddered. On one side are 2 monsters suddenly outrageous. Uzumaki Nagato on the other side doesn't look like a mess either. The inexplicable waves were able to easily defeat an entire fleet. This is not some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, at least there are naval headquarters generals on it. Unexpectedly, he was defeated without even having a chance to fight. And it seems that the other party is not serious yet. How can people not be afraid of such a terrifying fighting power? As soon as Uzumaki Nagato made a move, it was not only the people in the pirate world that shocked, even the ninjas in the Hokage world. Especially ninjas who are good at water style feel a little scary. This level of water style, I have never seen anyone other than Mizukage-sama use it. I didn't expect such an existence in the ninja world. Uzumaki Nagato, is this guy from the extinct Uzumaki clan? The idiot's surname is Uzumaki, so of course he is from the Uzumaki family. Mizukage Terumi May looks at Uzumaki Nagato in the frame. Awesome. The attainments in water style are so high, it's interesting that I have never found such a person in the ninja world before. Uzumaki family. Reikage's expression was not very good. It was Cloud Shinobi Village who did the extermination of the Uzumaki clan back then. Who knows if this man named Uzumaki Nagato will hold grudges and want revenge on Cloud Shinobi Village. If the other party has malicious intentions towards Cloud Shinobi Village, it will be a bit difficult to handle. As Terumi May said, the opponent's water style ninjutsu is very high. It is impossible for a good ninja to be unknown in the ninja world. When everyone was amazed at Nagato's power, the screen changed. More warships appeared on the sea, and the warships riding the wind and waves were attacking frantically. This fleet is even larger than the previous ones. The first to appear on the screen is Marine 3 Admiral. They stood at the bow of the ship with their arms in their arms, watching the appearance of the 3 admirals in front of them, which suddenly calmed down the hearts of the audience of One Piece world. Although the strength of the enemy is strong, the strength of Marine Admiral is also trustworthy. Even if you can't beat the opponent one-on-one, it won't be a problem for 3 admirals to add up to deal with one. Among Marine, the Commander-in-Chief Kong is also very powerful. Advertisement. What's more, this time the screen jumps one after another, and 7 Warlords of the Sea is also in the fleet. 7 Warlords of the Sea, plus 3 admirals, these people are no more than 3 enemies together. It's not without the power to fight. Great. The main force of the Marine is coming, it's best to arrive when the 2 monsters are fighting fiercely. It's so much easier. Yeah, these 2 guys had better fight as fiercely as possible. The one who loses and loses will be our Marine. But why didn't the 5 emperors take action? Don't they plan to take care of this invasion? Someone said this sentence, but there was no objection in the audience. Instead, they began to discuss why the 5 emperors didn't help, why they didn't fight, and some people even felt angry about it. In the auditorium, someone noticed something was wrong. Have you already been recognized by the common people? Pirates will be recognized by the common people. This world will never be peaceful in the future. Not just the invaders, the more important reason is that the civilians are gradually recognizing the pirates. Such a situation is not a good thing for the world government and Marine. And he was talking about the 5 emperors. And now how could it suddenly appear in Sabayati? This is completely impossible. Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the faces appearing in the light curtain one by one, countless people in One Piece world were stunned. How is this going? An extremely shocking scene appeared. And moving along the screen, not only the red hair appeared. Could it be that Marine's information is wrong? Floating pirates. How did the five emperors suddenly cross such a long distance, and suddenly landed on Sabayati out of thin air? On the Sabayati archipelago, Shanks, one of the five emperors, is swaggering towards the sea. However, it is not a mistake. The current situation cannot be explained. The five emperors are all here, they are all in Sabayati archipelago. Suddenly the screen jumps to Sabayati land. Beasts pirates. This should be impossible. On such an important matter, if there is an error in the intelligence, the Marines can die. Bigmom pirates. Behind him followed the crowd of red hair pirates. Apparently Marine said before that they had nothing to do in New World. Chapter 227 The Tide on the Sea Surface, the time has come. What? On the bow of the Marine warship, Commander-in-Chief Kong is holding a phone call. Loudly questioned the person on the other end of the phone bug. Can you say that again? Seemingly startled by the voice of Commander-in-Chief Kong, Shichibukai spoke cautiously. Master, Your Excellency, this is the Sabayati Archipelago Marine. We just discovered the five emperors of the New World, and they appeared in Sabayati in a daze. They're popping up from all over the place, and again, no one has ever noticed pirates logging into Sabayati land before. And there are no ships of the five emperors nearby. But their men have appeared. Kong's face returned to calm. Something was wrong with this matter. Are you sure you didn't find their pirate ship? Make sure there are no five emperor ships on the Sabayati archipelago. It's not without reason that the marine soldier is so sure. After all, the pirate ships of the five emperors are very huge, and it is not easy to hide them. Even if it is hidden, it will definitely be discovered. Kong was silent for a long time before slowly putting down the phone. Okay. I got it. Hanging up the phone bug, Kong couldn't figure out how the five emperors had sneaked into Sabayati without making a sound. This is totally impossible. Marine and 810, which monitor the movements of the five emperors, are all elite troops. Even if you can't beat them, you won't be slipped away by these people. It's okay to slip away one or two. All the five emperors appeared in Sabayati, and the cadres of various pirate groups. How can that be? Not to mention that it was the elite marines who were monitoring them, even a blind man would have noticed it. This is unreasonable, unless the five emperors used some unknown means to leave New World quietly. If there is such a technology, it will make Kong fearful even more. In this way, no one knows where these people will suddenly appear. If such a group of people suddenly and silently surrounded the Holy Land Mariajoy, it would be terrible. Compared with the threat brought by the gathering of the five emperors, Kong feels that this ability of elusiveness is even more terrifying. The more I think about it, the more I feel that the five emperors must have mastered some unique way of moving. Otherwise, it is impossible to easily avoid the surveillance team sent by Marine. Now Sabayati Archipelago. The five emperors who appeared here swaggered down the street. A mighty group of people are heading towards the sea. Although they are pirates, none of the Marines on the island dare to appear here to stop them. Even the civilians who recognized Whitebeard and the others cheered one after another. Among the civilians, the pirates already had a lot of prestige. People who see this picture through the light curtain have a strange feeling. Advertisement. Aren't pirates vicious? Why do they start to be happy for the appearance of pirates? It was like seeing a hero. This is the hero effect. A bad person may be hated by everyone, but he has done a good deed, and after this deed is known, it will cover up many of his crimes. In the eyes of ordinary people, winning the world war is an act of saving the world. When the five emperors and others came to the beach, they had arranged for people to prepare the boats. Yuichi and others boarded the boats one after another, and immediately rushed towards Hashirama and others without stopping. Such behavior is even more extra points in the eyes of common people. But Yuichi et al. Did not know how they are perceived by those in the audience. Now Yuichi only knows that he is about to face those two men. Do not. To be precise, it should be about to face Madara in its true heyday. Madara and Hashirama meet, and the two don't fight. Yuichi doesn't believe it. But this battle is not simply Madara trying to prove herself, a shameful act. At the same time, he should also want to get Hashirama's magic chakra. Madara's current power is already terrifying. If you add the fairy chakra, then Madara's power will be. How terrifying. When did the pirates, old men, become so popular? Whitebeard seemed to be recalling those enthusiastic civilians on the Sabayati archipelago just now, while seeming afraid of them, at the same time shouting hard to cheer. It had been a long time since he had seen such a warm welcome. And Kaido and Bigmom feel even more uncomfortable. Even CJAB, Shanks looked uncomfortable. Their current location is only half an hour away from where Hashirama, Madara and others are. And the other side, Marine's army, approaching the target area. There are only a few minutes left before the flight arrives. However, at this moment Kong has no time to pay attention to why Yuichi and others suddenly appeared in Sabayati. He stared at the sea, the turbulent sea. The sea is rewinding. This phenomenon is not a normal situation. Looking up at the distant sea, Kong frowned, his eyes full of fear. It seems, the situation ahead is not simple. It was able to affect the seawater here to such an extent. Kong was a little worried, the situation ahead might be more complicated than they imagined. What are these intruders doing? On the rear ship. Advertisement. 3 Admiral also noticed the change in the sea. Everyone in 7 Warlords of the Sea also looked solemn. Just seeing the unusual movements on the sea surface is enough to make people dreadful. Boom boom boom. A series of continuous roars sounded. The explosion in the distance was very strong, and no one was seen yet, but the terrible roar was already heard. Hawkeye Mahawk stared ahead, his eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the line of sight crossed the vast sea and came to the place where Madara and Hashirama fought. Sage Art. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Boom boom boom. Under the blessing of the huge fairy chakra, the huge wooden golem suddenly stood up from under the sea. The wooden golem, like a Buddha, is wrapped around a wooden dragon. Hashirama stands on top of the wooden golem. At the same time, Madara shouted, Susanoo. Full body Susanoo unfolds. The 2 titans confront each other on the sea. Wooden golem punches Susanoo and slashes with the lightsaber in his hand. Bitten by the wooden dragon instantly, wooden golem's fist hit Susanoo's body. Motor. You. And Madara did not dare to show weakness, and controlled Susanoo to kick wooden golem. For a while, the sound of explosions and gas explosions sounded one after another. However, a black stick pierced through Hashirama's shoulder in an instant. When he was about to say something, Hashirama found that the magic chakra in his body was being sucked away. Hashirama folded his hands together, ready to launch a stronger attack, but at this moment, Madara's eyes glanced lightly. Raise your hand and go back to prepare for a close combat with Madara. Madara clasped Hashirama's hands directly, and under the influence of the black stick, the flow of chakra in Hashirama's body was disturbed. And the waves rolled up from the sea rushed to a height of 100 meters. Bang bang. Hashirama, who was saving chakra, saw Madara rushing towards him, and immediately gave up releasing ninjutsu. Time is running out. That's it for now, Hashi Lama. Puff puff. The 2 attacked each other frantically on the sea. Madara. That's it for Hashi Lama. First saw a marine warship approaching in the distance. Sea water fell from the sky and sprinkled on the 2 of them. Madara turned her head to look at Hashirama in front of her. Her figure suddenly flashed and rushed towards Hashirama instantly. Chapter 228 Marine arrives, Hawkeye handing the sword to Madara. Chakra was sucked away, and Hashirama still had the strength to resist. But in a blink of an eye, he was completely powerless, and could only watch Madara absorb all the magic chakra in his body. What a powerful force. So this is the feeling of Shanju chakra. Madara slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time let go of Hashirama in his hand, and threw him on the desert island. Once out of Madara's control, Hashirama quickly began to create the magic chakra. Also Hashirama regained his strength, but it is impossible to fully recover in a moment. Hash Lama, I will use your power well, and it will definitely be better than yours. As she spoke, Madara looked into the distance. A fleet is rapidly approaching on the distant sea. From Madara's perception, there are many of them who have met last time. Those people, just use you to experiment with my magic chakra. Saying that, Madara swept towards the direction of the warship. And on the sea below, Nagato looked back at Madara passing overhead. Nagato frowned slightly. Madara. He also rushed to the sky in an instant, and chased after him. Madara stopped in the air and looked back at Nagato who was chasing him. Uzumaki. Nagato. Madara looked at Rinnegan on the other side, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He once regarded Nagato as a part of his resurrection, but now he feels that he doesn't need it anymore. With that magical light curtain, his resurrection is only a matter of time, and he can also get a wider power zone. In the previous plan, the previous chess pieces were all discardable rolls. Madara, I finally see you, Nagato said. Seems like he has a lot of questions he wants to ask Madara. However, Madara didn't want to talk to Nagato at all. Turned away without looking at Nagato. I guess you have a lot to say. But now is not the time. That attitude of not allowing any doubts made Nagato very unhappy. He has never been the only one who speaks to others with this attitude, when it is the other person's turn to speak to him with this tone. Not even the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Even after witnessing his battle with Hashirama, Nagato doesn't feel that he is not his opponent. Now Nagato has a lot of confidence and can defeat any enemy. Because his physical condition has returned to the best condition, Nagato still has confidence even in the face of Uchiha Madara. Madara sensed Nagato's hostility. Are you sure you want this? Are you sure you want to show hostility to me? It's not a wise decision to be an enemy of me, Uchiha Madara. Brat. As she spoke, Madara's tone became terrifying. Advertisement. The 2 glared at each other in the air, as if there was a tendency to fight again. However, at this time, it was the warship fleet that came, Marine 3 Admiral, plus everyone from 7 Warlords of the Sea. Everyone has already looked towards this side. With the ability to fly in the air, these 2 guys are hard to deal with. Akainu. One guy who can fly around is enough trouble. There's another one. As he spoke, Akainu looked around. There should be 3 intruders in total, why are there only 2 and the remaining 1? Could it be that they want to ambush us? Aokiji said coldly. Probably not. The location map shows that the opponent is behind. If it is an ambush, it shouldn't be arranged like this. No. Then it doesn't matter. In short, take down these 2 people first, and then go to solve the last one. As soon as he said that, the irritable Akainu planned to do it. However, he was stopped by Kong. Don't act rashly, take a look first. In Kong's mind, these intruders can not only be subdued by violence, but also communicated with them through negotiation. It is not impossible to solve the problem through negotiation with each other. The reason why Kong has this idea is because of Madara's strong performance before, which made him extremely jealous of the ninjas from the ninja world. As everyone knows, Madara has already stood at the pinnacle of ninja. There is no one better than him except Naruto and Sasuke. Do you have any plans, Commander-in-Chief? Akainu asked. Being asked, Kong shook his head. Plan. If only he had a plan. How is it possible to plan with absolutely no intelligence about the enemy? Since the Commander-in-Chief has no plan, then we will start. Akainu has been suppressed for a long time, his iron-blooded and violent style never bows to the enemy. Faced with these ninjas, he was frustrated again and again. This time Akainu had to let the other party understand what he said. Marine Admiral's power is no easy feat. As he said that, he was ready to activate the fruit ability. But someone is faster than him. Sonorous. There was a crisp sound of a sword piercing through the air. The slash from the great swordsman Hokage directly pierced through the air and swept towards the two people in the sky. The cyan slashing wave instantly changed the color of the sky and the sea. This time Hawkeye's slash was even more terrifying. His swordsmanship seems to have improved to a higher level. The swords in the hands of the marine soldiers were trembling slightly. Yeah, the strength has become stronger again. Hawkeye. Doflamingo spoke in a strange tone from behind, with a sense of praise and irony. Ask for flowers. For Doflamingo, Hawkeye didn't bother. He just looked at the sky intently. He wanted to see these two strong ninjas. How will you deal with his attack? In the sky, Madara was amazed by Hawkeye's slash. Advertisement. What a powerful attack. The sword can still be used like this. It's an eye-opener for me. But having said that, Madara didn't look too worried. He just raised his hand to face the cyan slashing wave. Shenluo Tianzhong. A small-scale Shenluo Tianzhong broke out, instantly. The chopping wave that was about to hit the two of them dispersed in response. Swish. The light dissipated instantly. Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly. He couldn't understand the power used by the opponent, but it didn't prevent him from feeling the strength of the opponent. It's amazing power. That power is like a barrier, directly blocking my attack, and at the same time directly erasing it in a crushing gesture. 0. As he spoke, Hawkeye put on a posture, ready to launch a second attack. However, at this time the Commander-in-Chief Kong was a little angry. Hawkeye, why did you attack without authorization? Hawkeye, whose attack was interrupted, glanced at Kong. Put back your own hideoye, since you don't want to fight, forget it. He turned directly and walked towards the cabin. Seeing his attitude, Kong felt even more headache. Originally, maybe they could try to communicate, but Hawkeye's direct attack made this possibility shattered. Yeah, my lord, this is not the time for internal strife. Doflamingo raised his finger to the air. The enemy has rushed down. Boom. Just as the voice fell, it had already landed on the bow of the ship. Kong's eyes narrowed suddenly. In an instant, a terrifying aura prevailed. Like the sudden appearance of a demon from the abyss, the temperature of the air suddenly dropped a lot. The person who shot just now. Where is it? Your attack is very interesting. I want to try again. Madara didn't care about the three admirals in front of her and the many marine generals. His gaze was fixed on Hawkeye, who was about to return to the cabin. Hawkeye also stopped at this moment and looked back at Kong. The corner of Kong's mouth twitched slightly. This guy didn't pay attention to Marine at all. Just ignore them all. Akainu. The veins on the forehead popped up. The magma erupted instantly, bombarding towards Madara at high speed. The hot magma erupted in terrible smoke. Boom. There was a sudden roar on the sea. Chapter 229. Nagato makes a move and singles out the Marines. Seeing the eruption of lava, it swept towards Uchiha Madara in an instant. But at this moment, Madara didn't move at all. His eyes turned to the other side instead. Bang. Buzz. A roar sounded, and the Shenluo Tianzhong erupted, instantly bouncing the magma away. A figure flashed in front of Uchiha Madara's eyes. These people are my prey. Nagato's voice sounded. On the deck of the warship, Madara looks at Nagato coldly. Your prey. Nagato nodded lightly. That's right. While you were fighting Hashirama, I've been following these people. Madara smiled lightly. Whoever sees it first gets it. Nagato. If you want to fight with me, then maybe we can try whose Rinnegan is stronger. Looking at Nagato like this, Madara felt that the opponent seemed to want to fight with him. Uzumaki Nagato hum. Seeing that Nagato is so strong, Madara also felt that it didn't matter. Anyway, he had already beaten these people. 773. The person Madara really cares about has not yet appeared, and that person is the guy Madara really wants to fight. After defeating that group of people, it is truly considered that there is no opponent in this world. Since we're waiting for Yuichi, it's okay to take a break now. Madara shrugged. Since you want to do it so much, I'll leave these people to you. Speaking of which, Madara was about to jump into the sea. At the same time, he glanced back at Nagato. Let me see how strong your Rinnegan is. Are you qualified enough to fight me? After speaking, Madara directly left the deck of the warship, and at this time Akainu was about to erupt. These two otherworld bastards completely ignored them in front of Marine. What to say, Marine is their prey. It is enough for Uchiha Madara to be so arrogant alone, but now another guy is so arrogant. Very good. You regard Marine as the prey, then see whether you are the prey or Marine is the prey. Great eruption. The furious Akainu seems to have forgotten that this is a battle on Marine's warship. A large amount of magma erupted directly, and the deck of the warship was completely burned. Marine Admiral is planning to destroy this ship. Doflamingo said coldly, but Akainu doesn't have time to talk to him now. HMPH. With Nagato's cold snort, Shinluo Tianzhong broke out again. In an instant, the incoming lava was bounced away again. He seems to be able to release some kind of weird energy shock, which can directly block Akainu's attack. Aokiji standing on the side can see clearly from another angle. Advertisement. Aokiji couldn't comprehend how this was done due to the power of Shinra Tenseki. The deck of the warship began to sink due to Akainu's attack, but Aokiji, who jumped up, directly raised his hand to face the sea and released his ability. Ice Age. Clack clack. The turbulent sea was instantly frozen. The sea surface within the visible range was instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice. Wow, not bad ability. Madara stood on the ice, casually glanced at the thick ice under her feet. He also showed interest in Aokiji's abilities. The sinking speed of the warship stopped. Aokiji frowned. Really? He acts recklessly every time, doesn't he care about the safety of ordinary marines at all? Hearing this, Akainu didn't respond at all. To deal with invaders from Otherworld, even a little sacrifice is normal. In Akainu's view, as long as there is a chance, it can cause damage to the invaders of Otherworld. Even sacrificing some people is acceptable. This is the difference in thought. Now the conflict between Aokiji and Akainu in Marine is becoming more and more acute. The ideas of the two are completely different, and their attitudes towards the Otherworld invaders are completely different. The sea is frozen. This is just right. The field of battle can be wider. Nagato looked at the ice below. Looking back at Akainu et al. Get off the boat. It's easier to go down there. Said that he jumped off the boat first. Then Akainu also jumped down without hesitation, and at this moment Kong looked at Madara on the ice in the distance. These Otherworld invaders don't seem to be united as one. If so, there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. For example, defeat the guy in front of you first, and then the pressure on the remaining two people will not be so great. Kong thought of this and raised his hand. Vice Admiral Level and Admiral all disembark and prepare for battle. Shichibukai also dispatch. As they spoke, the Shichibukai people on the side glanced at each other. The bear jumped first, and then the others followed. Hancock thought in his heart, I don't know if I can see Yuichi-kun this time. He should come too. K. Lockdale is also watching the surroundings. Whitebeard. Hope. You come soon. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shichibukai had different ideas in their minds, and as for dealing with Nagato, in their view, it was just a symbolic struggle. Come to the ice. Nagato looked at the crowd. There was still no change in expression on his face, he just said lightly, whoever comes first. Or go together. Both are fine. The power of this world, please don't let me down. Akainu thinks Madara is already crazy enough. Unexpectedly, Nagato is even more arrogant than Madara. Advertisement. Go together. The guy behind you may still be qualified to say such a thing, but you, huh. I hope your strength is as great as your tone. Speaking of which, the lava on Akainu's body began to erupt, billowing black smoke from his body. Seeing the other party preparing to attack, Nagato smiled coldly, your ability looks good, but it's useless to me. Your attack is too weak, I don't want to fight with you, others should attack. Show me your strength. For Akainu, these words undoubtedly made him feel even more angry. Look at who can. Boom. Lava fruit erupted with all its strength, instantly spreading and sweeping a range of dozens of meters around. Even Shichibukai, Kizaru Aokiji and others who were standing beside Akainu had to back away in a hurry. Everyone in Shichibukai looked at Akainu with murderous intent. However, Akainu didn't care about how these people felt about him. He was waving his arms vigorously, and a terrifying magma burst out covering the doctor in the direction of Nagato. Like a huge lava palm, it instantly covered most of the sky. Seeing the opponent's attack, Nagato was even less interested this time and even closed his eyes directly. I said, your abilities are useless to me. God Luo Tianzhong. Boom. The lava palm that instantly made people feel huge disappeared without a trace in an instant. Once again, the opponent blocked his attack casually. Hateful. I said your attack is useless to me. 2.3 Universal Pull. Boom. Akainu, who was about to attack for the second time, was suddenly pulled over. At the same time, a black stick appeared in Nagato's hand and stabbed straight at the opponent. Before Akainu could react, a black rod pierced through his shoulder. But, his elementalization did not hurt Akainu, but Akainu suddenly felt that the power of the fruit seemed to be unable to be used as he wanted. Hey, can the body still turn into magma? Akainu was stunned for a moment, and when he realized it, he wanted to raise his hand to attack Nagato. But this moment has been directly thrown out by Nagato. Because on the other side, Haidao Yi cut through the sky and slashed directly towards Nagato's neck. The black stick shot out in an instant, blocking the hacking black knife. However, the force of this moment made Nagato take 2 steps back. Hawkeye looked at Nagato in surprise. What an amazing power. Are there any ninjas with strong power? Chapter 230 Control of Rinnegan, Madara's Lament. Ninja. It doesn't mean that the strength is weak. As Nagato said, he turned around and kicked Heidaoya directly. The blade was bent by his huge kick, and Hawkeye was instantly forced back. Eagle eye. It slid back a distance of 5 or 6 meters before slowly stopping. Swish swish swish. Haibang shot at him one after another, and Hawkeye swung the black knife to block him at the first time. Ding. Ding. When, on the other side, Akainu stood up slowly, and slowly released the black stick in his body. Although he was elementalized at the moment of being attacked. Didn't get stabbed, but Black Rod seems to have had a big impact on his fruit ability. However, when he tried to slowly pull out the black stick. However, he found that the black stick seemed to have some kind of absorption function. It was close to his skin, although it escaped the attack when it was elemental, but it was when it was sent out. Akainu found it difficult to maintain his elemental state. In other words, there is no way to maintain part of the elementalization when pulling out the black stick. Unless he is concentrating, the elementalization cannot be sustained with any slight distraction. Instead, he injured himself when he pulled out the black stick. Throwing the black stick on the ground, he looked at the wound on his shoulder. Akainu. His complexion became even uglier. This was just a fight, and he was injured. When did the dignified Marine Admiral suffer such insults? Looking up, Akainu still wanted to fight, but at this time Doflamingo's laughter sounded. Just when Akainu thought the guy was laughing at himself, a white silk thread appeared. Cut directly in the direction of Nagato. Although Doflamingo's string fruit ability is somewhat difficult to see, for Nagato Rinnegan's insight, Doflamingo's string fruit ability wants to sneak up on him. This is impossible, but this kind of attack made Nagato very confused. Is there still such an ability? This world is really interesting. A few simple dodges easily avoided Doflamingo's silk thread, but at this time Doflamingo who shot secretly also frowned. It's amazing. You can actually see my ability. Doflamingo himself is well aware of how difficult it is to observe his own threads. However, I didn't expect that in this case, the other party could escape easily. This is obviously a notice of his ability. This has never happened before. Are you the one who made the shot? Suddenly Nagato's gaze locked on him, and Doflamingo, who was secretly controlling the silk thread, was stared at by Nagato. Advertisement. In an instant, Doflamingo felt a cold breath sweeping towards him. This oppressive feeling made Doflamingo unable to react for a while. The oppressive feeling Nagato gave him was full of cold feeling, like a cold knife sliding gently in front of his neck. This feeling led Doflamingo to discover something. It seems that this guy is about the same as me. Ruthless and cruel, but ambitious. Boom. All of a sudden Nagato went straight for Doflamingo. Yeah, how dare you rush over in an open and above-board manner, and really don't take us seriously. Aokiji's voice sounded, and an ice wall appeared in front of Nagato in an instant, as if trying to stop him. However, Nagato did not slow down his speed at all, and directly shattered the ice wall with his palm. With the blessing of chakra, Nagato's calendar is extremely amazing. Even Aokiji didn't expect his ability to be broken so easily. HMPH. The speed is very fast, but the old man won't lose when it comes to speed. The light flickered. Kizaru instantly entered the state of elementalization, and the sound of flashes gathering sounded. In the next second, it shot straight towards Nagato. When the golden light is on, Kizaru's kick hits Nagato who was heading for Doflamingo. I have to say that even Nagato was taken aback at this moment. What a speed. Has it become light? The speed of light is indeed unparalleled, but if the speed of light is always terrifying, it is a pity that this ability can barely approach the speed of light only when moving. But once it stops moving, Nagato doesn't care about this speed when attacking. It's a pity. This ability is still a bit short. Shenluo Tianzhong. Boom. The speed of light kick was about to hit Nagato for an instant, but was blocked by an invisible barrier the next second. In an instant Kizaru's attack was neutralized. Nagato continued to rush towards Doflamingo without losing speed. Leave a golden flash behind, wait until Kizaru's body recovers. Now his face has become as ugly as Akainu's. At this moment, Nagato rushed in front of Doflamingo, and the black stick shot in his hand raged towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo sneered, this thing doesn't look easy. It can't be hit. Single quote. 5 color strings. A kick to Nagato. Bang. ZZZ. Doflamingo's hockey exploded. The power of this attack is really impressive. Nagato's attack was planned, and he stepped back and dodged instantly. Advertisement. But the next second, there was a clanging sound, and the blade trembled slightly, attacking from behind. Hawkeye's attack came in an instant. The black stick blocked the black knife's slash, but Nagato didn't speak yet. Perfume femur. Boom. A kicked Hancock kicked Nagato in the stomach. Nagato frowned, and Shenluo Tianzhong broke out again, ejecting the 3 of them at the same time. But Doflamingo and others haven't landed yet. Bang buzz. The bear's attack arrived, and the shock wave of compressed air fell behind Nagato, bursting into shocking waves in an instant. Nagato's body jumped out instantly in the strong wind. And the next second Jinbei appeared in front of him. Murloc Karate. This moment Nagato also punched, but the next second Jinbei's palm was covered with a layer of red chakra. Seeing this, Nagato froze for a moment. Tail Beast Chakra. Boom buzz. For a split second Nagato was knocked back. The scene of Jinbei repelling Nagato surprised Akainu and Kizaru who were about to do it. Are you kidding me? Is Jinbei so powerful? However, only 040 Kong noticed the Tail Beast Chakra in Jinbei's hand. The World War obtained by Chi Na, the reward obtained by Shichibukai, this power, Marine has not yet figured out what is going on from the bear. However, it seems that other people in these 7 warlords of the sea have basically mastered the method of using this power. Their strength has become stronger, even if it follows the judging criteria given by the previous light curtain. These guys can now be called S-level combat effectiveness. Guys from Otherworld, you are so arrogant. Graham Lock Dar's sand swept through. Nagato was instantly involved, but in the next second, Shenluo Tianzhong erupted again, and instantly blasted the sand away. Damn this guy's ability, what's going on, can any attack be bounced off? Lock Dahl complained. In the sky, Madara looked at Nagato below. Madara was also very surprised by the series of performances of Nagato just now. Nagato is more proficient than me in using Rinnegan, why is the time interval of using Shinra Tenjin so short? It shouldn't be said that he grasped the strength just right every time, and just bounced off the attack with the smallest force. Precise control is the reason why he can release Shenluo Tianzhong more frequently. But, if only relying on this move, it would be difficult to face the enemy in front of you. Marine 3 Admiral's ability is also difficult to deal with. Once the enemy knows that there is a time interval between his release of Shinra Tenjin, Nagato's invincible appearance will be gone forever in an instant. Chapter 231 Pain 6 Paths debuts, Stronger Power. Now after deflecting all the attacks of Shichibukai and the others in one breath, Nagato looked at the other guys who were about to strike. It is really difficult for one person to face the attacks of so many people at the same time. As soon as he jumped over, he soared into the air and floated towards the rear. In a blink of an eye, it flew directly to a very high position in the sky. Seeing Nagato suddenly take off into the sky, Zeta and others who wanted to pursue him paused for a while. What is this guy doing? Is this an escape? Although this possibility is not high, what if the other party really escapes? Of course Nagato had no intention of running away, but he fell directly far away. After opening the distance, Nagato suddenly beckoned. Press the seal directly on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. Accompanied by white smoke rising. Madara froze for a moment. This is, what? 6 people in Akatsuki's costume appeared in front of Nagato. Summoning people directly, such a situation has never been seen. This made the ninjas of the Hokage world stare wide-eyed. When will the summoning technique even allow people to summon? However, the facts are in front of you, and you can't believe it. Just curious how this guy did it. If you want summoning people to come out, you need a lot of chakra. 6 people wearing Akatsuki's clothes appeared in a row, and everyone in the Akatsuki who was still in the ninja world appeared. One of them was quickly noticed. Zero Burial. This guy is Zero Burial. Wait, can he be summoned? Hidan was very surprised and asked Kakuzu beside him. But Kakuzu just turned his head and looked at him like an idiot. This guy still doesn't understand. How could it be possible to summon people in the past? It's been so long since the World War started, and they probably have summed up some rules about this thing. Any ability can be used in World War. However, those who have not been selected cannot participate in the battle. In other words, the summoned Zero Burial in front of me is, strictly speaking, part of the ability of the man named Uzumaki Nagato. Kakuzu, and why are you all silent? The other members of the Akatsuki organization sighed helplessly. Does this guy have to say it before he can think of it? In the picture, after 6 Paths Pain was summoned by Nagato, he immediately started striding towards Marine. 6 people dispatched together, and each speed is very fast. Akainu froze for a moment. Where did these guys come from? Aren't they all intruders? Didn't they say there were only 3 intruders? Why did so many people come out all of a sudden? Advertisement. It's not just Akainu who doesn't understand. The others were also very depressed, but the enemy had already approached, so there was no time to think so much at this time. Whatever it is, deal with them first, Aokiji said, making Akainu, who was still thinking, a little uncomfortable. Shichibukai, however, had already made his move. Hawkeye made a knife, and Doflamingo's string fruit also entangled the 6 people. The next second Kizaru's flash, Aokiji's frozen fruit, and Bear's air blast. Fight towards the opposite side together. And at this moment Kido Pain stood up. Facing the long-distance attack of the crowd. Hungry Kido directly started absorbing. Kizaru's flash was absorbed, Aokiji's freeze was absorbed. Even the Bear's air blast was absorbed. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye's slashing wave and Doflamingo's string fruit attack were instantly bounced off by Tiandao Pain. 6 Paths Pen continued to move towards them. Shira Dao Pain launched an attack. Pulling out his arm, the shells linked above fired wildly. A series of shells exploded and these missiles bombarded wildly in the direction of Marine. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion completely engulfed Shichibukai and the 3 admirals. At this time, 6 Paths Pain has come in front of them. Figures suddenly jumped out of the flames formed by the explosion. No one in Shichibukai was injured, but their faces were not very good. All the generals of the third generation also came directly to the front. Facing Six Paths Pen is closer. Who are you? Akainu asked the other party. However, Tiandao Pain, who was standing at the front, looked at the other party. Huh. I am me. You don't need to know. Saying that, Shiradao Pain made a move directly, and his figure flew towards Akainu like a cannonball. The lava rolled, and Akainu directly turned his big hand into magma, grabbing towards the opponent. But Shiradao is very fast. Directly bypass the magma to attack Akainu. But Akainu won't let the opponent succeed this time. The other hand ejected a large cloud of lava, as if intending to reduce Shiradao to ashes. Bombs flew out from behind Shiradao. It was barely blocking the lava. However, the cold air surged in the next second, and the lava was instantly frozen at the same time. The cold air spreading from the ground, condensed into icicles, crazily spread towards Shiradao payment. Shiradao retreated helplessly, summoning. Bang bang. Two summoning beasts appeared instantly, a rhinoceros and a crow. One is in the sky and the other is in the ground. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The rhinoceros ran wildly and recklessly, and ran straight towards the three admirals. Why did the giant beast suddenly appear? Although some do not understand, but Aokiji shot directly, frozen, time capsule. The cold air surged, instantly freezing the rushing rhino. In the sky, Kizaru also launched an attack on the huge crow, kicking the opponent directly. The summoning beast, which had just flown into the sky, was kicked into the air and hit the ground heavily. The beast Dao Pain frowned and raised his hand to cast summoning again. Cerberus was summoned out, opened its huge mouth and attacked everyone. And this time it was Hokage who made the shot. Is it possible to summon giant beasts to fight? What a formidable ability. He said it was powerful, but the knife in his hand was not slow at all, and he slashed directly. The Cerberus was split into two in an instant, but the Cerberus that was cut in half in the next second stood up again. From one Fangli to two. Seeing this, Hawkeye was slightly taken aback. A strange creature that can even split. Hancock said. Human Dao Pain came towards her. K-Lock Doll waved the sand in his hand and threw it directly towards the opponent. A sandstorm formed instantly. The rolling desert storm forced the world back. Lock Doll, who was smoking a cigar, looked gloomy. These guys, what's going on? It feels, something is wrong. Don't know how he sensed something was wrong with Six Paths Pain. But in the next second, Tiandao Pain looked at Akainu who was about to release his ultimate move. Pain, who was standing in various positions at the same time, all threw black money at Akainu. Black sticks shooting from all directions interrupted Akainu's movements. Forced him to retreat. A smile appeared on Nagato's face in the distance now. The feeling is completely different. The feeling of difficulty controlling 6 people in the past is completely gone. This feeling is great. Nagato now feels that he can control 6 pain at the same time, but he seems to be able to handle it with ease. Even more powerful power can be erupted. Then try it and see how powerful it can explode. There was a gleam in Nagato's eyes. At this moment, Shiradao in the distance suddenly erupted a large amount of chakra. Boom. One suddenly accelerated towards the 3 admiral. The nearest Aokiji, the instant ability of raising his hand has not yet been activated, the next second. Shirado's attack hit Aokiji's chest directly. The surge of chakra made Aokiji spurt a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, the body flew straight upside down. The power and speed of the explosion of Asura Dao are completely unmatched by the previous ones. This made Aokiji completely unresponsive for a while. Chapter 232 The Marine that was completely crushed, the thunder that fell from the sky. Blood flowers bloom in the air. Aokiji was attacked by Shiradao, and instantly flew backwards like a cannonball. It hit the ice heavily, and countless pieces of ice shattered. Shiradao's power suddenly increased so much that Akainu, who was closest to him, was stunned. This guy's strength has grown stronger. This sudden increase in power makes it hard to guard against. When fighting against an unfamiliar enemy, the first attack must be the first attack. After the initial exploration, after judging the approximate strength of the enemy, it will be preconceived once the opponent's strength suddenly increases. It will make people feel unprepared. Aokiji is just affected. So it wasn't the strongest force just now. Base. The moment the black knife was unsheathed, the burst of light shone until Shira walked away. However, this time Shiradao was planning to launch an attack on Akainu, but suddenly stopped. Turning his head to look at the chopping wave coming from the air. He raised his hand and grabbed Zanjanbo fiercely. Touch buzz. The instant chopping wave dissipated in the air. A smile appeared on Shiradao's face, and the top of his head slowly opened, revealing a laser emitter. Facing the eagle eyes in the distance, he accumulated energy. Is this guy not alive? The top of the head opened to reveal this weird machine. No matter how you look at it, this is not something that a living person can do. 097. Lock Doll is happy about Uzumaki Nagato who is far behind. It's not just this guy, maybe these people are not alive. It's just a puppet being manipulated. Although he is just guessing, it makes people feel inexplicably credible. Six Paths Pain really feels like a puppet to Shichibukai and 3 admirals. Chirp. A laser shock wave erupted instantly, heading straight for Hawkeye. Hawkeye didn't intend to dodge at all, and waved the black knife Yi directly went up to him. The blade tore through the air, leaving a black trail behind. Haki bursts coupled with Hawkeye's swordplay. This blow collided with the laser beam. Creates a distance blast. Immediately, the surrounding area was enveloped in the storm and flames generated by the explosion. Lakadar turned into mad sand to support the shock wave of the explosion, preparing to bypass Six Paths Pain directly. Go directly to attack Uzumaki Nagato in the distance. However, halfway through the human world stopped him. A punch was thrown at K-Lockdoll, and the sand swept the two of them into a fierce battle. And on the other side Kizaru lifts off. What an annoying group of guys. Since this is the case, let's kill you all. 8-foot Chonguyu. Advertisement. Countless light bullets fell from the sky. This time Nagato sensed danger. The animal way, the heavenly way, and the hell way hid behind the hungry Kido pain in an instant. CJFG. The light bullet fell, and the hungry Kido directly opened the sealing technique and sucked it all up. A huge barrier appeared, and Kizaru's attack landed on it without making any waves. However, the Shira Dao, Human Dao, and Lockdar from outside are all affected. Wan Qian's light bullets fell crazily. At this moment, the Marines in the rear looked at their Admiral Kizaru. It wasn't just one person who felt it. Mr. Kizaru's ability seems to be getting stronger. The attack power has also become more terrifying. Do you feel the same way? Under the crazy bombardment of Bachi Chonguyu, the pains hiding behind the hungry Kido were completely fine. Wait until Kizaru falls. Akainu looked at the hungry Kido who opened his hands to absorb Kizaru's attack. That person seems to be able to absorb our attack. Kizaru frowned. Absorb attacks. What a troublesome ability. But the two pains of human world and Shiradao were killed. Looking at the two corpses lying on the ground, Kizaru smiled. Fortunately for them, the next time you attack someone other than the one who can absorb the attack, leave him alone in the end to see what else they can do. While talking, Tiandao Pain shot. A large number of chakra blessings are on Tiandao Pain's body, aiming at Kizaru who just shot. Instantly activates universal pull at a super long distance. And Kizaru's body turned into light almost instantly. Being pulled over madly, Kizaru himself still hadn't reacted. In the next second, he came to Tiandao Pain almost instantly. The opponent held a black weapon in his hand, and seemed to be planning to attack him. And at this time Kizaru thought of the scene where Akainu was hit by this strange black stick. This thing seems to be able to restrain the power of elementalization. Absolutely can't let this thing hit. Now that it's actinized, let's take advantage of the situation and launch an attack. Lightspeed. Kick. The volley kicked violently at Tiandao Pain's face. Kizaru believes that his attack will definitely hit the opponent before the opponent's attack. However, Tiandao Pain slowly lowered his raised hand. Shinra. Tianzheng, invisible fluctuations erupted. In an instant, Kizaru who was about to attack was violently pushed away. An insurmountable barrier appeared, squeezing Kizaru's body frantically. Puff. A flash of scarlet emerged, and Kizaru flew back at a faster speed. It crashed into the Marine crowd. Advertisement and explosion occurred, accidentally injuring many Marines. Seeing this scene, Kong's face became even more serious. At that moment just now, it was bounced away again. This guy has the same ability as the man of Uzumaki Nagato just now. The area where everything can be bounced off and sucked in. Also extremely difficult to deal with. Even Kizaru's light speed kick just now seemed to be completely impossible to break through that force. This gave Kong a headache. How to deal with these people? Their abilities are probably too pervert. People who are watching the world of One Piece with the light curtain at this moment. They are also a little worried about why Marines have so many powerful combat capabilities. In front of the other party, there is still nothing to do. Is the opponent's combat power really that strong? Actually not. Everyone in Shichibukai fights independently, and they don't help each other. Marine 3 Admiral's physical ability is poor, but his fruit ability is very strong, but he happened to meet the hungry Kido controlled by Nagato. In front of the hungry Kido, none of their fruit abilities could exert enough power. However, if it can erupt with enough strength, the Tao of the human world and the Tao of Shira can also be easily killed. It's just that Marine didn't master the method at all. Perhaps Kong has already felt this point, at least he doesn't think Shichibukai and Marine 3 Admiral's way of fighting each other can defeat each other. But the Shichibukai are unruly, and it is not easy for them to cooperate with Marine and obey Marine's orders. Let them deal with the enemy face to hand. This kind of thing is very difficult. But in the final analysis, it is because Marine's deterrence is not enough. Nagato retreated sharply, and the electric light directly hit his position just now, and the ice surface was instantly melted. The sky is filled with dark clouds in an instant. Suddenly, the people in One Piece world yelled, but now the Shichibukai are very clear that Marine needs their power, so they are even more unscrupulous. A thunderbolt that fell from the sky made people in both worlds suddenly tense up. Kong wondered. Sudden. A Marine general with 4 Emperor's level of combat power, even Shichibukai is enough to make them submit. Would things have been different if Yuichi had been in Marine? This is obviously someone coming again. Damn. If there is no truly powerful person in charge of such a situation, it will be impossible to deal with it. A thunderbolt fell from the sky and fell directly in the direction of Uzumaki Nagato. This is 5 Emperors. Nagato looked up to the sky. Who? Blast a huge gap. If a roar sounded. If they don't cooperate, you can directly kill them violently. Chapter 233 Enel, who steals the limelight, collides with fruit abilities. This kind of thunder from heaven happened before when I was in Eni's lobby. Accompanied by the 5 emperors who appeared on a flying boat. This time the thunder reappeared, and many civilians began to look forward to it. 5 emperors, are you here? However, it is a pity that in the next second, another thunderbolt swept down from the sky. Zzz. Thunder and lightning danced in the air, and what appeared in front of everyone was not the 5 emperors they expected. A man covered with lightning and holding a golden trident on his shoulder. This guy's earlobe is very long, looks very strange. This is. The intruder is it? Enel stood in front of Nagato and looked Nagato up and down. His eyes were full of contempt. This look made Nagato slightly angry. Who are you? Enel frowned, raised his finger and looked at Nagato with an extremely majestic look. You don't even know me. You don't know? My uncle is Thor, God. Hearing this, Nagato nodded, an idiot who claims to be a god. Fool? Enel's forehead was wrinkled with blue veins, and the thunder on his body erupted instantly. Crackling. A flash of thunder erupted from the fingertips in an instant, lacing towards Nagato's direction. However, Nagato was prepared and easily dodged Enel's attack with a sideways attack. Defying God. Will be punished. Hearing this, Nagato sneered. God, not everyone can call themselves that. Just when Enel was about to do it, in the distance, Marine Admiral made a move to pen 6 paths. At the same time Akainu was still talking. Is that a Raiden-capable person? The guy who appeared in Eni's lobby last time. Kizaru nodded. It's that guy, Enel the God, a person from Sky Island, who was able to get Logia's lightning ability, very lucky. After the Eni's lobby battle, Enel is also famous. Not because of anything else, just Enel's Thunder Fruit ability, being able to confront Garp and Sengoku is enough to become famous. And his bounty was directly set to a reward of 1 billion. The first bounty offered directly reached this amount, and the world government still quite recognizes Enel's ability. Enel's bounty reaching 1 billion means that he has the power absolutely comparable to any one of the 3 great powers under the 4 emperors. But this time Enel couldn't wait, he wanted to walk over the ice with Yuichi and others, and he couldn't wait no matter what. That's why I rushed here early. If this guy is here, it means that Yuichi is here too. Aokiji looked complicated when he talked about Yuichi. The newly promoted 5 emperors have 3 major powers under their command, Golden Lion Shiki, former Marine Black Arm Zephyr, and Enel, the Thunder Fruit capable user. Once upon a time, Yuichi was his best friend, but suddenly became his worst enemy. However, Yuichi's departure made Aokiji feel that Marine has no friends anymore. Advertisement and not even anyone who agrees with them can be found. This situation made Aokiji think a little differently about Marine. But the idea is only just beginning to germinate. Boom. Bang bang. Thunder rushes and thunders. Enel in the distance has started a war with Nagato. And this time, Hell Road Pain is repairing the damaged Human Road Pain and Shira Road Pain. The 3 admirals who were about to do it suddenly saw the intact human world and Shira Dao Pain appearing in front of them. The 2 pens joined hands and directly forced the 3 admirals back. Tian Dao Pain turned his head and swept away in the direction of Enel. When Enel releases 30 million Ford Brontosaurus, he directly uses Universal Pull to suck Enel over. Although Enel was caught off guard, but the moving speed of Thunderbolt is much more convenient than Kizaru's flashing fruit. After letting go of gravity easily, he turned around and attacked Tian Dao Pain. However, it's okay if he doesn't attack, and an attack gives Tian Dao Pain a chance to fight back. Shenluo Tianzheng broke out, and Enel was instantly ejected. Bloodline appears at the corner of the mouth. The other pen who surrounded him attacked Enel with their hands. Dodged by Enel with teleportation. Pain besieged Enel, but Marine and Shichibukai did not make a move. After Enel got rid of their attacks, he turned to look in the direction of Marine. You Marines are all useless. Even a few people can't stop me. My uncle is fighting that B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hearing Enel's complaint, Marine felt a little speechless. You are a pirate, why does Marine help you? However, Enel's abuse of Marine made the three admirals' face darken. Kong was about to say something. Suddenly Akainu strikes directly. However, a mere pirate dares to speak loudly in front of Marine. Let's take care of you, a pirate, today. Hearing this, coupled with Akainu directly burst out Lava Fruit's ability attack. Kong's face was livid. At this juncture, we have to fight against the 5 emperors. Is this when the invaders are all dead? The lava erupted, and Enel was not to be outdone. Thunder and lightning erupted directly, and the thunder and lightning raged against the magma of Akainu. The collision of the two forces draws no winners. In terms of destructive power, lava and lightning are the best in Logia. Ask for flowers, no one is less powerful. Is this the power of Admiral? It's not good. This level of power wants to kill me, it's not far away. HMPH, it's interesting that I have never encountered a person with the same type of abilities as me. Let me see how your lightning compares to my flash. Advertisement. Suddenly Kizaru's attack broke out. A laser beam shot towards Enel. If it was dodging, it would be easy to dodge, but Enel did not choose to dodge. Instead, the same finger sticks out and directly launches a thunderbolt. Thunderbolts and lasers collide in the air. Boom. There was a violent collision in an instant. The impact between electricity and light is also extremely violent. Enel looked at Kizaru coldly. It looks evenly matched. Frozen time capsule. Shua. The cold air surged and countless ice thorns rose from the ground, spreading crazily towards Enel. Aokiji shot. And the same Enel raised his hand and lightly tapped the thunder drum behind him. Boom. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. Terrifying thunder erupted, turning into a huge brontosaurus and attacking in the direction of Aokiji. The thunder and lightning shattered all the ice easily. The collision of ice and thunder is slightly inferior. The three admirals took turns to shoot, and there was no obvious difference in their respective abilities compared to Enel's thunderbolt. This stunned the surrounding marine soldiers. Can one pirate be the match for Marine 3 admirals? How can that be? And Nagato in the distance smiled lightly at this time. Do you still have internal fights? People in this world don't look like much either. At this time, suddenly, the atmosphere around him changed. Suddenly, it seemed that a terrifying force was crushing towards this side. Everyone raised their heads at the same time, look in a certain direction. On the other side of the ice, a group of people is walking towards here mightily. And this weirdness is actually sweeping from that direction. That unbelievable sense of oppression is surging. 5 emperors, there are marine soldiers shouting in the crowd. Because he held up the binoculars, he had already seen who these people were. At this time, Kong was also watching. Really, here we come. The 5 emperors who were far away in the New World unexpectedly appeared in the first half of the Grand Line in a blink of an eye. How on earth did they do such a thing? Madara opened her eyes. Finally here. Yuichi. 7. Chapter 234 Fighting is raging. Yuichi and Madara meet again. Madara's gaze spanned hundreds of meters. He stared directly at Yuichi who was coming slowly and unhurriedly in the distance. Madara's figure slowly fell from the sky. Gently twisting her neck, Madara began to move her body. Clack clack. The bones made a crisp sound. At this moment, Lord Nagato suddenly turned his head to look at Madara. He could clearly feel that Madara's aura was different. It wasn't even as strong as it was when I met Senju Hashirama earlier. There was an extremely strong fighting spirit in him. It is crazily rising, as if it is a fire that has been ignited. This kind of Madara made Nagato feel a sense of oppression, an extremely strong sense of oppression. At this moment, Nagato felt a little unbelievable in a trance. So Uchiha Madara is so powerful. How could it give him such a strong sense of oppression? Originally, he didn't think there was much difference between himself and Madara and Senju Hashirama. But now Nagato can obviously feel the huge gap between 253, like an insurmountable mountain. Uchiha Madara stood in front of him like a mountain. This is your true power. Nagato is somewhat different. Uchiha Madara did not reach such heights in the previous match against Hashirama. Why all of a sudden? Woo! Suddenly Uchiha Madara opened his mouth and shouted loudly. That excited look was even more exciting than seeing Hashirama. Even if it weren't for Nagato knowing about the relationship between Madara and Yuichi, just looking at Madara's expression, it would be like meeting some confidant. Marine not far away was also frightened by Madara's sudden voice. The admirals looked at Uchiha Madara, who was full of fighting spirit and released a terrifying aura in an instant. I can't help but feel a palpitation in my heart. Even Kong felt that way for a split second. At the same time, Yuichi in the distance also stopped, and Yuichi could also feel Madara's surging fighting spirit. This time Madara. Become even scarier. Become even scarier. The Uchiha Madara with the Senjutsu chakra is the real full version of Uchiha Madara. Even Yuichi, I have to say, was a little shocked. He knew that Madara would become very strong once she got the magic chakra. But it didn't occur to Madara that it felt like a complete sea change. But even if you want to stop it, there is no way. Where will Madara and Hashirama meet and what will be the outcome of the battle between them? No one can tell. Furthermore, it is not that simple for Yuichi to rush from New World to the first half of Grand Line. Advertisement. If it is not relying on the ability of Mirror Fruit. I am afraid that it is impossible to come here from New World in such a short time. It was cold and windy on the ice. Yuichi suddenly smiled. Facing Uchiha Madara's shout, Yuichi didn't know why he suddenly felt a little hot and evil. Whitebeard and others felt the strong fighting spirit in Yuichi. Although Kaido wanted to fight Uchiha Madara again before coming here, but in this situation, the person the opponent wants to fight is obviously not himself. And Yuichi also has a strong fighting spirit. This kind of situation scares Kaido not to have to intervene between the two. The two who stared at each other suddenly fell silent. Whether it is Yuichi or Madara, they can lock the position of each other very accurately. At this moment, Senju Hashirama, who was slowly standing up on the deserted island, reabsorbed the Hashirama after the magic chakra. Finally, I felt my strength regained. Feeling the breath of Whitebeard and others, Hashirama's face was extremely embarrassed. What a strong breath. Is this the strongest in this world? Whitebeard also sensed Hashirama's presence. The intruders this time don't seem to be simple. Whether it is Hashirama or Nagato, both of them give Whitebeard a strong feeling, and what shadows they met before. There are also certain gaps. Sudden. While Whitebeard was talking, Yuichi slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. The blade was shining with a cold light. Yuichi pulled out Zanpakuto from this distance, and Whitebeard and others beside him were stunned for a moment. Is this an attempt to unleash an attack on Madara from the air? Suddenly there was a melodious and pleasant sound of knives. The blade trembled in the air and gently rubbed against the air, and suddenly the ear-piercing sound of the blade resounded on the ice. Reiatsu. Breakout. Which power conversion Haki waves are also fully infused into Reiatsu. In an instant, Reiatsu soared into the sky, crushing madly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ice suddenly broke and the ground broke under Yuichi's feet. The cracks began to spread rapidly in all directions. The moment the ice shards suddenly rose with Reiatsu's riot. Zanpakuto in the hands of Yuichi gently waved out. At this moment, Reiatsu in the body really seemed to have found a vent, and the catharsis was like a volcanic eruption, and it swept out instantly. Marine and Shichibukai in the distance. Before he had time to react, he suddenly felt a sense of terror and oppression falling from the sky. If Madara's aura erupted before, it would be as if a mountain suddenly appeared in front of him, a very tall mountain. Advertisement. But this time it was as if the sky had collapsed. There are no symptoms at all. Bang bang. Not only the ice near Yuichi, but also the ice in the distance was cracked by Yuichi's powerful Reiatsu. It is surprising that such a large area of ice collapsed. A terrifying sword light shot up into the sky from afar. The glory is soaring. Tear open the sky. At the same time, a ray of light reaching the sky ravaged the ice surface. This moment, it's like someone wants to cut the world with a sword. At the moment when the sword light struck from a distance, the king could not hear any sound at all. It was as if the sound of the world had disappeared. All I could see in front of my eyes was a ray of light sweeping towards me with lightning speed. Madara. His face was stunned. Looking at this blow, there was no fear in his eyes, just surprise. In this blow Madara saw Yuichi as if showing all his sword skills. Incorporating Yuichi's swordsmanship, strength, spiritual power, everything seems to be poured into it. Such a blow, rather than killing him, Yuichi was telling Madara how powerful he was. And Madara's response to this. She raised her hands, and Susanoo suddenly appeared. The full body of Susanoo, the wings suddenly opened. Holding a huge sword blade in his hand, he slashed towards the opponent. Although compared to swordsmanship or something, Madara is no match for Yuichi. There was absolutely no way to stop this blow, at least nothing could be stopped with Susanoo. A smile spread across Hashirama's face. Bang. Buzzing. The inexplicable loss seemed like a former best friend who suddenly didn't need him anymore. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, he flied towards the distance at a ghostly speed. There is a feeling of emptiness in my heart. Boom. From Yuichi's feet, and a crack went straight to Madara's feet. Suddenly Hashirama felt lost. The roaring sound has not dissipated for a long time, but at this time Yuichi did not meet the surprised eyes of Gu Baihuzi and others. The roar produced by the collision was as terrifying as the terrifying roar of a meteorite impact. Madara, have you found a new friend? At the same time, Madara's figure suddenly appeared in the dazzling light and headed towards Yuichi. In front of the huge energy storm, everyone in Marine and Shichibukai had to retreat. Hashirama on the deserted island, watching Madara being swallowed by the sword light. Yet this is Madara's way of paying homage to Yuichi. And the sword light hit Madara's Susanoo. At a distance of several hundred meters, the cuts on the 1.8 ice surface are extremely neat. Even Nagato had to disarm his Six Paths pen, countering it with Shinra. Chapter 235 The Two Who Fell into the 10,000 Realms, the Walkers of the Heavens and 10,000 Realms. The majestic chakra burst out instantly, and the terrifying momentum fell from the sky. Madara accelerated crazily in the air, leaving a series of air rings behind her. The expression on his face was crazily staring at Yuichi who was also rushing not far away. The figures of the two, one on the left and one on the right, seemed to come from the sky respectively. Wherever it went, it left a long ripple that rippled endlessly. Knowing that these two lines come from the left and right, when the magnetic child is in the center of the world. In an instant, the fluctuations of chakra and Reiatsu turned into thousands of terrifying ripples that swept out. The ice surface cracked inch by inch, and the emerging ice cubes were shattered by two forces, crushed until they turned into powder. Air. The force that seemed to distort even the light crazily struck. Until the wind swept past. Marine, Shichibukai, and the pirates only belatedly heard the terrifying crashing sound, which erupted from the sky. Crazy spread towards the sea. The roar was deafening, as if even the soul began to tremble crazily. Zzz. The Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand collided with the black stick in Madara's hand, and a huge spark erupted. The power of the two continued to explode, and Reiatsu and chakra turned into bright lights and ravaged the sky. Behind them, there seemed to be a huge phantom gradually emerging. Just being swept by the aftermath of this force. Even Whitebeard and the others turned slightly pale. The collision of incomparably majestic forces produced unbearable waves. There was surprise in Whitebeard's eyes. When did Yuichi's power be so terrifying? Obviously, I felt that Yuichi was at most on the same level as the other four emperors. But now it suddenly seemed to surpass them by a large margin. It also struck Kaido that it wasn't just Yuichi who had grown a lot stronger. Even Uchiha Madara's power is completely different from before. The changes that chakra can bring about are not so strong. But if you add Madara's Rinnegan power, it will be different. This is not a question of 1 plus 1 equals 2. The two wrestled in the air, and neither wanted to back down. Madara looked at Yuichi in front of her. Your strength did not disappoint me. Very strong. Yuichi also opened his mouth slowly. Shanju chakra seems to be of great help to you. Hearing this, Madara was a little puzzled. Why did Yuichi get the magic chakra himself? It was a bit strange before. He always felt that Yuichi seemed to know his power very well. But it shouldn't be. How could Yuichi know his strength? To be precise, Yuichi seems to know things and power in the ninja world. You are special, Madara said lightly. Speaking of this question, Yuichi didn't answer, but just smiled lightly. And this smile has already explained a lot of problems in Madara's eyes. Looks like you have a lot of secrets. Yuichi looked at Madara. Want to know? Madara smiled disdainfully. If I want to know, you will say it. If you beat me, I can tell you. In the end, it's not about fighting. Then come on. Yuichi, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. Uchiha Madara, don't let me down. Boom. Advertisement. A bang. Madara and Yuichi both flew upside down at the same time. The power of each other has exploded to the limit, and there is nothing to do with each other. If they don't separate, I'm afraid they won't be able to take it back even if they try to pull back. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Yuichi exploded directly into Bankai, and Reiatsu on his body suddenly became more terrifying. If it was just a feeling of pressure before, well now it's different. Yuichi used the character template Awakening Progress Conversion. Directly fill up the character awakening ability of Byakuya Kuchiki. Bankai that broke out in this situation. The power generated is no longer comparable to before. The berserk Reiatsu gathered around Yuichi like a white aura. The Senbon Sakura in Yuichi's hand began to dissolve and turned into endless sakura flowers falling wildly. And at this moment, Madara didn't stop, and put her hands together. Planetary devastation. Rinnegan's power explodes, coupled with the power of Shanju chakra. Suddenly the ground began to shake, and something was about to rush out from under the sea. Huge boulders flew directly into the sky from the sea. The rising stones gathered in the air, forming a huge meteorite in the blink of an eye. In this way, a picture of a meteorite was created in a flash, which shocked countless people in an instant. Boom 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 boom. The meteorite crashed towards Yuichi very fast. However, Yuichi, who was standing in the air, didn't even look at this extremely shocking meteorite. Just a flick of your fingertips. The sakura flowers scattered all over the sky gathered towards the sky. Countless sakura flowers are densely packed, crushing the meteorite in the blink of an eye. There is not even time for people to react. Yuichi raised his hand and the sakura flower danced. On the other side, Madara also opened her hands, and the flames in her mouth were ready to explode. Ninjutsu vs. Zanpakuto's Great War breaks out. Colorful rays of light burst out in the sky one after another. Madara has a lot of ninjutsu in his hands, whether it is fire style, wind style, lightning style, water style, earth style. It's all at your fingertips. And Yuichi, although there is only one trick, Senbon Sakura, it breaks through all methods with one force. No matter how powerful Madara is, Yuichi's Senbon Sakura can easily crush it. The battle between the two is imminent. The intensity of the battle is jaw-dropping. However, soon Madara played the full-body Susanoo directly, and Yuichi also used the Senbon Sakura southern area towards Madara. Senbon Sakura Mysteries. Bite the Thousand Blades Flower. When endless sakura flowers lock Madara's. In an instant, the ubiquitous sakura flower turned into a Zanpakuto and shot towards Madara quickly. The two forces that reached their peak collided. A dazzling white light burst out, and the sky, ocean, and everything were rendered completely white. Even the figures of Yuichi and Madara were completely submerged. There was a flash of whiteness in front of my eyes. Advertisement. Yuichi felt the force rushing against his body and was a little surprised. Could it be that even his strongest strength is not Madara's opponent? The Byakuya Kuchiki template with 100% power can't beat Uchiha Madara yet. It makes Yuichi feel weird. However, in the next second, the white in front of Yuichi's eyes faded away. The thing that appeared in front of him exuded a faint light, like a huge star map. The star map slowly shrinks to form a spherical shape. And the white light in it is still bouncing. Just when Yuichi was about to step forward to take a closer look. Behind him, Madara patted Yuichi on the shoulder lightly. Yuichi looked back at Madara. Where are you? Is this an illusion? Madara smiled. This question is exactly what I wanted to ask you, but since you asked this, then obviously you didn't make this place either. Open black lens bracket. I am the Myriad Realms system. Close black lens bracket. Suddenly the ball of light in front of them spoke, and both Yuichi and Madara froze. Does this thing have a will of its own? Open black lens bracket. Both of you are very powerful people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens brackets. I brought you here. Close black lens bracket. Yuichi froze for a moment. What does this mean? But Madara thought it was very interesting, so she was selected. Open black lens bracket. My strength is weakening, so I need your help. Close black lens bracket. Madara. How to help you? Why should we help you? Help me. You can get stronger power, build your own world, or become the master of a certain world as a breeze. 930. Yuichi frowned and didn't speak. But Madara thought it was very interesting. Is that so? You can help me get everything I want, but the prerequisite is to help you. Open black lens bracket. That's right. You go to different worlds to plunder different powers, and my power will not weaken. Close black lens bracket. Madara turned and glanced at Yuichi. What do you think? Yuichi froze for a moment. Open black lens bracket. If you agree, I can let your system lift the restrictions, and you will gain stronger power. Close black lens bracket. System. Don't worry, I will give you a lot of power. You just need to avoid going to different worlds and make the battle a little more intense, and I will be able to get enough power to supplement. Open black lens bracket. Hope you don't let me down. Close black lens bracket. Yuichi looked at the gray surroundings. Saying that, the voice of the Myriad Realms system disappeared. Yuichi sighed. I just didn't expect my trip in One Piece world to end like this. Madara. Fight. Madara, I'm not afraid of anyone. It turns out that my own system was created by the Wanji system. Yuichi smiled helplessly. It seems that I can't refuse. Madara. You can choose to go back too. This is the space of myriad worlds. You can choose any world to enter here, and you can also come back here at any time. It seems that from today onwards, the two of us will become walkers of the heavens and myriad worlds, traveling in different worlds and provoking wars. Madara. Wicked. HMPH. As long as you have power, it doesn't matter whether you are a bad guy or a good guy. Open black lens bracket. That's just my experiment. It turns out that although it works, the effect is too slow. Close black lens bracket. So I have to speed up the pace and let you go to the heavens and worlds to plunder power for me. Just an experiment. Become a complete villain. Yuichi shook his head. No, there is a world I want to go to more than Pirate World. Does this guy even know his own system?